Chapter 1. Isn't it forbidden to become a spirit after the founding of the country? The entire story is a lighthearted, feel-good narrative with no violence or suffering, aiming to portray a happy genius growing smoothly. This book is free of toxicity and cliches, and any controversial points have been addressed at the beginning of chapters or in the comment section, so readers can enjoy it with peace of mind. All of you who are fans of Liu Yifei, Wu Yinzu, and Peng Yuyan. Yun Shihe, a sophomore student in the law department at Linhai University, is neither too old nor too new. Given the situation that law students graduate only to become unemployed, everyone tries to intern as much as possible in their sophomore and junior years to secure more green card from law firms or companies. This way, they have a better advantage during graduation when signing tripartite agreements. Yun Shihe also planned to do the same. However, man proposes, but God disposes, who knew that law interns would be so unfortunate. Not only is there no salary for internships, but they even have to pay to work. There's nothing to be done, as he is all alone. Yun Shihe is a local of Linhai City, and his parents passed away in a car accident years ago. Most of the compensation from the accident went to paying off the remaining mortgage. So for the past few years, Yun Shihe has been working part-time while studying to get into Linhai University, majoring in law, which he has always liked. But ideals must ultimately yield to reality. While his peers in the same major intern at various law firms, corporate legal departments, or courts, Yun Shihe can only temporarily find a job at a bakery to earn some living. Expenses. Internships can wait until next year without money. One cannot survive. Hello, can you calculate how much I owe? A middle-aged man placed a tray of bread in front of Yun Shihe. Sure, just a moment. That'll be 57. Yun Shihe signaled for the man to scan the payment code. Suddenly, Yun Shihe froze. He seemed to have seen something extraordinary when he looked up. Unsure, he looked again. This time, Yun Shihe directly raised his head and stared intently at the man in front of him. This man had numerous dark brown long hairs growing on his face. If it weren't for Yun Shihe's current angle of view, he might not have seen it all. Yun Shihe rubbed his eyes again, fearing he was seeing things due to a lack of sleep the night before. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of the man's hand holding the phone. Something seemed off. He had only 4 fingers, and the skin was terribly wrinkled, definitely not a human hand. Yun Shihe, what is going on? Didn't they say it was forbidden to become a spirit after the founding of the country? Yun Shihe took out his composure as a materialist defender of law students and tried to act calm. Ding! Payment successful. The sound of successful payment brought him back to reality. Who would have thought that the man in front of him was actually staring at him with a hint of amusement in his eyes? When in doubt, call the police. Yun Shihe was just about to take out his phone to report the incident. Suddenly, the man began to convulse, startling Yun Shihe. Immediately, a desolate red gas burst from his body, quickly filling the entire bakery. It was afternoon, the hottest time of the day. Nobody wanted to go out in the scorching sun, so the store was empty. Seeing the situation, Yun Shihe prepared to escape to the back kitchen. But unexpectedly, the man reached out and grabbed Yun Shihe by the neck. Without saying a word, he dragged Yun Shihe outside. Although Yun Shihe had been exercising for the past 2 years, he found that he was no match for the strength of the man in front of him. Moreover, Yun Shihe was at least 182 centimeters tall, a height that made it hard to believe he was being treated like a little chick. Stop. Finally caught you. It's not easy to follow you. Just as Yun Shihe was contemplating his chances of escaping, a low male voice came from behind. The police are really fast these days. I haven't even called yet. A handsome young man in his 20s descended slowly from the sky. And oh, dude, if you were filming a movie, you should have said so earlier. You scared me half to death. This move completely baffled Yun Shihe. How could he fly? So everything that just happened was a movie shoot, right? Yun Shihe was confused, and he vaguely felt like he had opened the door to a new world. Xiang, I know you can understand me. You are only in a level now, and you are no match for me. The young man spoke clearly. If you release the hostage, you will be tried for destruction of public property. Otherwise, I have the right to execute you on the spot. Although the young man's voice wasn't loud, Yun Shihe could hear it clearly. Luo Shuyuan, I know you're the director of the Special Adjustment Office of Huaxia and ins-level controller. I can't fight you, but if I want to leave, you can't stop me. Since Yun Shihe was being dragged away by the middle-aged man, he couldn't see the expressions and actions between the newcomer and the middle-aged man. He could only hear them talking while his behind was getting burned on the concrete floor. Seeing that the newcomer was Luo Shuyuan, Xiang didn't dare to linger. After all, He had already secured his rations for this trip. Xiangxiang spat out a burst of red gas, swiftly enveloping himself and Yun Chiha. Seeing this, Luo Shuyuan understood that Xiangxiang was planning to escape. Luo Shuyuan seemed to want to take action with both hands, but he hesitated after glancing at Yun Chiha. If it weren't for Xiangxiang's diversionary tactic, how could he have managed to take a hostage? Letting Xiangxiang go this time would make it much harder to catch him next time, and even more people might get hurt. However, he couldn't ignore the lives of ordinary citizens. Luo Shuyuan found himself in a dilemma. Seeing that Luo Shuyuan wasn't moving, Xiangxiang understood that this was a human weakness. Director Luo, you humans are so indecisive. Xiangxiang's words caused Yun Chiha's brain to short-circuit. What do you mean, you humans? Xiangxiang grinned and was about to step into the red mist that had expanded enough to accommodate 2 people when an anomaly occurred. White mist began to emanate from Yun Chiha's body. The white mist directly invaded the red gas released by Xiangxiang. The colorless yet tangible red gas was unexpectedly frozen in place, and the white mist spread along Xiangxiang's hand and enveloped him. In just 2 breaths, half of Xiangxiang's body was already frozen in ice. Luo Shuyuan had been ready to act when the anomaly occurred. Seeing that half of Xiangxiang's body was frozen, Luo Shuyuan swiftly severed the hand, dragging Yun Chiha with his hand, and leaped away with Yun Chiha in his arms. Luo Shuyuan placed Yun Chiha on the ground and immediately formed a seal with both hands to envelop Xiangxiang. Since you are so stubborn, it seems you can only return to face trial at the Shanghai court. Of course, the likelihood of being executed on the spot is high, and even life imprisonment is a fantasy. With only half of his body able to move, Xiangxiang could not escape Luo Shuyuan's grasp and was directly enveloped by the seal, turning into a ball of golden light and being. Captured into Luo Shuyuan's palm, Luo Shuyuan picked up Yun Chiha and soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon in a moment. Chapter 2. Ultimate Ice. A few minutes later, Luo Shuyuan returned to the Special Adjustment Office in Shangjing City, holding Yun Chiha. Director Luo. Soon as Luo Shuyuan walked through the door, a young woman greeted him. Everyone in the lobby curiously looked over. It was truly rare to see Luo Shuyuan in person, and it was the first time anyone had been carried into the Special Adjustment Office by him. Yuyo, go contact Dean Shun, this kid is awakening. After giving instructions to the girl who came forward, Luo Shuyuan walked straight deeper into the Special Adjustment Office. If he didn't put Yun Chia down soon, his hands would freeze solid. Upon hearing Luo Shuyuan's words, Wang Yuyo realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly called Dean Shun from the Special Adjustment Office. Yun Chiha was unaware of the changes happening to his body, that he only knew that he might be the only person in modern society to have died from self-freezing. Others died from spontaneous combustion, but he had frozen to death. Surely, he wouldn't be dissected and studied after death, right? In a daze, Yun Chiha felt someone manipulating his body. Sure enough, he was going to be dissected. With great difficulty, he opened his eyes. Surrounding him were several people in white lab coats wearing masks. What was going on? Am I dead? Why are people from the underworld wearing lab coats from the living world? Little brother, how are you feeling now? You've been unconscious for 3 days. Chunligua was treating Yun Chiha like a treasure. This was a legendary extreme element awakener that had never appeared before, definitely a key figure for the Special Investigation Department of Huaxia in the future. I'm fine. Who are you? Yun Chiha initially wanted to say nothing and leave directly, but looking at the crowd around him, he realized escape was impossible. Moreover, he saw the person who had saved him, called Luo Shuyuan, standing outside the glass room watching them. Whether they intended to kill him or dissect him, they surely wouldn't wait until he regained consciousness, right? If such perverts existed, there would be no use in trying to escape. He might as well give up. That's good to hear. Everything you want to know will naturally be answered by someone. The old man is just a researcher. The elderly man who had just asked Yun Chiha about his condition, despite wearing a mask, still made Yun Chiha feel like he was smiling. A researcher who loves to smile. Truly a group of perverts. Yun Chiha was led out of the glass room, and the corridor outside resembled a police station. Please take a seat. After leaving the glass room, he was brought to an office by the young man named Luo Shuyuan. At Luo Shuyuan's gesture, the two sat down facing each other. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Luo Shuyuan. the director of the Special Investigation Department of Shangjing City. Special Investigation Department? Yin Shihe expressed that he had never heard of this name, that he was a law student, so he naturally came into contact with various national agencies, but none of them were called the Special Investigation Department. However, the man in front of him didn't seem like he was lying about such matters. That's right, the Special Investigation Department. Luo Shiyuan knew that Yin Shihe didn't believe his words, but it didn't matter. He had plenty of ways to make him believe. Luo Shiyuan stood up, and streams of golden light surged from his palms, gradually intertwining to form a figure. This is the man who captured me that day. And why are you glowing? Regarding Yin Shihe's question, Luo Shiyuan found it amusing. It was the first time he had seen someone refer to their abilities as glowing. This man is actually not human, but a mythical beast from the classic of mountains and seas called the Xiangxiang. Luo Shiyuan seemed to be contemplating whether he should say the next part. The Xiangxiang is recorded in the Nanshan Classic, with a human face and beast body, able to speak human language and know human names. This type of mythical beast loves wine and beautiful women. I think it was attracted by your outstanding appearance and wanted to capture you as a meal. Mythical beasts from the classic of mountains and seas? Although Yin Shihe was studying law and was a staunch materialist, his greatest strength was his high level of acceptance, so he was only briefly surprised before regaining his composure. It seemed he had indeed opened the door to a new world, and there was no way back. Although he had been unconscious for 3 days, he still had a slight grasp of the changes in his body. First, his perception ability had reached a level where he could clearly see like a bee's compound eyes. Secondly, he felt that his body temperature was different from normal, ice cold, which would definitely be sought after in summer. Additionally, Yin Shihe felt a kind of energy within him, as if he could release it at any time. That in the last century, we always thought the classic of mountains and seas was just a book made up by ancient people out of boredom. But last century, things took a turn. Many mythical beasts from the classic of mountains and seas suddenly appeared from who knows where. Some hid in deep mountains, while others began to hunt humans rampantly. Even hot weapons were ineffective against them. It was during that time that a type of superhuman called Awakeners emerged. The golden light in Luo Shiyuan's hand flickered continuously, changing form as he spoke, revealing another side of this world to Yin Shihe. Awakeners can activate the extraordinary factors contained within themselves, thereby gaining various abilities. They might have the power to control the 5 elements, the power of the mind, or even the ability to control time and space. Wait, so I'm also an Awakener? My ability is to control the 5 elements? Yin Shihe quickly connected his own changes to the white mist that had emerged from his body that day, which could freeze the Xiangxiang. That's right, you are indeed an Awakener, but your ability is not to control the 5 elements, is the ultimate ice. Luo Shiyuan was not surprised that Yin Shihe could react so quickly. During the 3 days Yin Shihe was unconscious, aside from handling the aftermath, he also had someone investigate Yin Shihe's background. It was remarkably clean, with the only highlights being intelligence and genius. What is ultimate ice? All things in the world are composed of atoms. Of course, this is from a scientific perspective. From our cultivation perspective, everything revolves around elements. So, among all Awakeners, those who awaken elemental powers are the most numerous. Various other elements are derived from the 5 basic elements, and ice is one of them. In the more than 100 years since the emergence of Awakeners last century, there have been no fewer than 8,000 elemental Awakeners in Huaxia, but there has never been an ultimate element Awakener. Yin Shihe precisely caught a new term: ultimate ice. Chapter 3, the Special Investigation Department prohibits backdoor access. The legend of the ultimate element has been circulating among all awakened ones. It is said to be a mythical existence. It is rumored that the ultimate element is the embodiment of the power of rules, and its possessor can easily surpass the cultivation speed of ordinary people, becoming the strongest. Since you have never seen this so-called ultimate element, how can you judge that my ability is not an ordinary ice element? Because when you first awakened, your extraordinary ability actually froze time on its own. Luo Shiyuan said this with a look of disbelief. When he returned to Linhai City to handle the scene monitoring after placing Yin Shihe in a safe spot, he unexpectedly discovered that the time on the surveillance had already been paused when the red gas released by the fox spread throughout the bakery. Initially, Luo Shiyuan thought the absence of people at the scene was entirely due to his use of mental control to limit those around. Now he realized that it was highly likely that not only time was frozen at that moment, but even the surrounding space was silently frozen as well. The ice element capable of freezing both time and space is only the legendary ultimate ice. Director Luo, are you telling me this to recruit me? From Luo Xiuyuan's words. If his ability is truly the legendary power, then he does not believe the other party would allow him to continue being an ordinary citizen, drifting outside the control of official powers. Indeed, since the appearance of awakened ones last century, we have discovered that the threats we face are not only the sudden emergence of monsters from the classic of mountains and seas, but also many awakened ones from other countries. Other countries have awakened ones too. After the initial surprise, Yin Shihu felt that it should be this way. The entire blue star could not possibly have only Huaxia as an exception. If that were the case, Huaxia would have long dominated the entire blue star. Seeing that Yin Shihu was merely surprised by this, Luo Xiuyuan did not explain much about awakened ones from other countries. The Special Investigation Department was established to deal with various emergencies. It is a special action agency directly under the highest leadership of Huaxia, with corresponding branches set up in every provincial city. Each branch director is an S-grade controller. What is an S-grade controller? Is it a realm? Yin Shihu was surprisingly receptive to Luo Xiuyuan's words and quickly came back to ask the key point. Yes, awakened ones are just a general realm. When you awaken your own extraordinary ability, you enter the first realm and become an awakened one. There are 3 stages in the awakened phase, conveniently named D grade, C grade, and B grade for memory and distinction. Above that is the second realm, the controller. Both the Fox and I are in this realm, which is divided into 3 stages, A grade, S grade, and SS grade. When you break through the SS grade controller, you will reach the final realm, the Transcender. Unlike the first 2 realms, the Transcender only has the SSS stage and the stage. I see. So, if I join you, will there be an internship certificate and internship salary? Yin Shihu thought carefully as Luo Xiuyuan introduced the situation to him. After all, he is still just a 20-year-old college student. The idea of saving the world as a hero was just a thought from his middle school days. At this moment, a salary that meets his living needs is far more important. Luo Xiuyuan was clearly caught off guard by Yin Shihu's words. Yin Shihu had a skeptical expression, as if to say, can such a large organization not afford to pay salaries? Luo Xiuyuan's temples throbbed with anger. They have such a large 3-story independent building as their headquarters in the expensive Beijing city. Do they look like they can't afford to pay salaries? Anger aside, Luo Xiuyuan still smiled and said, of course, we are directly under the central authority and the benefits are quite good. Luo Xiuyuan thought for a moment, unsure of what benefits Yin Shihu truly wanted, so he simply listed everything. As an awakened one like you, upon entering the job, you can have a salary of 12,000, and this amount will increase as your cultivation level rises. You will also receive formal employment status. And even if you can't continue fighting on the front lines due to injury or illness, you will still have a comfortable life in your later years. I'll join. With such a high salary, formal employment status, this is much better than any internship certificate. Moreover, being directly under central authority, it's a great honor to speak of. Good. Luo Xiuyuan was also very pleased to have the legendary ultimate element possessor join his ranks, as this would be a great asset in the future. Yuyo, take Comrade Yin Shihu to handle the onboarding procedures. Luo Xiuyuan called out to the door, and a girl in a pink dress walked in. Comrade Yin Shihu, over here. Wang Yuyo led Yin Shihu to a window resembling logistics. In just 10 minutes, Yin Shihu completed the onboarding process and received his own identification badge. Yin Shihu curiously played with a work badge in his hand. It was more like a police identification card than a work badge. However, it read, Junior Investigator Yin Shihu, Special Investigation Department of Beijing City. Yin Shihu then followed Wang Yuyo to receive a bottle of something resembling the rumored elixir and arrived at the elevator. Luo Xiuyuan had already been waiting here. Yuyo, you can go busy yourself. After signaling Wang Yuyo to leave, Luo Xiuyuan took Yin Shihu into the elevator. Yin Shihu originally thought they would go to the first floor. After all, it was reasonable for Luo Xiuyuan, as the director of the Special Investigation Department of Beijing City, to have his office on the top floor. However, Luo Xiuyuan pressed the button for the basement instead. Why are we going to the basement? Isn't it a bit ostentatious for the director of the Special Investigation Department to personally drive me home? Unsure, he decided to wait and see. Why is the button for the first floor not the basement, but rather the basement 18? Is this hinting that I'm going down to the 18th level of hell? Yin Shihu, at the back, was imagining wildly, clearly a teenager deeply influenced by online novels. The cultivation of awakened ones is not like those online novels with martial arts manuals. It relies solely on persistent effort over time. Luo Shuyuan stood in front of Yun Shihu, unaware of the brilliant expressions changing behind him. The two rode the elevator down to the 18th basement. When they exited the elevator, what greeted Yun Shihu's eyes was not the cave or cellar he had imagined. Instead, everything was gleaming with a metallic sheen. He could see some people wearing identification badges of the Special Investigation Department moving around, all seemingly heading towards small rooms resembling sauna rooms. Director Luo. The investigators passing by looked at Yun Shihu with curiosity, wondering why this person was personally brought here by Director Luo. Even if he were a newcomer, he should have been brought by the logistics department. Could it be? This kid came in through the back door. Chapter 4. The A-Class Controller. Completing 5 years of Luo Shuyuan in half an hour, ignoring the probing gazes of everyone, Luo Shuyuan brought Yun Shihong to an available steam room. Before he could even let Yun Shihong sit on the mat inside, Yun Shihong took a quick step and pressed against the wall, looking at him with a face full of fear. Luo Shuyuan, what is going on with today as college students? Their minds are so different from when I was studying 10 years ago. This is a quiet room specifically designed by the Special Investigations Department for Awakeners to cultivate. Cultivation for Awakeners is an extremely dangerous affair. It is a process of evolving from a mortal body to a higher dimensional life form, requiring an extremely quiet environment. An initial cultivation must have someone to guide. In the more than 100 years since the Special Investigations Department was established, there have been hundreds of instances where initial cultivation led to madness and death due to lack of guidance. Yun Shihong nodded. He understood that Luo Shuyuan was responsible for his first experience. It felt strange. What Luo Shuyuan didn't mention was that typically when new awakeners emerge, the local Special Investigations Bureau assigns someone to guide them, usually a senior investigator, a B-class awakener. Having Luo Shuyuan oversee Yun Shihong's initial cultivation was both his own suggestion and a decision from the higher-ups in Huaxia. The emergence of an extreme element holder was deemed too precious. The higher-ups even speculated that this represented a sign of significant changes to come for Blue Star, likely heralding the emergence of more extreme element holders thereafter. Whenever the world faces chaos or disaster, many talents are bound to appear. This is a necessary self-correction of the world. Following Luo Shuyuan's instructions, Yun Shihong sat cross-legged on the mat in the center of the quiet room. Now, begin to calm your mind and feel the energy within your body, which we refer to as spiritual energy. Once you perceive the existence of this energy, try to gather it into a ball from various parts of your body, concentrating it at the center of your dantian, which is at the Zongdanshan position. Yun Shihong quickly sensed the so-called spiritual energy. However, strangely, the spiritual energy in his body did not disperse, but instead gathered at the Zongdanshan from the very beginning. Soon, Yun Shihong's consciousness gradually made contact with the spiritual energy within. The moment of contact brought a bone-chilling cold that surged into the depths of his soul, freezing it completely. In the outside world, Luo Shuyuan hadn't even had the chance to continue explaining how to absorb the spiritual energy from heaven and earth to strengthen oneself when a familiar cold air erupted from Yun Shihong's body. Luo Shuyuan's mind moved, and golden light shot out from his body, forming a transparent protective shield around him. The moment the cold air made contact with the shield, it actually crystallized into ice flowers on the shield. Is this the energy intensity of extreme ice? This is outrageous, Luo Shuyuan murmured. His ability is the power of the mind, and the strength of that power comes from the extent of his inner strength. If one were to make a comparison, it is somewhat similar to the power of the Mind Stone in the American superhero universe. It is an intangible force. However, at this moment, the cold air erupting from Yun Shihong, a D-class awakener's first cultivation, could freeze even intangible energy. If he were to cultivate to the level of a controller or even an exceeding being, one might fear that a mere thought could freeze 1,000 miles. As the cold air spread, the entire quiet room seemed to plunge into an ice age, with frost visible everywhere. Fortunately, the quiet room was crafted by a master blacksmith using meteorite materials, so there was no immediate risk of it being breached. However, if Yun Shihong's cultivation level rose further, it would be a different story. Luo Shuyuan began to worry about Yun Shihong's future cultivation in the quiet room. At this moment, Yun Shihong was completely unaware of what was happening outside. He found himself standing on the edge of a marvelous ocean. Although it was called an ocean, it was evident that the sea was not composed of water, but rather some unknown energy, resembling seawater. Looking into the distance, Yun Chi-hong noticed a gigantic iceberg floating on the sea. Sitting cross-legged atop the iceberg was a figure with long hair. Yun Chi-hong thought it would be great if he could fly, so he could get closer and see clearly. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he found his feet lifted off the ground, and he steadily flew toward the iceberg. I was just thinking aloud. How do I know if the person on that iceberg is good or bad? Ever since discovering that this world has an unknown side, Yun Chi-hong had become more cautious. A famous saying once stated that the world is a sick and imperfect society. One half sleeps under the sun, while the other awakens in darkness. No one knows if you are facing someone asleep or awake, or perhaps they are not even human. Yun Chi-hong felt that he had been flying for a long time, yet the distance to the iceberg never seemed to shorten. Just as he was about to stop, the figure on the iceberg suddenly flew toward Yun Chi-hong. Finally, the distance between them closed to the point where they faced each other, and Yun Chi-hong was stunned. The person on the iceberg looked exactly like him. The only difference was that he had short hair, while the figure opposite him had long hair. Moreover, the figure clearly was not human, with an entire body of ice blue, as if made of ice blocks. What surprised Yun Chi-hong even more was that the figure showed no intention of stopping and directly rushed into his body. Before Yun Chi-hong could even check what was happening inside him, a massive stream of memories appeared out of nowhere in his mind, nearly bursting his brain. In a quiet room outside, Yun Chi-hong's forehead bulged with veins, and he couldn't help but let out a howl toward the sky. Gradually, a six-sided snowflake-shaped tattoo appeared in the center of his forehead, and his once jet-black short hair transformed into snow-white hair in an instant. Yun Chi-hong's aura also began to strengthen slowly. After a full half-hour, the dense cold air in the quiet room reached a level where even Luo Shuyuan had to exert all his strength to ensure he wouldn't be frostbitten, before finally returning to Yun Chi-hong's body. At that moment, Yun Chi-hong's aura reached an unprecedented peak. This means he has broken through to the A-class controller. Luo Shuyuan was completely bewildered. No, what is going on here? Half an hour ago, he was just a D-class awakener who had just awakened his extraordinary abilities. In just half an hour, you tell me he has directly crossed the stages of C-class and B-class awakeners to become an A-class controller? What does that make of his 5 years of cultivation just to break through to A-class and being hailed as Huaxia's #1 genius? Was it just a matter of time? Luo Shuyuan felt like crying without tears. As Yun Chi-hong's cultivation reached the A-class controller stage, the raging cold air also subsided. Yun Chi-hong opened his eyes. In his pitch-black eyes, there was a faint flicker of ice-blue light, adding a touch of mystery to him. What on earth happened? And what about your cultivation? Seeing Yun Chi-hong awaken, Luo Shuyuan couldn't care less about his own sorrow and rushed forward, asking a series of urgent questions. This is all due to the extreme ice. Chapter 5, 30,000 salary. Yin Chi had never thought of hiding it. Since Luo Shuyuan could determine that his ability was the ultimate ice, then surely others could see it as well. Moreover, this matter must have already been reported to the higher-ups in Huaxia. He had no enmity with his own country. And which of the new generation youths in the new century is not patriotic? Therefore, Yun Chi had long decided to rely on a strong backing. Since he possessed the rumored power they spoke of, all he needed to do was to rely on the country and diligently cultivate to become a powerful figure who could wield influence. As long as one is strong and excellent enough, naturally, there will be great scholars to endorse you. Because this quiet room for the awakened to cultivate was made by Huaxia's master forgers using meteorites combined with various materials. It was also covered with an S-level controller's mental isolation capability, making it arguably the safest place in the entire Special Investigation Department. Thus, Yin Chi and Luo Shuyuan simply sat down in this quiet room. All of this was brought about by the ultimate ice. Luo Shuyuan listened to Yun Chi's explanation, feeling a chill of fear. This feeling had not occurred for a long time since he reached the S-level controller stage and took over as the director of the Special Investigation Department in Beijing. It was simply that Yun Chi's experiences over the past half hour were too extraordinary. It turned out that the sea that suddenly appeared after Yun Chi began to cultivate was his own sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness can only be opened up by strong individuals at the controller level. Prior to that, although the sea of consciousness existed within the body during the awakened stage, it could not be perceived at all, only when the cultivation reaches the controller stage. Combining inner spiritual power and extraordinary abilities, can the sea of consciousness be opened, granting the awakened the power of divine consciousness. That ice-blue Yin Chi body was formed by the ultimate ice, a gift to its master. That figure was composed purely of ice elements, appearing to be a solid body, but was actually an energy body. When it rushed into Yun Chiha's body, it directly dissipated, transforming into pure ice laws that continuously impacted and refined Yun Chiha's physical body. That was why Yun Chiha's hair turned white in an instant. The hexagonal snowflake mark on his forehead was a sign of his body being purified. Furthermore, Yun Chiha's cultivation soared directly from D-level awakened to A-level controller due to the effect of the ultimate ice. The power of ultimate elements is immense, embodying the laws and legend. How could such a powerful ability awaken only at the D-level stage? So you mean all possessors of ultimate elements will immediately break through to A-level controllers upon awakening? Luo Shiyuan's eyelids twitched. This was too unbelievable. Yes, and the body of each ultimate element possessor will be transformed by the ultimate element into the most suitable body for cultivation. My current body can no longer be called an ordinary mortal body. It should be referred to as the extreme ice body. He wasn't sure if it was because he no longer belonged to the mortal realm, but he gradually felt his thoughts being influenced by the extreme ice, as if there were fewer emotional fluctuations. Yin Chiha kept his guard up. Perhaps there were unknown side effects involved. After ending the conversation, Luo Shiyuan returned to his office and formed a seal with his hands. Disperse. With Luo Shiyuan's command, the seal immediately spread throughout the office. After confirming everything was correct, Luo Shiyuan waved his hand, and a mirror appeared in midair, projecting a light screen. After a few breaths, a figure appeared on the light screen, looking like a middle-aged man in his 40s. General Song Jiang. Luo Shiyuan saluted the person in the light screen. Xiao Luo, you summoned me so urgently. Has something happened in Huaxia? The middle-aged man in the light screen spoke very urgently. Huaxia is their ancestral land, and there must not be a single mistake. However, with other countries' SS-level controllers and above not present, he couldn't understand what could threaten Huaxia. No, I have something urgent to report. Please inform the Ice War God. Now is probably not the time. Recently, the beautiful country has been restless, and the figure of Long Jiuzai has appeared in the Arctic Circle. All the war gods are not at their stations. Luo Shiyuan had not contacted Song Jiang for some time, and he was unaware that there had been such a significant change in the Arctic Circle. Then please inform the Ice War God as quickly as possible. During this extraordinary period, Luo Shiyuan couldn't say anything that must be addressed immediately. Having a broader perspective was necessary. After Yin Chiha came out of the quiet room, he took a hat from Luo Shiyuan and put it on. Although it was the hottest time of summer, wearing a hat on the road felt quite strange. However, he preferred to be a bit odd rather than let his head of white hair shine in the sun. Moreover, his current extreme ice body was not afraid of heat or fire, unless he encountered an awakened individual of the extreme fire element. When parting, Luo Shiyuan told him that the aftermath of the previous bakery incident had been dealt with, and he no longer needed to work at the bakery. Moreover, since he had suddenly soared to A-level controller cultivation, his identity card needed to be remade. He could collect it at the Special Investigation Department in Linhai City in about 3 days. Because the director of the Linhai City Special Investigation Department was currently absent, Luo Shiyuan was temporarily acting as the director of the Linhai City Special Investigation Department. Therefore, although Yun Chiha was technically an investigator in the Beijing Special Investigation Department, he could still reside in Linhai City and participate in tasks in either city. Yin Chiha deliberately avoided surveillance and walked to a remote area. Although Linhai City was adjacent to Beijing City, there was still a distance of several hundred kilometers. Therefore, Yin Chiha planned to try out his newly acquired ability. Flight. That's right, Luo Shiyuan had told him that when awakened individuals cultivate to the controller stage, they can break free from the constraints of gravity and have the ability to fly freely. As long as they cover themselves with spiritual power while flying, they won't be detected by satellites or various radar systems. Yin Chiha tried to cover his whole body with extreme ice spiritual power, forming a spiritual power cloak, and shot up into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. Ding! Your account ending in XXXX has received a deposit of 30,000. Note: June salary. Yin Chiha had been back in Linhai City for 3 days. During these 3 days, he had been at home studying how to control the surging spiritual power within him. Generally, it takes awakened individuals more than a decade or even longer to cultivate from D-level to A-level controller. This shows that the cultivation of awakened individuals is often tedious and extremely time-consuming. In the 2 days since Yin Chiha returned, he not only stabilized his cultivation, but also attempted to continue breaking through. However, the amount of spiritual power needed to break through from A-level controller to S-level controller was simply too much, and it required an exceptionally solid foundation. In this environment lacking spiritual energy revival, relying solely on the thin spiritual energy in the air, it would probably take at least a year or two to successfully break through. Therefore, after receiving his salary for the month, Yin Chiha planned to go out for a stroll. He now considered himself part of the high-income, high-protection group with a monthly income of 30,000 in a central government position. So he wanted to buy. Spend. Chapter 6. Strange Beasts of Mountains and Seas. Yin Chiha, holding his newly earned 30,000 salary, made his way directly to the largest mall nearby. There were so many things young people wanted to buy, and even becoming a transcendent human couldn't stop the allure of consumption. After changing into a set of electronic gear, Yin Chiha glanced at the time. It was already around 7 or 8 in the evening. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, he decided to stop by the Special Investigation Department to collect his new identity badge, since there were always investigators on duty there. He wanted to avoid a scenario like those in novels where he ran into a colleague and ended up in various awkward situations due to not having proper identification. He thought he was still a bit thin-skinned in these matters. The office building of the Special Investigation Department in Linhai City was not far from Yin Chiha's home. It would only take about half an hour on foot, so he planned to walk. Although it was already evening, the residual heat from the afternoon's sun still lingered. It was arguably the most oppressive time of the day, but ever since he mastered the power of extreme ice, this little heat could hardly affect him, especially since his body had been reshaped into the extreme ice body. As Yin Chiha passed by a street lined with bars, he faintly caught a whiff of a particularly fragrant smell. This aroma was not like a woman's perfume or the fragrance typically found in bars. It carried an enticing quality. It should be noted that the energy body he fused with during his last cultivation, formed from pure ice elements, not only helped him reshape his body, but also partially merged into his sea of consciousness, ultimately turning his entire sea of consciousness into a glacier, extremely solid and impenetrable by any foreign entities. Therefore, if this unusual fragrance were to come from an ordinary A-level controller, they would likely have already fallen for it and been lured away. Yin Chiha cautiously approached the source of the strange scent. Although he had suddenly become an A-level controller, when it came to combat experience, he was still a complete novice. No techniques, just relying on strength. Zhang Xiaowen stumbled out from the back door of the bar. He had only wanted to catch up with his good buddies during the summer vacation, so he drank a bit more than usual. Who knew that the drinks here were so strong? After a short while, he found it hard to hold himself together and could only make an excuse to step outside for some fresh air. The bar was great in every way, but it was too noisy when he just wanted a moment of peace. Thinking this, Zhang Xiaowen leaned against the wall and slowly squatted down, preparing to take out a cigarette. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from a nearby garbage pile. Zhang Xiaowen stole a glance and saw a cat. But this tabby cat seemed a bit too large. It seemed to sense Zhang Xiaowen's gaze and slowly turn around to look at him. Since this was just the back door of the bar, it was mostly a place for garbage, and the dim yellow light made it hard to see clearly. Zhang Xiaowen shifted his position slightly and, aided by the moonlight, finally got a better look. This was no tabby cat. This was clearly a monster. Before him was a creature with grayish-white fur, a giant mouth with only one eye, and surprisingly, 3 tails sprouting from its rear. Although it looked somewhat like a raccoon, it was clearly not. Zhang Xiaowen rubbed his eyes. Maybe he was seeing things because he had drunk too much. After all, how could there be a cat with 1 eye and 3 tails? The uniquely shaped creature noticed that Zhang Xiaowen was staring at it without moving and seemed annoyed, making a move to pounce at him. Oh no! Zhang Xiaowen instantly sobered up. Before he could even think of escaping, the strange creature's 3 tails whipped toward him. They looked slender and weak, but when the tip struck Zhang Xiaowen's calf, blood instantly flowed. He fell to the ground, curling up in pain, clutching his leg and gritting his teeth. However, the situation on the scene didn't allow him to dwell on his injury. The strange creature was slowly approaching him. Due to the injury on his left leg, Zhang Xiaowen could only crawl forward, and his speed was understandably slow. Hey, it turned out to be a B-level strange beast. Just when Zhang Xiaowen was about to give up resisting and was thinking about how to send a dream to his dad, a figure that looked like a savior walked into the alley against the light. Yin Chiha, run! It's a monster! Call the police! When Zhang Xiaowen saw the person's appearance, he recognized it was his university roommate, the campus heartthrob. If it were a tall and burly man, he could still call for help, but he knew how much his roommate weighed. Although he exercised regularly, He was just a weak lost student and probably couldn't fight better than himself. Hey, Zheng Xiaowen, you're hurt. Yun Shihe turned to look upon hearing the voice. It was a familiar face. The student dormitories at Linhai University were all four-person rooms, and among his roommates, Yun Shihe was the closest to Zheng Xiaowen because they shared many common classes due to Zheng Xiaowen studying finance. Wait a moment. I'll deal with this thing and take you to the hospital right away. This thing is scary strong. You should go call for more people. Zheng Xiaowen clearly didn't believe Yun Shihe's words, and, seeing him standing in front of him, felt even more frustrated. No, it's not even windy right now. Why is everything I say blowing away? Yun Shihe, I heard you. I just don't want to respond. During the past 3 days at home, he specifically sought out books on the classic of mountains and seas to read and remembered quite a few strange beasts. The tabby-like strange beast before him was one of them. Huan, the classic of mountains and seas records. It resembles a raccoon, has 1 eye and 3 tails, and its sound can overpower 100 voices. It can ward off evil and is said to be able to subdue calamities. Legends say this strange beast can ward off evil and malevolence. Yun Shihe could sense through his extreme ice consciousness that the beast before him was only B-level. This was his first time facing a strange beast alone, and although he was at a higher level, he didn't dare to be overly arrogant. After all, it was a strange beast from the classic of mountains and seas. Yun Shihe gathered a ball of ice-blue light in each hand, the 2 energy orbs illuminating Zheng Xiaowen's astonished face. This was only a few days into the vacation, and not only had a monster appeared, but his past good buddy had secretly become a master of the Kamehameha. Previously, Yun Shihe had consulted Luo Shuyuan at the Special Investigation Department in Beijing about whether such techniques could be learned. He received a definite answer: no, because awakeners do not enhance their limits through ancient martial arts as rumored. They rely on the extraordinary factors within their bodies, also known as extraordinary abilities, which cannot be released through the techniques of ancient martial arts. Awakeners can only comprehend and discover their extraordinary abilities to understand the means of release, also known as divine powers. Luo Shun indicated he was applying for an extremely strong ice-type ability user to be his teacher, to teach him how to comprehend his own divine power. Therefore, Yun Shihe currently had limited means of releasing his spiritual energy and could only rely on his own exploration. Right now, he was condensing his spiritual energy into energy orbs to release it, all learned from watching foreign sci-fi movies. As the ice-blue energy orbs in Yun Shihe's hands condensed, snow suddenly began to fall in the entire alley. Zheng Xiaowen was dumbfounded. Was this Kamehameha really this cool? Shouldn't he also learn a bit? Chapter 7. Jade Plaster Yunkahu sent out 2 balls of energy light with a gentle motion of his hands, charging straight towards the otherworldly beast across from him. Huan felt as if facing a formidable enemy after Yunkahu appeared. He could sense that the human before him had an unfathomable aura. Seeing Yunkahu's attack coming, Huan quickly turned around, his 3 long tails swaying in the wind and snow, trying to use his tails to pull back the energy balls. However, when his tails made contact with the energy balls, the expected rebound did not occur. Instead, the energy balls exploded, rapidly spreading along Huan's tails to engulf his entire body. "Senior, what happened here?" A voice came from the mouth of the alley, just as Yunkahu waved his hand, causing the ice sculpture that was Huan to shatter into countless small ice fragments that melted into the air. The newcomers were a pair of young men and women, both sea-level awakeners based on their aura. Yunkahu quickly scanned their identification badges. "You are the duty investigators from the Linhai Special Investigation Office today?" "Senior, who are you?" Li Hao and his sister Li Yao had originally planned to spend their dull duty hours playing games at the investigation office. However, the wind chime that had been enhanced for sensory abilities suddenly rang nonstop. The two did not dare to delay and hurried in the direction indicated by the wind chime. This wind chime was specially made by the investigation office to monitor the level of spiritual energy anomalies throughout the city. Under normal circumstances, it would not ring. It only reacted to powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy, often indicating either otherworldly beasts or awakeners. When the Lee siblings arrived at the scene, they could only see an injured person lying at the entrance of the alley, with a man in a white t-shirt, casual pants, and sneakers standing in front of him. Following the direction indicated by the man's finger, they could see a one-eyed, 3-tailed beast that resembled both a raccoon and a fox cautiously retreating. "It's Huan." The first task for investigators joining the Special Investigation Office was to become familiar with all the rare and exotic beasts mentioned in the Shanhai Jing, classic of mountains and seas. Therefore, any entity appearing in the Shanghai Jing was known to the investigators, although the two could not sense Huan's level of power, indicating that Huan was likely far stronger than them. Protecting ordinary people was the inherent mission of the Special Investigation Office. They should use their extraordinary bodies to guard the lives of the masses. However, before they could take action, the energy light ball in the man's hand instantly froze Huan in place. Then they saw this powerful senior wave his hand, and the now ice-bound Huan simply dissipated in the wind. Just in time you arrived. Do you have any healing medicine? Yunkehu did not respond to Li Hao's question, as there was still a severely injured Zhang Xiaowen beside him, who was waiting for treatment. Ah, yes, I brought it. Li Hao took out a small round iron box the size of a mirror from her bag. After opening it, she took out some ointment that looked somewhat like lard and applied it to Zhang Xiaowen's wounds. In no time, the bleeding from where Huan's tail had swept across stopped, and the injury was healing at a visibly slow rate. This is jade plaster? Yunkehu looked at the small iron box in Li Yao's hand with some surprise. The Shanghai Jing mentioned jade plaster, which was said to have been consumed by the Yellow Emperor, allowing for longevity and wound healing. However, this stuff should be quite precious. How could an ordinary investigator just take it out? Senior has a good eye. This is indeed jade plaster. Li Yao quietly put away the jade plaster in her hand. Although every investigator at the Special Investigation Office received a box, it did not diminish the value of jade plaster. If this unknown powerful figure were to kill for wealth, she and her brother would undoubtedly be no match. Just the energy ball this senior used to attack could have easily killed them. Seeing Li Yao's cautious demeanor, Yunkehu realized that the unwanted blunder he most feared had indeed occurred. It was true that lacking identification made things difficult everywhere. You don't need to be so cautious. My name is Yunkehu, also an investigator from the Special Investigation Office. I was planning to go to the Linghai Special Investigation Office to pick up my newly made identification badge when I passed by here and noticed something was wrong. I see. Then please wait a moment. Senior, we need to perform some memory erasure for this individual. When Li Hao and Li Yao heard Yunkehu's name, they felt relieved. Li Yao had thought this senior looked familiar. It turned out he was the newly promoted special investigator from the Jingjing City Special Investigation Office. However, this newly promoted special investigator looked so young. They wondered how old he was when he awakened his extraordinary abilities to reach the A-level controller realm at such a young age. In all special investigation offices, ranks were clearly defined. D-level awakeners could only be junior investigators, while C-level and B-level awakeners corresponded to intermediate and senior investigator positions. Above that were only special investigators and the director. Hey, wait, what special investigation office, what memory erasure, what are you talking about? Zhang Xiaowen had just been amazed by the miraculous effects of the jade plaster, thinking about going home to let his father explore this business opportunity. If he could obtain exclusive agency rights, he would make a fortune. After all, he had never heard of the name jade plaster in the market. By the time he gathered his thoughts, he found he could no longer understand what Yunkehu and the two newcomers were saying. Wait, just as Yunkehu was about to have the two erase Zhang Xiaowen's memory of the earlier incident, he unexpectedly discovered a faint spiritual energy fluctuation within Zhang Xiaowen. To his surprise, Zhang Xiaowen, injured by Huan's tail, imbued with spiritual energy, had inadvertently stimulated the extraordinary factors already existing within him. This caused Zhang Xiaowen's abilities to hover on the brink of awakening. Although Li Hao and Li Yao did not know why Yunkehu wanted them to wait, they stopped their actions with the wind chime. Yunkehu thought for a moment, then used his index finger to draw out a wisp of consciousness from his forehead, which flew directly into Zhang Xiaowen's mind under everyone's gaze. Zhang Xiaowen did not have time to be surprised before he fainted. His extraordinary abilities were awakening, although it was still unclear whether he would ultimately succeed in becoming one of the awakened, just in case. All right, let's go. Seeing that the bleeding on Zhang Xiaowen's leg had stopped, Yunkehu called Li Hao and Li Yao to leave. Earlier, Yunkehu had used his consciousness to set up a barrier in Zhang Xiaowen's mind, sealing away his memories of this part of today. Although Yunkehu had not learned these abilities and methods, the extraordinary power that had always been hidden in his body awakened naturally, giving him many small techniques. If Zhang Xiaowen ultimately failed to awaken his own extraordinary abilities, this barrier would remain, preventing him from recalling what happened tonight and potentially saving his life in critical moments. This could be considered a little assurance from a good friend. Chapter 8. The Little Dragon Club Senior. Please take a seat and wait a moment. I'll go get your identity badge right away. As soon as she returned to the Linghai Special Investigation Bureau, Li Yao hurried towards the logistics department. Indeed, after a moment, she came out holding a red box. Yin Chiha took the box, and upon closer inspection, he realized that it didn't resemble an ordinary gift box at all. You must have just joined the Special Investigation Bureau, right? This type of box was crafted by the Bureau's master artisans using some meteorite materials, the same as those used in the quiet rooms. Li Hao saw Yun Shihe playing with the box with a curious look and assumed that Yun Shihe had been a lone wolf before recently joining the Bureau. You don't need to call me senior. I've only been with the Special Investigation Bureau for 4 days, and my understanding of awakeners and the exotic beasts from the mountains and seas is limited to the books I've read in these 4 days. Liu responded. Only 4 days in the Bureau, huh? It's normal not to be familiar with various equipment. Li Hao exclaimed. You mean you went from just awakening to becoming an A-level controller in just 4 days? Li Hao only heard the first half of the answer to her question, while Li Hao caught the deeper meaning in the latter half. Soon, Li Hao realized, right, maybe it's just good talent. Yun Shihe didn't elaborate further. Luo Shiyuan had warned him before that it was best not to reveal anything about extreme elements to anyone, as it was unclear whether they were good or bad. Hearing what Yun Shihe said, the Li siblings felt a bit of a toothache. They sensed that this person was showing off and had evidence to back it up. Yet they couldn't compete with him. Yun Shihe opened the lid, revealing a neatly placed identity badge with a golden border inside. The front displayed several embossed golden characters. Top-level investigator Yun Shihe, Shangjing City. Yun Shihe didn't linger much at the Linghai Special Investigation Bureau. He preferred to return home to cultivate rather than spend the night out. When he was at the Shangjing Special Investigation Bureau, Luo Shiyuan had mentioned that the cultivation of awakeners was an extremely dangerous matter. Especially for those newly awakened, guidance was necessary during their first cultivation. Once they reached the controller realm, the danger significantly decreased. Controllers can skillfully harness their extraordinary powers and manage their internal spiritual energy during cultivation, preventing any potential spiritual energy surges. They can also cover their bodies or larger areas with spiritual energy for protection. Thus, awakeners at the controller level no longer need to cultivate exclusively in quiet rooms. When Yun Shihe first arrived at the underground level 18 of the Shangjing Special Investigation Bureau, he noticed that everyone he encountered was at the awakening stage. Upon returning home, Yun Shihe didn't rush to cultivate. Instead, he sat at his computer, searching for news about ancient events while organizing the information he had heard about awakeners from the Li siblings earlier that evening. In a city of Chuan Province, a century-old corpse, its flesh stiff and uncorrupted, wrapped in mummification cloth, was discovered alongside glutinous rice and talismans rumored to be related to zombies. A Zen master in Huaxia, whose body has remained uncorrupted for 1,000 years. In the 1930s, a city in our country experienced continuous rain for 40 days. After the rain, locals found a dying dragon in the reeds. They used various methods to rescue the dragon. But days later, it mysteriously disappeared, only to reappear later as a skeleton. There were countless supernatural events online, not only in Huaxia, but all over the country. The Bermuda Triangle, the Kola Super Deep Borehole, the pyramids, Stonehenge, and so on. These bizarre, unsolved mysteries were merely considered interesting knowledge to broaden horizons back in high school. However, from Yun Shihe's current perspective as an extraordinary being, perhaps the supernatural nature of these events was because they were all connected to the world of awakeners, that is, the extraordinary realm. Only this could explain why there have been so many unsolved mysteries on Blue Star over the years. Perhaps the other side of the world is much broader than the one humans inhabit, since the so-called extraordinary factors have always existed within the human body, accompanying each person throughout their lives. It was impossible for someone to only successfully awaken in the last century. In the long past, either there was no widespread awareness of it, or some significant events occurred that prevented humanity from awakening their extraordinary abilities at that time. As Yun Shihe sat in his chair, scrolling through one mysterious event after another, he softly murmured to himself. He picked up his phone from the table and opened an app called Little Dragon Club. This was an internal app exclusive to the Special Investigation Bureau. Only intern investigators and officially ranked investigators had access to it, and interns had many permissions that were not activated. The app's design and name were meant to prevent spies from easily uncovering Huaxia's major secrets. All personnel within the Bureau could use this app for communication and to accept tasks. Given the vastness of Huaxia, even counting the directors of major city special investigation bureaus, the total extraordinary combat power available was only a few tens of thousands. It's worth noting that there are billions of people across the entire Huaxia. Thus, it is clear that ordinary people fortunate enough to become awakeners are truly rare talents. Yun Shihe had previously explored the app's communication and treasury functions out of boredom at home. The communication function currently had only one contact, Luo Xiaoyuan, and another, Wang Yuyu, who took him to logistics for his ID verification. Even the head of the Extraordinary Research Institute, Dean Shun, who had conducted his examination, had not yet been added to his contacts. The treasury function contained various rare treasures, weapons, and elixirs, but each item required contribution points for exchange, which could only be obtained through tasks. Yin Shiha had been waiting for his identity badge to arrive, thinking it would make accepting tasks easier. Now that he had obtained the high-level ID with a golden border, he didn't plan to waste any time. He aimed to complete tasks as soon as possible to earn contribution points in exchange for some magical artifacts and elixirs. Since his innate talent was already exceptional, he couldn't neglect his efforts thereafter. Before he had come into contact with the extraordinary, Yin Shiha's wish was simple, to maintain a stable and peaceful life for his small family. Now, his wish was also simple, to have absolute say in the vast extraordinary world and to enjoy himself as much as possible. Chapter 9. The Cannibal Library of Los Angeles University. Yin Shiha was scrolling through the task interface. Although there had been an increasing number of extraordinary events in recent years, it wasn't to the point of having new tasks popping up everywhere. Most of the tasks involved researchers from the Extraordinary Research Institute going out to investigate in the wilds and various renowned mountains. After browsing for a while, Yin Shiha finally found a suitable task: investigate the strange events at the Los Angeles University Library. 5 days ago, a series of student fainting incidents occurred at Los Angeles University. All fainted students have not shown any signs of awakening, and their electrocardiograms are extremely irregular. Some students have even had their hearts stop beating, yet their bodies show no signs of decay, and aside from the lack of heartbeat, all other vital signs are stable. According to witnesses, all fainted students exhibited special conditions at the entrance of the school library. The Los Angeles Special Investigation Department has dispatched a senior investigator and 3 intermediate investigators, all of whom are currently missing. This task requires at least 2 senior investigators or 1 special investigator to undertake. Task reward: 100,000 Huaxia coins, 500 contribution points. Yin Shiha glanced through the task summary. Los Angeles is located in the inland of Huaxia, nearly hundreds to 1,000 kilometers away from Linhai City. If Yin Shiha flew at full speed, he could probably reach it in about an hour, but it would be quite exhausting. Moreover, the area around the Los Angeles University Library had already been secured, so there was no need to rush, as the expenses for such tasks could be reimbursed through the Little Dragon Club app. Most importantly, after Yin Shiha was promoted to a special investigator, his monthly salary had reached 30,000, so he promptly booked a flight from Linhai City to Los Angeles. It was his first time flying in 20 years of life, and he was excited just thinking about it. Los Angeles, as a renowned ancient capital of Huaxia with a history of being the seat of many emperors, greeted Yin Shiha as he got off the plane. Following the route registered in the app, he headed straight to the Los Angeles Special Investigation Office to learn more detailed information. Investigator Yun, actually, we don't know much either. Most of it is in the task summary, said a senior investigator named Zhou Jie, a B-grade awakened one, as he received Yin Shiha. Are you saying that the 3 investigators have only managed to find out this little bit of information? Yin Shiha asked in disbelief. It seemed that this task was far from simple. The presence that could silently make a B-grade awakened senior investigator disappear must at least be at the peak of B-grade, and very likely an A-grade. Whether it was a mountain sea exotic beast or another awakened one was still uncertain. Our Los Angeles does have a few special investigators, but they haven't returned from a mission at Mongshan, so we can only trouble you, Zhou Jie continued. However, we have arranged for an intermediate investigator to accompany you to the Los Angeles University Library. He gestured to a young man behind him. This is Chung Wanli. He just entered his 4th year at Los Angeles University and awakened his perception ability in his 1st year. He is currently a C-grade awakened one. Hello, I am Chung Wanli. Chung Wanli was quite tall, matching his name, and exuded the aura of a local. Hello, Yin Shiha. In the extraordinary circles of Huaxia, and even globally, strength is paramount. For awakened ones, the world constrained by law is no longer the same world for them. Only stronger awakened ones can restrain others. The strong are revered, and that is the only law in the extraordinary circles. Thus, although Chung Wanli had awakened before him and had been training for much longer, Yin Shiha still accepted Chung Wanli's respect with pleasure. Under Chung Wanli's guidance, Yin Shiha arrived at the Los Angeles University Library. As the most prestigious university in the area, its facilities were top-notch. The library had 6 floors, standing quietly in the middle of the lake like a box. Due to the recent supernatural events, the library was now surrounded by police tape, and security personnel could be seen stopping unsuspecting students, while a few individuals who clearly weren't ordinary were closely monitoring the situation around the library. Those individuals are undercover investigators specially sent from our Los Angeles Special Investigation Department, Chung Wanli explained as he noticed Yin Chiha staring at the people around the library entrance. The aura fluctuations around the library seem off, Yin Chiha murmured. With a flick of his finger, an ice-blue spiritual light flashed, but it vanished quickly. He intended to use spiritual power to probe inside the library first, but the spiritual light was blocked outside. Is this a barrier? Yin Chiha was taken aback. According to ancient records from the Special Investigation Department, a barrier is a special type of formation. Unlike typical awakened training, formations in alchemy are usually cultivated based on ancient techniques passed down, which are closely controlled by the higher-ups in Huaxia, leaving ordinary awakened ones with no means or opportunity to access them. Why would a barrier appear here, and when did it come into existence? Stay here. I'll go in and take a look. After some thought, Yin Chiha felt that without entering the tiger's den, he couldn't catch the tiger cub, especially since there was a barrier present, making it hard to perceive the situation inside from the outside. Before Chung Wanli could respond, Yin Chiha had already walked straight to the library entrance and stepped inside. The undercover investigators around knew that the task had been taken up by a special investigator. It must be him. Special investigators are powerful beings at the A-grade controller level. Decisions made by strong individuals are beyond the interference of those still in the awakened phase. As soon as Yin Chiha stepped into the library, he felt a strong consciousness continuously impacting his own. However, this unfamiliar consciousness seemed like a formless entity, possessing immense power but lacking technique. Unable to harm Yin Chiha at all. But for those below the controller level, this consciousness was a fatal dimensional strike. Only when an awakened one reaches the controller stage can they open their sea of consciousness and utilize the power of consciousness. Before that, consciousness is still in a rudimentary stage and is simply no match for it. No wonder those ordinary individuals fainted as soon as they entered the library. Likely, the disappearance of the 3 investigators was also related to this. Yin Chiha walked into the library hall, where a pitch-black flag was quietly floating in mid-air, and the source of the formless consciousness he felt also came from this flag. This is Chapter 10. Art comes from life. The material of this flag seems a bit off. Yin Chiha frowned and stepped closer to the flag, feeling the strange aspects more intensely as he approached. His divine sense easily penetrated the flag, but therein lay the oddity. The flag floated in the center of the entire library, and it was unclear how long it had been there, continuously eroding the minds of those who entered the library with a power similar to divine sense. This should definitely be a magical artifact. If it were, it would be impossible for Yin Chiha's divine sense to pass through so easily. Unless this flag was an ordinary flag. But is that possible? Judging by the flag's current behavior, it could not possibly be an ordinary flag. Believing this flag to be an ordinary object is akin to believing that Yin Chiha is the reincarnation of Qin Shi Huang. This is human skin. Yin Chiha stood close to the flag and sensed it carefully, his eyes widening. There is a legend in the western province about a drum made of human skin. According to the legend, someone would raise a girl from childhood, and when she turned 16 and was still a virgin, they would drill into her skull, infuse it with mercury, and then peel off the entire piece of her skin to make a human skin drum. It is said that drums made this way can connect to hell, transcending the cycle of life and death, and are usually used for sacrificial activities. Upon realizing that the material of this flag was human skin, Yin Chiha immediately thought of the human skin drum from ancient legends. After the last century, such cruel sacrificial practices should have been abolished. How could they reappear today, especially in Luocheng, over 1,000 kilometers away from the western province, and in the form of a flag rather than a drum, with the flag surface being pitch black instead of the color of human skin? Yin Chiha was utterly perplexed. However, the urgent task was to dispose of this flag quickly. The library of Luocheng University could not remain sealed forever. Once too much time passed, many rumors would inevitably circulate, shaking the people's hearts. Yin Chiha clasped his hands together, channeling his internal spiritual power, and several ice spikes instantly formed out of thin air. The ice spikes spun in the air. What exactly is strange about this flag? A test would reveal the truth. Yin Chiha's divine sense moved, accompanied by the ice spikes surging towards the black flag. It seemed that the black flag sensed this action was different from Yun Shiha's previous probing and no longer remained indifferent. Streams of black mist erupted from the flag, shooting straight at Yun Shiha. Yun Shiha discovered that each stream of black mist seemed to carry a human face. Could these be the souls of those fainted students? Yun Shiha murmured. If that were the case, then this flag is like the soul-calling banners in those novels. It turns out that art really does come from life. Although Yun Shiha had 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind, his actions did not pause for a moment. While his combat experience was not as rich as those who had fought for years, his strength was high enough. As long as he was in a superior state regarding cultivation, spiritual power, divine sense, and extraordinary abilities, then combat experience became less significant. Reality is like this. Strength is objective. If one could truly use combat experience to defeat those of higher realms with lower realms, it would only indicate that their strength was not comprehensive enough. All the sources of Yun Shiha's power came from his extraordinary ability, the extreme ice element. This is a top-tier ability related to rules and legends. With his current A-level mastery, even against an ordinary S-level master, he could suppress them. Now, dealing with a flag that harmed others by absorbing souls was still easy for him. As Yun Shiha generated ice walls around the flag, he used his divine sense to delve into the soul-calling banner, hoping to seize control of it in this way, since there were still many ordinary college student souls within the banner. Initially, Yun Shiha's divine sense penetrated the soul-calling banner easily due to its special material made of human skin. Without a medium, even an S-level master like Luo Shiyuan, who had awakened perceptive abilities, would have no way to deal with it. However, now that the soul-calling banner had actively released the souls it had locked away for self-preservation, it naturally provided Yun Shiha with an opportunity for a divine sense assault. Magical artifacts in the world are classified according to ancient texts into magical instruments, treasures, spiritual tools, and spiritual treasures. This soul-calling banner could autonomously attack in the absence of its master, but Yun Shiha did not sense the presence of a spirit within it. This indicated that it was a treasure on the verge of transforming into a spiritual tool. Connecting this with the anomalies in the library and the barrier, it wasn't hard to guess that the owner of the soul-calling banner had deliberately set up a barrier here to conceal the fact that the banner was absorbing living souls in the library to advance into a spiritual tool. Inanimate objects are ultimately just that. Yun Shiha snorted coldly, and the extreme ice divine sense spread outward from him, directly forcing all the soul bodies back into the soul-calling banner. The banner then fell straight to the ground. Yun Shiha stepped forward to pick it up, and the snowflake mark on his forehead shot out a beam of ice-blue light into it, causing chains to appear and bind it within. Seeing that the matter was settled, Yun Shiha prepared to return to the Luoqing Special Investigation Office to report. Unexpectedly, a sudden change occurred. Circular formations began to manifest in the center of the library, and at the same time, a middle-aged woman's figure materialized above the formation. Who are you? The Huaxia Special Investigation Office has someone like you who can easily seal my soul-calling banner? The middle-aged woman had a plain appearance but fierce eyes. She wore loose sleeves, long boots, and was adorned with numerous silver ornaments. It was evident she was dressed in traditional clothing from the Western Province. Are you an awakener from the Western Province? From the Special Investigation Office? The opponent spoke fluent Mandarin. Since she was not an awakener from another country, why would she concoct a soul-calling banner to do such harmful things? What is the Special Investigation Office, little brother? I see you've cultivated to the A-level master realm at such a young age. Surely you've awakened powerful, extraordinary abilities. Why not come mix with me, sister? With my recommendation. As long as you join our demigod sect, you could immediately become a figure at the altar master level, having everything you desire. Isn't that better than struggling to earn contribution points at the Special Investigation Office? The middle-aged woman spoke with a hint of wickedness, which greatly displeased Yun Shiha. He could sense that the aura of the woman before him was above his own, even comparable to Luo Xin, indicating she was undoubtedly an S-level master. With such a strong figure as the mastermind behind the scenes, the barrier and formations here, as well as the disappearance of the 3 investigators, could all be easily explained. What demigod sect? Full god sect. I'm just an ordinary person, not a genius. Genius is merely a title imposed upon me by you all. As Yun Shiha spoke, he began to gather spiritual power. It seemed he needed to quickly comprehend divine abilities from his extraordinary powers. Otherwise, his means of combat were far too scarce. Yun Shiha silently thought, little brother, don't be in a hurry to deny the fact that you are a genius. Yun Shiha, No, big sister. Do you know that villains die from saying too much? Chapter 11. No, you really give me a chance. I've always liked genius awakeners like you the most. The soul-reaping banners made from your skin are truly exquisite. The middle-aged woman became increasingly excited as she spoke, completely oblivious to Yun Chiha's sarcastic gaze. I originally intended to take advantage of the absence of the director and elite investigators from the Special Investigation Department in Luocheng to elevate my treasure's rank through this university library, hoping to help me break through to SS level. However, I didn't expect you to intercept me. What do you think we should do about this? The middle-aged woman pretended to ponder while fiddling with the silver ornaments on her body. Although her tone was very relaxed, Yun Chiha felt a strong, killing intent from her. I knew those sayings about cutting the grass without removing the roots were all lies. Yun Chiha's consciousness was highly focused, always ready to respond to any sudden attacks from the opponent. The gap between each level of awakeners is like a chasm, even for a genius like Yun Chiha, who possesses extreme elemental mastery. It's absolutely impossible to fight against an ancient monster on the verge of breaking through to SS level with an A-level controller's cultivation, unless the opponent gives an opportunity. Yun Chiha did not respond to the middle-aged woman's words, merely standing calmly in place. Running away in this situation would be useless. I haven't yet learned how to comprehend divine powers, so the only thing I could do was fight and look for a chance to escape. How about this? I'll directly pull your soul out from my soul-reaping banner to absorb, then skin you for refinement. This way, the soul-reaping banner will surely produce a spirit and upgrade to a spiritual tool, and you can live forever. Ah, who told me I'm a good person? After finishing her words, the middle-aged woman immediately unleashed her divine power, and a gray-white consciousness surged directly into Yun Chia's mind. No, girl, I only dare to think about it, and you really gave me a chance. If one were to say which part of Yun Chia's body was the hardest for external enemies to invade, it would only be the heart and the sea of consciousness. These two places are where the vast majority of awakeners store their spiritual power and are the most active after awakening their extraordinary abilities. For Yun Chiha, both the heart and the sea of consciousness contain the source of his extraordinary ability, the extreme ice element. Luo Shiyuan once said that the ultimate element is rumored to be the embodiment of the power of rules, mysterious and powerful. After Yun Chiha fully awakened the extreme ice power within him during his initial cultivation, the source of extreme ice also resided in his sea of consciousness and heart at that time. The source of extreme ice in the sea of consciousness continuously washed over his soul and divine consciousness, making these two powers incredibly pure and carrying the power of extreme ice, easily freezing formless and colorless powers like souls and divine consciousness. Meanwhile, the source of extreme ice in the heart constantly connected to various organs within his body through the heart, aiming to reshape his ultimate ice path body. Therefore, as long as the source of extreme ice exists in Yun Chiha's sea of consciousness and heart, no one can defeat him in his sea of consciousness, unless the opponent is also a master of the ultimate element and has a higher cultivation level than him. But clearly, this woman from the West Province does not fall into that category. This is the kid's sea of consciousness. Why are there icebergs everywhere? The woman's divine consciousness transformed into a human form upon entering Yun Chiha's sea of consciousness, and when she saw the surroundings, she was stunned. The sea of consciousness is the weakest point of an awakener. Ordinary cultivators have no way to enter another's sea of consciousness. Even she could barely send a wisp of divine consciousness into another sea of consciousness after secretly studying many ancient texts from the West Province. Experiments have proven that this trick is practically invincible. However, in these decades, she had also killed quite a few awakeners this way. But never had anyone's sea of consciousness been a world of ice and snow. Is this the difference between a genius and an ordinary person? The middle-aged woman's expression twisted slightly. She herself was just an ordinary person who awakened an extraordinary ability to amplify spiritual power through chance. And for some, the amplification was particularly obvious, but her awakening was negligible. This also led to her extremely slow cultivation speed. It took her a full 40 years to reach the B-level awakener realm. Later, she joined the demigod cult, and after improving the human skin drum mentioned in ancient legends from the West Province, refined the soul-reaping banner. The soul-reaping banner can lock the enemy's soul consciousness within it for her use. It can even combine with the demigod cult's special formation to convert soul consciousness into her own spiritual cultivation. Thus, She was able to ascend from a B-level awakener to an S-level controller in just 20 years, and was even on the verge of breaking into SS level. Therefore, she was unsure whether the significant change in Yun Chiha's sea of consciousness was due to the difference between genius and ordinary people. Welcome to my world. While the middle-aged woman was contemplating, a clear voice echoed through this space. A young man in leisure clothes with white hair suddenly appeared across from the woman. In this world of ice and snow, the young man's white hair shone brilliantly, and the hexagonal snowflake mark on his forehead added a sense of mystery to his already extraordinary appearance. Playing tricks. The middle-aged woman recognized the white-haired youth before her was Yun Chiha, and at this moment, she was unwilling to waste words with him. After all, this was in someone else's sea of consciousness. Delay could lead to changes. The woman's divine consciousness transformed into a sharp dagger that shot straight towards Yun Chiha's divine consciousness. The dagger penetrated into Yun Chiha's body. Got it. Before the middle-aged woman could feel happy, a chill surged from the divine consciousness across from her, plunging deep into her soul, as if filled with provoked anger. This chill not only instantly obliterated the divine consciousness invading Yun Chiha's sea of consciousness, but also followed the divine consciousness towards the middle-aged woman's real body. In a moment, the divine consciousness was destroyed. The middle-aged woman outside directly spat out blood. The divine consciousness connects to the cultivator's soul, and although only a wisp of divine consciousness was obliterated, it still caused indelible harm to the cultivator, potentially causing a severe drop in realm. But at this moment, she couldn't care less. After opening her eyes, she flew straight out, even without time to deal with her injuries, spitting blood as she flew. She could sense that the chill was still locking onto her, not knowing where it came from, nor what it was, capable of invading her sea of consciousness through a wisp of divine consciousness. Before the middle-aged woman could think carefully, her body began to freeze from the inside out before she even flew out of the library door, ultimately turning into a human-shaped ice sculpture that fell to the floor. Yun Chiha also slowly opened his eyes, looking at the woman who had already turned into an ice sculpture not far away. You said, if you had directly fought me, I might not be able to defeat you, but since you sent your divine consciousness to me, I have no choice but to accept this generous gift. Seeing that the formation and barrier in this place had shattered and disappeared, Yun Chiha knew that the crisis here had been completely resolved. His demeanor returned to its usual nonchalant state, as if no one were around. Chapter 12. Identity is temporary, but being handsome lasts a lifetime. Chung Wanli. Yun Chihu walked out of the library and called out to Chung Wanli, who was lurking in the distance. Chung Wanli was greatly impressed that Yun Chihu had come out safely so quickly. He truly was a genius who could become a special investigator at the age of 20. He was almost turning into a fanboy. Brother Yun. Yun Chihu. Bush, Goman, you're 2 years older than me. It's not quite appropriate for you to call me brother. Yun Chihu shot several meaningful glances at Chung Wanli. Chung Wanli, Brother Yun, why are you looking at me so much? Do you think I'm particularly perceptive and want to praise me, but are afraid I'll get arrogant? Does the Special Investigation Department have any storage artifacts? Yun Chihu held a soul-summoning flag made of human skin and felt quite uncomfortable. After all, the flag was made of human skin, and who knew whose unfortunate bones it was made from? Yes, Brother Yun, there are quite a few storage artifacts in the Special Investigation Department. You can find them in the treasure function of the Little Dragon Club app. Chung Wanli was happy that he could be of use. But wait, Brother Yun, has your identity card space run out? That shouldn't be the case. With your rank, it should have several hundred square meters, right? What? The identity card is a storage artifact? Yun Chihu was puzzled. Why had no one ever told him this? He hadn't seen any storage artifacts available for exchange in the Little Dragon Club, making him think that this kind of thing hadn't been researched yet. This was actually a misunderstanding. When Yun Chihu first obtained the junior identity card, Wang Yu hadn't had the chance to explain it to him before he was taken to cultivate by Luo Shiyuan. Later, when he switched to the senior identity card, the Li siblings assumed Yun Chihu already understood this. So, in the end, only Yun Chihu was completely ignorant of the identity card. Yes, every formal investigator's identity card in the Huaxia Special Investigation Department is a storage artifact. The higher the investigator's rank, the larger the storage space in the identity card. For example, I am currently a mid-level investigator, so my identity card has about 10 cubic meters of space. Chung Wanli took out his identity card to demonstrate. Seeing this, Yun Chihu also took out his own identity card. He had always thought that the gold-edged gilded identity card looked nice on its own. However, it didn't quite match him when he wore it. The symbol of identity is temporary, but being handsome lasts a lifetime. Noticing the conflict on Yun Chihu's face, Chung Wanli quickly said, "Brother Yun, this identity card is indeed quite ugly." So the master craftsman of the Special Investigation Department specially added some shape-shifting stones when forging it, allowing it to change its appearance freely upon first use. The same identity card can only change once, but you can switch between the identity card and your chosen style at any time. It's quite user-friendly. Yun Chihu thought for a moment and placed the identity card near his left ear. After a moment of transformation, it turned into a gilded ear cuff that tightly adhered to Yun Chihu's left ear. Handsome. No need for many words. Before he awakened, Yun Chihu was already a well-known handsome guy at Linhai University. After experiencing the awakening of the extreme ice element and reshaping the extreme ice body, his looks skyrocketed. Not to say he was the most handsome in the universe, but he at least had to be the dream of 9 billion girls on Blue Star. Now, with a touch of gilded elegance amidst his cold demeanor, it added an air of nobility to Yun Chihu's mysterious charm. Yun Chihu stored the soul summoning flag in his identity card and prepared to return to the Luoqing Special Investigation Department with Chung Wanli. Although he now understood why the students from Luoqing University had fainted and knew where their souls were, he felt that the souls absorbed by the summoning flag had almost no possibility of being released and returning to their bodies. He could only hope that there were some related records in the ancient books collected by the Luoqing Special Investigation Department. Upon returning to the Luoqing Special Investigation Department, Yun Chihu took out the middle-aged woman frozen into an ice sculpture from his identity card and left her there to wait. Chung Wanli immediately contacted Zhou Jie, who had previously received Yun Chihu, to inform him that he and Yun Chihu had successfully completed the mission. "Investigator Yun, I really appreciate your help this time." Zhou Jie came in and praised Yun Chihu before starting to inquire about the details of the mission. "I wonder if there was anything particularly special about this mission." Yun Chihu thought to himself, there were way too many special things. He then recounted the entire mission from the beginning at Luoqing University, detailing everything. "You're saying a middle-aged woman disguised as someone from the West Province appeared, and the soul summoning flag is an artifact she created?" Zhou Jie clearly had worked at the Luoqing Special Investigation Department for many years and knew much more than other investigators. "Yes, and that woman claimed to be from the demigod sect and even wanted to recruit me into that so-called demigod sect, offering me the identity of some kind of altar master." Yun Chihu recalled the situation at that time. "That must be it. This woman is our Special Investigation Department's nemesis. Or rather, the entire demigod sect is the nemesis of all humanity on Blue Star." Yun Chihu did not expect the demigod sect to have such power. At first, he thought it was just a villainous force with a few strong individuals. Little did he know that the demigod sect was actually the nemesis of all humanity on Blue Star. Actually, I'm not very clear about the specifics of the demigod sect either, although I'm currently responsible for the various work dispatches of the Luoqing Special Investigation Department. It's entirely because the director and the special investigators are not present, Zhou Jie said with a hint of apology on his face. "By the way, do you know where the director and the special investigators of the Luoqing Special Investigation Department have gone?" Even that woman knew that there were no strong individuals stationed in Luoqing, which is why she dared to recklessly target ordinary university students. Yun Chihu was somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, a city with a special investigation department should have a significant position throughout Huaxia. The director of a branch special investigation department cannot leave the city without special orders or emergencies. Previously, Yun Chihu couldn't fully understand the reason for this regulation, but now it seemed highly likely to be a precaution against the demigod sect. This matter is actually not a secret in the Luoqing Special Investigation Department. Our director and 6 special investigators have been missing since they went to investigate Mingshan a week ago. If it weren't for the fact that their spiritual energy remained active in the Special Investigation Department, we probably would have applied for rescue long ago. Mingshan? He remembered seeing something related to Mingshan in the supernatural events across various provinces in Huaxia while surfing the internet before taking on the Luoqing University mission. However, he had browsed it rather hurriedly and hadn't paid much attention. Now it seemed that a lineup of an S-class controller with 6 A-class controllers going missing in Mingshan surely indicated it was not a good place. "Hey, Investigator Yun, I wonder if you could temporarily stay in Luochang to help out." Zhou Jie seemed to think of something, his eyes lighting up. "I might still need to go to other cities for missions, so our Luoqing Special Investigation Department can offer you contribution points and some other rewards. That said, as a fellow colleague in the Special Investigation Department, I will certainly help if I can. Please go ahead." Yun Chihu's expression changed. Chapter 13. The Arctic ice wall in the end. Yuan Shihe compromised under the temptation of 1,000 contribution points and a magical artifact. There was no way around it. What he offered was simply too much. The total contribution points for the tasks at Luocheng University were only 500, which was enough to exchange for a high-quality magical instrument in the Special Investigation Department's treasury. Now, Zhou Jie was offering 1,000 contribution points and a magical artifact right off the bat. It should be noted that a mid-level investigator with C-level awakening ability could generally complete tasks worth only 2050 contribution points. The worst magical instruments in the Special Investigation Department's treasury required at least 350 contribution points to exchange. Thus, many ordinary investigators with awakening abilities often had to work on tasks for 2 to 3 months to exchange for a magical instrument. As for magical artifacts, even thousands of contribution points might not be enough to obtain one. After Yuan Shihe agreed to stay at the Luocheng Special Investigation Department for a period of time, Zhou Jie promptly published a dedicated task for Yuan Shihe through the official account of the Luocheng Special Investigation Department. Once Yuan Shihe accepted the task, he could officially be considered stationed there temporarily. Zhou Jie soon presented the promised reward to Yuan Shihe. Magical instruments can only exhibit their true power in the hands of those with extraordinary abilities, while higher-level magical artifacts require B-level awakeners for initial use. To fully unleash the power of a magical artifact, one must be a controller who has opened their spiritual sea and can wield spiritual consciousness. The magical artifact Zhou Jie promised to Yuan Shihe was a long sword. For awakened individuals with extraordinary abilities, cold weapon forms of magical instruments are easier to utilize various supernatural powers. This sword, named Frostless, was discovered in a relic at Mongshan and had been catalogued in the treasury. It was a long sword that came with ice attributes. Yuan Shihe gently stroked the 3-foot green blade that emitted a faint ghostly light, with the words Frostless engraved on the handle. He raised his hand and performed a sword flourish. This sword has such spirit. Yuan Shihe's intuition told him that this sword was not ordinary. Indeed, our department had mentioned that this sword might originally have been a spiritual weapon longsword, but for unknown reasons, it became a magical artifact. However, this was just the department head's speculation. Perhaps this sword was on the verge of giving birth to a spirit, which is why it has such spirit. Zhou Jie smiled upon hearing Yuan Shihe's words. Yuan Shihe looked at Zhou Jie, thinking to himself that he had accepted this favor. The gap between a newly upgraded magical artifact and a magical artifact that was just a step away from being a spiritual weapon could be described as heaven and earth apart. Zhou Jie didn't have to give him such a high-quality magical artifact. Even a regular magical artifact would have been sufficient as task compensation. This could only mean that he valued Yuan Shihe's talent. After all, before him, the youngest A-level controller in all of China was Luo Shuyuan, who was only 26 at the time. Thus, Yuan Shihe temporarily settled into the staff dormitory of the Luocheng Special Investigation Department. It had to be said that the Special Investigation Department truly lived up to its status as a special work department directly under central jurisdiction, having outright purchased an entire building for staff accommodation. Yuan Shihe spent his days at the Luocheng Special Investigation Department and practiced at his residence at night. 3 days passed, and Yuan Shihe could clearly feel that the spiritual power within him had improved, but compared to the amount needed to break through to S-level controller, it was negligible. No wonder most S-level controllers in all of China appear to be middle-aged. For an average person, it would be difficult to break through from A-level to S-level controller without at least 8 or 9 years of effort. Yuan Shihe shook his head, looking out the window with a vague expression. During these 3 days, he hadn't wasted his time at the Special Investigation Department. Luocheng, as a 1,000-year-old ancient capital of China, has countless unearthed ancient books and artifacts. After 3 days of reading, Yuan Shihe learned a lot of rumors, which greatly enriched his knowledge. Ding, 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 Yuan Shihe picked up his phone. It was a message from the Little Dragon Club. He wondered who would message him so early in the morning before work hours. Special Investigator Yuan, Director Luo from the Special Investigation Department of Shangjing City, is here, specifically looking for you. It was a message from Zhou Jie, and its content surprised Yuan Shihe. What was Luo Shuyuan doing in Luocheng? After a quick wash and changing into clean, casual clothes, he stood in front of the mirror and adjusted himself. Today's handsomeness level, check. Half an hour later, Yuan Shihe rode his bicycle to work and walked into the Special Investigation Department. He seemed quite relaxed. As soon as he entered the main door of the Special Investigation Department, he heard a familiar voice. Isn't it obvious that you wouldn't be looking for me unless it was something particularly urgent? Otherwise, you would have gone directly to my place instead of sitting here drinking tea and waiting for me. Yin Shihe turned to see Luo Shuyuan sitting on the sofa in the lobby, sipping tea. Luo Shuyuan. Sometimes, being too smart can really break others' defenses. Yin Shihe and Luo Shuyuan walked toward the office upstairs, leaving a group of investigators in the lobby, exchanging glances. They were also curious about why the renowned director of the Shangjing City Special Investigation Department would come to Luo Cheng. I'm here specifically to find you for two main reasons. Once in the office, Luo Shuyuan got straight to the point without beating around the bush. He waved his left hand, and a small, exquisite jade bottle appeared out of thin air. Yin Shihe raised an eyebrow, looking at Luo Shuyuan with a strange expression. He didn't expect the usually serious director of the Special Investigation Department to also enjoy reading online novels and to have transformed his identity badge into something resembling the storage rings from those novels. Luo Shuyuan felt a bit uncomfortable under Yin Shihe's gaze and cleared his throat a couple of times. This bottle contains Xianbing Dan, which the Ice War God specifically instructed me to bring to you. Yin Shihe took the jade bottle. It felt icy to the touch, and the bottle had an ice block emblem engraved on it. Ice War God? The Ice War God is one of the 5 war gods of China and is in level transcendent. Yin Shihe knew that since there exists a higher realm than controlling, there must be powerful beings of that realm in the current Blue Star. What surprised him was that China actually had 5 top-tier, level transcendent beings. Luo Shuyuan continued without pausing for Yin Shihe's astonishment. In fact, Blue Star experienced a spatial rift last century, which divided its space into 2 parts. One part is where we currently live, and the other is a world only accessible to extraordinary beings. All SS-level controllers and stronger beings are located there, which is why I am currently the strongest in China. And this place is? Since becoming an awakener, Yin Shihe had not sensed any spatial anomalies. It's the Arctic Circle within the ice wall. Ordinary people think that the north and south poles of Blue Star are uninhabited, but little do they know that countless extraordinary beings exist in the Arctic, including not only awakeners from various countries and mythical beasts from China, but also various monsters from the mythological systems of other countries. Chapter 14. The Demigod Cult. So the real extraordinary world lies within the Arctic ice wall. Yin Shihe never expected that this time Luo Shuyuan came to see him, bringing such a significant confidential message. He originally thought that the various supernatural events he had encountered were already part of a bizarre extraordinary world. But he didn't realize this was merely an appetizer. The light in Yin Shihe's eyes burst forth. Only a place like the Arctic ice wall belongs to the world where geniuses shine. Indeed, within the Arctic ice wall, all kinds of extraordinary beings coexist, with danger and opportunity intertwined. Can I go to the Arctic ice wall now? Yin Shihe's eyes sparkled. Places where danger and opportunity coexist often forge more strong individuals. To successfully achieve his desire for a voice in the extraordinary world, such a place is essential to visit. It's better to go early than late. There will be more chances to seize opportunities. Not right now. As I mentioned before, the Arctic ice wall is actually a spatial fault. Crossing it is extremely perilous. Only transcenders can safely pass through. Moreover, the total number of transcenders on Blue Star does not exceed 100, and a considerable portion belongs to the demigod cult. The subtle balance between the various countries' extraordinary beasts and monsters means that transcender-level strong individuals cannot easily cross the ice wall on their own. Therefore, to enter and exit the Arctic ice wall, one can only do so on the Red Moon Day, which occurs once every 5 years, when the ice wall opens on its own. Additionally, matters concerning the Arctic ice wall must not be discussed with anyone. This is a secret that only those who have reached the controller level are qualified to know. At this point, Luo Shuyuan stopped and looked at Yin Shihe, seemingly trying to discern any unique qualities he possessed. I heard you killed a woman from X province who claimed to be from the demigod cult. Yes, her cultivation should be about the same as yours. Do you know who she is? Speaking of this, Yin Shihe still didn't know who that woman was. There was no related information in the special archives of the Luo City Special Investigation Department, and he couldn't access higher-level confidential documents. The demigod cult is an organization composed of perverse awakeners who claim to be descendants of demigods. They worship a group of gods known as demigods and possess various evil formations and supernatural powers. The woman you encountered is the deputy leader of the Huaxia demigod cult, Baima. She was initially just an ordinary awakener who enhanced her spiritual power, but later learned to make a soul-drawing banner from ancient texts and modified it to create a soul-calling banner. After joining the demigod cult, Her cultivation soared with the soul-calling banner, and her combat power is rarely matched. I see. No wonder that woman had such a strong aura. Fortunately, my consciousness is a bit stronger than she thought. Luo Xiuyuan considered Yun Qia's statement to have a strong hint of boasting. Back to business. This bottle of elixir is called the Xianbing pill, specially refined for you by the Ice War God. It contains the Xianbing element of the Ice War God, and this power will guide you to comprehend your own extreme ice supernatural powers and will also increase your spiritual power concentration to some extent, enhancing your cultivation. After contacting General Song Jiang from within the Arctic ice wall, just 2 days later, the Ice War God sent back information regarding Yuan Shihe. The Ice War God awakened the Xianbing element and possesses powerful abilities to freeze the world. The news of the ultimate element was first learned by him from some ancient relics. However, for many years, there's been no news related to awakeners of the ultimate element, and everyone gradually thought it was just a rumor. Now that the ultimate ice has appeared, the Ice War God naturally desires to have talents like Yuan Shihe by his side for guidance. As long as Yuan Shihe can break through to the level, the current crisis facing Huaxia and even Blue Star can be greatly alleviated. However, due to the restrictions of the Arctic ice wall and the mutual checks among the forces within, the Ice War God could only use this method to guide Yuan Shihe's comprehension through the Xianbing pill. Listening to Luo Xiuyuan's introduction and explanation, Yuan Shihe couldn't help but feel emotional. Although Huaxia is currently considered the absolute hegemon of the East on Blue Star, who knows that on the other side of the world, everyone is mutually constraining each other. So what is the second matter? Yuan Shihe remembered that Luo Xiuyuan mentioned he had 2 things to address in Luo City. You should have been searching for a way to break the soul-calling banner these days, right? That's right, but unfortunately, I haven't found anything. Speaking of this, Yuan Shihe's mood became slightly low. In the days he spent at the Luo City Special Investigation Department, he had reviewed many ancient texts but found no information regarding the soul-calling banner, and naturally, he hadn't discovered any methods to break it. The soul-calling banner confines the soul within it. Only supernatural powers can break it, and it must be related to consciousness. Related to consciousness? At Luo Xiuyuan's indication, Yuan Shihe took out the soul-calling banner, which was still sealed by several chains formed from extreme ice spiritual power. My awakened extraordinary ability is spiritual perception, which is a relatively strong consciousness ability. Generally, an awakener's consciousness can only perceive objectively existing things, but because of my spiritual perception ability, I can directly read others' memories and other subjective existences. This soul-calling banner is by Ma's treasure, about to give birth to a spirit, currently. Only I and Huaxia can break it. Luo Xiuyuan looked at Yuan Shihe and added, if you can comprehend a supernatural power related to consciousness, you can also break it. Can I comprehend supernatural powers related to consciousness? Yuan Shihe thought that the supernatural powers he could comprehend from the extreme ice element would likely only be related to confinement and combat, but he didn't expect to also comprehend those related to consciousness. I'm not sure, just saying maybe. After all, the ultimate element is mysterious and unpredictable, and anything could happen. Just like when you, at the A-level controller realm, confronted by Ma at the S-level controller realm. While I was surprised, it wasn't enough to make me unable to accept it. Although Luo Xiuyuan was only about 29 or 30 years old, he spoke with a sense of maturity. Luo Xiuyuan took the soul-calling banner from Yuan Shihe's hands. Torrential, golden spiritual power erupted from Luo Xiuyuan's hands, transforming into strands of threads that restrained the surface of the soul-calling banner. 1,000 threads, soul, summoning. With a cold command from Luo Xiuyuan, the vast consciousness flowed in through the golden threads made of spiritual power from all directions into the soul-calling banner. After a quarter of an hour, the golden threads began to retract. One by one, gray souls were pulled out of the soul-calling banner by the threads mixed with consciousness. Go! With a command from Luo Xiuyuan, the pulled souls all flew away in different directions. Luo Xiuyuan, are you okay? Yuan Shihe looked at Luo Xiuyuan, who was sweating profusely and appeared somewhat pale, and asked with concern, I'm fine. It's just excessive consumption of consciousness. A bit of rest will do, but unfortunately, these few are already dead in body. Luo Xiuyuan looked at the remaining few souls in a sleeping state with regret. Yuan Shihe noticed that the souls of the investigators sent by the Luo City Special Investigation Department to investigate the library were among them. Luo Xiuyuan waved his hand, and the remaining souls dissipated into the air. Without a physical body, Souls have no possibility of existing in the world unless a transcender uses a great supernatural power at significant cost, rather than letting them continue to drift. It's better to let them enter reincarnation and be reborn. Chapter 15. The Mysterious Incident at Mongshan, thanks to Luo Chushi for lending a hand. Zhou Jie had been at the Special Investigation Department of Luocheng for over 10 years, even longer than the current head of the department. His abilities had gradually progressed from a D-level awakened to a B-level awakened. Although his talents suggested he might be limited to the awakened realm, Zhou Jie was respected by everyone in the department due to his outstanding work ethic and interpersonal skills. Thus, when the head of the department and 6 special investigators went missing, he was able to maintain the department's operations smoothly. After Luo Xian adjusted his state, the two returned to the first floor hall. Upon learning that the souls in the Soul Calling banner had been dealt with, Zhou Jie hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Luo Xiuyuan and Yun Chiha. Luo Xiuyuan waved his hand and then asked, "Is there any news about Wang Yuan?" Wang Yuan was the name of the current head of the Special Investigation Department of Luocheng. "Not yet," Zhou Jie replied, his face filled with worry. At that moment, a shadow rushed in from the logistics direction. "Not good, not good." Zhou Gu, the spiritual imprints left by the director, and Ling Jia have all just dissipated. The newcomer was an ordinary woman dressed in logistics attire. The Special Investigation Department was not made up solely of investigators with extraordinary abilities. It also included other departments, such as logistics, where most members were ordinary people. They joined the department through a series of applications and exams, and while they were aware of the supernatural, they never engaged in supernatural battles. Upon hearing the woman's words, Zhou Jie immediately ran toward the logistics area. Seeing this, Luo Xiuyuan followed with Yun Chiha, explaining along the way. Once an awakened breaks through to the controller realm, they can open their sea of consciousness and utilize the spiritual consciousness that has been hidden within. The uses of spiritual consciousness are extensive, including the ability to gauge the state of its owner. If an awakened engraves their spiritual consciousness on a specially made jade tablet, they can determine the awakened's condition based on the fluctuations of the spiritual consciousness left on the tablet. If the spiritual imprint dissipates unnaturally, there are only 2 possibilities. The owner of that consciousness has died or is in a near-death state. Either scenario would be a heavy blow to the Special Investigation Department of Luocheng and even all of China. What's at Mongshan that requires so many controllers to go together? Yin Chi had thought to himself, but considering this was someone else's territory, he felt compelled to ask given the current situation. Zhou Jie, hearing this, showed a look of shame. Mongshan is a very famous scenic area in Luocheng, but actually, many people have been buried there in ancient times, possibly both ordinary people and awakened. A while ago, 3 young men went to Mongshan for an adventure at midnight, but unexpectedly encountered a supernatural event. They didn't return home for 2 days and nights, and when the police went to the scene after a report, they found all 3 dead in front of the same grave with inexplicable expressions. Later, as it was classified as a supernatural event, it was handed over to our Special Investigation Department for investigation. We sent 2 senior investigators, but they retreated before even entering the grave area. Why did they retreat before entering the grave area? Is there a barrier? Yin Chiha thought of the barrier encountered during the recently completed library task. Barriers are special formations that obstruct awakened individuals. So if Mongshan has a barrier, it would make sense for the investigators to retreat. Not exactly. After entering Mongshan, they encountered a giant serpent with an unfathomable aura. Yin Chiha's hair stood on end upon hearing this. Serpents were absolutely the creatures he feared the most, bar none. And then, Luo Xiuyuan stood next to Yin Chiha, and being a mind perception awakened himself, he easily sensed Yin Chiha's state. He knew some people could develop an unavoidable fear of certain specific things, so he wanted to quickly change the topic. After those 2 retreated, they immediately reported to the director. Later, the director sent another special investigator, who did enter the grave area, but fought with that giant serpent and almost perished there. From these 2 explorations, that giant serpent should be an S-level extraordinary beast. Only the current director might know exactly what kind of extraordinary beast it is. Zhou Jie recounted the entire situation. Due to the giant serpent's power, Wang Yuan decided to personally lead the 6 special investigators of the Luocheng Special Investigation Department to handle the situation. However, it seemed that Mongshan harbored other secrets. In that case, Zhou Jie, you should continue maintaining the daily operations of the Special Investigation Department. This matter will be handled by me and Yun Chiha. Luo Xiuyuan weighed the pros and cons and made a decision. Okay, Luo Chu sure. Zhou Jie immediately saluted Luo Xiu Yuan and left. Yin Shihe was left in confusion. Wait, I can't believe you, Luo Xiuan, didn't sense my fear of snakes and are asking me to fight one. Is this for real? Even if I had no cultivation, I wouldn't dare to face one, let alone an S-level serpent. Seeing Yin Shihe's expression of "Are you okay?" Luo Xiu Yuan couldn't help but facepalm. This ice type awakened has such an erratic personality. I thought they would all be as stoic as the Ice War God. The Ice War God, you better not have any issues. Tonight, I'll go investigate first. If possible, I'll deal with that serpent. Your task is to take this time to comprehend your abilities. Even if I can't defeat that serpent tonight, you and I could definitely break through together tomorrow. But an S-level extraordinary beast, can you handle it? Yin Shihe didn't doubt Luo Xiu Yuan's strength, but extraordinary beasts inherently possessed bloodline powers, and the stronger the extraordinary beast, the greater its combat power compared to human awakened of the same level. A universally acknowledged rule. Don't underestimate me. Although my cultivation speed isn't as fast as yours, I was once recognized as the #1 genius in China before you. Luo Xiu Yuan patted Yin Shihe on the shoulder. All right, just be careful. Yin Shihe reminded Luo Xiu Yuan, and the two parted ways to take action. Chapter 16. Insights into Divine Powers. Yin Shihe returned to the temporary office prepared for him by Zhou Jie. After setting up a spiritual power sensing array around him, he sat cross-legged on the spot. He took out the Xianbing Dan brought by Luo Xiu Yuan from his ear clip. At first, he hadn't had the chance to examine it closely, but now upon closer inspection, he discovered that the jade bottle had a very subtle spiritual power seal. Since this was specially refined for him by the Ice War God, there was no way it would have a seal that he couldn't open. The purpose of this seal might be to ensure that only he could unlock it. Yin Shihe carefully examined the jade bottle. At a certain moment, he fixed his gaze on the ice block mark on the bottle and shot out a stream of spiritual power with his hand, as if it were a sword. The spiritual power made contact with the ice block mark on the bottle and directly merged into it. At the same time, the seal on the jade bottle was also broken. His consciousness probed into the bottle's interior and found 5 Xianbing Dan, which appeared flawless and were about the size of yellow beans. After careful sensing, he found nothing unusual, so he took one out and put it in his mouth to begin refining it. The Xianbing Dan melted instantly upon entering his mouth, and a vast amount of spiritual energy erupted forth. If Yin Shihe hadn't already attained the level of an A-grade controller, just this surge of spiritual energy would have been enough to burst his meridians. The overwhelming spiritual energy gradually condensed and refined, eventually transforming into a tangible flow of light that roamed throughout his body until it reached the core of his heart's extreme ice origin. Yin Shihe focused his mind, knowing that this flow of light was what Luo Xiu Yuan referred to as the tool used by the Ice War God to guide him in comprehending divine powers. As the flow of light merged with the extreme ice origin in his heart, Yin Shihe's consciousness completely immersed itself in it. To an outside observer, Yin Shihe at this moment appeared as if he were in a state of enlightenment, his entire aura barely perceptible, with only the flickering ice-blue flow of light revealing his extraordinary nature. As Yin Shihe's consciousness sank into the extreme ice origin in his heart, a wave of warmth enveloped his consciousness. He could easily see the scene before him, an endless expanse of ice and snow, very similar to the sea of consciousness. But countless snowflakes floated in the air here. These snowflakes neither rose nor fell, which was extremely mysterious. The flow of light produced by the Xianbing Dan guided Yin Shihe's consciousness to this place, and gradually it transformed back into vast spiritual energy, slowly merging into Yin Shihe's body, contributing to his cultivation enhancement. Seeing this scene, Yin Shihe understood that this was the place to comprehend divine powers. It existed within him, yet seemed independent of him. Without the Xianbing Dan, he feared he would not know how long it would take to find this place on his own. It was no wonder that awakening individuals found it so difficult to comprehend divine powers. Yin Shihe settled down cross-legged. Since divine powers were attained through comprehension, blindly searching was not as effective as entering a meditative state to think. Anything related to comprehension necessarily required the use of consciousness. A person's comprehension ability was certainly proportional to the strength of their consciousness and soul. Yin Shihe expanded his consciousness, aiming to cover the entire space as much as possible. As an A-grade controller, his consciousness could cover the area of a small town in the outside world, but at this moment, in this origin space, He could only perceive a radius of about 100 meters. Just as Yin Chiha was striving to expand his consciousness, the snowflakes 100 meters ahead began to spin violently, forming a massive whirlpool. The whirlpool disturbed the tranquility of the entire space, making Yin Chiha feel as though he were at the center of a snowstorm. If it weren't for his strong consciousness, he would have been expelled from the extreme ice origin space by this raging energy. At that moment, a number of bright lights suddenly appeared at the center of the whirlpool, totaling 12. These lights did not leak any special energy, but a strong intuition told Yin Chiha that these were the divine powers he was searching for. Yin Chiha immediately concentrated his consciousness towards the whirlpool. As he approached, the energy storm at the center of the whirlpool threatened to tear apart his consciousness. Reluctantly, Yin Chiha had to abandon a portion of his consciousness, inching closer to the center of the whirlpool step by step. In the outside world, Yin Chiha's body trembled continuously, and the spiritual power marks he had set up before entering meditation emitted a faint glow to stabilize his physical body. Inside the extreme ice origin space, after abandoning a small portion of his consciousness, Yin Chiha finally stepped into the center of the whirlpool. Here, he could see the 9 bright lights ahead more directly. Each bright light was an ice crystal, floating in midair and spinning round and round. Around them seemed to form an insulative zone. Time and space held no meaning in that area. Although Yin Chiha had never been here before, he felt an inexplicable warmth of home. Just as he pondered how to successfully take the ice crystals, 3 of the 9 ice crystals suddenly burst forth with dazzling brilliance. Moments later, these 3 ice crystals flew straight towards Yin Chiha and finally merged into his body. Is that it? Yin Chiha hadn't had time to think carefully when a powerful repulsive force expelled his consciousness from the extreme ice origin space. He opened his eyes, and the faint flow of light flashed briefly at the snowflake mark on his forehead. Seeing that the spiritual power marks around him had consumed quite a bit of energy stabilizing his body just now, Yin Chiha waved his hand to dissipate them. The difference between divine powers and ancient martial arts manuals lies in the fact that divine powers are the methods derived from the extraordinary abilities awakened from within the individual. They are one with the awakeners themselves, with no mismatches. Therefore, as long as the awakener can successfully comprehend a divine power, they will be able to use it. The only difference is in proficiency. At this moment, Yin Chiha could sense that the 3 ice crystals now existed within his sea of consciousness, and as long as he absorbed them, he could learn these 3 divine powers. However, he had only obtained a part of the divine powers form. To master it thoroughly would require some effort. Yin Chiha directed his consciousness to the sea of consciousness. Unlike the extreme ice origin space at his heart, although the sea of consciousness was still filled with glaciers and snow, there were no raging winds and snowstorms. The 3 ice crystals he had just obtained floated quietly above the sea of consciousness. With a thought, the 3 ice crystals transformed into 3 white lights and completely merged into his consciousness. At that moment, the names and effects of the 3 divine powers also appeared in Yin Chiha's memory. In the center of the Huaxia human gathering place, Wanglong City, in the most central house, 2 middle-aged men were drinking tea and playing chess. The man on the left had a cold and proud demeanor, while the man on the right had a wild and unrestrained aura, clearly 2 extremes. Beast King, you're about to lose. The Ice War God dropped a piece and smiled at the buzzcut man opposite him. I'm done. After dealing with the matter with Long Jiuzi a few days ago, I haven't won a single game after playing for so long. The Beast War God stood up and waved his hand. Chapter 17, End of White Frost. Just a single ice crystal pill, and he comprehended a divine ability. Just as the Ice Battle God was about to say something, he suddenly froze, as if he sensed something and murmured. What's wrong, Ice? Did something happen with the extreme Ice Element Awakener? The Beast Battle God quickly asked upon hearing the Ice Battle God's whisper. Not long ago, the High Priest of the Beautiful Nation suddenly took action, intending to seize the dragon 9 Sons Yazi, who had revealed traces. The Beautiful Nation, as a superpower that can stand on equal footing with Huaxia, has a high priest who is in level transcendent, even among the strongest in that realm. On Huaxia's side, only the Ice Battle God and the Fire Dance Battle God can compare. Moreover, the Beautiful Nation also has 6 other cardinals who are also level transcendent. Therefore, to capture Yazi, all the battle gods of Huaxia went to the front lines. After finishing the game with the Beautiful Nation, They immediately received news about the appearance of the extreme ice element awakener within the borders of Huaxia on Blue Star. The 5 battle gods then convened a meeting. Only the 5 battle gods attended the meeting. Not even the commander of the Huaxia military district was qualified to attend. This meeting lasted for a day, and the specific content was known only to the 5 battle gods. Even most awakeners had no idea why the 5 battle gods held this meeting. Only a few top-level personnel in the Huaxia military district understood that it was all because of the emergence of the ultimate element. Therefore, the beast battle god is also aware of everything about Yin Chihu. The ultimate element is said to be the embodiment of rules, and transcendent beings are in the process of mastering those rules. Rules are a more mysterious existence than laws. It is rumored that mastering the rules can break through the transcendent realm. Therefore, the extreme element awakeners must not be lost. If it weren't for the mutual checks and balances of various forces within the Arctic ice wall, the 5 battle gods would likely have sent someone back to Huaxia to guard Yin Chihu immediately. It's nothing. That day when I returned, I used a plant of darkening grass that I had obtained earlier to refine 5 ice crystal pills and sent them back, letting that brat Luo bring them to Yin Chihu. The ice crystal pills contain a trace of my rules, which can guide him in comprehending divine abilities. The beast battle god showed no surprise at this. Even the most talented awakeners, if they do not have predecessors to assist in comprehending divine abilities, cannot achieve results relying solely on themselves without a month or 2. What? Are 5 ice crystal pills not enough? The beast battle god had just been immersed in the sorrow of losing his chess game for days and nights, and he only caught the name Yin Chihu, so he didn't know what had happened. Wrong. It's more than enough, because there's a trace of my rules in the ice crystal pill. I can feel that this kid only took 1 ice crystal pill to comprehend a divine ability. This talent truly lives up to the name of an extreme element awakener. The extreme element can exhibit such strong potential in its growth stage. If more extreme element awakeners really emerge, I just hope they won't be obtained by the demigod sect and the beautiful nation. The beast battle god felt a toothache thinking about the demigod sect and the beautiful nation. These 2 forces are like snakes and rats in the same nest. Who knows if they will join forces in the future? After finishing his training, Yin Chihu came to the underground 5th floor of the Special Adjustment Department in Luocheng. This place has specially constructed training rooms for awakeners to cultivate divine abilities. It has a similar structure to a quiet room, but with more meteorites from outside the atmosphere added to ensure the strength of the training room can support awakeners in cultivating divine abilities. Yin Chihu stood in the center of the training room. After taking a deep breath, Yin Chihu mobilized the spiritual power throughout his body, gradually leaving the ground and hovering in midair. As the divine ability's method operated, countless tiny ice crystals condensed 3 feet around Yin Chihu, glowing a deep blue under the lights of the training room. His breath was almost stagnant, each exhale carrying extreme cold white mist that fell to the ground as frost. Yin Chihu suddenly opened his eyes. The hexagonal snowflake mark on his forehead shimmered with the same deep blue light, making Yin Chihu look like a celestial being descended to earth. Yin Chihu formed hand seals, and ancient runes appeared deep within his pupils. In of white frost, in an instant, the temperature in the entire training room plummeted. Wherever the eye could see, whether it was the floor, walls, or ceiling, they were all covered with a layer of sparkling ice. All the moisture in the training room was sucked dry, turning into fine ice dust. This scene resembled a still blizzard. Upon closer inspection, one would find that in this still blizzard, every particle of ice dust and ice crystal carried overwhelming coldness. Even an A-level controller, once touched, would be instantly frozen by the extreme ice power contained within, unable to be melted without extreme firepower. More terrifyingly, at this moment, time in the training room seemed to slow down. It was as if this blizzard delayed time itself. Yin Chihu changed his hand seal, and the training room suddenly began to tremble violently, the ice layer instantly spreading throughout the entire space. Even the flow of spiritual energy was frozen. At this moment, the room transformed into a boundless ice prison, where all things returned to silence, and only eternal coldness remained in the world. Within the ice layer, only Yin Chihu was a living being. His silhouette was imprinted on the ice surface, resembling a god of demise. Seeing this, Yin Chihu withdrew his divine ability, and the training room gradually returned to its original state. Only the cracked walls and floor, along with the dense misty water vapor, indicated that everything that had just occurred was not an illusion. I'm still not skilled enough. The pre-movement was a bit long. Yun Chihu shook his head. Although once comprehended, a divine ability can be used. Mastering it extremely well still requires more practice. What he just used was the only active offensive divine ability among the three. End of White Frost. This divine ability can freeze everything it touches over a large area, including spiritual energy, making it a powerful divine ability accompanied by the rule of ice. With his current A-level controller cultivation, Yin Shihu can freeze everything in Luocheng with full force. The other two divine abilities are Absolute Zero and Eternal Frozen Heart Lamp. Both of these can be considered passive divine abilities. Absolute Zero allows all cold air released by Yin Shihu to have an absolute zero temperature. Thus, even an ordinary strand of spiritual power, once it comes into contact with the target, will produce absolute lethality. This greatly enhances Yun Shihu's means of dealing with enemies. Eternal Frozen Heart Lamp, although called a divine ability, is more of a capability, integrating into Yun Shihu's consciousness and turning it into eternal, indestructible ice flame. As long as the ice flame does not extinguish, Yun Shihu will not truly die. Whenever there is a chance, he can use the ice flame to be reborn. Although he currently only possesses 3 divine abilities, the rudiments of these 3 divine abilities allow him to use spiritual power more flexibly against enemies. Yin Shihu looked at the 4 remaining ice crystal pills in the jade bottle in his hand. Now that he has successfully comprehended a divine ability and knows its location, he no longer needs ice crystal pills to guide him next time. Therefore, these 4 ice crystal pills will be used by Yin Shihu to enhance his cultivation. The spiritual energy contained in the 4 ice crystal pills is not insignificant, directly pushing Yin Shihu's recently broken through cultivation forward by more than half. Although there is still some distance from the S-level controller realm, it has already saved him more than half a year's effort. Chapter 18. Luo Shuyuan. You've made the trending list. After parting ways with Yun Shiha, Luo Shuyuan flew directly to the location marked on the map, Mongshan. Mongshan is a corner of the Lus Plateau in the southeast, so it is not very high in altitude, and Lus is visible everywhere. From the outside, there seems to be nothing unusual, let alone a giant snake as thick as a water barrel. Luo Shuyuan maintained his spiritual power within a 10-meter radius around him. With Luo Shuyuan's cultivation, he could sustain the 10-meter range of spiritual perception for a long time. Any further would affect his immediate combat power, and in such an unknown environment, it was essential to ensure full combat capability to deal with unexpected situations. After entering the Mongshan area, Luo Shuyuan remained vigilant at all times. Although there were no strange occurrences or dangers at the moment, it was always better to be cautious. Suddenly, Luo Shuyuan noticed a patch of withered weeds nearby. A patch of withered weeds was not worth paying attention to. What caught Luo Shuyuan's attention were the bloodstains and the barely perceptible spiritual power left on the withered grass. This fluctuation of spiritual power was from Wang Yuan. Luo Shuyuan sensed the trace of spiritual power on the withered grass. In contrast, the scattered bloodstains on the withered grass emitted a wild aura. It seemed that Wang Yuan and his group encountered that giant snake as soon as they entered and fought, but there was no indication of this from the outside world. Luo Shuyuan was very puzzled. There were no barriers in Mongshan, nor were there any traces of formations. Even battles between awakeners, even if they were below B-level, would produce loud sounds and disturbances, let alone a confrontation between S-level beings like Wang Yuan and the giant snake. However, there had been no reports of unusual sounds in Mongshan that day. Something strange must be afoot. Luo Shuyuan continued deeper into Mongshan, marking his path with spiritual power as he walked. After comprehending 3 supernatural powers, Yin Chiha looked at the disastrous state of the cultivation room he had been in. He wondered if he needed to compensate for it. Shaking his head, he returned to his office and carefully contemplated the more spiritual power applications brought by the 3 supernatural powers. Awakeners do not have any cultivation techniques or manuals to practice. Their cultivation can only rely on the gradual accumulation of effort over time. Those with good talent can progress faster, while those with poor talent will be slower. Of course, those who have extraordinary encounters or gain natural treasures or have awakeners as elders are exceptions. Supernatural powers are different. Each awakener can comprehend their own supernatural power from the extraordinary abilities they awaken. While supernatural powers demonstrate significant damage and effects, they also consume a considerable amount of a user's spiritual power. If one only relies on 1 or 2 supernatural powers in every battle, their fighting style will soon be figured out. Therefore, awakeners typically derive many combat techniques suitable for themselves based on the supernatural powers they acquire, often using supernatural powers as trump cards. Awakeners have two opportunities to comprehend supernatural powers, once at the mastery realm and once at the transcendence realm. 99.9% of awakeners can only comprehend one supernatural power. Some are limited by their talent, while others are restricted by the extraordinary abilities they awaken. Not every extraordinary ability allows for several supernatural powers to choose from. Yuan Shihe attempted to gather his extreme ice spiritual power in his palms, forming two energy spheres, just like he did when battling Huan. With the addition of Absolute Zero, the extreme ice spiritual power appeared even more azure. An intense coldness rushed towards him. Yuan Shihe constantly changed the state of his spiritual power, sometimes forming energy spheres, sometimes energy beams. As his training progressed, his control over the extreme ice spiritual power became increasingly effortless. In the middle of the night, in Luo City, a golden streak of light streaked across the sky at an incredible speed. Many people who were still awake saw this scene, thinking it was a falling star, and hurriedly took out their phones to record videos and upload them online. Many people also made wishes towards the streak of light. Boom! The golden streak of light crashed directly into the Luo City Special Investigations Office, smashing through the roof and landing in the office where Yuan Shihe was. Yuan Shihe withdrew his spiritual power and got up to look at the hole created by the impact. Luo, how'd you get into this state? The golden streak of light was Luo Shiyuan, who had gone to scout Mongshan. At this moment, Luo Shiyuan was in tattered clothes, lacking the demeanor of a department head. I can't deny it. I was careless, Luo Shiyuan said, standing up and brushing off the dust. Although he looked disheveled, he had not sustained any substantial injuries. Yuan Shihe helped Luo Shiyuan to a nearby chair and listened as he recounted what had happened. It turned out that after entering Mongshan and discovering the signs of Wang Yuan and others battling the giant snake, Luo Shiyuan continued deeper inside. After a while, Luo Shiyuan found a corpse that was only half intact in a ravine. The corpse had an identification badge from the Luo City Special Investigations Office. It was one of the 6 special investigators who had entered Mongshan with Wang Yuan. However, Wang Yuan and the others had only experienced a change in their spiritual consciousness imprint several days after entering Mongshan. How could there be a body here? Unless something had brought this corpse here. Just as Luo Shiyuan thought of this, his perception suddenly jumped. He performed a backflip to dodge an incoming attack. It was a soil-colored giant snake over 10 meters long, with a triangular head and 2 slightly raised rows on either side of its head. In Luo Shiyuan's perception, its cultivation had already reached S level. This must be the giant snake Zhou Jie mentioned, Luo Shiyuan thought. However, he had not seen such a beast in the classic of mountains and seas. So it was likely not a beast from there, but a snake that had gained some opportunities to cultivate into a strange beast. Faced with an S-level strange beast, Luo Shiyuan did not dare to be negligent and directly activated his spiritual power to engage in battle. Luo Shiyuan was on the verge of breaking through to SS level, and his awakened perception ability greatly aided him in actual combat. Therefore, he defeated the S-level giant snake in just half an hour. Although strange beasts were powerful and difficult to kill, the benefits gained from their defeat were also significant. Strange beasts, being beings that cultivate based on their bloodlines, possess treasures throughout their bodies when they have successfully cultivated. For example, the skin of this giant snake could be refined into defensive magical artifacts, and its teeth could be used to create offensive magical artifacts. Therefore, Luo Shiyuan sealed its corpse, preparing to take it back to the Special Investigations Office within his identification badge and hand it over to the master craftsman there. However, just as Luo Shiyuan was collecting the snake demon's corpse, a whip-like attack struck him, catching him off guard due to his slightly weakened defenses. Luo Shiyuan barely had time to secure the snake demon's corpse before he was sent flying out of the Mongshan area by the attack. Chapter 19. A sword's frosty chill across 14 states. Luo Shiyuan was suddenly attacked, his protective spiritual power shattered, leaving him unable to hide his figure with spiritual energy. That's why he was mistaken for a meteor and trended online. Although I didn't see who attacked, I could sense that the attack came from spiritual energy, not demonic power, which means it must have been an awakened who assaulted me. The energy used by awakened beings and exotic beasts is vastly different. While both absorb spiritual energy from the heavens and earth or from rare herbs, the former relies on extraordinary abilities for cultivation, resulting in spiritual power. while the latter cultivates through bloodlines, resulting in demonic power. Thus, it's easy to discern the nature of the attack from the aura. It seems highly likely that this is the culprit behind the disappearance of Director Wang and the others. Yun Shiha frowned as he listened to Luo Shuyuan's description. The Mongshan area is indeed not peaceful right now. By the way, have you comprehended your divine ability? Luo Shuyuan recalled that Yun Shiha's task left at the Special Investigations Division was to comprehend divine abilities. However, he thought for a moment and realized that it had only been 2 or 3 hours since he and Yun Shiha had parted. Even if Yun Shiha had a talent close to that of a demon, he probably had just recently obtained the divine ability mark, and fully comprehending it would likely take some time. Although the process was somewhat tortuous, the result is perfect. It has been a success. Yun Shiha thought about the slight whirlpool of obstacles he encountered in the extreme ice origin space. This should also be considered tortuous, right? After all, he didn't know what Luo Shuyuan and the others encountered when comprehending divine abilities through extraordinary powers. Maybe they encountered nothing, and the divine ability just presented itself. So soon? Luo Shuyuan's eyes and nose widened in shock upon hearing Yun Shiha's words, momentarily speechless. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Yun Shiha was puzzled by Luo Shuyuan's reaction. It's nothing. I just want to once again marvel at your talent. It's truly more than 10 times stronger than mine. Luo Shuyuan shook his head, with no jealousy in his eyes, only admiration and happiness. After an awakened individual breaks through to the controller realm, they have one opportunity to comprehend a divine ability from their extraordinary power, but whether they can seize it is uncertain. To comprehend a divine ability, one must first have the extraordinary power existing within their body, then use their divine consciousness to knock on the door of the divine ability's location. The environment in which each person comprehends their divine ability is different. It could be the starry sky, a desolate land, or a mountain of blades and sea of flames. However, without exception, before comprehending a divine ability, one must go through 2 checkpoints, the divine consciousness checkpoint and the illusion checkpoint. The divine consciousness checkpoint hones your divine consciousness, allowing it to reach a level sufficient to bear the divine ability, while the illusion checkpoint ensures that the divine ability you obtain is suitable. Yun Shiha, it seems I only have the divine consciousness checkpoint. So, my divine ability just presented itself? Shouldn't you know this? Didn't the Ice War God tell you? Luo Shuyuan asked when he saw the astonishment on Yun Shiha's face. No. The surprise shifted from Yun Shiha's face to Luo Shuyuan's. He thought that since the Ice War God personally refined the Xianbing pill for Yun Shiha using heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he must have left behind divine consciousness guidance. So he didn't explain the matter of comprehending divine abilities to Yun Shiha. As a result, the Ice War God also hadn't left such means. And Yun Shiha actually comprehended the divine ability completely in just 2 or 3 hours without any theoretical knowledge to support him. A genius of monstrous caliber is indeed different from other talents. After a brief rest at the Special Investigations Division, Luo Shuyuan set off again for Mongshan, determined to reclaim his lost ground. The only difference from last time was that Yun Shiha was accompanying him. Once we enter Mongshan, you take care of the back, and I'll handle the front. In the sky, no one could see the 2 figures flying at high speed. Yun Shiha felt a bit of admiration for Luo Shuyuan entrusting his back to him. They hadn't known each other for long, mostly interacting as a veteran and a newcomer in the Special Investigations Division. In this situation, Luo Shuyuan giving him the most trustworthy position to guard was a significant show of trust. Okay, the urban area of Luo City and Mongshan are not far apart. With their flying speed, they quickly arrived at the entrance at the foot of Mongshan. From this moment on, both of them were on high alert. No one knew when the ambusher from last time would reappear. Before long, they reached the spot where Luo Shuyuan had slain the giant snake. The ground was covered in snake blood, and places stained with the blood showed the grass and trees had withered from corrosion. This snake is truly venomous. Yun Shiha was relieved that Luo Shuyuan had killed this snake, but just seeing the aftermath of the battle was enough to give him goosebumps. Be careful. As Luo Shuyuan stood ahead, scanning the surroundings, Yun Shiha suddenly spoke up. At the same time, an ice wall formed behind them. Luo Shuyuan's perception also detected the attack, and he immediately turned around. He saw a streak of energy strike the ice wall, causing a splash of icy debris. Yun Shiha retracted his spell and stood side by side with Luo Shuyuan, looking towards the attacker. A figure in a black hoodie was shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to discern their gender. The aura was extremely eerie and sinister. Who are you? This is the Special Investigations Division. Luo Xuan displayed his identity badge as the division chief. If it weren't necessary, he actually didn't want to engage with an unknown powerful being under such circumstances. No one knew if there were any hidden dangers lurking behind the scenes. The hooded figure did not respond to Luo Xuan, and their hand gradually gathered spiritual energy. Yanqi has sensed something was off. He had a strong grasp of ice elements now, and had some understanding of water elements as well. However, he currently couldn't sense the presence of water elements from the hooded figure. This was absolutely illogical. All things in the world are made up of various elements, and the human body is no exception. There must be water elements within a human body, even in Yun Shiha, whose body had been reshaped into an extreme ice physique. There was still a certain concentration of water elements. Wait, Director Luo, this person is not right. Time was of the essence. And Yin Shiha didn't have time to explain why the person opposite was unusual. Upon hearing this, Luo Shuyuan immediately halted his steps forward. No, my divine consciousness is blocked by that hood. This hood is not an ordinary artifact. Luo Shuyuan attempted to use his divine consciousness to sense, but found nothing. At that moment, the hooded figure's hand had also gathered spiritual energy into a whip-like shape, swinging towards Yin Shiha and Luo Shuyuan. Yin Shiha performed a backflip, pulling out the frostless sword from his ear clip. A sword's frost chill across 14 states. With a cold shout, extreme ice spiritual energy surged into the sword body. The frostless sword emitted a brilliant light, and a faint sword sound echoed around. The sword's shadow flickered, making a horizontal slash, carrying a chilling aura straight towards the hooded figure. Wherever the sword light passed, the yellow earth froze into particles. If Yin Shiha hadn't intentionally controlled the intensity, the entire Mongshan would have turned into an iceberg in an instant. The hooded figure's hood was blown away by the cold wind, revealing the face underneath. This is Chapter 20. The Zombie of Shangxi. This is Yin Shiha looked at the true appearance of the hooded figure, feeling a bit of chill. At this moment, the aura concealing hood had been blown away, and Luo Shuyuan and Yun Shiha could sense that the hooded figure only had the aura of an A-level controller, which was why Yun Shiha was able to freeze him with one strike. However, the true appearance of the hooded figure was indeed quite frightening. His skin was a corpse-like grayish blue, and the surface of his body was covered with spiderweb-like purple-black veins. His eye sockets were deeply sunken, and his eyeballs were murky, resembling fish eyes soaked in formalin, with pupils that spread outwards in a bizarre arc instead of focusing like normal people. The corners of his mouth were torn to the roots of his ears, revealing uneven fangs, with rotten flesh hanging from between his teeth. His 10 fingernails were curved, like eagle's claws. Even though Yin Shiha's sword light had frozen his body, a putrid stench still permeated the air. This is a corpse handler from Xiangxi. Luo Xuan did not show the same grim expression as Yin Shiha, but he still frowned. Is this really a corpse handler from Xiangxi? Yin Shiha had also heard of the famous corpse handlers of Xiangxi. According to legend, during the ancient times when the Yellow Emperor fought Qi Yu, in order to prevent the bodies of fallen soldiers from being left on the battlefield, had his military strategist combine sorcery to allow the dead soldiers' bodies to return home on their own. This gradually evolved into the corpse handling technique of Xiangxi. However, the corpse handlers in the extraordinary world must be different from what he had learned before. As if sensing Yin Shiha's confusion, Luo Shuyuan quickly explained. Unlike the mythical corpse handling technique, the modern corpse handlers have inherited the tradition. They have continued in family form to this day, and everyone in the family can awaken the same extraordinary ability of corpse handling. This ability allows them to control corpses, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine the corpses, with their cultivation almost entirely residing within the corpses they refine. Once these corpses reach D-level cultivation, they become walking corpses, and, at A level, they transform into zombies. Zombies possess powerful corpse energy that can erode the spiritual power of awakeners, which is why I was unable to gather my protective spiritual energy after being struck by him last time. I see. Yin Qi has suddenly realized that, in this way, modern corpse handlers in Xiangxi are indeed quite different from those in ancient myths. The mythical handlers aimed to allow fallen soldiers to return to their roots, while modern handlers seek to cultivate and enhance their abilities. But why would a zombie from Xiangxi appear in Luocheng and even attack you? Luocheng is far from Xiangxi. The corpse handling technique and zombies could not just appear in the tombs of Mongshan without reason. This matter, I fear, can only be understood after this journey ends and I visit Xiangxi in person. Luo Shuyuan was also puzzled. Although the Xiangxi lineage is famous for its corpse handling technique in the extraordinary world of Huaxia, it is not very populous. So they have always stayed within their own territory and never interfered in other disputes. Seal. Yin Chiha formed a seal with his hands, enclosing the zombie before him. Take this. Yin Chiha pretended to casually hand the seal to Luo Shuyuan. Luo Shuyuan glanced at Yin Chiha and expressionlessly stored the seal within his identity plate. Disperse. Before leaving, Yin Chiha dissipated the frost at the scene. Otherwise, if a tourist accidentally stumbled in here one day, it would be a disaster. The two continued to explore deeper into Mongshan. After the earlier encounter with the zombie, they did not forget that the most important thing for this journey was to find Wang Yuan and the others. Oh, the aura of Lao Ba can no longer be sensed. Has he been sealed? It seems someone has come to rescue you. In an unknown cave, a strange-looking man was inscribing an unknown formation with 7 other hooded zombies behind him. Suddenly, sensing something, he turned to the side where several people were tied up on the ground, glaring in anger, and smiled. Xiangxi, you dare to use the corpse energy of the Mongshan tombs to practice evil arts. The speaker was a very well-proportioned man. He was Wang Yuan, the target of Yin Chiha and Luo Shuyuan's journey. Director Wang, you're joking. After all, the ones buried in Mongshan are mostly low-level awakeners and ordinary people. It is their honor to become my aides. You see, I have only been cultivating here for a few short years and have already broken through the shackles of SS-level controllers. Even the 4 of you combined are no match for me. Xiangxi spoke in a very soft tone, exuding a hint of evil, clearly indicating he practiced some unusual techniques. Xiangxi, as a traitor of the Xiangxi corpse handling lineage, hiding in my Luocheng for years, no wonder the Xiangxi corpse handlers have never found you. Wang Yuan did not expect that this traitor, who had been expelled from the Xiangxi lineage, had actually come to Luocheng to hide years ago. Just when everyone thought he had fallen somewhere, he instead broke through the SS-level shackles to become an SS-level controller. This news must be taken out, otherwise, in a few more years, once he absorbs all the corpse energy from Mongshan, it wouldn't be impossible for him to leap to become a transcendent. Ice explosion technique. Yin Chiha never expected that. Although he had avoided the initial danger, he couldn't escape the later one. Half an hour ago, he and Luo Shuyuan were moving forward when they encountered a giant python. After Luo Shuyuan's assessment, this giant python was the mother of the giant snake he had previously killed. Although snakes are cold-blooded animals, those evolved into extraordinary beasts are just like ordinary extraordinary beasts and take their offspring very seriously. The giant python, with its keen sense of smell, detected the bloody scent of the giant snake on Luo Shuyuan and immediately attacked the two. This giant python's cultivation was even slightly stronger than Luo Shuyuan's. It was unknown how many years it had cultivated in Mongshan. Fortunately, no tourists had ventured deep into Mongshan before. Otherwise, if they encountered these 2 extraordinary beasts, they wouldn't even know how high the grass on the graves would grow. Facing the giant python's attack, Luo Shuyuan did not dare to take it head-on. He pulled Yin Chiha aside to evade. Yin Chiha's face turned pale, but he used his means of attack without hesitation. Although he was terrified, his battle instincts did not allow him to be dazed. Various small techniques derived from divine powers were unleashed by Yin Chiha and Luo Shuyuan. Ultimately, the battle ended with Yin Chiha's ice explosion technique. As countless ice crystals around the giant python exploded, the giant python was blown apart, its flesh and blood flying everywhere. Although the giant python was an S-level extraordinary beast with tough skin and flesh, it could not withstand a relentless attack from Yin Chiha and Luo Shuyuan. After all, it was merely an extraordinary beast evolved from an ordinary snake, not a Shani extraordinary beast. Shani extraordinary beasts possess high intelligence and powerful bloodlines. If they had encountered an S-level extraordinary beast from Shanhai X, the two would not have won so easily through a war of attrition. Hurry, dispose of this thing. After the battle ended, Yin Chiha immediately turned around and urged Luo Shuyuan to clean up the scene quickly. Luo Shuyuan looked helpless. In his 3 years as the director of the Special Investigation Department in Beijing, no one had ever dared to command him like this. However, there was no choice. Who let this person in front of him be the future of Huaxia, terrified of snakes? Director Luo had no choice but to work diligently on the cleanup. Chapter 21. Traitor Xiangxi. After Yunkahong slightly calmed his emotions, the two prepared to venture deeper. However, at that moment, Yunkahong, with his back to Lu Shuyuan, noticed a three-person-wide opening in the area that had been a blind spot for their sight. How could there be an opening here? Right in the blind spot of the hill they had just passed. Lu Shuyuan and Yunkahong exchanged glances, gathering a trace of spiritual power in his palm. He lightly waved it, and the power flew into the opening. Wait, the situation inside is unknown. We should ensure safety before proceeding, Lu Shuyuan said. After speaking, he crossed his legs and rose into the air, beginning to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to recover from the exhaustion of their recent battle. With the Eternal Frozen Heart Lamp ability, Yunkahong naturally did not need to meditate to recover his spiritual power. As a great ability containing ice-type rules, Eternal Frozen Heart Lamp could not possibly only serve to ignite ice flames for Yunkahong's consciousness. Its second function was to constantly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to strengthen itself. This meant that Yunkahong did not need to meditate for cultivation. He was perpetually absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, converting it into his own spiritual power. With this ability, the intervals for Yunkahong to break through in future realms would be significantly shortened. A quarter of an hour later, the golden spiritual power returned to Lu Shuyuan's hand. After a slight sense, he said, "Let's go." Inside is a cave with multiple passages, likely created by people long ago, with faint remnants of King Yuan's spiritual power inside. The cave was not the traditional type haphazardly crafted for storage. Even on the walls at the entrance, Yunkahong discovered some murals that looked quite ancient. What these murals depicted was utterly unrecognizable. As Yunkahong walked and observed, he noticed plenty of illustrations on the murals, but only a couple were comprehensible. These murals should depict the local inhabitants from 100 years ago worshipping two giant serpents, which would reveal their true forms from underground every 5 years to collect offerings from the people. Due to his longer period of cultivation, Lu Shuyuan had read more ancient texts and understood much more than Yunkahong. Here is the scene of the worship. Lu Shuyuan pointed to a sacrificial scene depicted on the mural. Following his gaze, Yunkahong saw two giant serpents emerging from the ground, with many locals in traditional attire standing in front, and a sacrificial altar holding two young men and women. They are sacrificing living people to the two serpents. Yunkahong was shocked. It truly was a world full of wonders. The legendary living sacrifices actually existed, and in the ancient capital of Luocheng, no less. It was filled with superstition and ignorance. Yes, sacrifices originally stemmed from the belief in the harmonious coexistence of heaven and earth. To use living people as sacrifices to two serpentine beasts today is truly ridiculous. Lu Shuyuan shook his head. With such feudal superstitions, it was no wonder the Qing dynasty perished. Let's go. The remnants of King Yuan's spiritual power are deeper inside. Yunkahong followed Lu Shuyuan as they advanced until they reached a fork in the road. Why do these caves always have forks? It's like a maze. Yunkahong remarked in confusion. With a cave dug out like this, it's likely even the locals can't find the correct path. Lu Shuyuan withdrew his spiritual power and pointed to the right fork, saying, "Let's take this path. The destination on the other side is not clear, so let's not take any risks." Upon arriving here, Lu Shuyuan released his spiritual power to scout the path. Since they sealed the zombies in the depths of Mang Mountain, for some unknown reason, their consciousness became extremely unstable once separated from their bodies, making it impossible to use their consciousness for scouting. Therefore, they temporarily used spiritual power as a tool for exploration. The two walked along the right cave for about 10 minutes when their vision suddenly opened up. This looked like a place where someone had lived. Looking at the cave filled with signs of life, Yunkahong said, "In this cave, traces of human habitation were everywhere, with extinguished firewood and bedding, etc. Who would live deep in a cave in modern society?" Lu Shuyuan was also puzzled. While observing, a black mask caught his attention. This mask looked very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Lu Shuyuan looked at the mask in his hand, but couldn't recall where he had seen it before. "Let's put this away for now. There is still a way to go deeper. I can sense that the moisture there is more active." Taking advantage of the moment, Yunkahong sensed the conditions deeper through the water molecules in the air. Active moisture meant that there was either a lake or that someone or some creatures existed there. Either way, they had to go. Lu Shuyuan flipped his hand to store the black mask. "Wait, someone asked there." Just as the two continued down the passage for less than 5 minutes, Lu Shuyuan sensed a disturbance in the air ahead. He could even hear faint coughing sounds. Almost simultaneously, Yunkahong thought to himself that it was not good. An ice wall instantly formed in front of the two. A jet black spiritual power pierced directly through the ice wall, and struck the two of them. Fortunately, the ice wall absorbed most of the force. Otherwise, the two would likely have been pushed back more than just a couple of steps. Yunkahong instantly understood that they had run into a tough opponent this time. "You were really slow to arrive, several days later than I expected." A soft male voice echoed in the narrow passage. After exchanging glances, Yunkahong and Lu Shiyuan moved forward. After a few steps, the surroundings lit up with a dark green light. In the light, they could see another cave ahead. A slender, ethereal-looking young man was sitting on a bone chair, with 7 hooded figures standing behind him, identical to the one they had encountered outside. Clearly, these 7 hooded figures were also zombies, created by the young man before them. On the ground, on the other side, 5 bound men and women were desperately shaking their heads at the two. Wang Yuan. Lu Xian immediately recognized the group of bound individuals. The disheveled man in the middle was Wang Yuan, the director of the Special Investigation Office in Luocheng. At this moment, Wang Yuan and the others had their cultivation sealed, and even their consciousness seemed to be suppressed by something, losing vitality as if they were in a deep sleep. No wonder the consciousness marks left at the Special Investigation Office would dissipate on their own. "Lu Shiyuan, long time no see. I didn't expect it to be you who came." The ethereal man did not give them a warm reunion moment. "You are Xiaoxi Yangzi." Lu Shiyuan frowned, pondering for a while before finally recalling the identity of the ethereal man from the depths of his memory. Yunkahong quietly stood beside, quietly drawing his hand behind his back. His internal spiritual power quietly mobilized, slowly condensing into a wisp of spiritual light at his fingertips. "Who is Xiaoxi Yangzi?" To buy time, Yunkahong had no choice but to speak. Seeing that Xiaoxi Yangzi made no move, Lu Shiyuan answered. "Xiaoxi Yangzi is..." Chapter 22. Spirit Refining Array. Xiaoxi Yangzi is the holy son of the Xiangxi corpse driver lineage, a title he earned 8 years ago. In all of Xiangxi, corpse driving, poison casting, and the women of Luohua Cave are known as the 3 great evil arts. Each generation of corpse drivers does not exceed 3 individuals, so the lineage generally has no more than 10 living members at the same time. Each generation selects the most gifted individual as the holy son, symbolizing the aspiration to lead the lineage to greater heights. Xiaoxi Yangzi is the holy son of this generation, but he defies the ancestral teachings of the corpse drivers, searching for ancient tombs in hopes of excavating the bodies of ancient emperors to cultivate corpses. Luo Shiyuan glanced at Xiaoxi Yangzi at this point. He noticed that Xiaoxi Yangzi's expression remained unchanged, even with a hint of a smile. Thus, Luo Shiyuan continued. Because of this matter, the Xiangxi corpse driver lineage was warned by the Special Investigation Department at that time. Who would have thought that Xiaoxi Yangzi did not back down, but instead directly stole the bodies of 2 ancestors from the ancestral hall of the corpse drivers, disappearing without a trace. He was also expelled from the family tree by the lineage and declared a traitor. Yin Shiha clicked his tongue in surprise. How filial. Such extreme filial piety. He actually stole the bodies of his own ancestors to cultivate corpses, afraid that they might suffer from osteoporosis after lying for too long. So he kindly wanted them to get up and stretch, right? What do they understand? At this moment, Xiaoxi Yangzi spoke, his upward slanted eyes flickering with a strange light as they moved back and forth between Luo Shiyuan and Yin Shiha. After all, those so-called ancestors are already dead. Before they died, they were powerful cultivators. If their corpses are refined into zombies after death, they would definitely be far stronger than ordinary people. Since they're my ancestors, isn't it only right to benefit my descendants? Unfortunately, my father and brother are too conservative. With their mindset, how can they make the Xiangxi corpse driving art famous worldwide? Xiaoxi Yangzi said calmly. Yin Shiha felt a chill down his spine. A person who uses twisted logic to convince himself that what he is doing is right is truly perverse. Xiaoxi Yangzi, regardless of your past deeds, do you not know that attacking the director of the Special Investigation Department of Huaxia is a serious crime, punishable by the Mountain Sea Tribunal? Luo Shiyuan did not want to waste words with Xiaoxi Yangzi. Rescuing Wang Yuan and the others was the priority. Serious crime? So what if I attacked? What can you do about it? Or what can a Mountain Sea Tribunal do about it? Xiaoxi Yangzi laughed wildly at Luo Shiyuan's words. He stood up, and the SS-level cultivator's pressure radiated outward. The air in the entire cave began to tremble violently. SS-level cultivator. At this moment, Luo Shiyuan needed to use a significant amount of spiritual power to protect himself to maintain his balance. Yin Shiha, however, only used a small amount of spiritual power to resist it. In fact, Yin Shiha possessed the power of extreme ice and was an extreme ice body. Not to mention this mere SS level pressure. Even the pressure from a transcendent would have no effect on him unless it involved the power of rules. He was merely pretending to use spiritual power to resist to avoid attracting Xiaoxiangzi's attention. In just 8 years, you have actually broken through from an A-level cultivator to an SS-level cultivator. Luo Xiuyuan was extremely shocked by Xiaoxiangzi's cultivation speed. 8 years ago, he and Xiaoxiangzi were both A-level cultivators. He was the most outstanding genius in all of Huaxia, while Xiaoxiangzi, as the holy son of the corpse driver lineage, was naturally inferior. Yet now, he was still preparing to break through to SS-level cultivator, while Xiaoxiangzi had already broken through to the SS level without him even realizing it. I must thank the Special Investigation Department and my family's old immortal for probing into my whereabouts all these years, forcing me to hide in this distant Luocheng. Initially, I intended to find the royal tombs buried in Luocheng, but unexpectedly discovered that the tomb group in Mongshan harbored secrets. Xiaoxiangzi seemed to be confident, readily answering Luo Xiuyuan's questions. What you think of as hidden secrets? If it were merely the vast amount of corpse energy here, it wouldn't be considered a hidden secret. There must be something else. Before long, Luo Xiuyuan also reacted. With a snap of Xiaoxiangzi's fingers, a massive scarlet array emerged at the bottom of the cave. The array. Luo Xiuyuan felt a sense of dread. Arrays are typically established by very few lineages with such inheritance, and he had never heard of the corpse driver lineage having any array inheritance. As the array activated, streams of blood began to flow in from unknown sources. Yun Shihe frowned slightly, discreetly condensing an ice crystal beneath his feet to lift it into the air, preventing the blood from contaminating him. This array is called the Spirit Refining Array, which I discovered by chance after arriving here. This array serves no other purpose than to refine all living beings within it into the purest form of spiritual energy. At this point, Xiaoxiangzi took out a small booklet that looked quite ancient. Oh right, this array can even refine your consciousness to assist me in breaking through to the transcendent. Xiaoxiangzi pointed at the ancient booklet in his hand. It was obvious that this ancient booklet was also found here and should contain the method to activate this array. Yun Shihe and Luo Xiuyuan exchanged glances and nodded subtly. At this moment, Wang Yuan and the others had their cultivation and consciousness sealed, rendering them ordinary people with no combat power at all. The 6 zombies behind Xiaoxiangzi were also tossed into the array by him. It seemed he intended to refine all living beings present to facilitate his breakthrough to the transcendent. But is it so easy to break through to the transcendent? Can a few SS-level cultivators and a couple of L-level cultivators suffice? Yun Shihe did not know the answer. He only knew that Xiaoxiangzi was currently controlling the array. It was the perfect opportunity to act. The spiritual light gathering on Yun Shihe's fingertips became dazzling, and at this moment he shot it out, carrying a chill straight towards the suspended Xiaoxiangzi. A mere A-level cultivator dares to resist. Chapter 23. Sword Come. Corpse Transformation according to the ancient texts. The Spirit Refining Array does not operate autonomously. It requires someone to control it to refine the beings within. Therefore, at this moment, Xiaoxiangzi is exerting all his strength to manipulate the operation of the Spirit Refining Array. He did not expect that under the pressure of the array deep within, a mere A-class controller would still have the energy to attack. At this moment, even a genius like Luo Xiuyuan, with his level of cultivation, could only fully resist the erosion of the array's pressure. Xiaoxiangzi waved his hand to summon 7 corpses within the array. Although zombies also belong to the category of living beings, they lack consciousness, so their perception of pressure is much weaker than that of ordinary awakened beings. Additionally, he has been cultivating these corpses over the years, and they have all transformed into A-class zombies. Among them, the 2 strongest ones are the ancestors' corpses stolen from the Ancestral Hall during the rebellion, which have now been cultivated into S-class zombies, used to deal with a mere A-class controller child. Xiaoxiangzi feels he has the upper hand. Luo Xiuyuan sees Yun Shihe facing 6 zombies of A-class and above and shows an expression of anger. However, under the suppression of the Spirit Refining Array, he cannot even use his divine sense, let alone his spiritual power. No wonder he felt signs of suppression on his divine sense as soon as he entered the depths of Mang Mountain. Even later, after entering this cave, his divine sense could not condense outside his body at all. The space in the cave is indeed limited. Yun Shihe gestured, and Frostless directly pierced through the mountain above, and he flew out, with 6 zombies following closely behind. After flying out of the cave, Yun Shihu discovered that the spirit refining array was not only in the previous cave. From above, the mountain where the cave is located is shrouded in the array, even radiating outwards for several hundred meters. Yun Shihu quickly waved his hand, and an extremely icy spiritual power flew into the sky, forming a barrier that enveloped the entire area of Mang Mountain, making it impossible to investigate the situation here from the outside. Sensing the foul odor coming from behind, Yun Shihu tapped his toes in the air, and a piece of ice crystal formed out of thin air. Using the ice crystal, Yun Shihu turned and flew backward. The dark blue spiritual light in his palm instantly condensed, and the extreme ice spiritual power surged like a tide, directly freezing the moisture within a few meters around him into ice spikes. With a wave of his hand, the ice spikes shot towards the zombies, instantly freezing the foremost A-class zombie into an ice sculpture that fell downward. Ceiling. Yun Shihu let out a low shout, and his right hand drew an arc in the air. Chains of dark blue emerged from all directions, directly sealing the remaining 4 A-class zombies in midair. No matter how they struggled, they could not break free. After dealing with the 4 A-class zombies, Yun Shihu squinted his eyes, looking at the last 2 S-class zombies. With his cultivation level, he could easily kill A-class zombies in seconds. Dealing with 1 S-class zombie is also not a problem. However, facing 2 S-class zombies simultaneously would take some time, but at this moment, Luo, Xiyun, and Wang Yuan are still trapped in the spirit refining array and cannot escape, leaving him with no time to deal with these 2 zombies. While pondering, Yun Shihu approached with Frostless. Zombies are created through the techniques inherited from corpse handlers, and ordinary firearms cannot harm them in the slightest. Even ordinary magical artifacts find it difficult to break through their bodies, and even if they do, they can quickly recover. In Yun Shihu's hands, Frostless moved like a ghost, leaving various sized, shallow, and deep wounds on the 2 zombies. Moreover, due to absolute zero, a thick layer of frozen material containing rule power immediately formed at the wound sites, preventing any recovery. The 2 zombies howled and charged at Yun Shihu. Sword come. With his left hand S fingers pointed like a sword, Frostless pierced through one zombie's abdomen and then came back through the other zombie's back, finally returning to Yun Shihu's hand. Frostless emitted a flow of cold air, washing away the impurities left on the blade. Yun Shihu's spiritual power surged. The long sword in his hand emitted an intense brilliance, making it particularly eye-catching in the night sky. One sword frost cold in 14 states. Holding the long sword, Yun Shihu slashed horizontally in the air. A crescent-shaped sword light shot out, freezing everything in its path, including the 2 zombies. Yun Shihu exhaled a breath of cold air. That sword had consumed nearly 1/3 of his internal spiritual power. It was definitely his strongest means of attack besides his divine abilities. Just then, a foul wind rushed from behind. Yun Shihu dodged just in time. It turned out that Xiao Xiangzi sensed that his cultivated zombies were at a disadvantage, so he distractedly intervened, partially lifting Yun Shihu's seal, allowing 2 A-class zombies to escape. Moreover, he seemed to have used some method to temporarily turn the 2 A-class zombies into S-class zombies. However, at this moment, Yun Shihu could not use one sword frost cold in 14 states again. During the battle, just now, he discovered that the entire array relied entirely on Xiao Xiangzi for its operational power. In other words, Xiao Xiangzi was currently the core of the spirit refining array. As long as he dealt with Xiao Xiangzi, the spirit refining array would naturally collapse. But therein lies the problem. As an SS-class controller, Xiao Xiangzi's cultivation level is already at the peak of the controller realm, and beyond that is the surpasser realm. Even if he is currently struggling to manipulate the spirit refining array, he is not someone who could be defeated by ordinary means. Not to mention that Yun Shihu is currently only an A-class controller, with a full 2 major realms of difference from Xiao Xiangzi. To achieve a fatal blow, he must use the divine ability into the White Frost. This divine ability is extremely powerful, containing the most concentrated ice rules, thus consuming a significant amount of his energy. If he uses one sword frost cold in 14 states again, he will not have enough spiritual power left to use the divine ability. Wait. As Yun Shihu thought of this, he suddenly noticed a corner of the spirit refining array. Although the array had not yet begun to refine living beings, the blood flowing in from all directions had already entered a refining state. If he could seize this part of spiritual energy, not only could he resolve the immediate crisis, but he might also hope to advance his cultivation towards the S-class controller. With this thought in mind, Yin Shihu engaged with the two S-class zombies while attempting to infiltrate the array with his divine sense. His divine sense, already ignited by the ever-frozen heart lamp, was naturally not something this array could suppress. Therefore, Yin Shihu's divine sense quietly approached the center of the array. However, Xiao Xiangzi, as the core, simultaneously controls the entire array. Such an obvious external force entering would undoubtedly attract his attention. In an instant, Xiao Xiangzi locked onto the source of this divine sense. It seems I underestimated you. Not only can you defeat the zombies I painstakingly cultivated, but you can also use divine sense under the fully activated spirit refining array. You must have a great secret. I've changed my mind. I want to refine you into my 9th zombie puppet. Chapter 24. The villain talks a lot. The spirit tool, 8 extremes mirror. Have you damaged your brain by refining corpses? Yin Chia couldn't help but sneer when he heard what Xiangzi said. If you really like corpses so much, why not just commit suicide and see if you can turn yourself into a zombie? Xiangzi wasn't angry upon hearing Yin Chia's words. Instead, he smiled and said, "You little brat, don't think you can disturb my thoughts with such tricks. You should worry about yourself. My 2 zombies are not easy to deal with." After saying that, Xiangzi no longer paid attention to Yin Chia. He simply expelled Yin Chia's spiritual consciousness from the formation and increased the flow of spiritual power into the formation. A deep, azure spiritual light flashed at the edge of the spirit refinement formation, unnoticed by anyone. Meanwhile, Yin Chia wielded Frostless in his hand, and every sword light that passed created a swirl of ice crystals. With a sudden clap of his hands, a wave of azure energy erupted around him, directly sending the 2 zombies flying. Collect. After retreating a distance, Yin Chia's spiritual power flickered in his hand. A visible white mist surged from the spirit refinement formation into his body. What's going on? Xiangzi was instantly alarmed upon seeing this scene. He had been lurking in Luoqing Mongshan for 8 years, inadvertently discovering the spirit refinement formation here. After finally seizing the opportunity to attract so many powerful cultivators, he aimed to refine them to help him ascend to a higher realm. Everything was progressing according to his plan, except for the unexpected appearance of Yin Chia. Not only could he move freely and use his spiritual consciousness under the pressure of the spirit refinement formation, but he could also easily defeat the S-class zombies he had carefully cultivated with his A-class power. Now, he was actually using the spiritual energy of the spirit refinement formation right under his nose. What did that mean for all his years of plotting? Did he have too much time on his hands? Xiangzi was almost driven to laugh by Yin Chia. Yin Chia sensed that the spiritual energy from the spirit refinement formation was rushing towards him, and he felt delighted. He knew that his earlier entry into the formation with his spiritual consciousness couldn't escape Xiangzi's notice. However, his true goal was to send a wisp of ice flame into the formation. The ice flame was a mystical fire produced by igniting his spiritual consciousness with his supernatural ability, Eternal Frozen Heart Lamp. Unlike ordinary flames, it was bone-chilling and could burn other spiritual consciousness. However, with Yin Chia's current cultivation level, he could only barely use this wisp, which was already his limit. Yin Chia sent the ice flame into the spirit refinement formation. Relying on the connection between this wisp of ice flame and the eternal burning ice flame seed in his sea of consciousness, he really managed to draw the spiritual energy from the spirit refinement formation using the ice flame as a medium. A sword frost cold across 14 continents. Now that he had sufficient spiritual energy, Yin Chia directly resolved the zombie that had been sent flying and was now charging at him. At that moment, a surge of spiritual power came rushing towards Yin Chia's face. The speed was so fast that Yin Chia had no time to dodge. He could only urgently form a mask to block some of the damage. When the spiritual power broke through the mask, it directly sent Yin Chia flying. Hiss! Yin Chia stabilized himself 10 meters away. Xiangzi actually gave up on continuing to refine Luo Shiyin and Wang Yuan and directly charged out of the formation towards him. Compared to those few, you're obviously worth more. Yin Chia thought it was bad. Xiangzi was so bold as to give up the duck that was already in his mouth. He had originally intended to deliver a fatal blow to Xiangzi while he was fully focused on activating the spirit refinement formation. Who would have thought that Xiangzi would abandon the opportunity to refine Luo, Shuyuan, and others' spiritual energy in order to capture him alive? The spirit refinement formation was a one-time formation. And giving it up meant that Xiaoxiangzi would have to spend who knows how many more years to hope for a significant step forward in the SS-class Awakened realm. Faced with Xiaoxiangzi's nearly peak attack, Yin Shihe could only barely dodge. Even that was enough to make Xiaoxiangzi marvel. Xiaoxiangzi, surrender. You should know that China does not lack SS-class controllers guarding it. Without the suppression of the spirit refinement formation, Luo Shuyuan quickly lifted the seals on Wang Yuan and others, flying to Yin Shihe's side, even subtly protecting Yin Shihe behind him. The three old geezers from the Mountain Sea Court? But we are quite far from the Mountain Sea Court in Shanjing City. Are you sure they can sense what's happening here? Perhaps Xiaoxiangzi hadn't interacted with so many people for a long time and showed no urgency to deal with them. Yin Shihe poked Luo Shuyuan from behind, and Luo Shuyuan instantly understood, giving a slight nod. Xiaoxiangzi waved his hand, and the chains Yin Shihe had imposed dissipated into the air. The two A-class zombies, regaining their freedom, immediately flew to Xiaoxiangzi's side. Xiaoxiangzi took out two dark green objects that resembled seeds, and as soon as they touched the zombie's skin, they immediately fused into them. The two zombies instantly underwent a transformation. The ice layer formed from the wounds inflicted by Frostless actually peeled away along with the nearby rotting flesh. Following that, green light flickered, and new rotting flesh grew in the original place. All the bones of the zombie were radiating green light, making them quite eerie in the night. So that's how it is. Yin Shihe had been puzzled about how those two A-class zombies suddenly transformed into S-class zombies. It turned out that the instigator was Xiaoxiangzi. It seemed that these seed-like things were the supernatural abilities that Xiaoxiangzi had comprehended. Perhaps it was precisely because he had comprehended the ability to transform ordinary zombies into higher-level zombies that Xiaoxiangzi acted so ruthlessly and ultimately became a traitor of the corpse-driving lineage. Today, none of you will escape. After Xiaoxiangzi finished speaking, the two mutated S-class zombies charged towards everyone with a roar. Wang Yuan, these two zombies are up to you, Luo Shuyuan said to Wang Yuan without turning his head. Be careful. Wang Yuan knew that he and the remaining 4 special investigators from the Luoqing Special Investigation Department had been tormented by Xiaoxiangzi for many days, and being able to fight against the two mutated S-class zombies was already their best effort. Naturally, they wouldn't rush to deliver their heads to Xiaoxiangzi. After reminding Luo Shuyuan and Yin Shihe, Wang Yuan and the others confronted the two zombies. Now it's your turn. Xiaoxiangzi charged forward with violent green spiritual power. The aura belonging to an SS-class controller caused the air in this area to become chaotic, and a layer of dark green halo appeared around Xiaoxiangzi. Frostless. 8 Extremes Mirror. Yin Shihe and Luo Shuyuan summoned their respective magical artifacts. Luo Shuyuan's magical artifact was a hexagonal copper mirror, which emitted a wave that Yin Shihe had never seen before. After the copper mirror was summoned, it quietly hovered above his head. Little 8, Luo Shuyuan lightly called out. The 8 Extremes mirror emitted a golden glow, gradually condensing into a child-sized figure that was similar to the mirror. The child's small hand waved, absorbing the approaching green spiritual power. Chapter 25. Qi Ling Xiao Ba, Luo Shuyuan's Backlash Spirit Tool. Unexpected Gains. When Xiaoxiangzi saw this figure, the light in his eyes grew brighter. He originally just wanted to lure some awakened ones from the Special Adjustment Department to refine them into spiritual energy for his cultivation. As a result, a newly emerged genius showed up, practically a perfect vessel for him to create zombie puppets. And that wasn't all. Luo Shuyuan also brought him a spirit tool. It should be noted that even the entire corpse-chasing lineage does not possess a single spirit tool, only a few magical treasures here and there. Yunkahua did not expect that Luo Shuyuan actually had a spirit tool by his side. However, upon further thought, it made sense. After all, Luo Shuyuan held a high position and bore the title of the #1 genius in Huaxia. It was impossible for him not to have some trump cards. Yunkahua did not dwell on it. Xiaoxiangzi had already attacked him. Concentrate. Yunkahua formed a seal with his left hand. Several ice spikes, 2 meters long, shot out and trapped Xiaoxiangzi within them. Taking advantage of the moment, Yunkahua quickly moved to the side to join Luo Shuyuan. Xiao Yuanzai, what is this person? Why does he smell so bad? Yunkahua curiously glanced at the spirit of the 8 Extremes mirror. It turned out that the spirit really could transform into the appearance of a child, just as described in novels. The spirit of the 8 Extremes mirror, Xiaoba, also looked at Yunkahua, wondering why this person was staring at him. Never seen a spirit before? Although Yunkahua's extreme ice spiritual power was exceptionally tyrannical, it was still a bit insufficient to confront an opponent 2 major realms above him. Even if today, Yunkahua had just entered the S-class controller realm, he would have the opportunity to stand on equal footing with Xiaoxiangzi. However, with his current A-class controller cultivation, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In Beijing, in a park that is not open to the public in the city center, lies the renowned Huaxia Shanhai Court. The Shanhai Court is an official institution established by Huaxia specifically for the trial of extraordinary events, adhering to the principle of using law to govern the extraordinary and balance the heavens, and is affiliated with the Huaxia Extraordinary Military. The exterior of the Shanhai Court is an ancient gray-black building, blending various modern and Qin Han styles. A bronze plaque hangs above the main entrance, inscribed with the 4 characters Shanhai Court in neat script. What a powerful spiritual power fluctuation. It must be SS class. Inside the Shanhai Court, 3 middle-aged men opened their eyes simultaneously. These 3 were the judges of the Shanhai Court, and also the 3 SS class controllers currently guarding Huaxia. Lin Xia, the only woman among them, waved her hand, and an illusory map of Huaxia appeared before the 3. Tracing the source, Lin Xia cast a spell with both hands, her spiritual energy transforming into a beam of spiritual light that shot into the Huaxia map. The spiritual light traveled around various locations on the map, eventually stopping at Mang Mountain in Luocheng. Mang Mountain? Another middle-aged man, Zhang Yi, was somewhat puzzled. Mang Mountain has never had any special circumstances. It's just an ordinary graveyard next to Luocheng. I remember, Xiuyuan is currently in Luocheng, Chen Mofeng said after thinking for a moment. Oh no! Xiuyuan was sent by the Ice War God to find a newly awakened kid. To be personally ordered by the Ice War God, he must have extraordinary qualities. Since Xiuyuan has not yet reached the SS class breakthrough, he must be in danger. Zhang Yi analyzed, his expression growing increasingly grim. Not to mention that the Ice War God is particularly concerned about this person, but Xiuyuan, as the current #1 genius in Huaxia, absolutely cannot suffer any losses. The 3 exchanged glances and nodded. Lin Xia waved her hand to retract the map, turning to fly towards Luocheng with Chen Mofeng. Zhang Yi closed his eyes again to guard the Shanhai Court. Xiaoxiangzi's strength was simply too overwhelming. Even with Yunkahua and Luo Xiuyuan joining forces, they could not gain any advantage. Wang Yuan and the others, due to their injuries, could barely hold their ground against 2 S-class corpse zombies. The entire Mang Mountain was filled with spiritual light. If it weren't for Yunkahua having already set up a barrier, the situation here would have long been discovered by the people in Luocheng. If this drags on, it will be extremely unfavorable for us. We need to find a chance to control him. The judges of the Shanhai Court are already on their way. Luo Xiuyuan sensed the burning mark on his shoulder and said, this was a mark left by the judges of the Shanhai Court, allowing him to sense the situation of the 3 judges at all times. Good. Yunkahua slashed through the spiritual energy released by Xiaoxiangzi with a beam of sword light. Without the operation of the spirit refining formation, Yunkahua now felt that his spiritual energy was running low. Hearing Luo Xiuyuan's words, Yunkahua formed a seal with one hand, causing the air in the entire space to start to stir. Blizzard. An artificial natural disaster played out within this barrier. The blizzard carrying extreme ice spiritual energy wreaked havoc, and even Xiaoxiangzi had to use spiritual energy to resist. Thousand Threads Soul Guide. Taking advantage of the brief moment when Xiaoxiangzi was using spiritual energy to resist the blizzard, Luo Xiuyuan directly unleashed his own divine ability. Xiaoba, with the 8 extremes mirror, hovered behind Luo Xiuyuan. Countless golden spiritual energies transformed into golden threads that shot towards Xiaoxiangzi. At the same time, the golden threads of spiritual energy faintly revealed golden fluctuations, which were Luo Xiuyuan's divine consciousness. Divine abilities targeting divine consciousness are always the most feared existence for ordinary awakened ones. Even SS-class controller like Xiaoxiangzi was no exception. Luo Xiuyuan, I didn't expect your divine consciousness to be so close to SS class. Xiaoxiangzi sensed that Luo Xiuyuan was trying to invade his sea of consciousness with his divine consciousness, both resisting and astonished. However, an S-class is still an S-class. Ultimately, it is not SS class. If you want to invade my sea of consciousness with divine consciousness, you still need to cultivate further. Xiaoxiangzi's divine consciousness directly severed Luo Xiuyuan's golden threads of spiritual energy. Puff! Luo Xiuyuan's divine ability was interrupted, and he suffered backlash, immediately spitting out blood. Luo Xiuyuan. Xiao Yuanzai. Yunkahua hurriedly flew forward to support Luo Xiuyuan as he fell to the ground, while Xiaoba also retracted the 8 Extremes mirror with concern. The 8 Extremes mirror is ultimately just a defensive-type spirit tool. Its combat capabilities are indeed somewhat lacking. I didn't expect that the corpse-chasing lineage's inherited divine ability is actually a divine consciousness ability. No wonder he can control so many zombies. It turns out it's not just relying on spiritual energy. Luo Shuyuan's mouth bled as he adjusted his breath and said, "You should first stabilize your chaotic divine consciousness." Yunkahua interrupted him, urging him to sit aside. For awakened ones, chaotic divine consciousness is almost equivalent to being incapacitated. It can lead to light injuries and fainting, or in severe cases, soul scattering. Luo Shuyuan naturally knew the consequences of chaotic divine consciousness. He could only remind Yunkahua to be careful and to retreat immediately if they couldn't win, then quickly sit down and regulate his breath. "All right, now it's just you alone. You're even less of a match for me now." Xiaoxiangzi had already broken free from the blizzard's constraints and came to a spot not far from the two. Shuangwu. Yunkahua summoned the Shuangwu sword, pouring his spiritual energy into the sword body. Although Xiaoxiangzi had been focused on controlling the spirit refining formation, he had still seen Yunkahua instantly kill 2 of his S-class zombies. At this moment, he naturally reacted. This was going to be the same trick again. In Tong Tong Yu. Chapter 26. Xiao Xiangzi was confident that he could handle Yin Shihua's sword, but he had just spent a considerable amount of time due to the presence of Luo Shuyuan and the 8 Extremes mirror. If he allowed Yin Shihua to delay any longer, there might be significant changes. Therefore, Xiao Xiangzi planned to directly use his divine power to end what he saw as merely a farce of a battle. Coincidentally, Yin Shihua had the same intention. One sword frost chills 14 prefectures. The frostless sword, carrying a chill, stabbed toward Xiao Xiangzi. At this moment, Xiao Xiangzi's eyes had completely transformed into an eerie green, and a pair of enormous green-eyed avatars appeared behind him. In the dark night, the green eyes were as terrifying as wolf eyes. In the air, 2 S-rank zombies that were entangled with Wang Yuan and others also sensed something. They both shook off their opponents and flew towards Yin Shihua along with Xiao Xiangzi. This is bad. Wang Yuan realized the situation and felt uneasy. From the previous battle, it was clear that this Yin Shihua, whom he had never met, was undoubtedly an extraordinary genius, and he and Luo Shuyuan could not afford to lose. However, before they could reach the battlefield on the ground, they were forced to halt. White ice dust had unexpectedly appeared in the sky. Unlike the previous blizzard that mainly restricted Xiao Xiangzi's movements, this time they sensed an extremely strong sense of crisis within the ice dust. Yin Shihua's snowflake mark on his forehead burst forth with dazzling brilliance, and ancient ice and snow runes emerged in his eyes. Coupled with his white hair and excessively handsome appearance, he resembled a deity, making one feel compelled to worship. Seeing this, Xiao Xiangzi's heart sank. Final frost. Terrifying cold spread out at an incomprehensible speed. Everything it touched was turned into extremely cold ice blocks. At this moment, Xiao Xiangzi had just used his divine power to break through Frostless S attack, and Yin Shihua's divine power followed closely, leaving him no chance to react. Under the influence of Absolute Zero, ordinary techniques might only cause Xiao Xiangzi some minor damage. However, when divine powers combined with Absolute Zero, the result could be greater than the sum of its parts. As the frost attacked, Xiao Xiangzi was turned into an ice sculpture before he could even use his divine power. Even the avatar of his divine power above him, the pair of green eyes composed of no material elements, were frozen in the ice layer. This was the manifestation of the power of the rules involved in Final Frost. Even abstract things could be frozen into ice. To maximize the power, Yin Shihua directed his divine power solely at Xiao Xiangzi, so the others in the air could only feel some radiation of spiritual power. But even this little radiation had already made them feel a stagnation of the soul. This divine power could freeze souls. Wang Yuan and the others looked at Yin Shihua, unable to recover for a long time. The soul was even more mysterious than consciousness. In both ancient texts and reality, the only thing that could directly target the soul was the soul-calling banner obtained by Yin Shihua. Even Luo Shuyuan's extraordinary abilities and divine powers only targeted consciousness. At this moment, everyone understood that it was astonishing that Yin Shihua actually had divine powers that could directly free souls. Phew! Seeing that Xiao Xiangzi had been frozen, Yin Chihua suddenly felt weak and fell to the ground. Without Yin Chihua's spiritual power, the surrounding ice dust instantly vanished, and the air returned to normal. Only a path of ice extended from beneath Yin Chihua's feet to the not far away Xiao Xiangzi, proving that everything that had just happened was not an illusion. Comrade Yin, are you all right? Wang Yuan and the others landed and helped Yin Chihua up, asking with concern. At this moment, Yin Chihua could not say a word. After continuously using the strongest techniques and divine powers, combined with the earlier prolonged struggle with Xiao Xiangzi, his internal spiritual power had long been exhausted, his body was drained, and his consciousness was sluggish. If it weren't for Luo Shuyuan still recuperating at this moment, and he was not familiar with Wang Yuan and the others, he might have already fallen into a coma. He was just barely holding on. Wang Yuan, supporting Yin Chihua, could naturally sense his condition. He didn't say anything. In such a situation, it was wise to remain vigilant. Moreover, he indeed didn't know Yin Chihua well, and even if he encouraged Yin Chihua to rest, he probably wouldn't believe it, and it might even have a counterproductive effect. If he suddenly got hit with a freezing attack, it would truly be a laugh. At this moment, two powerful spiritual energies broke through the barrier that Yin Chihua had set up around Mang Mountain. Lin Xia and Chun Mafeng arrived at Mang Mountain and immediately saw the barrier invisible to ordinary people. As they flew, they could sense that the mark left on Luo Shuyuan was currently in Mang Mountain, indicating that Luo Shuyuan was right there. Although they didn't understand why the barrier, which only had A-level strength, could trap Luo Shuyuan, they knew something must have happened. Without time to think, they casually shot out two streams of spiritual power to break the barrier. What came into view was the aftermath of the battle in the heart of Mang Mountain. The ground was filled with cracks, ice blocks scattered everywhere, and several zombie corpses. The most eye-catching was the human-shaped ice sculpture in the center of the area, with an ice path extending from its feet to another person nearby. Although they didn't know who that person was, they recognized that the one supporting him was Wang Yuan, the director of the Special Investigations Department of Luocheng. The two were most concerned about Luo Shuyuan, who was currently stabilizing his chaotic consciousness after a brief rest. Sensing Lin Xia and Chun Mafeng's arrival, he quickly beckoned them over. Director Lin, Director Chun. Seeing that Luo Shuyuan was unharmed, the two felt relieved. Yin Chihua had initially worried that someone breaking his barrier might mean another strong enemy was attacking. However, upon hearing Luo Shuyuan's words, he relaxed. It turned out that a powerful figure from the Shanghai court had arrived. Before his consciousness fell into darkness, Yin Chihua could only hear a voice calling his name. So noisy. Luocheng's Special Investigations Department. Luo Shuyuan finished his rest, stood up from the bed, glanced at Yin Chihua, who was surrounded by several white coats just a window away, sighed, and left. Director Lin. Luo Shuyuan pushed open the door and walked into an office, saluting Lin Xia, who was sitting in the main seat, then nodding to Wang Yuan beside him. Sit down. How's your injury? Lin Xia invited Luo Shuyuan to sit next to Wang Yuan. A stream of spiritual power flew from her fingertips, constantly moving around Luo Shuyuan's body. I'm almost healed, but my consciousness still needs more recovery. The backlash from the divine power is indeed hard to recover from. Lin Xia retracted her spiritual power, confirming what Luo Shuyuan had said. Injuries to consciousness could only be healed through the self-cultivation of an awakener or rare heavenly materials. Such rare materials that could repair consciousness damage were extremely rare even within the ice wall, and she was unable to help. Fortunately, Luo Shuyuan's consciousness was strong, and with a few more days of recovery, he would be completely restored. I wonder how Yin Chihua is doing and when he will wake up. Chapter 27 Awakening. Luo Shuyuan knew his situation, so he wasn't too worried. However, it had been 4 days since the battle at Mang Mountain, and Yin Chihua still showed no signs of waking up, which was concerning. After Lin Xia and Chun Mafeng arrived that day, Lin Xia used her supernatural abilities to heal Wang Yuan and others' injuries. Lin Xia's extraordinary ability was related to the wood element. The supernatural ability she comprehended after breaking through to the controller realm was also related to healing. Therefore, when everyone returned to the special office in Luo City, they immediately had her try to heal Luo Shuyuan and Yin Chihua. The result was unexpectedly ineffective. The injuries of these two were more mysterious than the other. Luo Shuyuan's injuries were somewhat understandable. The damage to his consciousness couldn't be resolved by an ordinary healing supernatural ability. But for Yin Chihua, who was merely exhausted of spiritual power, it was astonishing that his consciousness had also fallen into a deep sleep. It was truly incomprehensible. Director Chun had been examining Yun Chiha's body for the past 2 days and found nothing abnormal. After confirming there was no danger, Chun Mofeng returned to the Shanghai court in the capital, leaving Lin Xia here to wait for Yun Chiha to wake up. The next day, a military plane was dispatched to the capital to bring back Director Chen Ligua from the Extraordinary Research Institute for a comprehensive examination of Yun Chiha. However, the result was unexpected. There were no abnormalities, yet he remained in a deep sleep. Luo Shuyuan felt a sinking feeling upon hearing Lin Xia's words. Being in a deep sleep could be described harshly as leaving it to fate. He might wake up in the next second, or he might never wake up. Initially, his attitude towards Yun Chiha was that of a future pillar of Huaxia, someone who needed protection to grow. Later, when Yun Chiha unexpectedly surged from a D-level awakener to an A-level controller in just half an hour, he felt a mix of shock and some resentment. He himself was the top genius of Huaxia at that time. Even if placed within the Arctic ice wall, he would still be among the top echelon of talents. His awakened perceptual abilities made his consciousness stand out among his peers. The results told him that hard work was insignificant in the face of absolute talent. Later, when the Ice War God sent him to personally deliver the Xianbing pill, he understood that with greater power comes greater responsibility. What he needed to do was to adjust his mindset and do what a top genius of Huaxia should do. This trip to Mang Mountain made him accept from the bottom of his heart this sudden genius who stood above him. He was a trustworthy teammate. Yun Chiha had no idea how long he had been walking alone in the boundless darkness. He felt puzzled, with the eternal frozen heart lamp as his supernatural ability protecting his consciousness, and with the consciousness ice flame already ignited. How could his consciousness also fall into a deep sleep? Indeed, during these days of unconsciousness, Yun Chiha was aware of his bodily condition and knew that his consciousness had also fallen into slumber. This was precisely what puzzled him. He dashed through this chaotic void, lacking direction and sound. Sometimes, even his sense of self became vague. He didn't even know how to struggle. With no spiritual power, consciousness, or supernatural abilities, it felt as if he had never existed. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was still an ordinary person. He wandered aimlessly for an unknown duration. Suddenly, a faint light flickered in front of Yun Chiha. Seeing something other than darkness after so long, Yun Chiha hurriedly ran towards the light. However, the distance between them seemed never to change. No matter how much Yun Chiha advanced, the light retreated the same amount. Until at some moment, the faint light suddenly burst forth with brilliance. This time, the light did not retreat, but instead charged straight towards Yun Chiha. In shock, Yun Chiha wanted to dodge, but it felt as though his whole body was frozen in place, and he could only watch as the light entered his body. Circles of ice crystals froze Yun Chiha, as if he were an artwork placed in the boundless darkness. Cold, a deep, soul-piercing cold. This was the only sensation Yun Chiha had now. The extreme ice spiritual power and cold stream storm he usually used against enemies were now all directed at himself. Billions of ice needles pierced through his body, encased in ice. Strangely, no blood seeped out, as if Yun Chiha in the darkness were merely a projection. He remained in the darkness for an immeasurable amount of time, long enough that the billions of ice needles had pierced the ice-encased Yun Chiha into countless fragments. Yet, Yun Chiha could still sense that he was in the dark space, even though he was now countless tiny pieces. Suddenly, an energy, unknown in origin, pierced through the darkness and directly gathered onto his fragments. The fragments began to slowly coalesce and stick together, eventually reforming into Yun Chiha's shape. A cool breeze blew by. Yun Chiha felt as if something had been taken from him by that gust of wind. The darkness began to crumble. Consciousness gradually returned. Right? The trial of Xiao Xiangzi would be in 3 days. They were originally going to wait for Yun Chiha to wake up. However, concerning the lineage of corpse transportation in Xiangxi, although they had no strong practitioners or forces within the ice wall, in Huaxia, the intertwining of various sects and families needed to be addressed quickly. After briefly understanding Luo Shuyuan's condition, Lin Xia took a packet of instant coffee from the drawer and prepared it for herself, saying, "All right, I will attend then." Luo Shuyuan was still immersed in his worries about Yun Chiha and casually replied, "Not good." Something happened to Yun Chiha. At that moment, the office door was violently flung open, and a researcher under Chun Ligua gasped for breath as he spoke. Lin Xia was about to say something when she saw Luo Shuyuan and Wang Yuan already rushing out of the door, so she waved her hand and hurriedly followed. Although she didn't know what special qualities Yun Chiha possessed that made the Ice War God value him so highly, She had learned about Yun Shiha's remarkable achievements since his awakening over the past few days, surging from a D-level awakener to an A-level controller in just half an hour. As an A-level controller, he had fought against the S-level controller by Ma, the deputy leader of the Huaxia demigod sect. Furthermore, with his A-level controller cultivation, he had directly reduced the realm of the SS-level controller Xiao Xiangzi to that of a B-level awakener. Now, he was heavily injured and imprisoned in the Huaxia Shanghai prison. If Yun Shiha had not been in a deep sleep, the ice that trapped Xiao Xiangzi would not have spontaneously released. Perhaps if a few more hours passed, Xiao Xiangzi's cultivation would be directly reduced to nothing, after years of hard training, returning as an ordinary person. Therefore, Lin Xia labeled Yun Shiha as a prodigy even more dazzling than Luo Xiuyuan. At this moment, hearing that something had happened to Yun Shiha, she hurriedly rushed towards the hospital room, showing none of the demeanor of the presiding judge of the Shanghai court. When Luo Xiuyuan and the others arrived at the hospital room, located on the third basement level of the Luo City Special Office, rich, deep blue light had already dyed the entire space into a blue ocean. The cold wind howled, and most of the researchers from the Extraordinary Research Institute were just ordinary people. Under this cold wind, they trembled, with several even on the verge of losing consciousness from the cold. Lin Xia waved her hand, and a green light shone on the researchers, instantly restoring their vitality. After a few breaths, the light gradually retracted, revealing Yun Shiha, who was floating in mid-air, dressed in a hospital gown. Lin Xia raised her gaze and directly met Yun Shiha's eyes, which had just opened, instantly losing her senses. What kind of pupils were these? Chapter 28. Divine Soul. Originally, Yun Shiha's body was reshaped by the extreme ice origin, making it an extreme ice Dao body that would not be contaminated by ordinary pollutants. Thus, his pupils were very clear, without any murkiness. However, now, Yun Shiha's eyes resembled two whirlpools. They were impossible to scrutinize. Just a glance would draw one in. The ice and snow runes that used to manifest only when Yun Shiha utilized his supernatural powers were now imprinted deep within his pupils. Lin Xia felt a chill down her spine and instantly returned to reality. Looking again, Yun Shiha's eyes no longer conveyed the same feeling they had before. Only the swirling ice and snow runes in the depths of his pupils remained unchanged. Luo Chu, Wang Chu, and Lin, the head judge. Yun Shiha walked barefoot out of the hospital room and greeted the three. Among them, he was least familiar with the middle-aged woman. He only remembered that Luo Xiuyuan seemed to call her that day, at the top of the Special Investigation Bureau in Luo City, Wang Yuan's office. After hearing Yun Shiha's description, Luo Xiuyuan and the others fell into silence, simultaneously looking at Yun Shiha with strange expressions. What is wrong with you? Yun Shiha felt puzzled. He merely recounted his experiences in the dark space, hoping to see if Lin Xia's cultivation and perspective could discern the situation. This unprecedented emergency truly made him nervous. What if it was a hidden danger lurking somewhere in his body that could erupt during cultivation one day? Wouldn't that be the end? Why was everyone looking at him with such a constipated expression? It's nothing, just that I think you're lucky and talented. Far beyond what I understand. Lin Xia took a moment to compose herself, continuing to sip her coffee, which she had specifically asked Yun Shiha to add some ice to. It was delicious, she loved it, and she wanted to drink more. Wang Yuan still stared at Yun Shiha with astonishment, as if he wanted to stare a flower out of him. Yun Shiha had no choice but to turn his gaze to Luo Xiuyuan, hoping to get the answers he wanted from him. Luo Xiuyuan sighed, acknowledging that the differences between people were indeed quite significant. Don't worry, your body has no issues. It is very healthy, even a bit too healthy. Luo Xiuyuan could tell from Yun Shiha's expression what he was worried about. He immediately reassured him. Sure enough, when Yun Shiha heard that his body was very healthy, he relaxed. He still wanted to live well. That dark space is actually the birthplace of divine souls. The birthplace of divine souls? Yun Shiha straightened up slightly, taking out a bag of sunflower seeds from the ear clip space and sharing them with Luo Xiuyuan and the others. Luo Xiuyuan. Once an awakener awakens their extraordinary abilities, they step into a world that is no longer the same as ordinary people. With the improvement of their cultivation, their lifespan gradually increases, eventually reaching a level close to immortality. However, there are many limitations in cultivation. Aside from the most important talents and cultivation resources, the shackles between major realms are the hardest to solve. Only those who have awakened extraordinary abilities can step into the awakener realm, And only those who have opened the sea of consciousness and condensed their divine sense can break through to the controller realm. Luo Shiyuan paused before continuing. And to break through from the controller realm to the transcendent realm, one must fuse divine sense and soul to form a divine soul. Divine soul? Yunchi, he was somewhat puzzled as to why divine sense and soul needed to be fused, and whether these two could even merge together. Exactly. Hearing Yunchi, he asked doubts. Lin Xia put down her cup and continued to explain. The divine soul is the foundation of a transcendent cultivator. You should know that the demigod sect was established by a group that claims to be demigods, right? Yes. But what does the demigod sect have to do with divine souls? Because divine souls are related to the demigods worshipped by the demigod sect and the subsequent divine realm. Yunchi, he didn't expect that there would actually be divine beings within the realms of cultivators. I don't know more than this. I only know that possessing a divine soul is equivalent to having the key to open the door to the transcendent realm. Within the Arctic ice wall, there are nearly 100,000 cultivators at the SS level controller realm, but less than 1% can successfully break through to the transcendent realm. They all cannot condense a divine soul, making breakthroughs impossible. Thus, you have accidentally condensed the divine soul, and from now on, there will be no more bottlenecks. Coupled with your talents, as long as there is enough spiritual energy supply, becoming an level transcendent is merely a matter of time. Lin Xia stood up and patted Yunchi, He's shoulder, her words filled with admiration. Those selected as the chief judges of the Huaxia Shanghai court must be absolutely loyal to Huaxia and the human race. Now that there is such an exceptional talent as Yunchi, how could she not be happy? She had previously wondered why the ice war god within the ice wall would value a newly awakened junior so much. Now she thought it was probably because this junior had exceptional talents that seemed almost unfair. Chi-He, come with me first. Luo Shiyuan called to Yunchi, who was preparing to leave. Yunchi, he had always regarded Luo Shiyuan as a superior. But little did he know that this person said they were actually of the same generation. In the future, when they go to the ice wall, they would be comrades fighting side by side. Moreover, with Yunchi, he now possessing a divine soul, his usual strength could be said to have completely reached the S-level controller. Therefore, he strongly insisted that they address each other as friends, without needing to use titles like Luo Chu, which seemed too formal. After greeting Wang Yuan, Luo Shiyuan took Yunchi to another office. Scatter. Luo Shiyuan formed a seal. Golden spiritual energy transformed into one forbidden character after another, filling the corners of the room. Yunchi did not ask Luo Shiyuan why he was sealing this place, as there must be his reasons for doing so. Immediately after, Luo Shiyuan summoned the 8 Extremes Mirror. The 8 Extremes Mirror floated in midair, and a light curtain rose from its surface. Vaguely, a figure appeared on the light curtain. The Ice War God. Luo Shiyuan saluted the figure. Yunchi, he was surprised that Luo Shiyuan could communicate with the Ice War God in this manner. He was even more surprised that Luo Shiyuan had brought him here for the Ice War God to see him. Ice War God. Yunchi, he mimicked Luo Shiyuan and saluted. No need to be so formal. You're not a soldier in the army, so you don't need to be so polite. Unlike the cold and serious middle-aged man Yunchi, he had imagined, he felt that the Ice War God was actually quite easy to talk to. Huh, you have already condensed a divine soul. The Ice War God was about to say something when he suddenly sensed something, his expression becoming excited. At the same time, a faint pressure emanated from the 8 Extremes Mirror. Even with the extreme ice origin that allowed him to ignore pressures below rules, in this moment, he could feel this powerful aura. It was just a fluke. Yunchi, he said, his face turning red. He really felt that saying this had a hint of Versailles about it. But this was the truth. Yunchi, he recounted what he had said earlier to Lin Xia and the others. Good. No wonder you are an ultimate elemental awakener. Our Huaxia is on a rise. Chapter 29, is this correct? The power of the soul is beyond divine consciousness, with endless uses, but now that you are not within the ice wall, I cannot teach you directly. After the Ice War God expressed his excitement, he looked regretful, and then quickly shifted to a cheerful tone. Yin Shiha almost thought the Ice War God was performing a face-changing act. He was just short of applauding. However, it's fortunate that you are still at the A-level controller realm, and there is plenty of time for you to comprehend the mysteries of the soul. So there is no rush. By the way, I have something to tell you. The Ice War God waved his hand and said seriously, the Arctic ice wall will next open during the National Day 3 months from now, and someone will be there to meet you inside the ice wall. During this time, be sure to hand over your work properly. China cannot fall into chaos because of this. This last sentence was directed at Luo Shiyuan. Yes, War God. I will wait for your arrival with the other war gods inside the ice wall. After saying this, the light curtain dissipated, and the 8 extremes mirror trembled twice before returning to Luo Xiuyuan's hand. Luo Xiuyuan drew the 8 extremes mirror into a sea of consciousness and turned around to see Yun Chiha staring at him in astonishment. Luo Xiuyuan waved his hand to dispel the surrounding barriers. He took out his phone and ordered 2 special meals from the personnel department, and within 5 minutes, someone brought lunch to the 2 of them while they ate and talked. Luo Xiuyuan opened the lunchbox, which contained 3 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup. Yin Chiha had been asleep for several days, and seeing Luo Xiuyuan enjoying his meal could not help but start eating as well. He didn't ask questions. He knew Luo Xiuyuan would tell him. I contacted the Ice War God after your initial cultivation and informed him about you in your possession of the extreme ice element. All the war gods place great importance on you. Of course, only the 5 war gods and a few top officials within the ice wall know about the extreme ice element. Currently, within China, only I and Dean Shun of the Extraordinary Research Institute are aware of this matter. But rest assured, Dean Shun will definitely not speak carelessly. Yin Chiha nodded. The Arctic ice wall opens once every 5 years on the Red Moon Day, and this time, the Red Moon Day coincides with the National Day 3 months from now. At that time, all A-level controllers and above from Blue Star will be able to enter the ice wall, but to maintain stability in various countries. Many will voluntarily stay domestically. Some of them are to maintain national order and avoid a power vacuum after many experts leave. Others are simply afraid. Afraid? Are they afraid of too many powerful people entering the ice wall and choosing to be the head of a chicken rather than the tail of a phoenix? Yin Chiha thought to himself. Luo Xiuyuan glanced at Yin Chiha and could tell what he was thinking. His expression was too obvious. Even the Arctic ice wall on the night of the Red Moon is extremely dangerous, with news of S-level controllers falling every time they cross the boundary. 5 years ago, I was also just an A-level controller. I was supposed to enter the ice wall at that time, but there was no one to guard Beijing City, so I stayed behind. Over these 5 years, relying on the elixirs and heavenly materials that my teacher often sent over, my cultivation has not fallen too far behind the contemporaries within the ice wall. Your teacher? Yin Chiha didn't expect that Luo Xiuyuan had a teacher inside the ice wall. But after some thought, he understood that a super genius who awakened perceptual abilities would certainly be valued and not left to develop freely. Yes, my teacher is one of the 5 war gods of China, the Xiantian war god. Speaking of his teacher made Luo Xiuyuan radiant, full of admiration. Yin Chiha understood. No wonder Luo Xiuyuan said he was of the same generation. He is the favored junior of the Ice War God, and Luo Xiuyuan is a disciple of the Xiantian War God. Aren't they from the same generation? Let's rest for these 2 days in Luocheng. Someone will come to pick us up to Beijing City in 2 days. To do what? For the trial of Xiangzi. 2 days later, at Luocheng Airport, Yin Chiha, dressed in a hoodie and long pants, stood out among the crowd of people in short sleeves and shorts. Coupled with his excessively outstanding appearance, he frequently attracted attention. For someone who has already reached the controller realm, the daily weather changes are difficult to affect their physical sensations. Not to mention Yin Chiha, who was like a walking refrigerator. If he hadn't restrained his aura, ordinary people passing by would have been looking for down jackets to put on. Originally, Yin Chiha thought he would be flying to Beijing City with Luo Xiuyuan in the morning. But Luo Xiuyuan told him to take a plane. He thought to himself, wouldn't it be faster to fly over? Sometimes one should enjoy a bit. Luo Xiuyuan's words earned Yin Chiha's agreement. Although cultivation is like rowing upstream, if one does not advance, they will retreat. Occasional relaxation can lead to twice the result with half the effort in the next round of cultivation. During these 2 days, Yin Chiha exchanged all his contribution points for cultivation resources. After a vigorous round of cultivation, he was just a step away from the S-level controller realm. He just needed an opportunity to smoothly break through to the S-level controller. Walking beside him, Luo Xiuyuan wore sunglasses. Although he was not as good-looking as Yin Chiha, he was still a handsome guy on the level of an idol group. Plus, his long-standing aura from being in a high position attracted a wave of pink hearts. During these 2 days, Luo Xiuyuan had not been idle either. After the battle with Xiangzi, the backlash from having his divine consciousness disrupted has not only completely healed, but even progressed significantly. He successfully stepped into the SS-level controller realm. This earned him praise from Yin Chiha, who exclaimed, "No wonder you are the first genius of China." Luo Xiuyuan responded, feeling a bit itchy in his fists. The one who finished my 5 years in half an hour is calling me a genius. Is this correct? Luo Shiyuan led Yun Chiha through the VIP passage directly to a private plane. Wow, is this yours? Is the director of the Special Adjustment Department this wealthy? Yun Chiha was already considering whether he should also be the director of the Special Adjustment Department for a few years to make some money. After all, he had no bottleneck in his cultivation, but it seemed illegal. He wondered if the Shanghai court would manage such matters. Luo Shiyuan. This is the property of the Shanghai court. A female voice came from inside the private plane. Immediately after, a woman in military uniform jumped down from the plane. Sister Yun. Luo Shiyuan saluted. Yun Chiha was startled. This woman turned out to be an S-level controller. Shiyuan, not bad. Breaking through to SS level so quickly. Congratulations. Lu Yun sensed the oppressive aura from Luo Shiyuan as soon as she got off the plane and immediately realized he had broken through. Hello, I am Lu Yun, a judge of the Shanghai court. Hello, Yun Chiha. Yun Chiha extended his hand to shake Lu Yun's, feeling a bit strange. Although this woman was an S-level controller, it seemed that she did not possess a matching level of spiritual power within her body. Quite odd. Chapter 30. The Second Frostless? The two followed Lu Yun onto the plane. Yun Chiha, who was flying on a private jet for the first time, curiously looked around at the facilities. Seemingly sensing Yun Chiha's previous confusion, Lu Yun poured water for the two and then explained to him. I was originally just an ordinary awakened person, but thanks to the attention of Judge Zhang, my cultivation was forcibly elevated to the S-level controller realm through divine powers, and my true strength is not strong. I see. Yun Chiha nodded in understanding. He had previously learned from Luo Shiyuan that the abilities of the three judges of the Shanghai court were different. Judge Zhang, he had awakened a spiritual power amplification ability, which was the same as the extraordinary ability awakened by the deputy leader of the demigod cult, Bai Ma, whom he had killed before. However, it was clear that Zhang Yi's talent was much better than Bai Ma's. This kind of extraordinary ability, which allows one to forcibly elevate others' cultivation, is not rare. However, it surely requires certain conditions or limitations. The plane landed at the airport in Beijing. This is the existing personnel of the corpse-driving lineage from Xiangxi, along with some information that you could take a look at. Lu Yun took the two to a military licensed vehicle and handed Yun Chiha a tablet, saying, Yun Chiha took it and looked at it. The information was simple yet detailed. It was simple because only Zioxi Yangzi, along with his grandfather, father, brother, and nephew, were still alive from the entire corpse-driving lineage. It was detailed because the information meticulously recorded various movements of the corpse-driving lineage over the past decade. Zioxi Yangzi is indeed the most outstanding talent of the corpse-driving lineage since the establishment of the nation. Yun Chiha scrolled through the information and couldn't help but exclaim. The data showed that Zioxi Yangzi's grandfather and father were both stuck at the below-level awakened state, lacking talent and unable to open their spiritual sea. His brother, however, was much stronger, having reached the A-level controller realm at the age of 40. The current corpse-driving lineage is under the leadership of his brother. As for Zioxi Yangzi's nephew, he was still in middle school and had not yet stepped into the extraordinary realm. In contrast, Zioxi Yangzi, although aided by the corpse chi accumulated over hundreds of years in the Mingshan Tomb group, became an SS-level controller at such a young age. Even excluding external factors, he could still be considered a genius. If Zioxi Yangzi had not chosen the path of refining corpses from living people, the corpse-driving lineage in Xiangxi would have likely flourished under his leadership long ago. Luo Shiyuan sighed from the side. He was a few years younger than Zioxi Yangzi and had also gained fame around the same time. The two had interacted a few times before Zioxi Yangzi betrayed the corpse-driving lineage, and it was indeed regrettable for such a genius to take a wrong turn. This was Yun Chiha's first glimpse of the true form of the Shanghai court in China. The ancient architectural complex emanated an indescribable aura. At first glance, it seemed almost alive. It's impressive, isn't it? The first time you see the Shanghai court is like this. Luo Shiyuan smiled from the side. Indeed, it was impressive. Yun Chiha nodded. There's even more impressive things. Luo Shiyuan gestured for Yun Chiha to look at the plaque of the Shanghai court. He saw the plaque surrounded by flickering black lights, pulsating rhythmically. This is... Yun Chiha had some thoughts in his mind, but felt it was unlikely. Just as you think, the entire Shanghai court is actually a spiritual artifact. Luo Shiyuan leaned closer to Yun Chiha and whispered. Yun Chiha was completely shocked. He never expected such a large spiritual artifact to exist. Moreover, such a rare treasure was located right in the capital of China. Upon entering the court, the Shanghai court, as a place for judging extraordinary beings in China, was naturally not the same as an ordinary court. The entire court hall had very simple facilities, with only a few sparse seats and an area designated for judgment. At the back of the hall was a pitch-black door. According to Luo Shuyuan, that was the Shanghai prison, where all those judged and not sentenced to death will be imprisoned for life, never to emerge again. Compared to the equipment and facilities, the personnel composition of the Shanghai court was even simpler. Apart from the 3 SS-level judges, Zhang Yi, Chun Mofeng, and Lin Xia, the rest were 10 S-level judges elevated by Zhang Yi using divine powers. There were no other personnel. After all, the Shanghai court, with 3 SS-level controllers stationed, could be said to be the safest place in China. The trial of Xiaoxiangzi was quickly completed. Xiaoxiangzi's father and brother were present, their eyes filled with sorrow. Ultimately, Xiaoxiangzi was sentenced to life imprisonment in the Shanghai prison for the assassination of special investigation personnel. In that moment, Xiaoxiangzi's father seemed to age significantly, his already frail body hunching further. Awakened beings naturally have a lifespan that isn't much longer than ordinary people, around 120 years. Only upon reaching the controller realm does one's lifespan soar to 500 years, and it multiplies further for S-level and SS-level controllers. Therefore, Xiaoxiangzi's father, already advanced in age, would likely not live much longer after receiving such devastating news. Yin Chiha shook his head. At that moment, Lin Xia approached Yin Chiha and Luo Shuyuan with Lu Yin. Yin Chiha knew that bringing them to the Shanghai court to witness Xiaoxiangzi's trial was secondary. The real purpose was to provide them with some benefits. After all, Xiaoxiangzi was a defector from the corpse-driving lineage and had used ordinary people to refine corpses. The Special Investigation Department of China had been hunting him. Now that Yin Chiha and Luo Shuyuan not only caught him, but also rescued the trapped Wang Yuan and others, they naturally needed to be rewarded. Here is the item list from Xiaoxiangzi's storage artifact. You can see if there's anything you need. Lin Xia handed the two a folder and said, "Additionally, Xiao Luo can choose any one treasure from the Little Divine Dragon's treasury, and Xiao Yun can choose 2. Judge Lin, let my share go to Chiha. I just broke through to the SS level controller, and my cultivation still needs to be stabilized. I won't be needing those, and I already have a spiritual artifact." Luo Shuyuan thought for a moment and said. Yin Chiha was still immersed in the surprise of being able to choose items from Xiaoxiangzi's belongings. And one surprise followed another. When he heard Luo Shuyuan say to give his share to him, Yin Chiha was so moved that tears almost flowed from the corners of his mouth. "Shuyuan, you are truly a good person." Yin Chiha wiped the corner of his mouth and smiled. "Okay, once you have chosen, just tell Lu Yun." Lin Xia smiled at Yin Chiha's expression, gave her instructions, and then left. Yin Chiha let Luo Shuyuan check to see if there was anything he needed from Xiaoxiangzi's belongings while he took out his phone and opened the Little Divine Dragon Club app to browse. Speaking of which, I currently have a spiritual artifact called Frostless. Moreover, Frostless should not be an ordinary spiritual artifact, as it has quite a bit of spirituality and can be used for a long time. Instead, my cultivation is now just one step away from breaking through to the S-level controller. After deciding on the required cultivation resources, Yin Chiha directly flipped to the interface for heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and elixirs to look around. Chapter 31. Completing Luo Shuyuan's 8 years and 20 days, Yin Chiha quickly browsed through the items in the treasury. After all, this was just a treasury within Huaxia, and many items were only suitable for A-level controllers and below. In the end, Yin Chiha chose 2 bottles of spirit-enhancing pills and a detailed book on formations. 1 bottle of spirit-enhancing pills was just right for a breakthrough in cultivation, while the other could consolidate his cultivation. Originally, he wanted to choose a book on alchemy, but unfortunately, the extreme ice element he awakened was not suitable for alchemy or artifact forging, so he had to give up. Fortunately, he still had formations to use. If utilized properly, formations could also become a key factor in influencing the battlefield. If he had mastered the various operational methods of formations during the battle among Shan, he wouldn't have had to rely so much on his divine sense and extreme ice power to siphon off the spiritual energy from the spirit refining formation. He could have directly reversed the spirit refining formation to absorb the spiritual power of Xiaoxiangzi, who is the focal point of the formation, for his own use. "I've made my selection. Thank you." After adding Lu Yun as a friend, Yin Chiha sent her the chosen items directly through the Little Dragon Club app. "You're too polite." After receiving the items, Lu Yun headed straight towards the back of the Shanghai court. "How is it? Is there anything useful?" After Lu Yun left, Yin Chiha turned to Luo Shuyuan and asked, "Nothing useful for me. Over the past few years, Xiaoxiangzi has been hiding in Mongshan, cultivating with the corpse energy. And her cultivation resources have basically been exhausted, Luo Shuyuan replied, handing a folder to Yin Shihe. Yin Shihe took the folder. Hearing Luo Shuyuan's words, he didn't hold out much hope. He casually flipped through it, and indeed found nothing useful, a few magical artifacts and treasures of very ordinary quality. He had no interest in the frostless sword. Just as he was about to put the folder away, a white fragment pattern at the bottom of the last page caught his attention. What is this? Yin Shihe felt that this fragment looked very familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. What are you looking at? Why does it look so much like your sword? Seeing Yin Shihe staring blankly at the folder with a furrowed brow, Luo Xin leaned in closer. All right, it's frostless. Upon hearing Luo Shuyuan's words, it was as if a connection had been made. This fragment indeed resembled the body of the frostless sword. However, the frostless itself was a complete sword with no flaws. Moreover, this fragment was white, while the frostless was ice blue, which is why Yin Shihe hadn't thought of it immediately. With a wave of his hand, Yin Shihe summoned his magical artifact. After careful comparison, he found that the patterns were almost identical, just different in color. At that moment, Lu Yin happened to return. Here are the spirit-enhancing pills and the detailed book on formations. Lu Yin handed 2 jade vials and a thick booklet to Yin Shihe. After receiving them, Yin Shihe quickly signaled to Lu Yin that he needed the white fragment. Although she didn't understand why Yin Shihe was interested in such an inconspicuous fragment in Xiaoxiangzi's possession, she still asked the two to wait a moment. There's indeed a strong chill. A quarter of an hour ago, Lu Yin returned with a white fragment that Yin Shihe specifically requested. She also brought back a message from Lin Xia. The judge said she had already inquired with Xiaoxiangzi about the origin of the fragment, which was obtained near the Wujia area in northeast China, and that the two of them didn't need to look for Xiaoxiangzi anymore. After saying this, Lu Yin went to handle her official business, leaving Yin Shihe and Luo Shuyuan to their own devices. The two immediately flew back to the Special Investigation Office in Shangjing City. Upon entering the office, Yin Shihe sat down and carefully sensed the white fragment. Sure enough, he sensed a rich chill emanating from it. Yin Shihe summoned the frostless. It seemed to sense the presence of the white fragment as well. The frostless gently swayed in the air, emitting waves of sword sounds. This sword is not simple. It should originally be a spiritual artifact, no? It might even be a spiritual treasure. Seeing this scene, the spirit of the 8 extremes mirror, Little Ba, who had been let out for air by Luo Shuyuan, sat on the mirror with his legs crossed and said, "A spiritual treasure?" Yin Shihe waved his hand, putting away both the frostless and the fragment. A spiritual treasure is a higher existence than a spiritual artifact, divided into postnatal spiritual treasures and innate spiritual treasures. Postnatal spiritual treasures are crafted by extremely powerful forging masters using various rare spiritual stones and metals, requiring the forger to have profound cultivation. Innate spiritual treasures are naturally birthed by heaven and earth, possessing great power and often carrying various attribute abilities. Even the worst low-grade, innate spiritual treasure can rival the best mid-grade, postnatal spiritual treasure. As the spirit of the 8 extremes mirror, Little Ba had followed the war god Xintian for many years and naturally understood a lot. Yin Shihe went to the 4th underground floor. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors of the Luoqing Special Investigation Office were the wards, quiet rooms, and training rooms, respectively. Since breaking through to the controller realm, he hadn't been to the quiet room. After awakening his divine sense and being able to skillfully control his spiritual power, there was no need to train in the quiet room. After all, the quiet room was originally designed to prevent awakened individuals from making too much noise while cultivating. Special Investigator Yun. As Yin Shihe walked along, many investigators from the Luoqing Special Investigation Office greeted him. Luo Shuyuan had mentioned to him earlier that after news of his consecutive kills of Bai Ma and severely injuring Xiaoxiangzi spread, he had become well known in the entire extraordinary circle of Huaxia. Fame could be a double-edged sword. The sudden attention made Yin Shihe feel somewhat uncomfortable. After calmly returning the greetings, he entered a quiet room by himself. After casting aside the various thoughts in his mind, he took out the 2 newly acquired bottles of spirit-enhancing pills from his storage space, preparing to break through to the S-level controller realm. Perhaps due to sufficient preparation, or perhaps due to a solid foundation. In any case, the breakthrough was smooth and effortless. There were no bottlenecks or unexpected occurrences. Even the breakthrough process was as calm as water, without any grandiose phenomena. This was exactly what Yin Shihe had expected. Luo Shuyuan looked at Yun Shihe from all angles. How is your body growing? You awakened the extreme ice power less than a month ago, and you've already broken through to the S-level controller. Give you another year, and you'll probably ascend to the transcender level, right? Luo Shuyuan shook his head, marveling. He had spent 5 years breaking through from D-level awakened to A-level controller, and then another 3 years to break through to S-level controller. Now, through a stroke of luck, he had only taken 2 years to break through to SS-level controller. At least in his understanding, even the most top-notch geniuses were only slightly faster than him in their cultivation speed, but none reached the level of Yun Shihe. Previously, he had completed 5 years of his journey in half an hour. Now, he had directly completed 8 years in 20 days. Who knows the bitterness behind this? Luo Shuyuan silently shed tears for himself. All right, let us get down to business. I've already contacted the Special Investigation Office in the 3 northeastern provinces. We can set off immediately. We? Yun Shihe pointed at Luo Shuyuan, then at himself, with a puzzled expression. Really? Don't you have to stay at the Special Investigation Office in Shangjing City? Chapter 32. The 5 Immortals. After Luo Shuyuan broke through to the SS-level controller realm, he became increasingly skilled at perceiving his own awakening abilities. Coupled with his extraordinary spiritual awareness, he could almost see through the thoughts of others. Of course, this was only possible when the difference in cultivation levels was significant and there was no intentional concealment. At present, he could only tell that Yun Shihe was puzzled by what he said. The specifics were left to his own guesses. This was partly because the gap in their realms wasn't too large, and partly because Yun Shihe's spiritual awareness had already merged with his soul, forming a completely new spirit that Luo Shuyuan couldn't penetrate at his current stage. Fortunately, Yun Shihe voiced his doubts. There's no need. Besides me, there are already 2 other unwilling S-level controllers in the Special Investigation Office of Beijing City. In 3 months, we will be leaving China, and they need to adapt to the director's work in advance. Yun Shihe understood. He then took out his phone to check the recent flight information. Don't bother looking. Let's go. I'll take you on my private plane. Yun Shihe. Yun Shihe. Wait, do you really have a private plane? You've been cultivating all day, and I found some information about the 3 northeastern provinces and the 5 Immortals. You should take a look. Luo Shuyuan handed Yun Shihe a tablet while sitting on the leather sofa of the private plane. The 3 northeastern provinces are the northernmost provinces of China, extremely cold, and are plagued by snowstorms for most of the year. The 5 Immortals are rumored to live in the 3 northeastern provinces and are also known as the 5 Great Guardian Immortals, which correspond to the fox, weasel, hedgehog, snake, and gray rat. These 5 families are sentient beasts that often walk the world in humanoid form. Among them, the fox and white families are generally closer to human awakeners. It is said that the ancestor of the fox family, who Santai, was once granted an imperial title in ancient times, while the white family often appears as healers. The yellow, gray, and willow families are more difficult to define in terms of good or bad. So, these 5 families have existed since ancient times, but why did awakeners only appear a century ago? After reading all the information, Yun Shihe asked in confusion. I'm not sure about the exact reason, or perhaps it's a secret known only to transcendents. In any case, my teacher once mentioned that the cultivation era of the entire blue star is somewhat lacking and discontinuous. A major event occurred a century ago, leading to the resurgence of spiritual energy, which is why awakeners reappeared. Just as Yun Shihe was about to say something else, a series of message notifications suddenly came through on his phone. He frowned. Usually, notifications from various class groups are set to do not disturb. The only one who contacts him during the summer break is his roommate. Checking his phone, he saw it was indeed from the dormitory group. A young, brothers. Something incredible happened. I encountered something strange. Zheng Shuaigo, what strange thing? Is it good looking? You hang. When will you stop being so narcissistic? Yang. Last night after my internship, I passed by the park in front of my house and saw a bunch of rats gnawing on something, which scared me. This morning, my mom came back from grocery shopping and told me that someone died in that park last night. You hang if someone died? It's just scary. What's strange about that? Yang. Ihe fente fini shed yet. The strange part is that I heard this person bought rat poison the day before yesterday and was bitten to death by rats last night. Zheng Shuaigo. How do you know he was bitten to death by rats? Yang. I want to check it out. The police tape was still up, and the place where the person died was right where I saw that pile of rats. You hang. Just be careful going to and from work. You never know what might happen. Yang. I am a staunch materialist, and after the founding of the country, it's forbidden for anything to become sentient. Messages kept coming in. Yin Chihu stopped reading and handed the phone to Luo Shuyuan. You take a look at this. Luo Shuyuan took the phone and scrolled through the messages. Where's your friend? He's in a black province where we're going. You suspect this incident is related to the Gray family among the five immortals? Luo Shuyuan immediately understood what Yin Chihu wanted to say. He then changed the subject. But this is indeed a bit strange. The five immortals rarely reveal themselves, and wouldn't tea directly harm an ordinary person over a small bottle of rat poison. There must be some hidden circumstances. Yin Chihu took back the phone, thought for a moment, and quickly typed on the keyboard. Cloudbird, young. Where do you live? I'm currently traveling in the Black Province, and I want to visit you. Meng Xianyang, who was chatting enthusiastically with Yu Hang and Zhang Xiaowen, was taken aback. Shouldn't Yin Chihu be working? Why is he traveling to the Black Province, and why would he want to travel there in the summer? Young, really? I live in Shuni community. If you're coming, let me know in advance, and I'll pick you up. Although he was somewhat puzzled, Meng Xianyang still replied to Yin Chihu's message. Even if it was a prank by a good brother, it wouldn't be a big deal. He could just prank him back when school started. Zhang Shuai, you little bird, going out to play without inviting me. Zhang Xiaowen was angrily typing behind screen. Earlier, when Meng Xianyang mentioned the strange incident he encountered, it reminded him of his recent experience. A while ago, for some unknown reason, he suddenly fainted in front of a bar, but fortunately, he was fine. However, during this time back, he often felt something was off with him. Moreover, his vision seemed to have suddenly improved significantly. He didn't know what was going on. Now, with Yin Chihu's diversion, he didn't dwell on it any longer. Cloudbird, don't worry. After I return to Linhai from the Black Province, I'll come find you. Yin Chihu saw Zhang Xiaowen's message. He pinched his fingers, and an ice crystal spun at his fingertips. After sensing carefully, he found that the seal he had previously left in Zhang Xiaowen's body was indeed about to be lifted. This meant that Zhang Xiaowen's extraordinary abilities would soon awaken. By then, people from the Linhai Special Investigation Office would undoubtedly come to investigate. Anyway, someone had to go, and it was just right that he would return to Linhai City to rest for a while after dealing with the matter of Frostless. Zhang Shuai, it's a deal. Remember to bring me some local specialties back. Yin Chihu rubbed his forehead. This damn gene of being Chinese is engraved in the bones. No matter where he goes, he has to bring back some local specialties. During the rest of the journey, Yin Chihu continued to learn more about the five immortals. Originally, he thought that the white fragment was only obtained by Shao Xiangzi in the three northeastern provinces. Although it was within the territory of the five immortals, it didn't necessarily have anything to do with them. Now, with Meng Xianyang suddenly encountering such an incident, it seemed that at least the Gray family among the five immortals was plotting something. Since he and Luo Shuyuan were here, they would definitely get involved. He hoped to do something for this country and its people before leaving China. Chapter 33. The Grand Play of the Huang family, 2 hours later. The plane landed in Harbin, Heilongjiang province. Luo, Yun, special investigation. As soon as they exited the airport, a man in black approached them. Hello. Luo Shuyuan stepped forward and shook hands with the man in black, casually fiddling with his fingers. I am Lu Dali, a top investigator from the Harbin Special Investigation Office, sent by the director to welcome you both. The man in black was robust, making Yin Chiha, who was 182 centimeters tall, seem somewhat petite in comparison. Let us discuss on the way. Lu Dali led the two to the car. Do you two know why you're in Harbin? Has anything strange happened recently? Yin Chiha and Luo Shuyuan exchanged glances, not answering Lu Dali's question, but instead asked, is everything peaceful in Harbin lately? Very peaceful, Lu Dali said, driving the car without glancing sideways. That's good. Yin and I came to Harbin mainly to visit your director and consult him about some matters. Luo Shuyuan subtly shifted closer to Yin Chiha. I see. Lu Dali finally raised his head to look at Yin Chiha and Luo Shuyuan through the rearview mirror, though his eyes carried a hint of menace. As he spoke, a yellow mist began to fill the car. Noticing this, Luo Shuyuan's spiritual energy flashed, blocking all the mist from entering. Yin Chiha made no move. This poison could not penetrate his extreme ice body at all. Everything happened in an instant. Yin Chiha and Luo Shuyuan exchanged a look, immediately sealing their five senses and beginning to act. 10 minutes later, the car stopped outside an abandoned factory in a desolate area. Old Five, have you taken care of it? A figure emerged from the darkness, addressing Lu Dali as he got out of the car. Of course, it's all set. This poison was specially requested from the head of the Lu family. Although Luo Shuyuan of SS rank can't be killed, that S rank kid will definitely be left with half his life, Lu Dali replied. Then hurry up and disable Luo Shuyuan's cultivation, or if he recovers, our plan will be ruined. The person raised his head, revealing an elderly face under his hat. After speaking, the old man raised his hand, and two dim yellow beams shot straight towards the car where Yun Shihe and Luo Shuyuan were seated. The beams entered the car. Lu Dali's face lit up. Got him. No, wait. A look of horror appeared on the old man's face. Before he could say anything else, a golden barrier slowly expanded from within the car. Not good. These two didn't get poisoned. Old 5, act fast. The old man thought to contain the barrier's expansion while instructing Lu Dali. Just as Lu Dali prepared to act, a dark blue spiritual energy flew out from the car, striking Lu Dali's forehead in a flash, instantly sending him flying. Old 5, the old man shouted in terror. In the next moment, the golden barrier rapidly contracted, transforming into a golden beam that collided with the yellow beam released by the old man. In just one encounter, the old man was sent flying, spitting blood. Shuyuan, don't use too much force. We need to interrogate him later. Yun Shihe's clear, yet chilling voice came from the car. No problem. If he dies, we can search his soul. It's more convenient. The car exploded with a loud bang. Two figures, one gold and one blue, flew out. Luo Shuyuan glanced at the old man and Lu Dali, who had lost their fighting capability. I see. Luo Shuyuan, with his golden spiritual energy infused with divine sense, shot golden threads into the foreheads of the two lying on the ground. Get out here. With a surge of spiritual energy, the two golden threads directly pulled out two weasels from the bodies of the old man and Lu Dali. This is the Huang family's weasel? Yun Shihe's soul power also sensed something was off with the two. However, he wasn't as sensitive to divine sense power as Luo Shuyuan was. This is the Huang family's infamous possession technique. Luo Shuyuan retracted his spiritual energy. The two weasels, after a brief process of regaining their souls, immediately knelt before Yun Shihe and Luo Shuyuan. Esteemed seniors, please spare my life. Do not kill me, and I am willing to submit to you. The weasel pulled from the old man had darker, rougher fur, lacking luster, with a white snout and chin, clearly an older weasel. This weasel lowered its head, continuously claiming it wanted to submit to Yun Shihe and Luo Shuyuan, while its eyes brimmed with ferocity. While speaking, it quietly released a strand of yellow demonic power. The demonic power silently circled around to Yun Shihe's back. After the earlier confrontation, it could feel the absolute suppression from the SS rank controller, Luo Shuyuan. Luo Shuyuan was not someone it could touch. Thus, it could only try to take the young man who came with Luo Shuyuan hostage. As long as it held him hostage, Luo Shuyuan would have to obediently listen to its demands to let them both go. In an ideal world, reality was harsh. Before the elderly weasel could manipulate the demonic power to invade Yun Shihe's sea of consciousness, an extreme chill rebounded through the demonic power back to it. Instantly, the elderly weasel's lower body was frozen, losing all sensation. Grandpa, the weasel within Lu Dali was clearly much younger and weaker, only possessing a rank cultivation. Your soul-controlling technique is not very effective. I detected it from far away. Yun Shihe found it somewhat boring, condensing a piece of ice crystal in his hand, playing with it like a coin. Speak. Luo Shuyuan simply said 2 words. The young weasel immediately spilled everything. It turned out that the elderly weasel was the head of the Huang family, while the young one was Huang Wu, ranked 5th among the younger generation of the Huang family with a rank cultivation. Years ago, Huang Wu was arranged by the head of the Huang family to possess Lu Dali, aiming to infiltrate the Harbin Special Investigation Office as an undercover agent. The Bai family and the Hu family had always been close to awakened humans, thus their influence grew larger. The 3 families of the Wu family, the Hui, Lu, and Huang families, had united over a decade ago to counterbalance the Bai and Hu families. 10 years ago, the 3 families accidentally obtained a shard. The cold energy contained within the shard could accelerate their cultivation. After years of training, there were even double-digit S ranks among the 3 families. The strongest, the head of the Lu family, had even reached the half-step SS rank. Over the years, the 3 families had not ceased searching the northern 3 provinces for white shards. However, since they found the 7th shard 3 years ago, there had been no further news. The head of the Lu family was on the verge of a breakthrough. But without the cold energy from the white shard to assist, the hope of success was nearly non-existent. If the breakthrough failed, given the head's lifespan, he would likely perish on the spot. In order to successfully break through, the head of the Lu family decided to forcibly break through using ordinary human blood as sustenance. This clearly violated the bottom line of the 5 families. However, The three families had been united for many years, and no one among them could contend with the head of the Liu family. They had no choice but to search for suitable blood food everywhere. Huang Wu learned of Yin Shihe and Luo Shuyuan's impending arrival at the Special Investigation Office and immediately reported it. Although he was unaware that Yin Shihe and Luo Shuyuan had already broken through their realms, he understood that at such a critical moment, if any external factors disrupted the old Master Lu's plan, they would only have to face the consequences. Thus, everything that happened today came to be. Chapter 34. The Growth History of the Strongest Genius in the History of Huaxia. Yin Shihe, it seems that the old master of the Liu family has grown old and is actually deluded enough to think he can break through to SS level using such sinister means. After hearing what Huang Wu said, Luo Shuyuan couldn't help but sneer. What's the explanation behind this? Huang Wu thought Luo Shuyuan was mocking the old master of the Liu family for being ruthless in his actions, but Yin Shihe sensed a different implication. Luo Shuyuan glanced at the Huang family old master, who was left with half his life, and Huang Wu. With an inexplicable expression, he said, "In the most confidential files of the Special Investigation Department, it is recorded that the 5 families of immortals in the 3 northeastern provinces are related to the royal family of the human race in ancient legends. The royal family would grant land to the 5 families of immortals, allowing locals to worship and offer sacrifices to them. In return, the 5 families of immortals would protect the 3 northeastern provinces indefinitely. Due to the feudal system of the royal family, all the members of the 5 families have a bloodline vow in their bodies that ordinary people cannot utilize for cultivation. This bloodline vow does not manifest in daily life. But if someone violates this vow, the backlash will affect all relatives of the same bloodline. What a tyrannical bloodline vow." Yin Shihe thought silently upon hearing Luo Shuyuan's words. It's equivalent to one person's actions causing the entire clan to bear the consequences. No wonder for so many years there have been no incidents related to the 5 families in the 3 northeastern provinces. With such a domineering bloodline vow in place, who would dare to randomly kill ordinary people? Now, the old master of the Liu family is actually inciting the members of the Liu, Huang, and Hui families to hunt suitable ordinary people for his cultivation. Either he has found a way to break the bloodline vow, or he is resorting to desperate measures because his end is near. Among the 5 families in the 3 northeastern provinces today, only the old master of the Fox family, who is from the same era as the old master of the Liu family, is still alive. The rest have already perished in the long river of history. Old Master, who is the only SS level among the 5 families of immortals. Having once received a royal seal, his lifespan is much longer than that of ordinary extraordinary beasts, allowing him to live to the present day. Thus, only Old Master Hu and the Old Master of the Liu family know the secrets related to the bloodline vow. The Old Master of the Huang family and Huang Wu, who were slumped on the ground, looked shocked. They had no idea there were such twists and turns involved. Fortunately, they had always adhered to the clan rules passed down by their ancestors and had never harmed ordinary people. Let us go, first to the Harbin's Special Investigation Department. Luo Shuyuan used spiritual power to bind the 2 weasels, then flew away as if walking a dog. Yin Shihe looked at his empty hands and thought he should also get something to walk around with. It would feel cool. Harbin's Special Investigation Department. The 3 northeastern provinces border the neighboring country of the White Bear Kingdom, and there are often cases of awakened individuals from other countries sneaking into Huaxia. Therefore, the investigators stationed at the Special Investigation Departments in the 3 northeastern provinces are much more numerous than in other places, and their daily work is quite busy. "Sir, this is the logistics department of the police station. If you need to report a crime, please go to the police station next door." Su Jiai had just awakened not long ago. He hadn't even fully familiarized himself with his own D-level awakened state. Therefore, he was responsible for reception in the lobby of the Special Investigation Department every day. When he had free time, he would familiarize himself with extraordinary abilities and browse recent extraordinary events. As soon as Yin Shihe stepped into the Special Investigation Department, Su Jiai instinctively thought that Yin Shihe was also there to report some family matters. After all, such things had happened quite a few times during his days at the Special Investigation Department. Generally, the Special Investigation Department is built next to the police station for quick access to information during special events. When Su Jiai saw Yin Shihe's appearance, something in his heart told him that this time seemed different from the previous reports. Although he was surprised by the appearance and temperament of this unfamiliar man, he quickly regained his composure and asked, "Is your department head here?" Luo Shuyuan stood behind Yin Shihe, but from Su Jiai's perspective, he was just blocked. It was only when he spoke that Su Jiai realized there was a man behind Yin Shihe. Moreover, this man seemed a bit unusual, walking two half-dead weasels. Who raises weasels as pets? Jiai, what's wrong? At this time, Zhang Jiao, who was dealing with work in the lobby, noticed Su Jiai and thought someone unreasonable was causing trouble. He walked over while calling out to Su Jiai. As he got closer, he scanned from bottom to top. Why are there two half-dead weasels, and they also carry demonic energy? It's from the Huang family of the 5 families of immortals. Zhang Jiao's breath caught, and his gaze continued upward. Yin Shihe, Luo, Shuyuan. Zhang Jiao, who had been awakened for several years, naturally recognized Luo Shuyuan and the recently popular Yin Shihe. The multiple combat achievements of Yin Shihe had long spread through the Zhaishanlong app. Only someone like Su Jiai, who had just awakened for a few days, wouldn't be very aware of it. The department head is in the office. I'll take you two over. Zhang Jiao immediately lowered his posture. He was just a B-level awakened individual. In terms of identity, status, and cultivation, he was no match for the two big shots in front of him. So he naturally didn't dare to act arrogantly. Jiai, you keep busy. Before leaving, Zhang Jiao also reminded Su Jiai. After the 3 left for the top floor of the Special Investigation Department, Su Jiai finally came back to his senses, took out his phone, and opened the Zhaishanlong Club app. He clicked on the pin dynamic. Under the eye-catching title, The Growth History of the Strongest Genius in the History of Huaxia, Yin Shihe, there was a photo of Yin Shihe when he was still an ordinary person, just a campus idol at Lehigh University. Su Jiai had seen these posts before. They were all officially published by the Special Investigation Department of Huaxia to boost morale. However, the current Yin Shihe, due to his increased cultivation and various fortuitous encounters, had undergone a complete transformation in aura and temperament, which is why he didn't recognize him at once. Su Jiai felt like crying without tears. He had missed the opportunity to talk to his idol. You two came really fast. I thought you would take some time. The head of the Harbin Special Investigation Department was unexpectedly a woman to Yin Shihe. Moreover, she looked relatively young, probably just over 30. Sorry to disturb you. It's quite urgent. Although Luo Shuyuan had made a call earlier, he truly did not expect Yin Shihe to break through to SS level so smoothly, completing it in just 1 day. This rendered his earlier call somewhat pointless. Were these two weasels? Su Jiamei looked at the two weasels behind Luo Shuyuan. With her cultivation, she could naturally tell that these were members of the Huang family among the 5 families of immortals. But the 5 families had always kept their distance from the Special Investigation Department. It's like this. Luo Shuyuan recounted the entire situation. Su Jiamei frowned upon hearing it. The Lu, Huang, and Hui families are so bold. They actually dared to reach into the Special Investigation Department. She knew Lu Dali, who had been diligent in the department. She originally intended to promote him, but it turned out he was an insider for the Huang family. Since there are Huang family infiltrators here, there must be others in other special investigation departments. We need to root them out. After saying this, Su Jiamei became troubled again. The possession technique of the Huang family isn't particularly advanced, but relying on the Huang family's bloodline makes this possession technique nearly flawless. If it were someone like Huang Wu, a direct descendant of the Huang family using the bloodline to perform the possession technique, even she would find it difficult to see through. Unless, Chapter 35 Idol. No, Yin Tiao, unless you're a master who can use spiritual awareness and supernatural powers. Such people simply do not exist in the 3 northern provinces. Or rather, there are very few in all of China who have comprehended spiritual awareness and supernatural powers. Suddenly, Su Jiamei remembered something. She turned her head, her eyes shining with intensity as she stared at Luo Shuyuan. Yin Shihe was beside her, eating melon seeds, and the woman's gaze was truly terrifying, as if she wanted to devour Luo Shuyuan. It seemed that she noticed Yin Shihe's increasingly strange expression. Luo Shuyuan took the initiative to clear his throat twice and said, I'll go with you. With our speed, we should be able to solve it in half a day. With Luo Shuyuan's affirmation, Su Jiamei immediately prepared to set off. Is Yin Qiao going with us? After taking a couple of steps, Su Jiamei remembered that Yin Shihe was still beside them. Moreover, Yin Shihe had come with Luo Shuyuan. So it shouldn't be a problem for her to take Luo Shuyuan along as a laborer, right? No, you go ahead. I have some matters to attend to. Luo Shuyuan knew that Yin Shihe planned to take this opportunity to visit his friend. After all, he already knew that the white fragment was with the Lu family, so there was no rush. All right, thank you, Yin Tiao, for borrowing Luo's favor. If you need anything, you can find my brother Su Jiai in the lobby on the 1st floor. He knows Harbin very well. Su Jiamei, being impulsive, grabbed Luo Shuyuan and began checking various offices. Yin Shihe thought that the way she spoke was a bit juvenile. Thank you, Yin Tiao, for borrowing Luo's favor. Goosebumps all over. Oh, no, Yin Tiao, this way. Su Jiai didn't expect that he was still there feeling sad about brushing past his idol without recognizing her. He didn't expect that when he turned around, his idol actually came to find him. It must have been his sister who created this opportunity for him. When he heard that Yin Shihe was going to Shuni community, he immediately patted his chest and promised to be a good tour guide. It must be said that having a guide who knows the way is indeed much more convenient. If Yin Shihe were to find it on her own, it might take at least an hour, although she could take a taxi directly. However, it was rush hour, and waiting in traffic might take longer than just finding the location and flying over. After Su Jiai pointed out the direction, Yin Shihe simply went ahead and lifted Su Jiai, covering both of them with spiritual power and flying directly over. In the air, Yin Shihe glanced down at Su Jiai. With her left hand, she formed a seal and directly covered Su Jiai's mouth. The world became quiet. Indeed, a noise-free sky is the best. Ingoding Su Jiai, who was still scared and flailing his limbs. Yin Shihe felt that she should indeed find an opportunity to slip away. It felt even better than she had imagined. The Harbin Special Investigation Office is located in the city center of Harbin, while Shuni Community is located in the northern part of Harbin. Further north is the border. With Yin Shihe's current cultivation, she could reach it in an instant if she flew at full speed. However, considering that she had someone who had never flown before with her, it took them a full 10 minutes to arrive at their destination. Yin Shihe deliberately found a monitoring blind spot to land and set Su Jiai down aside. Once Su Jiai calmed down a bit, Yin Shihe asked, "Are you feeling better?" "I'm fine, idol." Su Jiai was still a bit dazed. Even his address for her hadn't adjusted. It was his first time, and it was the idol who took him flying. He actually made such a big fool of himself in front of her, truly embarrassing. Seeing Su Jiai say this, Yin Shihe took out her phone and called Meng Xianyang. "Hey, Yang, I'm at the entrance of your community." So fast. Wait a moment, I just got off work. I'll be right there." After hanging up, Yin Shihe beckoned Su Jiai to sit aside. "Is your sister Su Jiamei? Your family is a family of awakened ones?" A family of awakened ones refers to a family where all members are awakened. Such families are extremely rare in all of China, but each awakened family is a very strong force. The Xiangxi ghost-carrying lineage is such a family force. No, we're just an ordinary family. I only knew that my sister worked in a national secret agency, but I didn't know what she did specifically. If it weren't for her work ID and the national security system's proof, my parents would have thought she joined a pyramid scheme. Su Jiai found it funny when he thought back to that time. "So when did you awaken?" "Not long ago, right?" "Right. I awakened mysteriously not long ago. And then my sister brought me to the Special Investigation Office." The two chatted casually. Before long, a sturdy young man with a computer bag came jogging towards them. Xiaohe. Meng Xianyang didn't expect that the person they were talking about coming to Heilongjiang for tourism in the afternoon would be at his door in the evening. "Xianyang." Yin Shihe stepped forward and hugged Meng Xianyang. Although he had the reputation of being the campus heartthrob in university, he rarely interacted with outsiders and avoided women even more. Throughout his freshman year, he only built relationships with his 3 roommates. Although he had the best relationship with Zhang Xiaowen, it didn't mean he had an average relationship with the other 2. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made a special trip to see them. "This is Su Jiai," Yin Shihe introduced. After Meng Xianyang greeted Su Jiai, he noticed that Yin Shihe had brought someone he had never met before, so he knew something must be up, and hurriedly invited them home to talk. At that moment, Yin Shihe suddenly looked around. The faces in the crowd, coming and going, were relaxed after work. Just as Meng Xianyang was about to ask what was wrong, Su Jiai stopped him with a hand. Yin Shihe's spiritual awareness spread out, instantly radiating a radius of 100 meters. The feeling of being observed just now was within this range. Spiritual awareness is a sign of transcendent realm. With Yin Shihe's current S-level controller cultivation, she still couldn't completely grasp the intricacies of it. However, using it to find someone hiding in the dark was a piece of cake. The other party seemed to sense something unusual and immediately prepared to escape. However, they overlooked the gap in strength between the 2 sides. "Stop." Yin Shihe walked straight towards a dark alley opposite the community. Meng Xianyang and Su Jiai, who were confused, quickly followed her. "Xiaohe, what's wrong?" Meng Xianyang asked, seeing Yin Shihe gazing at the dim alley. Yin Shihe didn't answer. She just reached out to stop him and casually set up a barrier around the dark alley. At the same time, she shouted into the box, "Come out." Before Meng Xianyang could react, a strange rustling sound came from the alley. Then, a gray-haired rat about half a person tall actually walked out of the alley. What is this? How can there be such a big rat? It's become a spirit. Let's run. Meng Xianyang was so scared that he froze and immediately wanted to drag Yin Chiha to run away. However, as soon as he touched Yin Chiha's hand, a chill shot through their skin straight to the top of their heads. Instantly, it calmed the trembling Meng Xianyang down. Don't be afraid, relax. Yin Chiha's voice seemed to carry a magical power that could soothe people's hearts. Chapter 36. The Idol is Right. A flicker of bluish light shone from Yin Chiha's hand, directly covering the half-human-high mouse in front of him. Gradually, the mouse transformed into a human-like figure, though it still retained mouse ears and a tail, appearing somewhat short in stature. This series of events left Meng Xianyang bewildered. How could this be a transformation of a living being? And how could his good brother perform magic and emit light? Sir, I am acting on the orders of the old master of the Liu family. Please show some leniency. No wonder they say timid as a mouse. Before Yin Chiha even spoke, the mouse had already revealed the mastermind behind it. Is this what I wanted to hear? Why was it tracking him? Initially, Yin Chiha hadn't sensed the existence of the gray mouse in front of him. One reason was that the gray mouse possessed a magical artifact that could shield it from detection, and he hadn't been constantly attentive to his surroundings. The other reason was that the gray mouse had actually been monitoring Meng Xianyang from a distance. This human was specifically requested by the old master of the Liu family. Yin Chiha raised an eyebrow. Meng Xianyang was the one specifically requested by the old master of the Liu family? The old master was so old, yet still had such a demand? The malicious look in Yin Chiha's eyes made Meng Xianyang's scalp tingle. Soon, Yin Chiha discovered the secret hidden within Meng Xianyang. However, although a barrier had been set up, it was ultimately not a good place for prolonged conversation. Seal, after sealing and shrinking the gray mouse into a small ice ball, he casually tossed it to Su Jiai. Let's go, we can talk later. Meng Xianyang's home was a 2-unit building, with his parents living upstairs after giving him the downstairs unit to live alone once he reached adulthood. Returning home, Meng Xianyang let out a long sigh. The events that had just transpired were too fantastical, making him afraid to breathe outside. After pouring a glass of water for Yin Chiha and the others, he sat down on the nearby sofa. His intuition told him that Yin Chiha's visit to He Province was not just for tourism. Then, at Yin Chiha's gesture, Su Jiai recounted all the information related to extraordinary abilities and the 5 immortal families to Meng Xianyang. So the mouse from earlier was from the Gui family in the legends of the 5 immortal families of the North 3 provinces. Meng Xianyang had anticipated learning some secrets today, but he hadn't expected them to be such extraordinary secrets that didn't belong to ordinary humans. The 5 immortal families he had heard as stories since childhood actually existed. Extraordinary humans that he had read about in novels actually existed too. Everything was real. It was just that ordinary humans had never been involved in the other side of this world. So why was that mouse tracking me? Earlier outside, Yin Chiha had asked the mouse why it was following him. But before it could answer, Yin Chiha turned it into an ice ball. Hearing Meng Xianyang's question now, Yin Chiha gestured. A white light flew out from Meng Xianyang's computer bag and landed in Yin Chiha's palm. Because of this, it was exactly the same as the white fragment he had obtained from Xiaoxiangzi. According to what Huang Wu and the old master of the Huang family had previously said, the old master of the Liu family had collected a total of 7 fragments over the years. Adding the one he got from Xiaoxiangzi, this was the 9th one. Isn't this the ornament I bought at the stall before? Why would it track me for this thing? Meng Xianyang stared at the white fragment for a long time, but couldn't figure out what it was. He had bought it for a mere 2 yuan at a stall a month ago, simply because he thought it looked shiny and unique. He didn't know what it specifically was, only that the Liu family had been searching for it for many years. Cold sweat broke out on Meng Xianyang's back. The Liu family, wasn't that the snake from the legends of the 5 immortal families? Would anyone really not be afraid of snakes? Aide no, junte diao. Do we need to erase memories now? Su Jiai took out a small crystal board from his storage space. It was similar to the jade plaster, something that every investigator in the special department had. It was imbued with a hint of Chun Mofeng's ability from the mountain and sea court, capable of erasing a small portion of memories. It was often used to deal with ordinary people after an incident. No need. Yin Chiha put away the white fragment. In the storage space, there was no reaction between the 2 white fragments, clearly distinct. Could it be that he was wrong? Were these white fragments actually independent entities? Huh. Oh, Su Jiai, who had been pondering why Meng Xianyang didn't need memory erasure, reconciled with himself the next moment. Whatever the idol said was right. After all, the idol couldn't possibly do anything bad. Even if the idol did something bad, he couldn't stop it, so he might as well enjoy it. Shouldn't I know these secrets? Meng Xianyang listened to the conversation between the two, and he had a general idea in his heart. But this was to be expected. Many things could lead to endless trouble if known by those outside the circle. Moreover, Yun Shihe clearly belonged to the extraordinary humans they had just spoken of. If news spread that an ordinary person knew so many secrets, those in charge might pressure or even punish Yun Shihe. That was not what he wanted to see. Rather than facing endless troubles later, it was better to cut it off now. I was going to erase this part of your memory, but it's unnecessary now. Yun Shihe spoke, knowing Meng Xianyang's character. That white fragment contains a lot of cold energy, which can be considered a form of spiritual energy. You should have been carrying it with you for some time. Under the impact of this spiritual energy, your extraordinary ability has already become quite active, and you just need a little stimulation to awaken it. At this point, Yun Shihe glanced at Meng Xianyang. He could not decide for Meng Xianyang whether to give up his originally peaceful life. That was for him to choose. If you just want to live your originally peaceful and comfortable life, I can help you seal your extraordinary ability. If you want to become an awakened one, I can also help you complete this last little step. If it weren't for the vast cold energy accidentally stimulating Meng Xianyang's extraordinary ability, even Yun Shihe, who mastered the source of extreme ice, could not help someone become an awakened one. In fact, no one could do that. It had always been a matter of self-awakening. But now, Meng Xianyang only needed a little stimulation to fully awaken, and Yun Shihe could certainly assist. Without disturbing Meng Xianyang's thoughts, Yun Shihe got up and walked to the window, looking at the flying snow in the distance. Although it had never snowed in Linhai City, Yun Shihe had become a human snowmaking machine by now, so he no longer yearned for snowy scenery. Or perhaps, as Yun Shihe's cultivation improved, it seemed that fewer and fewer external things could influence his state of mind. Therefore, he had always tried to maintain a state of freedom. He just hoped that in the end, he wouldn't become a soulless existence due to his improved cultivation. That was not the self he envisioned. Chapter 37. Meng Xianyang awakened Xiao He. I've made up my mind. I want to become an awakened. Meng Xianyang's determined voice pulled Yun Shihe from his thoughts. Yun Shihe remained silent, while Su Jiai looked at Meng Xianyang with curiosity. Although he had only been an awakened for a few days, it was enough for him to understand the dangers of the extraordinary world through the internet and books. He even occasionally thought about what it would be like if he were still an ordinary person. Perhaps he would still be working to earn money. Though it would be tiring, there wouldn't be as much danger to his life. Therefore, Su Jiai didn't expect Meng Xianyang to make such a quick and firm choice. All right, you can sit down here. Yun Shihe knew that Meng Xianyang was a person with strong opinions, so he didn't ask for more reasons. He gestured for Su Jiai to step back, allowing Meng Xianyang enough space to sit on the living room floor. Yun Shihe brought his fingers together. Suddenly, a blue light condensed at his fingertips. Then he formed a hand seal, and a hexagonal formation diagram the size of a palm was drawn in midair. With the infusion of blue spiritual energy, the hexagonal formation floated above Meng Xianyang's head, and mist-like spiritual energy fell from the formation. Yun Shihe withdrew his spiritual energy. It seemed he needed to find time to review the formation details he obtained from the treasury earlier. If he had already studied the formation details, he wouldn't need to rely on his own spiritual energy to convert it into spiritual energy. There were rumors of a gathering formation that could directly collect spiritual energy from hundreds of meters or even several kilometers around for one's own use. What he had just set up was merely a modified version of the spirit refining formation previously activated by Xiao Xiangzi. It could only convert external objects into spiritual energy and could not do so in large amounts. However, it was sufficient to help Meng Xianyang break through the last threshold of awakening. Half an hour later, Yun Shihe extended his hand and set up a barrier outside the house. At the same time, Meng Xianyang opened his eyes, his expression bright. Under Yun Shihe's observation, it seemed as though Meng Xianyang's shadow was moving. Xiao He, I succeeded. My awakened extraordinary ability is shadow, cloak. Meng Xianyang exclaimed happily. Yun Shihe interrupted him before he could continue. Everyone's extraordinary abilities are different. You shouldn't easily disclose it. Otherwise, if someone turns against you one day, you won't be able to rely on your abilities to counter. After Meng Xianyang said goodbye to his parents, he followed Yun Shihe to the Harbin's Special Investigation Office. Su Jiai, please take him through the process. All right, Yun's Special Investigator. Meng Xianyang was still immersed in the fact that such an extraordinary institution was openly established next to the police station. Upon hearing Yun Shihe speak, he immediately leaned in. Once I finish the process, will I be an investigator at the Harbin Special Investigation Office? That's right. wherever you complete your registration. You will become an investigator at the local Special Investigation Office, Su Jiai explained. Xiaohe, can I go to your place? Yin Shihu knew that Meng Xianyang wanted to be closer to someone familiar. This was understandable when encountering various new and strange things. Having a familiar person around would naturally help him adapt more quickly. Sure, I have a few things to take care of here. Once I finish, I'll head back to Beijing. If all goes well, there will be a familiar face to keep you company, Yin Shihu said, referring to Zhang Xiaowen. When coming to Heilongjiang province, Yin Shihu had already calculated it. Zhang Xiaowen's awakening would also happen during this time, allowing them to team up for missions later, which would be safer. Come with me. Yin Shihu let Su Jiai attend to his own matters and led Meng Xianyang to the elevator. He hadn't sensed Luo Shuyuan's presence when he returned, so he should still be out. Fortunately, there was nothing urgent to do, so he decided to take Meng Xianyang to the quiet room and help him pass the first level of training first. Back already? Yin Shihu was sitting in the office, sipping his homemade iced green tea, with just a bit of tea leaves and some homemade ice cubes. He could experience a refreshing chill. Luo Shuyuan pushed the door open and saw this scene. You're living quite comfortably. He raised an eyebrow. He had been dragged by Su Jiame to do menial labor, flying around various special investigation offices in the 3 northeastern provinces, and ended up not even getting a bite to eat. Now, he had to deal with Yin Shihu's teasing. Not bad, not bad. You should have a cup too. Yin Shihu snapped his fingers, and a cup of iced tea floated towards Luo Shuyuan. After Luo Shuyuan took a sip to ease himself, Yin Shihu asked, how was your afternoon? Did you get anything from flying around? Mentioning this made Luo Shuyuan angry. Throughout the 3 northeastern provinces, at 5 special investigation office outposts, there were a total of 21 investigators controlled by possession techniques. If it weren't for the S-Class controller's consciousness being much stronger than that of an A-Class, even S-Class powerhouses could have been infiltrated. This was unexpected for Yin Shihu, as he had anticipated only about 10 at most. He didn't expect the Huang family to be so loyal to the Liu family. The 5 families had never been like other demon kinds, with their bloodlines prospering. Now that Luo Shuyuan had caught a total of 21, plus the Huang family's head and Huang Wu detained at the Special Investigation Office. The remaining members of the Huang family were likely very few. As long as they didn't uproot the 5 families entirely, it would be fine. That'd a problem then. Yin Shihu's tone darkened upon hearing Luo Shuyuan's words. If the Huang, Hui, and Liu families are doing such things and still have leeway, what deterrent power will the Special Investigation Office have in the future? Moreover, what these 3 families have done is even worthy of exterminating their entire clan. Don't worry about it. What I meant was not to uproot the 5 families entirely, not to uproot the Huang, Hui, and Liu families completely. How did you learn your language? Yin Shihu was taken aback, and the ice and snow runes in his eyes shifted. Luo Shuyuan, who was drinking water, suddenly felt his mouth and the water were stuck together. Director Luo, you should reflect on yourself. Teasing subordinates is not right. Yin Shihu stood up, patted Luo Shuyuan's shoulder, and walked toward the door. He had been busy all afternoon and hadn't had dinner. Hopefully, the cafeteria still had food. Xiaohe, over here. The cafeteria only had a few people left. Yin Shihu carried his dinner towards the table where Meng Xianyang and Su Jiai were sitting. Just as he sat down, the originally reflective director Luo also walked over, acting as if nothing had happened. Shuyuan, this is my roommate. He wants to go to the Beijing Special Investigation Office. Should he be a problem, right? Although Yin Shihu had agreed to Meng Xianyang's request in the afternoon, he was not the director of the Special Investigation Office and still needed to ask the proper director for his opinion. Sure, but you'll have to stay in Beijing City from now on. Luo Shuyuan looked at Meng Xianyang and said. He already knew in the afternoon that Yin Shihu's friend had become an awakened, so he wasn't too surprised now. No problem, I can accept that. Meng Xianyang nodded quickly upon hearing this. In the next couple of days while you're here, you can follow Su Jiai to thoroughly understand the relevant information. Also, talk to your uncle and aunt about going to Beijing City. Yin Shihu thought about the things he needed to do in the next couple of days and realized it would be difficult to bring Meng Xianyang along. He might as well let him and Su Jiai familiarize themselves with information about awakened beings and the extraordinary beasts, demons, and so on. This way, when they went to Beijing City, they wouldn't have to spend time understanding it themselves. Plus, he could also take Zhang Xiaowen along. Chapter 38 detailed explanation of the true array after Meng Xianyang and Su Jiai left. Luo Shuyuan subtly remarked, your roommate's awakened ability is quite interesting. Meng Xianyang had just awakened and was currently a novice at the initial D-level awakened state. Meanwhile, Luo Shiyuan had already broken through to the SS-level controller, and he was on the verge of reaching the transcendent state, so it was no surprise that he noticed something peculiar about Meng Xinyang. It is interesting, but what's even more interesting is that I found the second white fragment today. In the office, the frostless sword and 2 fragments floated calmly in midair. Yin Shihe and Luo Shiyuan had been observing for a while, yet they hadn't discovered anything unusual. Could it be that we are overthinking this? The patterns on the fragments are the same as those on the frostless sword. Perhaps it's just a coincidence? Luo Shiyuan stroked his chin, offering a reason that even he found hard to believe. Yin Shihe rolled his eyes. I wonder if the lack of reaction is because there aren't enough fragments. What do you mean? Didn't the old man of the Huang family say that the Liu family has been searching for so many years and has already collected 7 fragments? Since we've already uncovered the Liu family's schemes and plans, before more ordinary people are harmed, let us take them down directly. Luo Shiyuan pondered the feasibility of this plan. When shall we act? Tomorrow, perhaps. Yin Shihe waved his hand. It just so happens that I will study the detailed explanation of the array tonight. It might come in handy tomorrow. Then I'll go have a chat with Su Jiai. Saying this, Luo Shiyuan opened the door, ready to find Su Jiai. All right. I also found out today why the missing persons weren't reported. It's all the doing of those possessed investigators. Got it. Yin Shihe's tone was very calm. He had anticipated this ever since he learned there was an insider. The old man of the Liu family used ordinary people as food for cultivation, which would inevitably lead to a large number of missing person cases occurring in the 3 northern provinces in a short period. However, there was no related case information whatsoever. There was only one possibility. Someone had suppressed the information. After watching Luo Shiyuan leave, Yin Shihe sealed the office as usual to avoid being disturbed during his cultivation. He took out the detailed explanation of the array. Though it was called a book, it was quite different from modern textbooks. The yellowed pages and the small seal script on the cover revealed that this was an ancient text. Upon opening the first page, there were a few lines of small characters, which were similar to a preface left by the author of this ancient text. The array is to seize the changes of heaven and earth, to manifest the mysteries of creation. Above, it aligns with the stars. Below, it responds to the mountains and rivers, gathering spirit to create power, hiding killing intent within form. Since ancient times, cultivators have either used arrays to move mountains and fill seas or relied on restrictions to imprison gods and subdue demons. Once an array is completed, it can resist thousands of troops. When symbols and lines intertwine, it becomes a chasm between life and death. What a grand statement! Aligning with the stars above and responding to the mountains and rivers below, imprisoning gods and subduing demons. Yin Shihe steadied his mind and flipped through the pages. After flipping several pages, there were no more words. Each page only had a circular pattern. Could it be that these are the arrays recorded within? Yin Shihe stared at the circular pattern on the second page, falling into deep thought. Gradually, he felt as if the circular disc had come to life. As the phenomenon occurred, Yin Shihe became increasingly engrossed in it. The next morning, as soon as Luo Shiyuan stepped through the door of the Special Investigation Office, he immediately sensed something was off about the surrounding spiritual energy. A faint chill mingled with the spiritual energy floating around. Many investigators had already arrived at work, and although they couldn't perceive the anomaly, they felt that the Special Investigation Office was much colder than usual today. This is Yin Shihe's spiritual power. Having spent the most time with Yin Shihe, Luo Shiyuan could instantly distinguish what the chill in the air was. Arriving at the top-floor office, the door was tightly locked, just as it had been when he left yesterday. A layer of golden light quickly covered his eyes. It turned out that the seal set by Yin Shihe yesterday was merely casual. After a night, the spiritual power forming the seal had slightly dissipated, which was why the spiritual energy in the Special Investigation Office carried a chill. Luo Shiyuan used his hand as a brush and quickly added a layer of simple breath-concealing barrier over the existing seal. Once he ensured everything was foolproof, he simply sat down on the spot. Feeling that the ground was a bit dirty, Luo Shiyuan slowly floated in midair, guarding the office door to protect Yin Shihe. He waited there for 5 days. As the sun rose high, Yin Shihe slowly awakened. Although he looked a bit tired, there was an uncontrollable smile in his eyes. This detailed explanation of the array was simply a priceless treasure. Yin Shihe had been immersed in the world of the ancient text, where an indistinct figure had been explaining various array knowledge to him. He learned to break down different tiers of arrays, allowing him to understand the connection between arrays and their core. From the legendary Jotian star array of ancient times to the breath-concealing array, none were missing. The various array breakdowns rapidly enhanced Yun Chiha's understanding of arrays. In his perception, it felt as if several years had passed. With the array cultivation he had undergone during this long period, he could say that now, including all beings within the Arctic ice wall, no one could surpass him in the field of arrays. Even if he missed the night of the red moon, it was worth it. Yun Chiha stood up and suddenly froze. The world within the detailed explanation of the array did not exist in reality. It was a kind of consciousness space. Therefore, cultivating arrays within it also continuously honed the soul. Originally unable to fully control the power of his soul, he could now use it as easily as his left and right arms. Stepping out of the office, Luo Xiuyuan was sitting at the door, drinking tea. Finished your cultivation? Luo Xiuyuan did not sense any significant enhancement in Yun Chiha's cultivation. However, upon reflection, it made sense. For awakened ones, especially those at the controller level, time was the least valuable. Not to mention that breakthroughs between levels were calculated in years. Even if there was a significant increase in cultivation within a level, it would take months to achieve. How could one possibly experience a surge in cultivation in just 5 days? Unless there was some cheat. What are you doing here? Where else should I be? I protected you for 5 days, and you didn't even say thank you. Yet you asked me why I'm here. Luo Xiuyuan pretended to be hurt. Yun Chiha twitched his mouth, quickly realizing, only 5 days? I thought several years had passed. Just 5 days. After hearing Luo Xiuyuan's words, Yun Chiha handed over the detailed explanation of the array in his hand. This detailed explanation of the array was always in the treasure vault? You didn't cultivate at all? If Luo Xiuyuan had cultivated, then how come he hadn't used it during the battle with Xiaoxiang? If he hadn't cultivated, then why was this priceless treasure left in the treasure vault without anyone paying attention to it? Was it because no one understood its value? Detailed explanation of the array? Luo Xiuyuan took the ancient text and flipped through it, attempting to cultivate it, but he completely couldn't understand the array diagrams in the back. Yun Chiha understood. This array diagram was not something everyone could comprehend to grasp the true detailed explanation of the array. It seems you've already realized something. Yun Chiha was pondering when he was suddenly startled by Luo Xiuyuan's affirmative tone, just as he was about to ask how he knew. He saw Luo Xiuyuan flip open the ancient text and show it to him. The array diagrams that were originally drawn on the pages had actually disappeared. Moreover, it wasn't just one page. Every page was left blank. Immediately, Luo Xiuyuan's spiritual power trembled in his hand. The entire ancient book turned to ashes and dissipated in the air. Chapter 39. Old Husan, what are you doing? Since the Special Investigation Department can be infiltrated by the Huang family using possession techniques, the half-god sect, which has influence throughout the Blue Star, can naturally do the same. Although very few people can exchange for the detailed explanations of the formation from the treasury, it is possible that traces may be discovered, leading to suspicion falling on you. Rather than facing endless troubles later, it's better to report that it was accidentally destroyed. As Luo Xiuyuan spoke, he took out his phone and reported this matter to Lin Xia of the Shanghai Tribunal. Yun Chiha looked on in amazement at how efficient he was. By the way, has there been any unusual activity from the 5 families in the past 5 days? Remembering that he had been in seclusion for 5 days, he wondered if there had been any changes in the outside situation. Luo Xiuyuan put away his phone, and after your seclusion, we let Huang Wu go back to gather information. The old master of the Lu family has already decided to break through tomorrow night. So soon. Yun Chiha originally thought that a demon facing a critical moment would be more cautious during a breakthrough, trying to gather more heavenly materials and earth treasures. It seems that Luo Xiuyuan and Su Jiamei uncovered the investigator possessed by the Huang family, thus alarming the snake. However, fortunately, no matter how the old master of the Lu family breaks through, it is only from S level to SS level. Then let's first visit the Hu family and the Bai family today. Yun Chiha thought for a moment and said, the 5 families have been rumored to be one since ancient times. Even if they now know that the culprits are the Huang, Hui, and Lu families, it does not mean that the other 2 families will not stand on the same front as them. The Hu family's old Hu San is a well-cultivated SS-level big demon, whose bloodline is no less than that of the strange beasts of the Shanghai. If he insists on helping the Lu family, then they will indeed face a tough battle. Soon, Yun Chiha and Luo Xiuyuan called Su Jiamei and flew toward a mountain range. Is this the ancestral land of the Hu family? Yun Chiha looked at a towering giant tree in front of him. The trunk was so thick that 3 or 4 adult men couldn't wrap around it, indicating that this ancient tree had probably been growing here for countless years. As the director of the Harbin Special Investigation Department, Su Jiamei naturally had the detailed address of the ancestral lands of the 5 families. She made a gesture with her right hand, and a spiritual butterfly flew toward the ancient tree. At the moment of contact with the ancient tree, an invisible wave of spiritual power spread outwards, gradually forming a circular archway. Let's go. Su Jiamei was the first to enter. After a burst of dazzling light, a scene reminiscent of a paradise appeared before Yun Chia's eyes. Looking at the winding path extending into the distance and the fox demons farming in pairs around, he couldn't help but recall the peach blossom spring he had studied in school. So there really is a paradise. A distinguished guest arrives, and I apologize for not welcoming you properly. At this moment, an old voice echoed through the space, seeming to be right next to them, yet far away. The space in front of Yun Chiha and the others began to distort, gradually converging into the figure of an old man. Old Husan. Su Jiamei bowed to the old man. Yun Chiha and Luo Shuyuan followed suit. Old Husan looked meaningfully at Yun Chiha and Luo Shuyuan, saying, "Director Su is being too polite, please follow me." The 3 followed Old Husan to a thatched cottage at the end of the path. They attracted countless gazes along the way. "Please sit down. My home is humble. I can only offer you hot tea." After pouring tea for the 3, Old Husan gestured. Luo Shuyuan picked up the teacup and brought it to his nose to smell it. "I think, with Old Husan's abilities, he should be able to guess our intention." After taking a small sip, he found the tea contained spiritual energy. Old Husan was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Luo Shuyuan to speak so directly. No wonder the foxes and descendants returning from outside have been saying that today's youth deal with workplace matters straightforwardly. Speaking so directly, how could they as older folks have experienced this? Back in their day, conversations were all very formal, and it took a long time to get to the point. "I know the 3 of you have come for the Liu family matter, but please forgive me for being powerless." "Why?" Su Jiamei frowned, preparing to question him. Yin Xia stopped her, realizing that Old Husan had long known about the Liu family's instigation of the Huang and Hui families. "That's right. I knew when Liu Mo first started plotting. At that time, I went to find him and advised him to turn back." Liu Mo is the full name of the old master of the Liu family. Old Husan seemed to fall into memories, saying, "Back then, Liu Mo and I were born with intelligence at the same time and practiced together. Only the 2 of us received the imperial seal. Regarding the bloodline oath, only we knew, so when Liu Mo planned to use ordinary people to break through his cultivation, I tried to advise him, but it failed." Old Husan slowly revealed the secrets of that year. However, Yin Chiha felt that Old Husan had not finished speaking. Old Husan had long been an SS-level big demon. How could he not persuade an S-level Liu Mo? Sure enough, while Yin Chiha was pondering, he heard Old Husan continue. "I originally thought that with my SS-level cultivation, I would surely win against Liu Mo's S-level cultivation. But I did not expect Liu Mo to have obtained the corpse of a water snake that had long since fallen. The Shanghai strange beast, the water snake." The 3 of them were shocked. Unlike ordinary demons who cultivate intelligence, the Shanghai strange beasts are powerful beings recorded in the Shanghai Jing. They do not have groups. Each one is a unique existence. Moreover, at the same level, a Shanghai strange beast against an ordinary demon is a dimensionality reduction strike, and just the bloodline can suppress the demon severely. Furthermore, the water snake is a very famous existence among the Shanghai strange beasts. It is said that in its juvenile stage, it resembles a small snake, transforms into a flood dragon after 500 years, and becomes a dragon after 1,000 years, possessing unimaginable toxicity. But how could a dead water snake have the ability to allow Liu Mo to defeat you with S-level cultivation? Su Jiamei asked in confusion. That water snake's realm, when it was alive, was probably SSS level, and even after many years of death, its bloodline pressure is still terrifying. Liu Mo relied on the fact that he and the water snake shared the same serpent bloodline and was able to withstand that pressure. Plus, at that time, Liu Mo was already at the peak of S level, and I was no match for him. Not only did I lose, but I was also poisoned severely. As he spoke, Old Husan revealed his true form as a fox demon. The giant tail behind him swayed gracefully in the air, but the tip of the white fox tail had turned black, with some parts already beginning to rot. Yin Chiha and the others did not expect there to be such a story behind this. I have been staying in the ancestral land for these past few years to expel this toxin. This toxin not only includes Lumo's poison, but also a small amount of the SSS level water snake's poison. It took me 8 years to barely force the toxin to this point. Because of the suppression of the toxin, I cannot use my cultivation at all. Yun Shiha and the others exchanged glances, all seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. The information they had learned this trip was far more than they had imagined. Chapter 40. The Annihilated by Family Immortal. Black River breeding black serpents, although Master Hussein could not assist in confronting Lu Mo. This trip helped clarify the intentions of the Fox family. They were equally appalled by Lu Mo's actions. Since they were not enemies, that was a relief. Just as the three were about to take their leave, they were called back by Master Hussein. Are you three still planning to go to the Bai family? In the astonished eyes of Yun Chiha and the others, 6 hedgehogs were brought in. What is this? These 6 hedgehogs were clearly members of the Bai family. Why were they in the ancestral land of the Fox family? The Bai family had been annihilated by Lu Mo several years ago, and the Bai matriarch was captured by Lu Mo. By the time I arrived, I could only secretly rescue these 6, who were the last remaining descendants of the Bai family, as fellow immortals among the 5 families. It was shocking that Lu Mo would take such drastic action against the Bai family. Forget it, there's no need to go to the Bai family now. After saying their goodbyes, the 3 returned to the Special Investigation Office. What exactly was Lu Mo plotting? If it was just a breakthrough to SS level, then his indiscriminate killing of ordinary people might make some sense. But why annihilate the Bai family? Su Jiamei was quite puzzled, but could not figure it out. So, what kind of person is the Lu family elder in the rumors from nearby province? Yinxia asked after a moment of thought. The rumored Lu family immortal is calm, dignified, does not easily show emotions, possesses great magical power, can subdue demons and protect families, and drive away malevolent spirits. In fact, it's not just the Lu family. All 5 families of immortals are like this. Therefore, in the North 3 provinces, many families worship statues of the 5 families immortals. Su Jiamei recalled her childhood experiences and began to sense something was off. Do you also feel that something is wrong? Seeing Luo Xiuyuan and Su Jiamei lost in thought, Yin Xia understood that they too had noticed the problem. Indeed, the actions of the Lu family now were completely contrary to the legends. Either the legends were false, or something unknown had happened to the Lu family. In the end, the 3 decided that since the Fox family could not take action and the Bai family had been annihilated, they would directly attack the Lu family tonight, catching them off guard. You all prepare. I will immediately contact all S-level powerhouses in the North 3 provinces. We will set off at 8 tonight. Su Jiamei decisively made the decision and hurriedly walked out, leaving Yin Shiha and Luo Shuyuan staring at each other in the office. Is she always like this? Just get used to her fiery personality. Luo Shuyuan thought back to when he was still a special investigator and had teamed up with Su Jiamei on a mission. It was truly a free-spirited experience, doing whatever came to mind. Now, however, she had become much more restrained. Hearing Luo Shuyuan's words, Yin Shiha cast a sympathetic glance at him. Xiaohe, come, let me introduce you. Due to the latitude and geographical location, the night always falls earlier in the North 3 provinces than in other parts of Huaxia. However, just by 7:30, night had almost completely descended. Su Jiamei returned half an hour ago and brought back more than 10 S-level powerhouses. Now is the awkward time for the crane to greet them. What about the Lu family elder? An older, seemingly very composed man asked. Su Jiamei had already explained the entire situation. They had to seal all entrances to the Lu family ancestral land to prevent any Lu family members from escaping. As for who had violated the laws of the mountains and seas, that would be determined by the mountain and sea court later. However, these S-level powerhouses were guarding all the entrances, who would deal with the Lu family elder, who was about to break through to SS level. You don't need to worry about that. We've naturally invited powerful individuals from Huaxia to handle it. Su Jiamei waved her hand. Just as Luo Shuyuan said, even the higher-ups of the Huaxia Special Investigation Office could not be fully trusted. No one knew if there were any members of the half-god sect among them. Yin Chiha stood at the forefront, and the news of his imminent breakthrough to SS level had already spread. Luo Shuyuan had quietly broken through. Aside from the 3 judges of the mountain and sea court, no one else knew, including Yin Chiha and Su Jiamei. This was a good opportunity to see if any of the upper echelons of the North 3 Provinces Special Investigation Office harbored ulterior motives. Then let's set off immediately. In the perspective invisible to ordinary people, streams of light burst forth from the Special Investigation Office, cutting through the sky, heading towards the northernmost part of the Black Province. The Black River is located at the northernmost point of the Black Province, at the border between Huaxia and the White Bear Nation. Every year, countless tourists flock here. However, today, there were no tourists in sight. Dozens of streams of light descended from a distance. Su Jiamei nodded to the S-level powerhouses from various special investigation offices in the North 3 provinces, and more than 10 people immediately flew in all directions. Is the Liu family ancestral land in this Black River? Yin Shihe looked at the surging river before him and felt a bit dry in his throat. No wonder it was the boundary line of Huaxia's northernmost territory. It was magnificent and mysterious. That's right. The Liu family is a serpent that is cultivated into a demon and is adept at water. This afternoon, I had already contacted the police department in advance to clear out all the tourists from this area. Otherwise, once the battle begins, there would be no one available to protect them. Su Jiamei explained, her pink spiritual power shimmering as she was about to raise a barrier. Wait, Sister Mei. Yin Shihe stopped Su Jiamei's actions. In the puzzled gazes of Su Jiamei and Luo Shuyuan, he brought his 2 fingers together and pointed to the sky. Hooray, rise! A stream of ethereal blue spiritual power shot up into the sky. Then, he formed a seal with both hands and struck the ground. The spiritual power rising to the sky echoed with the seal on the ground, completely enveloping the area. Xiaohe, your array technique is truly remarkable. Su Ziami, who had no innate talent for arrays, was astonished. She could not only not comprehend the detailed explanations of the arrays in the treasury, but even the independent array diagrams were beyond her understanding, let alone the detailed array diagrams. Seeing that Yin Shihe could form an array relying solely on his spiritual power amazed her. Luo Shuyuan was equally surprised. He was the only one who knew that Yin Shihe had delved into the detailed explanations of arrays. However, he did not expect his array talent to be so high. Not to mention himself, there was no one in Huaxia who could form an array without an array eye. This is a sealing array, far more powerful than the barrier we set up casually. With my cultivation level, once this array is set up, no one here can escape. Providing an additional layer of security, Yin Shihe clapped his hands and said. Seeing this, Su Jiamei nodded to the 2 of them. Her pink spiritual power surged continuously, transforming into a beam of light that shot directly into the Black River. With Su Jiamei's actions, the pitch-black river water instantly churned violently. The place where the spiritual power met the river's surface formed a whirlpool. Su Jiamei changed her hand gesture. The spiritual power that had originally shot into the Black River in the form of a beam exploded, transforming into chains that surged in from all directions into the Black River. Suddenly, a beam of black light shot out from the Black River, colliding with Su Jiamei's spiritual power. In the blink of an eye, the chains formed from the spiritual power shattered. Su Jiamei immediately halted her actions, and she and Yin Shihe looked toward the river surface. A pair of red eyes the size of lanterns flickered on the surface of the Black River. Director Su, what brings the elite of the Special Investigation Office to my Liu family? A hoarse voice echoed through the sky. The array set up by Yin Shihe rippled, isolating the sound within the array. Chapter 41. The Old Master of the Liu family. The great demon Liu Imo along with the voice. A black mist appeared seemingly from nowhere. The mist seemed to rise from the bottom of the river and quickly covered the entire surface, with a black mist shrouding it. A pair of red eyes on the river surface looked even more eerie. Finally, when the mist spread to the riverbank, the red eyes disappeared, replaced by a shadowy old man in a black robe. You are Liu Imo, the old master of the Liu family? The 5 families of immortals had always kept to themselves and rarely interacted with the Special Investigation Department. The 2 sides maintained a mutual non-aggression policy. Given the special status of the 5 families of immortals in the 3 northern provinces, as long as they did not engage in outrageous acts, the Special Investigation Department would not come looking for them. Therefore, Su Jiamei had never met Liu Imo. You flatter me. I am indeed Liu Imo, just a decrepit old man. It is said that Liu Mo's true form is that of a serpent demon, and his speech carries a chilling aura, causing Su Jiamei's hair to stand on end. Yin Shihe, standing behind Su Jiamei, frowned. Even a transformed snake made him feel uncomfortable all over. Luo Shuyuan glanced at Yin Shihe, but said nothing. Liu Imo, do you know your crimes? Xuyamai Zudenli confrontet Liu Montag. After living for countless years, the great demon showed no signs of being intimidated, wondering where Director Su's words were coming from. You incited the Hui and Huang families to collude with your Liu family, daring to indiscriminately kill ordinary people as blood food for cultivation, and even allowed members of the Huang family to use possession techniques to infiltrate the Special Investigation Department. If it weren't for the accidental discovery, by the time you break through to SS level, The 3 northern provinces would belong to you, Lu Mo. At this moment, Su Jiamei exuded a powerful aura, completely different from the loud and boisterous demeanor that Yun Shihe had known before. Full of vigor, Director Su, you must provide evidence when making accusations. Just because my Lu family has long been in a corner, you can't just dump all the blame on us. Listening to their conversation, Yun Shihe felt increasingly uneasy. Lu Mo was too calm. It was not just surface calm. Even the flow of spiritual energy in his body showed no signs of disturbance under Yun Shihe's spiritual observation. This meant Lu Mo's heart was as calm as his exterior. Su Jiamei had come with over a dozen S-level controllers. No matter how close Lu Mo was to SS level, he was still not there, so he shouldn't be so fearless. Taking advantage of the verbal exchange between Su Jiamei and Lu Mo, Yun Shihe quietly released his spiritual power, instantly covering the entire array space. How could there be nothing? Could it be that he was mistaken, and Lu Mo was simply overconfident? Upon careful investigation, he found no abnormalities, which led Yun Shihe to self-doubt. No, his intuition told him he was not mistaken. Since there was nothing unusual above ground, the only place left was underwater. Yun Shihe focused his spirit and probed into the Black River. Spiritual power is a higher-level force than spiritual awareness, usually possessed only by transcendence. Yun Shihe was the only one in this place with such capabilities. Even Luo Shuyuan could not perceive anything, let alone Su Jiamei and Lu Mo. His spirit delved into the river water and reached the riverbed. A small whirlpool quietly spun at the bottom. This should be the small secret realm where the Lu family's ancestral land is located. Yun Shihe controlled his spirit to fly inside. After a burst of bright light, the true ancestral land of the Lu family appeared in his spiritual perception. The scene was completely different from the idyllic paradise of the Fox family. Huge caves were visible everywhere. All the caves surrounded a central square, arranged in a protective formation. In the center of the square was a bronze serpent-shaped altar, with the serpent's mouth wide open. Surrounding it stood several bronze pillars, each tied with 2 people. They had long since lost their vitality, but blood still flowed continuously from the mouth of the bronze giant serpent into the blood pool beneath the altar. In the blood pool, a giant python's corpse with exposed white bones at the tail could be vaguely seen. Beside the blood pool, a white-haired old woman was constantly casting spells on the giant python's corpse. Centered around the blood pool, dozens of black giant pythons of various sizes were lying on the ground, with only their heads raised and their mouths slightly open. Blood continuously flowed into the serpent's mouth from the blood pool. So that's how it is. Yun Shihe abruptly withdrew his spirit. He didn't even have time to stop the verbal exchange between Su Jiamei and Lu Mo. He directly released a wave of extreme ice spiritual power, catching Lu Mo off guard and sending him flying. We need to quickly enter the Lu family's ancestral land. Lu Mo has great ambitions. Yun Shihe didn't have time to explain to the two and directly pulled Luo Shuyuan and Su Jiamei toward the bottom of the Black River. Junior, you are being reckless. Lu Mo did not know how Yun Shihe had learned about the matters in his ancestral land. However, if his plans were exposed before they succeeded, the Lu family would be doomed. With this thought, a huge magical seal appeared behind Lu Mo Bloodthirst. As Lu Mo continuously formed seals, an overwhelming demonic power materialized, and countless black snakes shot out from the seals behind him, lunging towards Yun Shihe and the others. How disgusting! Yun Shihe cursed under his breath. Extreme ice spiritual power poured out, creating a blizzard zone on the surface of the Black River. The black snakes could not even cross the blizzard to reach the 3. Occasionally, 1 or 2 would break through with the help of their companions, but they were immediately killed by Luo Shuyuan and Su Jiamei. Let's go. Seeing that the spells from Lu Mo were blocked, Yun Shihe continued to pull the 2 toward the bottom of the Black River. The surrounding river water retreated continuously under the barrier of the 3's spiritual powers. Be careful. Several black snakes surged out from the Lu family's ancestral land, attacking the 3. Luo Shuyuan's golden spiritual power flashed, and the black snakes in front of him were all sliced in half. Snake blood spread in the river water. Although these black snakes were only A-level cultivators and could not withstand Yun Shihe and the others, they could still hinder their progress. Even a single breath mattered. Lu Mo suddenly appeared in front of the 3, his demonic power surging in his hands. At the same time, dozens of black pythons flew out from the ancestral land, all of which were the ones Yun Shihe had seen around the blood pool. The released demonic power from the dozens of black pythons turned the surrounding water area into a vacuum zone. They were all S-level great demons. Junior, although I do not know how you learned about my Lu family's ancestral land, I cannot spare you. I originally did not want to kill you. But who would have thought that you would come to ruin my plans just a day before I accomplish my great task? The murderous intent in Lumo's eyes was almost palpable. Yinshiha really wanted to say, if it weren't for my cultivation being delayed, I would have come to ruin your plans earlier. How could I have waited until today? However, Lumo's attack had already come, not allowing him to say more. Leave those Lu family members to us. Yinshiha and Su Jiame exchanged glances and flew to the sides, each confronting several black snakes. Luo Shiyuan charged straight at Lu Mo. Yinshiha led several black snakes to the surface of the lake. Damn it, I have always hated snakes the most. The national essence reappears. Chapter 42. Showcasing powers. Yunshi, he cursed while his hands were not idle. As the dark blue ice spirit energy flew up and down, the cold air that leaked out had already frozen the surrounding atmosphere, causing hail to fall around it. A huge ice and snow rune was drawn out. Go! The ice and snow rune shot directly towards a nearby black python. Seeing this, the black python spat out black light, colliding with the demonic power in the ice and snow rune. In just one encounter, the demonic power was solidified and frozen. The ice and snow rune continued to push forward, with Yunshi he closely following. Ice explosion technique. The black python, covered by the ice and snow rune, was all frozen. And with a command from Yunshi it exploded into ice crystals and dissipated. Seeing that he had resolved this side, he immediately rushed to the other battlefield. Su Xiami, as the director of the Harbin's Special Investigation Department, was indeed a proud daughter of heaven. Her attacking methods were endless. The pink spirit energy traversed the battlefield. Every black python touched by the pink spirit energy was gradually decomposed silently. Yunshi, rushing over, couldn't help but shiver. This woman is quite lethal. Indeed, one must cherish life and stay away from women. Ice spike technique, go. Ice spikes, each about 2 meters long, rapidly formed around Yunshi. The ice spikes pierced through the remaining black pythons at an untraceable speed, and the residual force even knocked the black pythons down, nailing them to the riverbank. Several black pythons as thick as water buckets lay in rows by the black riverbank. The scene was extremely spectacular, truly frightening. A hint of unusual color flashed in Yunshi's eyes. If it weren't for the fear of not leaving any survivors, these few snakes would have long since turned to ash like the others he had killed. After dealing with these minor enemies, the two flew towards Luo Shiyuan. I underestimated you. Although these few were bred to be S-class, you two actually dealt with them so quickly, Lu Mo said as he forcefully knocked Luo Shiyuan back several meters. They are just some insignificant little demons. Lu Mo, quickly surrender. Otherwise today will be the day your Lu family is exterminated. Yunshi, he was somewhat surprised. Lu Mo, who was at S-class, could actually knock back Luo Shiyuan, who was at the SS-class master level several meters away, which was definitely suspicious. Soon, Luo Shiyuan transmitted a message to Yunshi and Su Jiame. It turned out that Lu Mo had absorbed the demon core of that water python, allowing him to temporarily unleash SS-class strength. If he disregarded everything and fully released the power of the demon core, he could even maintain SS-class strength for a certain period. You 3 little yellow-haired kids. When I was commanding the world, you didn't even know where you were reincarnating. After angrily scolding, Lumo's entire body surged with demonic power, and the water python demon core in his body emitted a strong black light. The pressure belonging to an SS-class great demon erupted at this moment. Chihi, seeing this, Luo Shiyuan hurriedly stepped forward to meet the battle, and before leaving, he did not forget to give Yunshi a look. Yunshi, he said to Su Jiame beside him, Magia, interfere with Lu Mo from the side. I need half a minute. During the previous battle, Yunshi had discovered that Su Jiame's spirit energy carried a strong illusion ability, allowing enemies to get lost in illusions and ultimately be disintegrated. Therefore, having Su Jiame work with Luo Shiyuan, who had sensing abilities, was the best option. Seeing Su Jiame agree, Yunshi wasted no more time. Immediately, a layer of ice spread out beneath his feet. With his hands pressed together to form seals, extreme ice spirit energy poured out. Accompanied by the continuous layering of Yunshi's hand seals, the frosty cold prison that once made Xiangzi resentful descended once again. Into the white frost, terrifying cold air radiated outward at a visible speed, centered around Yunshi. In just a few breaths, A blizzard had spread throughout the formation. Such strong spirit energy. Lu Mo, who was originally at an advantage in a 1-on-2 battle, felt that with Yunqi's move, the divine power from the extreme ice element directly suppressed his strength by a full 30%. At the same time, the Black River was instantly frozen in the cold, turning into an ice river. Realizing this, Lu Mo knew he could not continue like this. Otherwise, the cold would invade his ancestral ground, and he would fail. He had to forcibly use that move. Gritting his teeth, Lu Mo's demonic energy soared, transforming into substantial black mist that enveloped his body. You have all forced me. Today, you must die. As Lu Mo's voice echoed, a giant red eye, like a lantern, reappeared in the black mist. The demonic energy gathered again, revealing the massive body within the black mist. Over 100 meters long, a terrifying giant python as thick as a car floated in midair. This was Lu Mo's true form. Lu Mo howled to the sky, and the sound waves continuously impacted the breathing formation set up by Yunqi. The experts from the Special Investigation Department, who were originally waiting in the surrounding formation, also moved in unison, constantly injecting their spirit energy into the formation to maintain its integrity. SS Class Peak. Luo Shuyuan sensed Lu Mo's aura at this moment and murmured. Earlier, they had teamed up with Su Jiame to suppress Lu Mo, but it made them overlook the fact that Lu Mo was a demon, and his true form was his strongest state. It seemed they would have to fight a hard battle again. Yunqi spoke solemnly. An SS-class peak great demon, especially one that had cultivated for hundreds of years, could even contend with a typical newly ascended SSS-class transcender. Not to mention there were just 3 insignificant ones. It seemed they could only wait until his state ended. Originally, Luo Shuyuan planned to contact the 3 judges of the Shanghai Tribunal upon realizing the situation was dire. Although there were no SSS-class transcenders, having a few more SS-class masters could still increase their odds of winning. However, he discovered that the black mist formed by Lu Mo's demonic power completely blocked this area, preventing any messages from being transmitted. The 3 advanced to form a triangular encirclement around Lu Mo. Golden, pink, and dark blue spirit energies shone together, continuously countering the black demonic power. The black mist eroded the formation, and the awakened ones from the Special Investigation Department kept injecting spirit energy into the formation to combat the demonic power's erosion. The entire space trembled as if it would shatter at any moment. Thousand Threads, Soul Call. Floating Dream. Into the white frost. The 3 used their most powerful techniques. The golden spirit energy threads tightly wrapped around Lu Mo's demonic body. The pink spirit energy mist infiltrated Lu Mo's snake head, and the dark blue spirit energy radiated broadly and indiscriminately. In an instant, Lu Mo fell from his advantage and was directly frozen into an ice sculpture. Recalling their techniques, the 3 moved to within 5 meters of the snake body. Yunqi, who was already somewhat pale from the excessive consumption of spirit energy, saw the massive creature before him and turned even paler. Su Jiame beside him was no better off. Although she had cultivated for a long time and had spent even longer at the S-Class Master level, her strength was far inferior to Yunqi's. At this moment, she was almost exhausted. If it weren't for Yunqi creating a patch of ice crystals beneath her feet to hold her up, she might not even be able to stand. Did we succeed? Su Jiame looked at the black mist that no longer eroded the formation and asked, Chi-He, what did you discover when you were exploring underwater? Chapter 43, Blood Demon Corpse, Refining Array, Before the Battle. Su Jiame and Lu Mo were exchanging verbal jabs. Luo Shuyuan sensed that Yunqi had a brief moment of distraction, which must have been due to him releasing his soul. After retracting his soul, he immediately made a move, indicating he had discovered something. I saw the water, snake, and blood pool in the ancestral land of the Lu family, as well as the abducted old lady from the Bai family. Yunqi quickly recounted what he had seen in the Lu family's ancestral land. Is there a problem? Luo Shuyuan knew there must be some hidden truth. Otherwise, it would be out of character for Yunqi to suddenly attack Lu Mo just because he saw these things. Although such a scene could indeed provoke great anger. Yes, these setups separately are not problematic, but combined they form a very sinister array called the Blood Demon Corpse Refining Array. This array can refine dead bodies, presenting a false state of life, retaining their innate talents and abilities, yet devoid of consciousness, turning them into tools for slaughter. The old lady from the Bai family was captured alive by Lu Mo to continuously repair the injuries on the original body of the water snake. How could Lu Mo possess such an array? He must have obtained it together with the water snake's corpse. The water snake, being a rare beast from the mountains and seas, has unfathomable cultivation. Its bloodline inheritance is beyond ordinary imagination. Having such an array is not surprising. Luo Xiaoyuan explained to Su Jiamei. We should hurry to seal Lu Mo completely, then go to the Lu family's ancestral land to deal with the array. Yin Shiha nodded. At that moment, a faint sound came from an unknown source. The three of them looked at each other and realized it wasn't any of them. It must be. The three turned around. They saw the thick layer of ice covering Lu Mo's demon body slowly evaporating into white mist. How is this possible? Luo Xiaoyuan exclaimed in surprise. Su Jiamei didn't know, but he was well aware that the ice released by Yun Shiha was formed from extreme ice elements, containing legendary rules of power. How could Lu Mo easily break it? Not good. It's that demon core. The water snake is a rare beast from the mountains and seas, with a high level of cultivation. The gap in realm between me and it is too large. With the demon core, Lu Mo is going to break free. Yin Shiha immediately discerned the reason. He quickly supported Su Jiamei to retreat. Seeing Su Jiamei was very weak, Yin Shiha hurriedly took her to a nearby investigator at the edge of the array. Just when he met up with Luo Xiaoyuan, he saw that the ice layer on Lu Mo had completely evaporated, revealing the terrifying demon body once again. However, compared to the previously oppressive snake body, Lu Mo now looked much more disheveled. The snake body was covered in wounds, dark demonic power enveloping the injuries, trying to regenerate through demonic power. However, it was obstructed by an invisible force, causing the wounds to rot even more. This was due to the extreme ice spiritual power. Although Lu Mo was able to break the seal relying on the water snake's demon core, the residual primal rules in his body were beyond his ability to eliminate. You young one, I haven't been in the world for a long time, and I didn't expect there to be such a talented person in China today. Lu Mo transformed back into human form, coughing while holding his chest. It was evident he was truly injured at his foundation. Lu Mo glared fiercely at Yin Shiha and Luo Xiaoyuan. Just when the two thought Lu Mo was about to strike, he unexpectedly rolled and dove back into the frozen black river. Not good, Run. Yin Shiha cursed inwardly. Originally, the blood demon corpse refining array required sufficient fresh blood to operate fully. Therefore, the ordinary people Lu Mo had captured over the years were not just to help him break through to SS level, but to use their blood to activate the array. At the same time, this blood would be tainted with impurities after being soaked in the water snake's corpse, needing to be cleared from the array in a timely manner. The tainted human blood was useless to the water snake's corpse, but for the Lu family members, it was a great supplement. That's why there were so many black pythons lurking around the altar, continuously absorbing the blood from the altar to enhance their cultivation. Yin Shiha initially thought that since Lu Mo had summoned so many S-class snake demons from the ancestral land, the blood demon corpse refining array would inevitably fall into a stagnant state due to the lack of creatures to absorb the tainted blood. But seeing Lu Mo silently flying toward the ancestral land, Yin Shiha realized his judgment was mistaken. Lu Mo dragged his injured body back to the ancestral land. The black pythons that had originally guarded the altar had mostly disappeared. Damn Special Investigation Department. Lu Mo cursed fiercely. He knew it wasn't the time to say such things. Ignoring his injuries, he propelled himself with demonic power toward the altar not far away. Just then, Yin Shiha and Luo Xiaoyuan also arrived at the Lu family's ancestral land. Yin Shiha immediately saw Lu Mo's demonic power surging toward the altar at the center of the blood demon corpse refining array. Seal the demon array rise. Yin Shiha hurriedly formed a hand sign. An invisible light curtain also flew toward the altar. Young one, you're seeking death. Seeing Yin Shiha attempting to directly seal the water snake's corpse within the altar, Lu Mo was furiously enraged. With his other hand, he directly manifested a gigantic legal figure and squeezed toward the light curtain. The light curtain shattered instantly. Puff! At the moment the light curtain shattered, an irresistible demonic power directly struck Yin Shiha, and even Luo Xiaoyuan didn't have time to react. Seeing Yin Shiha spitting blood continuously, Luo Xiaoyuan hurriedly took out a pill and fed it to him, which slightly alleviated the situation. Just as Yin Shiha was injured, the intense demonic power also made contact with the water snake's corpse. In an instant, a black pillar of light shot up into the sky from the altar. It could be vaguely seen that the lifeless entity in the altar seemed to come alive. I have schemed for years, and I didn't expect that what I ultimately obtained was still an incomplete water snake. You two and the Special Investigation Department have ruined my good deed. I will use you as the furnace for the blood demon corpse refining array, making it so you can never be reincarnated. Luo laughed long and loudly, his voice particularly harsh. Following that, Luo leaped, retreating alongside numerous black pythons. Luo Shuyuan intended to move forward to kill Luo, but was blocked by an invisible pressure, unable to approach Luo even a step. It was the pressure of the water snake. Yinxia said. Luo Shuyuan looked back at the altar. He knew Luo's scheme was about to succeed. He did not possess Yinxia's extreme ice body and could not ignore this pressure to kill Luo. Meanwhile, Yinxia was now seriously injured, and even if he approached Luo, he would only be killed. Trapped in a dilemma. Haha, just stay there as bystanders and watch how I awaken the water snake's corpse, using it to become the #1 demon in the world step by step. Luo looked at the black pillar of light soaring from the altar, seeming to go mad. After several breaths, the pillar of light dissipated. The water snake, which had long lost its vitality, unexpectedly opened its snake eyes at some unknown time. Its entire body was covered in dark blue-black scales, exuding a completely different aura from ordinary snakes, with every edge of its scales gleaming like mysterious iron. Its head was triangular, with vertically narrow snake eyes, extremely sinister. It had 4 pairs of fleshy whiskers on its belly, and a pair of slightly protruding white bumps on its forehead. This was actually a water snake on the verge of transforming into a dragon. Chapter 44. The dual heroes battle the water serpent. It seems that Luo is forcibly completing the refinement of the water serpent using his own cultivation. Luo Shuyuan trembles as he looks at the massive creature before him, 100 zhang long. Luo's body is over 100 meters. But in front of this 100 zhang water serpent, he looks like a newborn snake. Enjoy this gift. Luo is surrounded by swirling black demonic energy, making him appear like a true demon. After mocking Yin Qihua and the other, he turns and flies away, leaving the two to face the corpse of the water serpent and the remaining members of the Lu family. Yin Qihua is about to chase after Luo, but just as he moves, a group of Black Snake clan members from the Lu family surrounds him. He has no choice but to retreat to Luo Shuyuan's side. Luo has been plotting for years to break through to SS rank. Why would he now risk his cultivation to forcibly complete the blood demon refining corpse array? Yin Qihua feels very puzzled. Logically, someone who is determined to make a reckless breakthrough at this critical moment wouldn't disperse their cultivation just to awaken a puppet corpse that can only fight. Shuyuan, be careful. My intuition tells me something is wrong. Yin Qihua warns Luo Shuyuan. 8. Extremes Mirror. Frostless. Facing a great enemy. Both Yin Qihua and Luo Shuyuan immediately summoned their respective weapons. You hold on for a moment. I'll deal with those miscellaneous pests and come help you. Yin Qihua says before charging towards the Lu family members with Frostless. The sword weaves through the air, and each time it passes through a black python, it brings up a cloud of blood mist. Yin Qihua brings his 2 fingers together, cutting through the air to create ripples. Cut. The ripples, shaped like blades, transform into shining arcs of light that sweep forward with a cold shout from Yin Qihua. Wherever it passes, the black pythons are directly cut in half, with none escaping. Following this, the Frostless sword returns to his hand, infused with extreme ice spiritual energy. One sword frost cold 14 states. Unlike the cutting of the blade light, where the sword light passes, it turns into a realm of ice and snow. Yin Qihua's hat has long been knocked off in the battle, and now with his white hair flying, he stands in midair, his gaze filled with cold arrogance, like a god walking in the world. Luo Shuyuan, with one hand skillfully shaking off the water serpent, turns to see Yin Qihua standing on a patch of ice crystals. He didn't expect that merely breaking through from a rank to S rank would make his strength increase so dramatically. Even using divine abilities and techniques consecutively, he is still able to do so effortlessly. Qihua, restrain its movements. Yin Qihua nods, and the extreme ice spiritual energy surges in his hands, manipulating the moisture in the air around the water serpent to condense into an ice array, attempting to trap the water serpent within. However, the current state of the water serpent is already an SSS-level Mountain Sea exotic beast. Just in terms of realm, it far exceeds both of them, not to mention that it is a Mountain Sea exotic beast. If it weren't for the fact that both Yin Qihua and Luo Shuyuan are exceptionally gifted individuals with rich combat experience, they would have likely been devoured long ago. Seeing that the ice array cannot impose any restrictions on the water serpent, Yin Qihua raises the Frostless sword high. Infuse your divine sense into it, he tells Luo Shuyuan. Although he is only an S-rank controller, Even with divine soul power, the gap between him and SSS rank is still too great. The 8 Extremes mirror is not a spirit tool adept at offense. Thus, relying solely on him to wield the Frostless sword will definitely not defeat the Water Serpent. If they inject Luo Shiyuan's divine sense power along with his divine soul power into the Frostless, and then use the nearly godlike one sword Frost Cold 14 states. Even if they cannot directly kill the Water Serpent, they can at least inflict heavy damage. However, this would undoubtedly expose their divine sense entirely to the other party's divine sense. It would be impossible for anyone who didn't completely trust each other to control the same magical instrument. Luo Shiyuan naturally understands this principle, but there is truly no better method available at the moment. After making a decision, golden spiritual power and deep blue spiritual power each occupy half and surge towards the Frostless sword. As the divine sense and spiritual power continuously flow into the magical treasure before them, Luo Shiyuan increasingly feels that this sword is extraordinary. Sensing the abundance of spiritual power and divine sense within the Frostless sword, Yun Shihua knows the time has come. One sword Frost Cold 14 states. The Frostless sword disappears from Yun Shihua's hand. A gigantic ice sword manifestation appears above their heads, resembling the Frostless in appearance. The ice sword manifestation slashes towards the Water Serpent. The Water Serpent seems to sense the pressure from the ice sword and opens its massive mouth to roar. A dense black light continuously gathers within its mouth, ultimately transforming into a beam of light that shoots out. The black beam of light emitted from the Water Serpent is filled with an evil and sinister aura. When the ice sword meets it, the massive ice sword manifestation is momentarily blocked. Immediately after, it cleaves the beam of light in half and continues to slash towards the Water Serpent without losing any power. 10,000 Serpents Tower. Just as the ice sword is about to strike the Water Serpent, Lu Mo unexpectedly returns, simultaneously summoning a delicate bronze tower. The bronze tower quickly enlarges and blocks in front of the Water Serpent. Seeing this, Yin Shihua changes his hand gestures and unleashes an even more intense chill. The bronze tower blocking the Water Serpent is cleaved in two, and Lu Mo nearby is also struck back, spitting out snake blood. Although the bronze tower fails to stop the ice sword manifestation, it dissipates a considerable portion of its energy, leaving the remaining power insufficient to kill the Water Serpent. Ultimately, the Water Serpent is sent flying, heavily injured, with some areas even revealing the stark white bones beneath its flesh. After the strike, the ice sword manifestation transforms back into the Frostless sword, flying back into Yun Shihua's hand. At this moment, the Water Serpent is once again on the brink of death. The two turn their attention to the returning Lu Mo. I didn't expect that you two would become so strong that even the SSS level Water Serpent couldn't stop you. If I were to kill you, the entire Huaxiao would surely fall into despair. Lu Mo speaks while spitting blood, looking quite disheveled, but his expression is exceptionally frenzied. You've truly gone mad. Even the Water Serpent you painstakingly revived cannot deal with us. Not to mention, you are merely an S rank, Luo Shiyuan says, standing above with the 8 Extremes mirror. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Do you think I was running away just now? The ferocity on Lu Mo's face flashes away, almost as if it were an illusion. With my body, I refine my blood body, reconstructing the glory of the mountains and seas. Lu Mo seals a handprint. The entire demon instantly transforms into a dense black light sphere, which flies straight into the collapsed body of the Water Serpent nearby. What is he doing? Luo Shiyuan has never seen such a demonic technique in any ancient texts. This seems to be the soul transfer refining body array. Yin Shihua deduces from the handprint Lu Mo used earlier. Are you saying this is an array? That's right. The soul transfer refining body array can transfer the soul and divine sense of a designated person to another body while refining the original body into nourishment to integrate into the new body. This is one of the extremely sinister arrays from ancient times. So Lu Mo is, as I expected, Lu Mo's true goal after years of plotting is this soul transfer refining body array. He wants to use the physical body of the Water Serpent to relive his life. Chapter 45. Mountain and Sea Strange Beasts. Water Serpent Lu Mo, the soul transference and body refinement array, is an evil formation that has long been lost to time. The conditions for its use are extremely harsh. The deceased's physical body must be preserved intact, and their consciousness must still exist in the world. Its purpose is to transfer everything about oneself, except for the physical body, into another body. The detailed explanation of the formation mentions that in ancient times, some powerful beings facing their demise would use this method to attain rebirth or seize the talents and cultivation of geniuses. However, it was unexpected that Lu Mo could possess such fortune to obtain this lost evil formation. Yin Shihu explained to Luo Shuyuan. Once the soul, transference, and body refinement array is fully activated, unless one possesses absolute power to break the array, no external force can stop it. Clearly, with their current cultivation, the two of them cannot break the array by force. Thus, Yin Shihu and Luo Shuyuan can only focus on recovering their spiritual power to cope with the upcoming situations. In just a few dozen breaths after receiving Lu Mo's power, the water serpent, whose injuries had fully healed, opened its snake eyes once again. This time, the water serpent's snake eyes were no longer the original golden vertical pupils. Instead, they were replaced by green snake eyes identical to Lu Mo's. You two juniors, to celebrate the success of my plan, let you both accompany the members of the Lu family in death. The water serpent suddenly spoke human words. The two easily recognized that the voice belonged to Lu Mo. A sense of dread filled their hearts. They didn't expect the soul, transference, and body refinement array to be completed so quickly. At this moment, the spiritual power within the two had not yet fully recovered to its peak state. If they confronted Lu Mo directly, it would be difficult to even survive, let alone win. Having obtained the SSS level body of the mountain and sea strange beast, the water serpent, Lu Mo's cultivation likely soared to at least the SS level. After Lu Mo's consciousness transferred to the water serpent's body, the water serpent's demon core merged into his body, granting him a new life. At this moment, the 100-foot-long water serpent was no longer a mere physical body without cultivation. A great battle was about to erupt. The entire ancestral land of the Lu family instantly transformed into a hellish battlefield. Yin Shihu and Luo Shuyuan became two streaks of blue and gold light, constantly entangled in combat with Lu Mo. Even so, the two were still injured. Xiaoba, seeing the situation was unfavorable, Luo Shuyuan quickly called out to the 8 Extremes Mirror Spirit. The 8 Extremes mirror above his head immediately rose into the air, and brilliant golden light shone from the mirror, forming a small doll. You old monster, dare to harm my master. As soon as Xiaoba appeared, he immediately used the power of the spirit to activate the 8 Extremes mirror, causing the mirror in midair to enlarge rapidly. In a short time, it had already covered the entire altar. Terrifying golden light poured down, and wherever the golden light shone, the demon bodies of the Lu family members began to dissipate. Even on Lu Mo, who was beside them, the scales of his half-dragon body showed signs of fading. Yin Shihu was also greatly shocked upon seeing this. The 8 Extremes mirror truly was a top-tier spiritual artifact that could unleash its full power only in the hands of a transcender. With the help of the spirit, it could emit such terrifying obliteration light, even affecting the water serpent's demon body. Stop! Lu Mo, who was entangled with the two, let out a long howl towards the sky, faintly carrying a hint of a dragon's roar. Soul come! Waves of sound spread from Lu Mo's mouth, covering the entire ancestral land of the Lu family. As the sound waves passed, a layer of scarlet formations emerged on the ground. It turned out that Lu Mo, upon entering the Lu family's ancestral land, did not flee alone, but had set up formations around the ancestral land. Another formation. Seeing this, Luo Shiyuan and Yin Shihu stood back to back, both unsure of the formation's purpose. Is a soul-capturing formation. After studying the complete array explanation, Yin Shihu revealed the formation's name. Before Luo Shiyuan could ask about its use, Lu Mo demonstrated it with action. Countless gray souls flew out from the deceased Lu family members' bodies, continuously rushing towards Lu Mo's wide-open mouth. As more and more souls were devoured, Lu Mo's aura grew increasingly stronger. When the last soul was consumed, an invisible shattering sound echoed, and Lu Mo's aura completely reached the SSS level. The water serpent's green snake eyes stared at Yin Shihu and Luo Shiyuan, sending chills down their spines. So that's how it is. Yin Shihu's intuition kicked in, and at this critical moment, he fully understood why Lu Mo had been hunting ordinary people all these years. You hunted ordinary people, exterminated the Bai family, severely injured old Husan. All of it was to leap from SS to SSS level. A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Mo's snake eyes. His schemes were interlinked, and he had never revealed them even to his loyal kin. Now, He was exposed by an SS level junior. This water serpent body must be an accidental acquisition for you. Along with the blood demon refinement array, the soul transference and body refinement array, and the soul capturing formation. I should have realized that these three formations are inherently connected, with the purpose of transferring your soul into the recently fallen water serpent body, and then using the entire Lu family strength to become a new SSS level mountain and sea strange beast. Oh Master Lu, you have such deep schemes. The ice and snow runes in Yun Chi-Hu's eyes spun wildly, exuding an overwhelming chill. In the end, it comes down to the victor and the vanquished. As long as I am here, as long as I can become a mountain and sea strange beast, the Lu family's sacrifices will be worth it. Lu Mo had clearly gone completely mad, speaking words unbefitting a family leader. Having devoured the souls of all the Lu family members to break through to SSS level, Lu Mo was no longer someone that Xiao Ba could control with the 8 Extremes mirror, unless Luo Shiyuan also possessed SSS level transcender cultivation. Thousand Threads, soul guiding. Ending White Frost. Although Yun Chi-Hu did not delay too much time, it was enough for the two to replenish their spiritual power back to peak condition. The two no longer wasted words and unleashed their divine powers across the ancestral land. This time, Yun Chi-Hu showed no mercy. Under the eruption of extreme ice spiritual power, his divine power directly enveloped the entire Lu family ancestral land. Above and below, there were signs of ice and snow. Luo Shuyuan's golden spiritual power no longer transformed into thread-like forms, but instead condensed into thick golden chains the size of tree trunks. All the chains rushed towards Lu Mo's critical point. Desperate resistance. Lu Mo spewed out 2 streams of rich demon power. One directly shattered the golden chains released by Luo Shuyuan, while the other transformed into a barrier that blocked, ending White Frost outside the barrier. At the same time, Lu Mo's snake tail suddenly appeared from an unknown place, directly smashing Yun Chi-Hu and Luo Shuyuan to the ground. Yun Chi-Hu glanced at Luo Shuyuan, who was also spitting blood like himself not far away, and felt a sinking feeling in his heart. This time, it seemed they were in grave danger. If it weren't for the extreme iced-out body, that last blow would have likely taken half his life. Unfortunately, if he had practiced a bit longer, he could have surely defeated that old Lu Mo. Gritting his teeth, Yun Chi-Hu forced himself to stand up. Frostless, a blue long sword floated in front of Yun Chi-Hu, and strangely, the 2 white fragments also flew away from the spiritual space along with the Frostless sword. Chapter 46, The Ultimate Ice Source Treasure, Sky Crystal Frostless. Yun Chi-Hu was surprised. He only wanted to summon Frostless, using the last bit of his spiritual power to fight once more, but unexpectedly, 2 fragments flew out as well. It should be known that in the soul space, without his permission, nothing could fly out on its own. Just as Yun Chi-Hu was puzzled, 7 beams of white light broke through the ground from the altar nearby. Ultimately, 9 beams of white light began to swirl around Frostless. What was going on? Luo Shuyuan took a moment to recover and looked up to see a shocking scene before him. Suddenly, a pure and sacred blue light flew out from Yun Chi-Hu's heart. At the moment the blue light appeared, the entire world fell silent. Even Lu Mo, who had been roaring and charging towards Yun Chi-Hu, froze in midair in a distorted posture. There was not a single sound in this space. All that existed was the frost expanding outward from the blue light. Unlike the frost created by Yun Chi-Hu's divine powers, this frost carried a destructive momentum, completely transforming everything it touched into an icy world, rather than merely freezing the surface. As the light rose high into the air, it ultimately merged with the 9 white fragments into the body of Frostless. Yun Chi-Hu was completely stunned, looking at the frosty world around him and the completely frozen Lu Mo and Luo Shuyuan, unsure of what to do. While others might not know what had happened, he was very clear. The blue light that had flown out from his heart was a strand of the ultimate ice source, which contained the power of the supreme ice element rules, a force that could be described as divine power. This was not a power that Yun Chi-Hu could wield at this moment. Even he himself did not know why a strand of the ultimate ice source had been separated and merged with the white fragments into the body of Frostless. However, one thing Yun Chi-Hu understood was that the white fragments he obtained from Xiaoxiangzi were indeed closely related to the sword, Frostless. Otherwise, such a phenomenon would not have occurred under these circumstances, and it had directly saved his life. At that moment, the sword Frostless, now infused with the 9 white fragments and the ultimate ice source, burst forth with brilliant light. The sword body gradually revealed new patterns, and even the color of the sword body changed from ice blue to white, emanating a blue light identical to that of the ultimate ice source. Time seemed to pass without notice. Finally, the phenomenon came to an end. The sword body of Frostless trembled lightly. A bright light gradually gathered on it, transforming into the figure of a small boy. A weapon spirit. Yin Shiheng exclaimed in surprise. Master, the boy looked just like Yin Shiheng, and if it weren't for the unique innocence of a child, even Yin Shiheng might not have been able to tell them apart. Are you the weapon spirit of Frostless? Yin Shiheng asked, somewhat uncertain. It was indeed a magical treasure, automatically advancing to a spiritual weapon, which was truly unbelievable. Yes, Master. I am the weapon spirit of Sky Crystal Frostless. The child spoke coldly and directly, perhaps because the essence was an ice attribute sword. Wait, Sky Crystal Frostless? Yin Shiheng looked up, noticing that the sword body still looked identical to Frostless, only with many more patterns and a color change from ice blue to white. At that moment, a bright light flew out from the weapon spirit's forehead and eventually entered the snowflake mark on Yin Shiheng's forehead. So that's how it is. Yin Shiheng opened his eyes, and the ice and snow runes in his gaze became increasingly distinct. From now on, you'll be called Xiaodian. Yin Shiheng raised his hand to catch Sky Crystal Frostless and said to the weapon spirit, Okay, Master. Xiaodian said coldly while sitting on the sword body. Seeing this, Yin Shiheng couldn't help but think that if it weren't for the ease of remembering, he should have called him Cool Boy. He stored Sky Crystal Frostless in the ultimate ice source of his sea of consciousness for nurturing and turned to walk towards Luo Shuyuan. Just now, Xiaodian had transmitted a series of massive information streams into his sea of consciousness. After a while, he finally managed to sort it out. It turned out that the sword, Frostless, was the prior metamorphic form of Sky Crystal Frostless, and the white fragments were the remnants formed from the shattering of Sky Crystal Frostless. Now, the true Sky Crystal Frostless was a treasure of the ice source, a ruled treasure birth from the true ultimate ice source. Even the innate spiritual treasure that Xiaoba had mentioned could not compare before it. Only those who possessed the corresponding source could successfully wield the source treasure. The shattering of Sky Crystal Frostless was also due to the fall of its previous master during a battle many years ago, leading to its lack of nurturing from the ultimate ice source, resulting in the shattering into 9 fragments and Frostless. Ultimately, the sword, Frostless, was mistakenly acquired by Yun Shiheng in Luo City, along with 2 fragments. The Lu family had been searching for the fragments for years to cultivate, but instead, they had made a wedding dress for Yun Shiheng. This allowed him to successfully restore the true form of Sky Crystal Frostless and possess a weapon of source treasure level, although he could not fully unleash its power. With the ultimate ice source within him, Yun Shiheng could completely achieve S-level master cultivation and wreak havoc in the SS realm. If he had another chance, with Sky Crystal Frostless, Yin Shiheng would have the capability to single-handedly kill Lu Mo, who had reached SSS level by relying on the Water Serpent Demon Body. This was the combat power enhancement brought by the Source Treasure. Not to mention, the Source Treasure had many more mysteries awaiting him to explore step by step. Yin Shiheng's ultimate ice spiritual power flickered. A similar blue spiritual power burst forth from Luo Shuyuan's soul, gradually spreading from within to his entire body. After a moment, Luo Shuyuan emerged from his blank state, shaking his head. He only remembered seeing the sword, Frostless, and those fragments floating in midair. After that, he was unaware of what had happened. Jing, what happened? Luo Shuyuan looked up and saw Yun Shiheng and the 100-foot water serpent demon body that had turned into an ice sculpture in the distance. It was obvious that it was caused by Yun Shiheng's spiritual power, so he asked, Actually, I'm not too sure either. I only know that after Frostless absorbed those white fragments, it restored to the level of an innate spiritual treasure, and it was the phenomenon during its advancement that turned Lu Mo into this. Yin Shiheng thought for a moment and said, in the end, he still did not mention the matter of the source treasure to Luo Shuyuan. It was not that he did not trust him, but rather that it involved too much, and knowing these secrets might not necessarily be a good thing. Innate spiritual treasure, Luo Shuyuan exclaimed. How could it be that in just a moment of distraction, the originally only treasure level, Frostless, sword has advanced to the level of an innate spiritual treasure? Luo Shuyuan really wanted to summon his 8 Extremes mirror to let it learn how to ascend from a spiritual weapon to an innate spiritual treasure. In the end, Luo Shuyuan believed Yun Shiheng's words. After all, he had only heard about the power of innate spiritual treasures from his teacher, the Xintian war god. Although the Xintian war god possessed one, he had never seen it. So now, this matter was settled, right? Luo Shun pressed his chest and walked to the ice sculpture of the water serpent, saying, "It's over." Next comes the aftermath. Yun Shiheng exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling a faint pain in his wound, and ultimately, together with Luo Shuyun, shrank the 100-foot ice sculpture in front of them to a common size and took it out of the Lu family's ancestral land. Before leaving, Yin Shiheng's hand flickered with ice flames. As soon as the ice flames touched the air, they quickly spread throughout the Lu family's ancestral land, burning it completely clean, leaving no survivors. Chapter 47. The Horror of the Demigod Sect, Shangjing City. A wealthy villa district. Yin Chiha slowly got out of bed. It had been a full 5 days since the battle at Heihe, and on the second day after the battle, in order to better recover from his injuries, he and Luo Shuyuan returned to Shangjing City under the escort of investigators from Harbin. He had rested in this villa sent by Luo Shuyuan for 5 days before finally reaching his peak condition again. He let out a breath, looking at the dawn light outside the window, organizing the gains from his northeast trip. Not only had he fully understood the detailed explanation of the formation, but he had also obtained a primordial treasure called Tianjing Shuangwu. Now he could easily defeat his past self, who had just broken through to the S-level controller. He could take on 10 of them. Master. Xiao Tian flew out of the refrigerator holding a watermelon, munching on it as he flew. During these days, Yin Shiha had also discovered that although the spirit of Tianjing Shuangwu appeared to be a cold little boy, he was actually very curious about everything, especially watermelons. Xiao Tian, you really love watermelons. While recovering from his injuries, Yin Shiha was grateful for Xiao Tian's help with the extreme ice essence. Otherwise, he might have had to drag it out for a few more days. Watermelon is the best food in the world, Xiao Tian exclaimed, then took out a ring. By the way, Master, this was personally brought by Luo Shuyuan yesterday. Yin Shiha's eyes lit up. Wow, there really is a storage ring. He probed his spirit into the storage ring. There weren't many items, but each was something he needed. Because of the detailed explanation of the formation, he had also applied for 2 ancient texts on alchemy and weapon forging. Perhaps he was the chosen one who could learn anything quickly. There were also some rewards for defeating Lu Mo's conspiracy, all carefully selected by Luo Shuyuan to help him improve his cultivation. At noon, Yin Chiha opened his eyes and shook his head. It seemed he was not the chosen one. He had been comprehending the 2 detailed books for the entire morning, but there were no signs of understanding. He put away the 2 books and decided to visit the Special Investigation Department. Since he couldn't comprehend them, he might as well return them. Let's go. Yin Shiha called for Xiao Tian to sit on his shoulder. With a wave of his hand, a spiritual force covered Xiao Tian, making him invisible to ordinary people. The villa arranged for Yin Shiha by Luo Shuyuan was not far from the Special Investigation Department. It took him half an hour to walk there. Yin's Special Investigation. As soon as he opened the door to the Special Investigation Department, he was greeted by a familiar face, Wang Yuyu. She was the female investigator who had taken him to complete his onboarding when he first awakened. Sister Wang, is Luo Chu here? Although Yin Chiha cultivated the extreme ice element, when he smiled, he looked like a sunny young man. Calling her Sister Wang made her heart bloom with joy. Now I can boast of my sisters when I go out. Please. The famous Yin Special Investigation even calls me sister. Yes, Luo Chu is in the cafeteria. After thanking her with a nod, Yin Chiha walked toward the cafeteria. At this moment, it was mealtime. In fact, at the controller level, one could reach the state of fasting as described in novels. Even if one did not eat or drink, as long as there was spiritual power in the body, they wouldn't feel hunger. However, for awakened individuals, eating was more about enjoying food and pleasing their stomachs. Yin Chiha's arrival caused quite a stir. He had become too famous in the extraordinary circles of China. Having achieved the A-level controller at the age of 20 had already showcased his talent. Later, capturing the notorious Xiaox Yangzi, who had been on the run for years, further amplified his fame, making him a hot topic. Not long after, he had even collaborated with the Harbin Special Investigation Department to take down the SS-level Lu family patriarch. Moreover, it was rumored that he had already broken through to the S-level controller realm. This left many awakened individuals in China feeling choked with envy. While others took 20 days to become famous at the A-level, he had broken through to the S-level in just 20 days. Thinking about it, many awakened individuals in their 40s were still at the B-level, which sparked a wave of cultivation fervor. Even more talented awakened individuals regarded him as one of the 2 prodigies of China, alongside Luo Shuyuan. Yin Shiha found Luo Shuyuan, who was eating in a corner. After hearing Luo Shuyuan's comments about external evaluations of him, he couldn't help but click his tongue. Can these people be a bit more thoughtful when giving nicknames? The two prodigies of China sounds a bit off. Luo Shuyuan rolled his eyes. Be content. Many people view such titles as a badge of honor. By the way, the investigation into Lu Mo has yielded results. Luo Shuyuan set up a barrier and said, "What do they say?" Upon hearing this, Yun Shihe became intrigued. Before the battle with Lu Mo, he had sensed something was off with Lu Mo. The 5 immortal families in the northeast were rumored to protect the common people and dispel evil. Yet Lu Mo not only hunted ordinary people to perform evil formations, but also annihilated the Bai family, which was also one of the 5 immortal families, and even spared no effort against his own family. This was all too bizarre. Thus, after they brought back Lu Mo's corpse, they reported the request for a thorough investigation. After several days, they finally had results. 20 years ago, Lu Mo had fortuitously obtained the corpse of a water serpent in the Tian Shan Mountains. Fortuitously? How so? According to the records in the Special Investigation Department, it was during the early rise of the demigod sect, which wreaked havoc across the countries of Blue Star, causing painful losses for the extraordinary beings. In the end, the countries decided to send out the strongest individuals from within the Arctic ice wall. At that time, it was my teacher, the Xintian war god, who returned to China. The battle against the demigod sect lasted for several months, ultimately ending with the high-level strongmen of the demigod sect being driven into the ice wall. The last battle of the Xintian war god in China took place in the Tian Shan Mountains. That battle not only shattered the Tian Shan Mountains, but also resulted in the fall of more than one SSS-level powerhouse from the demigod sect. And that water serpent was one of the contracted beasts of one of them. Contracted beasts from the mountains and seas can be contracted. Upon hearing what Luo Shuyuan said, Yun Shihe's mind was already filled with the image of himself riding various mountain and sea beasts across the world. Seeing Yun Shihe's expression, Luo Shuyuan knew what he was thinking and said, "Don't get your hopes up. Contracting a mountain and sea beast is extremely difficult. Their bloodlines are noble. Although they can form contracts with awakened humans, there are many prerequisites. Unless you are special, either born to be close to them or possess absolute strength. You also need sufficient attribute compatibility. Such opportunities are rare." Luo Shuyuan paused and continued back to the point. Lu Mo obtained the water serpent's corpse just after the Xintian war god left. The SSS-level powerhouse from the demigod sect managed to preserve a trace of their soul through the sect's evil techniques. This trace of soul, along with the water serpent's demon pill, invaded Lu Mo's consciousness, ultimately turning him into a madman. After hearing what Luo Shuyuan said, Yun Shihe couldn't help but exclaim, "The demigod sect is terrifying indeed." Chapter 48. Thank you, Xiao Yuan, for your support. When he was still at the A-level Master Realm, he had once relied on the extreme ice origin in his sea of consciousness to forcefully kill the deputy leader of the Huaxia demigod sect. Because it was resolved too easily, Yun Shihe had no intuitive sense of the true strength of the demigod sect. As a result, the intensity just jumped up. The already fallen SS-level powerhouse of the demigod sect could actually influence Lu Mo, who had lived for hundreds of years, through the demigod sect's dark arts. This shows that the demigod sect is indeed the biggest hidden danger on the entire Blue Star at present. After dinner, the two returned to the top office. Yun Shihe took out 2 detailed books on alchemy and artifact forging from his storage ring. Luo Shuyuan, my talent is not in these 2 areas. Yun Shihe handed the 2 ancient books to Luo Shuyuan, turning his head away and saying, "Luo Shuyuan, you might as well just say you haven't comprehended anything either. All right, then I'll put them back in the treasury later. By the way, have you healed?" Luo Shuyuan asked as he put away the 2 ancient books. "It's mostly healed, thanks to Xiao Tian's help, even improved a bit," Yun Shihe said, placing the now cold Xiao Tian back in his palm. "Serving the master is my duty." Cool Boy spoke. "That's good. Tomorrow is August, so try to improve your cultivation in these 2 months. Unless there are special events, don't take on any more tasks. If you need anything, you can contact me directly." Luo Shuyuan calculated the time and said. Yun Shihe's eyes instantly turned into flashlights, the invisible brilliance nearly blinding Luo Shuyuan. "You really are a rich second generation, so wealthy. Thank you for your support, Xiao Yuan. I have something to do, so I'll leave first." After saying this, Yun Shihe dashed downstairs to find Meng Xinyang. "Xinyang, Xiaohe." Meng Xinyang had also arrived in the capital a few days ago and successfully completed his employment procedures under Wang Yuyu's guidance. After getting hired, he inquired about Yun Shihe at the Special Investigation Department. As a result, he learned that Yun Chiha was still on a task, and he waited for 3 days. Yun Chiha understood in his heart. It was definitely to prevent news of them getting seriously injured from leaking out that they said he was on a mission. How have you been adapting these past 2 days? It was 1 or 2 in the afternoon in the capital, hot enough to see the heat waves rising from ground. But for Yun Chiha and the two of them, it was hardly anything. Pretty good. I've almost mastered my extraordinary abilities, and I should be able to take on tasks soon. Recently, I've heard there have been a lot of supernatural incidents. Meng Xianyang shared what he had seen and heard in the Special Investigation Department over the past 2 days. It might be that the demigod sect has new movements. Yin Xia thought about how there had been no activity from the demigod sect after Bai Ma was killed by him and found it strange. They say that when children are quiet, they must be up to something. This saying is quite applicable to the demigod sect as well. Just right. Since I have nothing to do these days, I'll also handle the matter with Zheng Xiaowen. Has he awakened too? Meng Xianyang recalled when Yin Xia told him that Zheng Xiaowen would come to accompany him. He should be about ready. He showed signs of awakening about half a month ago. Yin Xia sensed the seal in Zheng Xiaowen's mind and said, "Shall he? Let us try to fly a bit steadier next time." Meng Xianyang was leaning against the flower bed, taking deep breaths of fresh air to alleviate his nausea. Definitely. Yin Xia smiled awkwardly. Counting the previous time he took Su Jiai to find Meng Xianyang. This was only his second time flying with someone. His flying skills weren't that great, which was understandable. Yin Xia persuaded himself in his heart. Just now, he had taken Meng Xianyang directly from the capital back to his home in Lehigh City. Speaking of which, he hadn't spent more than half a month at home. Previously, he had thought about whether to sell the house here and stay in the capital, especially since he was now a special investigator at the Special Investigation Department of the capital. But he had been constantly dealing with tasks and various emergencies before, and he forgot about this matter for a while. Moreover, he first needed to find a place to settle in the capital. Now, Luo Xiao Yuan had generously gifted him a villa, solving the biggest problem directly. So this time, Yin Xia returned to Lehigh City, partly for Zheng Xiaowen and partly to deal with his house. He brought Meng Xianyang back to his home. The arrangement of the facilities in the house was as it was, but it seemed particularly desolate since no one had lived there for a long time. After letting Meng Xianyang wait in the living room, Yin Xia put all the things he needed into a storage ring. He pushed open the door to his parents' room. Standing in front of their memorial photo, Yin Xia remained silent for a long time. It wasn't that he was feeling emotional about the scene. He just didn't know what to say. His parents had always hoped that he could successfully enter the civil service, holding a stable job and living a steady life. But now, he could be considered a civil servant and even a high-ranking one at that. However, a steady life was impossible. Yin Xia sighed, bowed to the memorial photo, and took away anything meaningful from the room. "Let us go to Tongtian International." Yin Xia called to Meng Xianyang, by the way, sent a message to Zheng Xiaowen saying we're going to find him. Tongtian International was the name of the group founded by Zheng Xiaowen's father, located in the city center of Lehigh City. If possible, we'll try to bind you two together so that you can look out for each other during tasks. Under the shade of the trees, on the asphalt road, Yin Xia and Meng Xianyang walked side by side, chatting as they walked. Mainly, Yin Xia was giving Meng Xianyang some tips on task execution and cultivation. Although Meng Xianyang had successfully passed the initial difficulties of cultivation, knowing more could save him from taking many detours. Yin Xia indeed had not experienced the step-by-step breakthrough from D level to C level. However, with his current cultivation, he could easily comprehend the cultivation process of low-level awakened beings. It's easier to gauge how to work with unfamiliar people during tasks. Exactly, you're my best friends, and I don't want to hear news of you getting into trouble years later. Remember, the most important thing in a task is not whether it is completed or the quality of the rewards, but your life. As long as you have the green hills, you don't have to worry about firewood. Yin Xia advised like a true senior. Just like that, the two arrived at the entrance of Tongtian International. From a distance, they saw a well-dressed figure standing anxiously inside the door, waiting. Upon seeing Yin Xia and the two, he immediately waved to them. It was none other than Zheng Xiaowen, whom Yin Xia had met unilaterally half a month ago. "Xiao He Xianyang." Zheng Xiaowen rushed over and gave the two a bear hug. "Long time no see. It hasn't been long, just a month." Meng Xianyang smiled. "All right, let us go in and talk about whatever it is." Zheng Xiaowen waved his hand, and immediately a receptionist came to take them to the conference hall. At this moment, among the security personnel, a middle-aged man dressed as the head of security caught the attention of Yin Xia and Meng Xianyang. Chapter 49. Zheng Xiaowen Awakens. The worker Yin Chihe, the middle-aged man, looked at Yin Chihe and Meng Xinyang with a wary expression. It was more appropriate to say he was cautiously watching Meng Xinyang alone rather than the two of them. Zhang Xiaowen noticed that the two were staring intently at the bodyguard her father had hired. What was going on? Yin Chihe gave Meng Xinyang a glance, and the latter immediately leaned into Zhang Xiaowen's ear and said something. Old Wang, could you please come with us? Zhang Xiaowen said, glancing at Meng Xinyang and then at the middle-aged man. The four of them arrived at the conference hall. Which faction of Awakeners are you from? As the three sat down, Yin Chihe spoke first, looking pointedly at the only standing middle-aged man. Wang Chaofu looked at Yin Chihe with some surprise. As soon as these two entered Tongtian International, he sensed that Meng Xinyang was an Awakener. Although he was only a D-level Awakener, he was still not someone an ordinary person could compare to. Thus, he instinctively thought that Meng Xinyang should be the leader of the two. Who would have thought that in the current situation, it seemed that Yin Chihe was the main speaker? Wang Chaofu glanced at Meng Xinyang, preparing to test him with spiritual power. Just as he moved, he heard Yin Chihe's voice. You don't need a test. If I hadn't sensed any malice from you, would you still be standing here talking? Yin Chihe felt like he was playing the villain at that moment. Although he didn't constantly release his spiritual sensing, as an S-level controller, he had developed a certain ability to foresee crises. He had sensed this person's presence even before entering Tongtian International, a C-level Awakener. He had never seen this person on the special investigation list. Either he was from a family of Awakeners in Lehigh City, or he was a lone wolf. Lone wolves are Awakeners who, after awakening, chose not to join a family or the Special Investigation Bureau. Seeing Yin Chihe's words, Wang Chaofu halted his movement to channel spiritual power and let it go. Sir, I am just a lone wolf, simply hired by young Master Zheng's father to protect young Master Zheng's safety. My dad? Zhang Xiaowen was confused by the conversation between Yin Chihe and Wang Chaofu. So his father knew about Awakeners? Yin Chihe was taken aback, his tone carrying a barely perceptible chill. According to the laws set forth by the Shanghai court, apart from those who entered the Extraordinary Research Institute and the Logistics Department of the Special Investigation Bureau through public assessment, ordinary people must absolutely not know about the existence of the extraordinary. Violators would face the most severe punishments from the Shanghai court. This was also a protective measure for ordinary people. For Awakeners, even newly awakened D-level Awakeners have physical functions that far exceed those of ordinary people. If one reaches the B-level Awakener realm, ordinary firearms pose no threat whatsoever. Therefore, to prevent ordinary people from getting involved in extraordinary events and to avoid unnecessary casualties, the Special Investigation Bureau has various tools to erase ordinary people's memories. Hearing Wang Chaofu say this, Yin Chihe naturally took it seriously. Wang Chaofu hesitated. No, young Master Zheng's father is not aware of my identity. I simply have no ambition to become a strong fighter and am a bodyguard for the sake of livelihood. Yin Chihe relaxed again. However, when he tilted his head, he saw Zhang Xiaowen's eager eyes. Shaking his head, Yin Chihe raised his hand and grasped the air. A streak of bluish spiritual light flew out from Zhang Xiaowen's mind and merged into Yin Chihe's palm. At the same time, Zhang Xiaowen, who had been eager for knowledge, stood there in a daze. Wang Chaofu was taken aback and exclaimed, Sir, why did you do that to young Master Zheng? Saying this, a mass of spiritual power immediately coalesced in Wang Chaofu's hands. Although he couldn't see Yin Chihe's strength, he couldn't just watch his charge die in front of him. Relax. This is just a seal I left in him before. Long before you were hired, he had already encountered a beast from the Shanghai realm. At that time, I sealed part of his memory, and now I'm just unsealing it. I see. But with this, won't young Master Zheng learn about Awakeners? Wang Chaofu didn't think Yin Chihe would do such a thing. After all, just now, when he heard that Zhang Xiaowen's father might know about Awakeners, he nearly exploded. It's fine. He is about to awaken soon. Otherwise, I wouldn't have just sealed his memory last time. Seeing that Zhang Xiaowen was still processing the suddenly appearing memories, Yin Chihe signaled Wang Chaofu to sit down and asked him about the recent developments in Lehigh City. 10 minutes later, a gentle light suddenly emerged from Zhang Xiaowen's body. He completed his awakening and became a true D-level Awakener. Damn, I was wondering why familiar yet strange images kept flashing in my head these past few days. It turns out I experienced such things. Zhang Xiaowen opened his eyes and exclaimed, Xiaohe, you're not being considerate at all, actually sealing my memories. Zhang Xiaowen obviously heard their conversation while regaining his memories. I did it for your own good. If you hadn't awakened, this memory would never have appeared, which is a way to protect you. Yin Chiha was fiddling with an ice crystal coin in his hand. All right, I understand. Zhang Xiaowen naturally knew that he was just joking. Uncle Wang, why didn't you join the Special Investigation Bureau that Xiao mentioned? Wouldn't that mean you could rely on the country for life? Wang Chaofu, seeing that Zhang Xiaowen was fine, also felt relieved. Young master, the path of cultivation is not easy. For someone like me, with such mediocre talent, my cultivation has only reached this level in my life. Rather than continue pursuing a higher realm that is hopeless in this life, it's better to live a solid life. Yin Chiha nodded, expressing agreement and support. Everyone's pursuits and dreams are different. As long as they move in that direction, it's all remarkable. What you said is absolutely right. At this moment, Zhang Xiaowen seemed to remember something and immediately asked Wang Chaofu, "By the way, Uncle Wang, why did my dad suddenly hire bodyguards? He hasn't done that in the past 20 years. Your father mentioned that he saw some kind of monster when he returned from a business trip, which is why he hired bodyguards." Monster? Yin Chi has signaled Wang Chaofu to continue. According to the boss's description, when he returned from his trip, he passed by a wetland park near home and saw a person squatting by the road, not sure what he was doing. He didn't think much of it and was about to leave when that person actually turned around and looked at the boss. This scared him quite a bit, as it looked like a hairy humanoid monster. After that, the boss came to hire bodyguards. Hearing Wang Chaofu's words, Yin Chiha sighed slightly. Well, it seems ordinary people have come into contact with the extraordinary after all. Even want to take a couple of days off is impossible. He really does have the fate of a worker. Chapter 50: The Return of the Simians. Upon hearing the words of Wang Chaofu and Yin Chiha, Zhang Xiaowen realized what was happening. He immediately said he would call his father and ask him to come to the conference hall quickly. Boss, Dad, these are my college roommates. This is Yin Chiha, and this is Meng Xinyang. Zhang Xiaowen's father was a man who appeared very decisive. He looked nothing like those middle-aged men with big bellies. He was one of the few capable elites. Hello. Zhang Sunwen nodded at Wang Chaofu, and then greeted Yin Chiha and Meng Xinyang. Only then did he have time to look at Zhang Xiaowen. What is so important that it couldn't be said over the phone? And you had to make me postpone the noon meeting? If it's not a big deal, you can forget about your pocket money for this month. Zhang Sunwen started from scratch and had gone through many hardships. It was only in middle age that he finally achieved success in his career and had a happy family. Therefore, his usual requirement for Zhang Xiaowen was to live a carefree life, but anything that involved moral and legal issues must not be crossed. Oh, Dad, please sit down. There are some things I want to ask you. After Zhang Sunwen sat down, he heard the white-haired boy across from him asking, Uncle Zhang, I heard you encountered a monster? Upon hearing this, Zhang Sunwen glanced at Wang Chaofu. This matter had only been mentioned briefly when hiring Wang Chaofu. Apart from him. Yes, that's true, but I might have just seen it wrong. Zhang Sunwen thought Yin Chiha asked this out of curiosity about supernatural stories at that age. So he brushed it off. Little did he know, Yin Chiha directly took off a small ear cuff from his ear and placed it in front of him. Zhang Sunwen looked puzzled, wondering why he was giving him an ear cuff. Was it possible for him to wear such young people's accessories? Soon, the small gilded ear cuff surprisingly transformed into a card the size of an ID card under a beam of white light. This operation completely baffled Zhang Sunwen, a middle-aged man over 40. What is this new toy? Could it be that his son called him to discuss the distribution of this new toy with his classmates? Uncle Zhang, please take a look. Yin Chiha gestured for Zhang Sunwen to examine it. Picking up the card, he noticed that the edges were made with gold foil craftsmanship, and the background was a dragon pattern. Special Investigator Yin Chiha of the Ministry of National Security of Huaxia, Special Investigation Department of Beijing. This title is quite long. Zhang Sunwen flipped it over, and a large national emblem of Huaxia was very eye-catching. Is this real? Having been in the industry for decades, Zhang Sunwen could naturally distinguish between genuine and counterfeit items. Uncle Zhang can definitely tell if this is real or fake. I hope you can detail the entire incident to me. Zhang Sunwen originally intended to report this matter to the authorities. However, if he reported it, he would surely be treated as a madman. Now that there was a professional on the case, Zhang Sunwen naturally laid everything out. Here is what happened. A week ago, I was on a business trip to Beijing, and on my way home at night, I thought I'd take a walk in the wetland park not far from here to get some fresh air. As soon as I walked in, I vaguely saw a figure by the lake doing something I couldn't quite make out. I'm not someone who meddles in others' business, so I didn't look too closely. Then that figure seemed to know someone was behind it and turned to stare at me. For some reason, the place where that person stood was frighteningly bright under the moonlight. So I saw it clearly. It was a face covered in hair, like a primitive ape that hadn't fully evolved. I hurried home after that, Luckily, it didn't chase after me, but the more I thought about it, the more something fell off. The next day, I went to a bodyguard company, and after that, you all know what happened. After listening to Zhang Songwen's description, Yin Shihe was slightly silent for a moment. A face covered in hair, like a primitive ape, a figure that gradually matched Zhang Songwen's description surfaced in his mind. Yin Shihe extended his right hand and swept in the air, asking, "Is it this creature?" "Ah, yes, that's it." Zhang Songwen focused and immediately exclaimed. Yin Shihe didn't expect it to actually be the simian. Indeed, it was the monster he encountered while working at the bakery. However, wasn't the simian already taken away by Luo Shuyuan? How could it appear again in Linhai City? Even if a new simian was reborn, it couldn't possibly grow to this extent in just a month. "Sorry, I need to make a phone call." Yin Shihe asked Meng Xianyang to explain the situation briefly, then took out his phone and walked outside the conference hall to call Luo Shuyuan. "What did you say?" Since Luo Shuyuan left many matters of the Special Investigation Department to his subordinates and devoted himself to training in preparation for crossing the ice wall, he rarely went to the Special Investigation Department. It was better to stay at home and train. If there was something difficult to handle, someone would naturally inform him. When he received Yin Shihe's call, Luo Shuyuan was still puzzled. This person ran quite fast. He was back in Linhai City after just 2 days. After hearing what Yin Shihe said, he understood each word, but couldn't grasp the overall meaning. "What do you mean another simian appeared in Linhai City? Is Linhai the simian's base? I will contact Lu Yun right now and have her check if the previous simian is still in Shanghai prison." Lu Yun was remarkably quick in her work. In less than half an hour, she clarified the situation. The simian that was sealed when Yin Shihe awakened had actually disappeared from Shanghai prison. This was the first time a being had entered Shanghai prison and managed to escape. Moreover, according to Lu Yun, there were no anomalies in Shanghai prison. Only this simian had disappeared. Luo Shuyuan immediately explained the situation to Yin Shihe and stated that he could head to Linhai right away. "No need. You should rest well. I will take care of this matter since I happen to be in Linhai." Yin Shihe hung up the phone and returned to the conference hall. The 4 people in the room all looked at Yin Shihe with eager expressions. Ahem. Yin Shihe felt a bit uncomfortable under their gaze. "I will handle this matter. Uncle Zhang, don't worry." Ultimately, after receiving Zhang Songwen's understanding and confirmation, Yin Shihe used the Special Investigation Department's magical tools to erase his memories related to the simian and the awakened ones, leaving only the memory of Zhang Xiaowen joining the Ministry of National Security of Huaxia. This made Zhang Songwen extremely happy. His little cub could get into the Ministry of National Security. That was truly the fortune of the Zhang family for 8 generations. If it weren't for the fact that Yin Shihe needed to handle the simian matter immediately, Zhang Songwen would have surely wanted to keep the 3 of them to celebrate with a grand banquet. Wang Chaofu also followed Yin Shihe and the others. It was unclear why, but Wang Chaofu, who originally just wanted to hide his identity as an awakened one and live an ordinary life, suddenly changed his mind and was willing to join the Special Investigation Department. Although Yin Shihe didn't understand, he was very willing to help with this. Thus, the 4 of them set off towards the Linhai Special Investigation Department with great enthusiasm. Chapter 51. The capture plan for the sanguine beast. The door of the Linhai Special Investigation Office was pushed open. Li Yao raised her signature professional smile. Ready to recite lines she had said many times before. When she looked up, she was stunned. Yun's Special Investigation. Li Yao's shout instantly attracted the investigators still in the hall. Currently, in the Huaxia Special Investigation Office, the only person who could be referred to as Yun's Special Investigation by the investigators was that one individual. Sure enough, the visitors were Yin Shihe and his 3 companions. "Long time no see, Li Yao." Yin Shihe greeted with a smile, not expecting to run into an acquaintance upon arriving at the Linhai Special Investigation Office. "Long time no see, please take a seat." Li Yao led the 4 to the reception area in the hall. At this moment, she also regained her composure from Yin Shihe's handsomeness. She knew that Yin Shihe was an investigator from the Shangjing Special Investigation Office. And if it weren't for a special situation, he definitely wouldn't come here so earnestly. "I have some minor issues that require assistance from my colleagues in Linhai. Is your director available?" Yin Shihe asked. When he awakened, it was because the director of the Linhai Special Investigation Office was busy with a task. So Luo Shuyuan had helped keep an eye on him. "He is here. I will contact the director right away." Li Yao was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Yin Shihe to want to meet the director immediately. However, upon reflection, given Yin Shihe's current level of cultivation, only the director could indeed help him. "No need to contact him. I came myself." A deep male voice came from behind. A middle-aged man in a shirt walked out of the elevator. Hu Shun spotted Yin Shihe from a distance. It was no wonder he was revered as a dual talent by many Huaxiao investigators in the forum. The phrase "a person as beautiful as jade," unmatched among gentlemen, probably referred to someone like him. However, the more outstanding Yin Shihe was, the more Hu Shun's resentment towards Luo Xiuyuan grew. This person was truly disgraceful. While he was out on a mission, he had taken such a great genius to their Shangjing Special Investigation Office. What a beast! Despite his inner complaints about Luo Xiuyuan, Hu Shun still wore an appreciative expression towards Yin Shihe. In his lifetime, his talent was limited. After decades of cultivation, he had only reached the S-level controller realm. Unlike Yin Shihe and Luo Xiuyuan, who were the pride of heaven, if Huaxia could produce more geniuses like them, it would truly be a blessing for Huaxia. Yin Special Investigation. Hello, I am Hu Shun, the director of the Linhai Special Investigation Office. I am Yin Shihe. You can call me Xiaohe. The conversation between the big shots left the few people nearby, holding their breath. I came this time to inquire about a certain mountain and sea exotic beast. May I have a word? Yin Shihe directly stated his intention and request. Of course, upon hearing that Yin Shihe wanted to discuss mountain and sea exotic beasts, Hu Shun prepared to take him to a CAF opposite the Special Investigation Office for a detailed discussion. Comrade Lee, please take this gentleman to complete his onboarding process. As for the two of them, if possible, please assign them some tasks to practice. Before leaving, Yin Shihe did not forget to arrange for Wang Chaofu, Meng Xinyang, and Zheng Xiaowen. If all went well, he would stay in Linhai for another 2 days. Director Hu, take a look at this. In the private room of the CAF, after Hu Shun set up a barrier, Yin Shihe once again used his spiritual power to condense an image of the Sanguine Beast. This is the Sanguine Beast. Seeing Hu Shun's excited reaction, Yin Shihe realized it was not just because of the Sanguine Beast itself. Director Hu, have you seen it? Yes. About half a month ago, Hu Shun recalled. I don't know what you need it for. To be honest, this Sanguine Beast was the mountain and sea exotic beast that attacked me on the day I awakened. If it weren't for Director Luo arriving in time, I would have become its meal. Later, this Sanguine Beast was imprisoned in the mountain and sea prison, but somehow it escaped and returned to Linhai. Hu Shun frowned tightly as he listened to Yin Shihe's words. He had never heard of anyone surviving after entering the mountain and sea prison. You say returned to Linhai? Then the one I saw about half a month ago must have just escaped from the mountain and sea prison. So coincidental? Yin Shihe raised an eyebrow. Hu Shun continued. At that time, I was on my last mission, encountered it on the outskirts of the Taiyang Mountains. It had some wounds on its body, but they weren't life-threatening. I wasn't paying attention, and it escaped without a trace. For that, I even specifically notified my colleagues at the Special Investigation Office near the Taiyang Mountains to be cautious, and now it came to Linhai. With Hu Shun's words, Yin Shihe felt even more suspicious about the situation. Logically speaking, the Sanguine Beast had been captured in Linhai. It had just escaped from the mountain and sea prison, so it shouldn't return. I think so too, Yin Shihe agreed. It seems that we can only capture it to find out more. Witnesses reported seeing it by the lake and the wetland park at night, so it would surely leave some traces there. Time is of the essence. Let's set off immediately. As soon as Hu Shun heard this, he prepared to move, but Yin Shihe stopped him. Director Hu, with so many parks in Linhai, it specifically chose to go to that wetland park, perhaps to recover from its injuries in the lake. However, there is also a freshwater lake in Linhai. Are you suggesting that it may have shifted its position to the freshwater lake? That possibility cannot be ruled out. So it's best if we split up. I'll go to the freshwater lake, and you go to the wetland park. Let's keep in touch at all times. After getting Hu Shun's agreement, the two immediately headed in two completely different directions. The freshwater lake in Linhai City is located in the southeast of the city. Beyond that is the outer sea. To arrive earlier and avoid missing anything, Yin Shihe flew directly over. In the sky, he could see the vastness of the outer sea. The ocean is always a mysterious place that humanity cannot fully comprehend, and places like the outer sea that connect directly to the ocean are fraught with danger. Landing by the Linhai freshwater lake, it was still the afternoon. Only a few people were passing by. Yin Shihe waved his hand, and immediately, a formation was drawn out at his fingertips. The formation flew into the air and concealed itself, since the Sanguine Beast was lingering by the lake. Placing the formation in the air would make it undetectable. After completing all this, Yin Shihe set up a spiritual barrier around himself, concealed his figure, and waited quietly for his prey to arrive. The night in Linhai City is one of the most brilliant among all cities in Huaxia. The lights are bright, and various neon lights flash, casting different colors on the freshwater lake. At 9 o'clock at night, A figure dressed in a long robe entered Yun Chiha's line of sight. It's here. Yun Chiha's spirits lifted, but he was also a bit incredulous. When the sanguine beast had grabbed him, Luo Shuyuan said it was only an A-level mountain and C exotic beast. But now, in Yun Chiha's perception, it had already become an S-level existence. Fortunately, he had already broken through to the S-level controller. Otherwise, the momentary fluctuation of spiritual power would have likely attracted attention. The sanguine beast approached the edge of the freshwater lake and looked around. Seeing that no one was around, it immediately spread its arms. A silver orb the size of a pigeon egg flew out from its body and hovered above the freshwater lake. Red demonic energy slowly infused into the orb. A sacred aura emanated from the orb, spreading throughout the entire freshwater lake area. Chapter 52, Boundary Void Pearl. When this aura spread to the location where Yun Chi was hidden, it even caused vibrations in the surrounding space. If it weren't for his quick reflexes and strengthening the spiritual power on his body surface, he would have likely been exposed. Yun Chi looked again at the silver pearl on the lake's surface, his eyes filled with intense curiosity and wariness. What exactly is this? Seeing that Xiangxiang had not acted for a long time, Yun Chi quickly sent a message to Hu Shan, telling him not to wait any longer in the wetland park. At that moment, Xiangxiang, who had been standing by the lake without moving, suddenly released a surge of demonic power. The demonic energy instantly stirred up the entire water area. Vaguely, it seemed that there was a formation at the bottom of the lake. Yun Chi focused and saw it clearly. A teleportation array. A vast amount of space in the formation's detailed explanation had been dedicated to recording various teleportation arrays. This type of formation can create a two-way passage by setting directional coordinates, just like a wormhole. However, the materials required to set up a teleportation array do not exist on Blue Star at present. Otherwise, ordinary awakened ones would not find it so troublesome to travel back and forth from the Arctic ice wall. Found it. You really are here. Upon seeing the formation at the bottom of the lake, Xiangxiang immediately withdrew his demonic power, and at the same time, the silver pearl flew back to his hand. With the Boundary Void Pearl, even if I cannot activate the formation, so what? Boundary Void Pearl. Xiao Tian's voice echoed in Yun Chi's mind, simultaneously manifesting beside him. Xiao Tian stared at the silver pearl for a moment, nodding as if confirming something. Master, hurry and snatch this pearl. It's a free cheat. Yun Chi felt a bit of a headache. Ever since he recovered from his injuries in Shangjing City, Xiao Tian had been bored at home, watching countless online works, including but not limited to various novels, movies, and TV shows. Now, the internet slang in his head was likely far more than that of an ordinary human like him. Seeing that Xiangxiang was about to dive into the lake, Yun Chi didn't think twice. The spiritual power in his hand instantly transformed into a chain that shot toward Xiangxiang. At the same time, the formation set in the air emitted a faint glow, trapping Xiangxiang within a shimmering light screen. What is this thing? Xiangxiang, seeing himself trapped, immediately used various methods to attack. However, it was all in vain. Just as he was about to use the Boundary Void Pearl, a chain shot in from nowhere, directly binding his left hand that held the Boundary Void Pearl. At the same time, an extreme chill spread along the chain throughout his entire left side. No, why does this feeling seem so familiar? I felt this just a month ago. Sure enough, when more than half of his body was frozen, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. It's you, human. Xiangxiang's face turned red with anger. He never expected that after finally escaping from the Shanghai prison, he would run into Yun Chi, his misfortune again. Seeing the current situation, he understood everything. He was afraid he had already exposed his whereabouts. If he had known, he shouldn't have let that ordinary person he met that day leave. Long time no see, Xiangxiang. Yun Chi looked him up and down. Aside from some injuries that were about to heal, he indeed looked just like the last time they met. He had escaped from the Shanghai prison. Speak. How did you escape from the Shanghai prison? And why did you return to Lehigh City? Escaped with a magical artifact, came back to Lehigh City to handle something. Yun Chi brought the completely immobilized Xiangxiang to the lakeside for detailed questioning. He originally thought Xiangxiang would be stubborn at first, and only after some coercion would he gradually divulge information. However, as soon as he opened his mouth to ask, Xiangxiang immediately replied, "Are you really one of those ferocious and extraordinary beasts from the Shanghai legends?" Perhaps feeling humiliated by Yun Chi's suspicious gaze, Xiangxiang couldn't help but raise his voice. "You don't even know what it feels like to have your soul frozen, yet you look at me with those eyes. How many people can withstand this ice?" The more Xiangxiang spoke, the angrier he became. Originally, this chill was hard to bear, A month ago, he was an A-rank beast. In Yunqi, he was just an ordinary person without cultivation. So even if he was frozen, it was merely his surface body. With his A-rank cultivation, he could easily withstand it. But times have changed. This human had skyrocketed to S-rank in a month. How could he endure that? Moreover, this ice was now not only freezing his body, even his soul was close to being frozen. How could he not be afraid? What magical artifact could possibly break through the space of the Shanghai prison? After Yunqi, he finished speaking. Xiangxiang gestured with his eyes toward the silver pearl in his left hand. At that moment, Yunqi he noticed that the entire left half of Xiangxiang's body had already been frozen, yet the pearl in his hand was completely unaffected, even emanating a faint silver glow on its surface. You mean you escaped the Shanghai prison using this pearl? Yunqi he lifted the pearl with his spiritual power, examining it for a long time, but could not discern anything unusual. Master, don't keep looking. There's a lot more to this. And you can't see it just like this. I'll explain it to you when we get back. Xiao Tian's voice echoed in his mind. Then what are you doing back in Lehigh City? Sneaking around here to stir up the water area. Are you trying to create a flood? The ice rune in Yunqi, his eyes flickered. Xiangxiang felt the chill on him intensify. No, big brother, please stop. I came back to Lehigh City because of Yinglong. Yinglong. Yunqi he paused. Is it the Yinglong I'm thinking of? Elaborate. Yunqi he waved his hand, slightly dispelling the cold ice that had frozen most of Xiangxiang's body. He understood the principle that to make a horse run, you must feed it grass. Sure enough, with a bit of breathing room, Xiangxiang immediately revealed everything he knew. Demonic beings often understand how to seek benefits and avoid harm better than humans. They know to keep the green mountains and not fear a lack of firewood. This matter goes back several decades. Back at the Special Investigation Bureau, Yunqi he selectively shared the information he had with Hu Shun, only mentioning that Xiangxiang had obtained a one-time use spatial magical artifact, which allowed him to escape from the Shanghai prison. Returning to Lehigh City was merely because he had gotten used to living here and did not intend to harm humans. Thus, how to handle Xiangxiang became a problem. Originally, he should be sent back to the Shanghai court for continued imprisonment. However, Xiangxiang tearfully expressed that he did not want to return to that dark place. After obtaining the consent of the 3 presiding judges of the Shanghai court, it was decided to give him a chance. As long as he could find a suitable contract partner among the candidates prepared by Yunqi, he and the others, he would not have to return to the Shanghai prison. Aside from that, there was no other way. Chapter 53. The Origin of Spatial Treasures? Half an hour ago, Yin Shihe returned to the Linhai Special Investigation Office with the Xiangxi. Hu Shun, who had already received the news, was not surprised. After all, it would be strange if a genius at the S-level controller realm like Yin Shihe couldn't catch an A-level Xiangxi. As a result, not only did Yin Shihe bring back the Xiangxi, but he also brought back a significant piece of news. The Xiangxi was willing to choose a contractor at the Linhai Special Investigation Office. This delighted Hu Shun. He had been immersed in the S-level controller realm for many years, steadfastly holding the position of director at the Linhai Special Investigation Office. He could be considered one of the longest-serving directors among all special investigation offices in China, and naturally, he knew much information that ordinary awakened ones could not access. It was precisely because he knew this that he was so excited. The chance to form a contract with a mountain and sea extraordinary beast was rare, if not unique. Although success was not guaranteed, at least it would be a valuable experience. Immediately, Hu Shun planned to gather everyone from the Special Investigation Office. Before he could make a move, Yin Shihe stopped him. It turned out that the Xiangxi had a prerequisite for agreeing to form a contract with an awakened one. The individual must be a genius. Otherwise, it would rather return to the mountain and sea prison. Yin Shihe agreed. The mountain and sea extraordinary beasts were naturally born and unique, possessing a noble bloodline among the demon species, and naturally had the pride that belonged to them. The world in China appeared calm on the surface, but in reality, it was full of intrigue. Most investigators were out on missions most days. In the end, Hu Shun only called in Li Hao, who had met Yin Shihe before. He was already considered the most talented individual left at the Linhai Special Investigation Office. Together with Hu Shun, Meng Xinyang, and Zheng Xiaowen, there were 4 of them. Let's begin. Yin Shihe and Hu Shun exchanged a glance and nodded at the Xiangxi. To form a contract with a mountain and sea extraordinary beast, it not only had to be voluntary, but also the attributes must not contradict each other. The Xiangxi itself leaned towards the fire attribute. Therefore, Yin Shihe had not considered himself at all. Moreover, the appearance of the Xiangxi was indeed somewhat strange. He was more interested in the Yinglong it mentioned. Seeing that the Xiangxi had released its demon power and was beginning to attempt to form a contract. Yun Shiha turned and walked out of the Special Investigation Office. He returned to the freshwater lake. Xiao Dian manifested beside him. Xiao Dian, tell me, what is the origin of this pearl? After hearing the Xiangshi's explanation earlier and returning to the Special Investigation Office, there were too many people, and he had to wait until now to have the opportunity to hear Xiao Tian speak about this so-called boundary pearl. Master, this boundary pearl has a significant origin. I didn't realize it at first. If it weren't for that gorilla monster using just a bit of its power, even I would have been fooled. Xiao Dian gestured with his white, lotus-like hand to indicate how little power was involved. Get to the point. Yun Shiha sighed, pinching Xiao Dian. Master, this boundary pearl is a treasure of the spatial origin. Yun Shiha, this is a treasure of the spatial origin? Yun Shiha reevaluated the small silver pearl that looked unremarkable apart for being smooth and round. He didn't expect it to be so significant. After all, he himself had the extreme ice origin treasure, heavenly crystal frostless, which represented the pinnacle of the ice attribute. If this boundary pearl was indeed a treasure of the spatial origin, then it would be on the same level as his heavenly crystal frostless. However, he did not sense anything particularly special from this pearl. It's not to say that it isn't, but it is indeed part of a treasure of the spatial origin. In my memory, treasures of the spatial origin are divided into 3 parts, one of which is the boundary pearl. So that's how it is. If this boundary pearl is only a part, just like the frostless at that time, then it is normal that he can't sense anything with his cultivation. Master, the greatest use of this pearl is that it can break through space at any time for spatial travel. Yun Shiha was taken aback. Spatial travel is a powerful ability that only those who reach the SSS level transcendent realm can master. It is precisely because of such a powerful ability that transcendence can ignore the spatial rifts outside the Arctic ice wall and freely travel between the ice wall and Blue Star. However, this is somewhat different from the spatial travel mastered by transcendence. Xiao Dian thought for a moment and said, the spatial travel achieved through the boundary pearl is realized by borrowing the spatial origin. The spatial passage is extremely stable and cannot be affected by external forces. Unlike ordinary transcendents who perform spatial travel and space jumps in broken spaces, they can easily be attacked by external forces, causing them to become lost in the layers of space and unable to return to reality for eternity. Yun Shiha heard the implication in Xiao Yin's words. Are you saying we can use the boundary pearl to reach the place where the Yinglong undergoes tribulation? Yes, master, if what that Xiangxi said is true. Then this is definitely your biggest opportunity of the moment. You might even have the chance to form a contract with the Yinglong. Xiao Yin's words resonated with Yun Shiha. Which man in China hasn't dreamed of having a Chinese dragon as a partner? Moreover, this is the famous divine dragon Yinglong from the classic of Mountains and Seas. Disperse. It was already close to midnight. After Yun Shiha shielded the monitoring around him, he cast a spell to part the lake water to both sides. He strolled into the lake bed. Soon, the lake water returned to its original state. Upon reaching the lake bed, the teleportation array was covered in silt, barely visible. The area around Yun Shiha was filled with lake water, yet his entire body was exceptionally dry, and his breathing was no different from that on land. Following Xiao Yin's instructions, Yun Shiha placed the boundary pearl directly in front of him. With his left hand, he brought his 2 fingers together and infused a wisp of spiritual power into the boundary pearl. Instantly, a radiant light burst forth, and Yun Shiha's soul was immediately drawn into the boundary pearl. The entire space was silver, with only some human clothing present, very similar to what the Xiangxi wore. It seemed that the Xiangxi treated this as a storage magic treasure. At the very top of the silver space, there was a scripture that was difficult to comprehend with the eyes. If it weren't for the scripture automatically drilling into Yun Shiha's soul, he likely wouldn't have understood it either. After digesting the scripture carefully, he realized it contained the usage method for the boundary pearl. It seemed that the Xiangxi also used the boundary pearl through this scripture. As his soul returned to his body, a stronger spiritual power shot towards the boundary pearl. The boundary pearl vibrated in midair, and the originally surface silver brilliance instantly dyed the entire lake silver. Immediately after, the boundary pearl smashed directly into the center of the formation hidden beneath the silt. A thunderous sound erupted like muffled thunder. A series of cracking sounds reminiscent of breaking glass followed. Before long, a magnificent and mysterious silver light door formed around the boundary pearl. Yun Shiha sent a wisp of his soul to probe inside. It was mysterious and empty, revealing nothing. As expected, of a spatial passage opened with the spatial origin and the treasure of the spatial origin as a medium. Xiaotian. Yuan Shihe retracted Xiaotian and the boundary pearl back into his sea of consciousness and dove into the spatial passage with a splash. As the light dissipated, there was no trace left of the spatial passage or the formation. Chapter 54 Mariana Trench. The Pacific Ocean occupies more than 30% of the blue planet, making it truly the largest ocean of the blue planet. The Mariana Trench, the deepest part of the Pacific Ocean, is rumored to be a place where one can discover a new underwater world at its deepest point. Here, one cannot see their own hand in front of their face. Even sunlight cannot penetrate through tens of thousands of meters of seawater. At one moment, a strong and dazzling silver light suddenly appeared at this depth of 10,000 meters. The silver light eventually formed a circular portal, and a tall figure stepped out from it. The pressure of the deep sea instantly struck. Yuan Shihe remained unperturbed, a faint protective, spiritual power, isolating the seawater and pressure outside. For A-level controllers, entering and exiting the depths of the sea might be somewhat challenging. But for S-level controllers, both the underwater pressure and the environment of space can be easily adapted to with the help of protective spiritual power. Thus, in the realm of controllers, A-level and S-level often represent an important dividing line. This is also why the directors of various special investigation departments in Huaxia must be S-level controllers to be qualified for appointment. The icy runes in Yuan Shihe's eyes flickered with a shimmering blue light. It's so dark here. This was Yuan Shihe's strongest feeling about his current location. Although he had long been able to see in the dark due to his cultivation, he still felt somewhat uncomfortable. Xiaotian. Yuan Shihe called out Xiaotian to recognize where they were. Me? Master, I know less about the blue planet than you do. Why are you asking me? Xiaotian replied. But master, the water pressure here is really high. Even A-level controllers find it difficult to stay here for long. Upon hearing Xiaotian's words, Yuan Shihe immediately released his spiritual power, hoping to gain some useful information. After all, vision is limited, and the spiritual consciousness can see far more than mere sight in such situations. Sure enough, he quickly discovered something peculiar, keeping his spiritual power active to explore the surroundings. Yuan Shihe flew forward with Xiaotian. What beautiful coral reefs! Yuan Shihe gazed at the endless, colorful coral forest before him, akin to a dreamy garden, and was momentarily mesmerized. He had seen this coral forest on an encyclopedia when he was bored. This was the coral forest growing in the Mariana Trench, the deepest part of the Pacific Ocean, known as the underwater garden. So he was now in the Mariana Trench. Immediately, Yuan Shihe heightened his vigilance. This was the currently known deepest part of the blue planet seabed, reputed to be one of the most hostile environments on Earth. And no one knew what kind of creatures lived here. Or rather, no one knew what powerful beings could survive here. Just as he heightened his vigilance, his spiritual consciousness sensed a figure approaching him at high speed from a distance. Yuan Shihe extended his right hand and grasped the air lightly. Instantly, the seawater ahead solidified into an ice wall. The incoming figure collided directly with the ice wall, which remained unmoved, while the figure was rebounded several meters away. As Yuan Shihe focused his gaze, he saw that it was an octopus of an extraordinary size. The suckers on its tentacles opened and closed. If an ordinary awakened being were to be caught, they would instantly suffocate and die. The octopus's eyes glinted with ferocity. This octopus actually possessed S-level cultivation, proving it to be one of the forbidden zones of the entire blue planet. With a slight probe, Yuan Shihe could tell its cultivation level, S-level Great Demon, which is quite rare in Huaxia, and to encounter one here might suggest that there could be more S-level Great Demons present. Given this, Yuan Shihe unleashed his extreme ice spiritual power. Seeing this, the giant octopus charged forward, ejecting a jet of dark ink with a grayish hue from its mouth. The two forces collided. The extreme ice spiritual power exploded, encasing the giant octopus along with the ink it had sprayed in ice. Master, why don't you kill this big guy and extract its demon core? Although you can't absorb the demon power for your own use, you can keep it for your future contract partner, Xiaotian said, somewhat puzzled as he saw Yuan Shihe freeze the giant octopus into an ice block. The demon creatures are highly sensitive to blood. If blood were to spread in the seawater, it's feared that demons within several miles would come sensing the smell. Yuan Shihe reached out and pulled the frozen giant octopus into his storage ring. Besides, my spiritual consciousness's range is limited here. It's best to minimize trouble as much as possible. Oh, Xiaotian nodded as if realizing something. Although he was the spirit of the extreme, ice, primordial treasure, he was still a newly born spirit and not the spirit from before. Heavenly crystal frostless had shattered, so he only knew what he had learned from the spirit inheritance. But master, where is that palace where the Yinglong is said to reside? Xiao Tian flew up a bit, but all he could see were coral forests. There was no palace at all. Moreover, it should be able to accommodate the rumored Yinglong. Isn't this nonsense? Master, were you deceived by that big gorilla? Yuan Shihe's spiritual consciousness repeatedly explored the surroundings, but found no palace. Could it be that he was truly tricked by the gorilla? However, the realm void pearl was indeed real. Suddenly, Yuan Shihe's spiritual consciousness paused. He turned his head to look in the southeast direction. His spiritual consciousness had been vigilant of the surroundings, moving with his body. He had only moved a short distance. Yet something in the southeast direction was obstructing his spiritual consciousness. But when he looked over, he found nothing. Xiao Tian, let's go. Yuan Shihe called to Xiao Tian, who was still flying upwards, and they flew together towards the southeast direction, the Special Investigation Department of Linhai City. Unexpectedly, the gorilla chose Li Hao as the person to form a contract with. Li Hao's talent was average among the four, so it was unexpected that he was selected. Originally, Hu Shun thought it would be either Meng Xinyang or Zheng Xiaowen. After all, the two were roommates with Yuan Shihe. The gorilla should have taken this into account. In the end, it still chose Li Hao, the least favored candidate. Whereas Yuan Shihe, taking advantage of the gap, while Li Hao was forming a contract with the gorilla, Hu Shun wanted to find Yuan Shihe to discuss this matter, but searched the entire Special Investigation Department and couldn't find him. When he took out his phone, it surprisingly showed that Yuan Shihe was out of service area. One must know that with the advancement of modern technology, a place without signal is only in areas rarely visited by people. But this person was just here. How could he suddenly disappear to such a place? Director Hu, this is the message that Yun's special investigation left for you. Li Yao ran over, panting, holding a spiritual power-transformed origami crane, and handed it to Hu Shun. Hu Shun waved his hand, and the origami crane transformed back into spiritual power and was received by him. The message did not specify his whereabouts, only saying he was on a mission and asking him to arrange the training tasks for Meng Xinyang and Zheng Xiaowen properly. Upon learning that Yuan Shihe had not been abducted by the demigod cultists, Hu Shun felt relieved. Otherwise, that brat Luo, Xian, and the three lords from the Shanghai Tribunal would probably come knocking for an explanation immediately. The gorilla, who had just completed the contract, walked out beside Li Hao. It just happened to see Yuan Shihe's spiritual power crane, and a subtle light flashed in its eyes. Chapter 55, Underwater Dragon Palace. Yuan Shihe arrived at a place where the soul could not detect anything. The ice and snow runes deep in his eyes trembled gently, and the ethereal blue extreme ice spiritual power blossomed in this underwater realm of 10,000 meters. As the spiritual power fluttered, an invisible water curtain was torn apart, revealing the existence within. What a profound formation! Yuan Shihe withdrew his spiritual power. This was an extremely advanced concealment formation, and even Yanti noticed a single flaw just now. If it weren't for his soul detecting the anomaly here, he might have missed it altogether. This does not imply that the advanced formations were absent from the detailed array explanations he studied. Rather, his cultivation level was far from sufficient to see through high-level formations at a glance. As the outermost layer of the water curtain faded away, a building protected by the formation came into view. It was a palace made of blue stone. Surrounding the palace were 12 coiling dragon columns, each topped with a massive luminous pearl. Under the illumination of the luminous pearls, the underwater realm of 10,000 meters was no longer devoid of light. On either side of the main entrance of the palace stood a stone sculpture. The left one depicted a dragon poised to leap into the sky, while the right featured a large fish, one that Yuan Shihe had never seen before. Master, this is a sculpture of the dragon and the Kunpeng. Xiao Tian, possessing the memory of a spiritual artifact, immediately recognized the identity of the large fish. Kunpeng. Yuan Shihe recalled that it had been mentioned in the lessons he studied years ago. The Kun is so large that its size is unknown, transforming into a bird named Peng. The back of the Peng is also of unknown size. When it flies in anger, its wings are like clouds hanging in the sky. This phrase indicates that both forms of Kunpeng are immensely large, making it one of the legitimate divine beasts in the Shanghai Jing. It seems this place is indeed the dragon palace mentioned by Sang Sang. Yuan Shihe recalled what Sang Sang had said to him by the freshwater lake in the evening. It turned out that it had taken the risk to return to Linhai City just to find the formation in the freshwater lake. According to Sang Sang, decades ago, When it was still in its juvenile phase, it had accidentally encountered an injured Yinglong in the suburbs of Linhai City. At that time, the Yinglong was severely wounded and was setting up a formation. Although Sang Sang couldn't understand it, it could sense through its bloodline inheritance that this was a teleportation array capable of spatial traversal. That Yinglong had vanished from Linhai City through the teleportation array. Later, by chance, it obtained the Jiekong Zhu. After understanding the usage and purpose of the Jiekong Zhu, it immediately thought of the Yinglong it had encountered. At that time, its aura was so weak that even a newborn Sang Sang was stronger than it. Even after years of recovery, it probably wouldn't exceed a level. Furthermore, being sent into the Shanghai prison by Yun Chiha and Luo Xun, that place was not a good spot for extraordinary beasts to stay. Thus, Sang Sang decided to seek wealth through danger, as long as it could obtain a drop of the Yinglong's essence blood. It could immediately break through to S level or even SS level. Although they were all extraordinary beasts from the Shanghai, there were still distinctions among them. How could a small Sang Sang compare to the Yinglong standing at the top of the pyramid? It took only half a month to find the location of the teleportation array through the Jiekong Zhu, only to be intercepted by Yun Chiha. Yun Chiha stepped through the water curtain. The long-lost air wrapped around him once again. Standing at the bottom of the sea, the surrounding seawater and creatures were all blocked by the water curtain. At this moment, the luminous pearls embedded at the top of the 12 coiling dragon columns suddenly emitted dazzling light, and then the dragons painted on the columns came to life. Oh no! Yin Chiha immediately understood that the 12 coiling dragon columns were not only meant to illuminate this dragon palace, but also to block intruders. Tianjing Shuangwu. The aura emitted by these 12 golden dragons was S level. Yin Chiha did not dare to be arrogant and immediately summoned Tianjing Shuangwu. After all, there's a wall separating dragons from ordinary, extraordinary beasts. The 12 golden dragons seemed to sense the fighting spirit emanating from Yun Chiha and charged at him together. Xiao Tian also merged with its main body at the first opportunity, and Tianjing Shuangwu immediately radiated a faint glow. Fall! Yun Chiha wielded his sword in his right hand, while his left hand summoned spiritual power. He condensed ice spikes in midair and sent them crashing down towards the golden dragons. The scales of the golden dragons shimmered with golden light, and the ice spikes were unable to pierce their dragon bodies. Yin Chiha thought, are these golden dragons really just illusions transformed from the paintings on the coiling dragon columns? Even if they have a physical form, why can't I break through their defenses? Yin Chiha brought his fingers together, using the sword control technique to maneuver Tianjing Shuangwu among the 12 golden dragons. Each time he passed through, spatial ripples would arise. Although the ice spikes condensed from water vapor could not penetrate the golden dragoness flesh, Tianjing Shuangwu, being a supreme ice treasure, was not something an S-level golden dragon could withstand. In just a few breaths, each golden dragon bore varying degrees of injuries. The wounds glowed with ethereal blue light, rendering the injuries unable to heal. Ice explosion technique. At this moment, the small technique Yun Chiha had created through his divine powers unleashed its might. The cold ice covering the wounds on the golden dragons exploded one by one. Instantly, several golden dragons were left battered and bruised. Since they were merely illusions, no dragon blood was spilled, resulting in the bizarre phenomenon of the golden dragons screaming without any blood or scales dropping. Roar! The golden dragons, in pain, raised their dragon heads. Pure energy, neither spiritual power nor demonic power, gathered in their mouths, ultimately transforming into beams of energy shooting towards Yun Chiha at incredible speed. Transform. Yun Chiha's left hand erupted with spiritual power, transforming into a massive ice shield to block in front of him. The energy beams struck the ice shield, and within moments, several cracks appeared on the shield. At this time, a sword formed from gathered spiritual power was also swung out by Yun Chiha. One sword frost cold 14 provinces. The sword energy slashed forth from Tianjing Shuangwu, shining dozens of times brighter than when it was still Shuangwu. It resembled the sun in the sky, impossible for the human eye to look directly at. The crescent-shaped sword energy swept across, turning everything it touched into ice sculptures before being cleaved apart. The 12 golden dragons could not withstand this strike either. Just as the sword energy approached the golden dragons, the luminous pearls above the coiling dragon columns suddenly fell, eventually converging into a single golden pearl. The pearl emitted 12 beams of light, connecting to the heads of the 12 golden dragons. To everyone's astonishment, the golden dragons began to converge and fuse, with the golden pearl dropping into the mouth of the central dragon. Ultimately, the 12 golden dragons transformed into a single golden dragon, hundreds of feet long, at the SS level. Master, that pearl is a true dragon demon core, even referred to as a pseudo-dragon pearl. Xiao Tian's excited voice echoed in Yun Chia's mind. Pseudo-dragon pearl? The demon core inside a true dragon is known as a dragon pearl, which contains the true dragon's lifelong cultivation and essence blood. Due to the uniqueness of true dragons, this dragon pearl is different from ordinary demon cores and can be absorbed and used by awakeners. This dragon's inner core was entirely golden, indicating that it was refined by a dragon about to undergo a tribulation and leap through the dragon gate. If nothing unexpected happens, it would transform into a true dragon within 100 years, thus becoming a pseudo-dragon pearl with some of the powers of a dragon pearl. Chapter 56. Battle with the SS-class Jiao Dragon Yunqi. He looked at the hundreds of feet long Jiao Dragon that had taken shape, feeling a shock in his heart. He never expected that the Jiao Dragon's demon core had such origins. Unfortunately, it seemed that this Jiao Dragon had been captured by that Yinglong to serve as a guardian demon. Xiao Tian lamented that the Jiao Dragon's body had been divided into 12 parts, each sealed within 12 dragon columns, and its inner core had also been split into 12 pieces, transforming into 12 luminous pearls. This was likely to prevent outsiders from stepping foot here. Yunqi realized that this Jiao Dragon was probably a great demon that originally resided in this place. Its original cultivation level should have been SSS class, but because it had been split into 12 similar existences, its realm had dropped to SS class, becoming this mindless guardian Jiao Dragon. Yunqi let out a long breath. An SS-class Jiao Dragon was on the same level as Lu Mo in its water snake form. Perhaps due to bloodline reasons, its combat power was not as strong as Lu Mo, who was reborn using the water snake's demon body, but it was not far off. This was bound to be a hard battle. The Pacific Ocean, as the largest ocean on Blue Planet, sees countless commercial vessels and cruise ships passing through daily. It was named the Pacific because there were rarely any shipwrecks in this area in ancient times. Ships passing over the Mariana Trench believed today would be a calm sailing day. However, suddenly, the sky was filled with lightning and thunder with no warning. Waves rose and fell in the entire sea area, even showing signs of a tsunami. The only two S-class awakeners in the Philippines near the Mariana Trench immediately sensed something unusual. They swiftly appeared above the sea. At this moment, many cargo ships and cruise liners were affected, on the verge of capsizing. This is bad. The two quickly used their powers to suppress the waves on the sea surface. Only then did they turn their attention to the sky, filled with lightning and thunder. As S-class realm masters, they could see many phenomena that ordinary people could not. They saw a faintly visible light column extending from the seabed to the center of the thundercloud. What is this phenomenon? Could it be that a treasure is about to emerge? We must not act rashly. If we get into trouble, the Philippines will be swallowed up in less than a week. Before they could take any action, the celestial phenomenon, along with the towering light column, vanished without a trace, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. The entire sea area remained calm, returning to a few minutes earlier, at the bottom of the Mariana Trench. When the golden Jiao Dragon completely fused, a light column shot into the sky, breaking through the sea surface at a visible speed and reaching the sky. Following that, thunderclouds gathered, stirring up a violent storm in this sea area. Yunqi did not expect that this SS-class Jiao Dragon could invoke a heavenly phenomenon with the power of the pseudo-dragon pearl. Under suitable circumstances, it could weaken the opponent's strength to some extent while also enhancing its own. Yunqi knew he had to end this quickly. Otherwise, if the sea remained turbulent, it would surely attract more powerful beings. At that time, the opportunities here would have to be stealthily snatched from them, which would be quite frustrating. As long as he resolved this Jiao Dragon swiftly, everything would be his. With this in mind, Yunqi held the heavenly crystal frostless and charged towards the Jiao Dragon. At the same time, he summoned the Void Pearl with his left hand. Although the Void Pearl only contained methods for traversing the void, as one of the components of the space origin treasure, how could it serve only that purpose? Even using it as a weapon would be something that ordinary people could not withstand. Yunqi directly threw the Void Pearl out and followed closely with a strike at the Jiao Dragon. One sword frost cold, 14 provinces. The skill released in a handheld state was far more ferocious than the sword light. But that was not enough. Yunqi's free left hand formed a seal, and terrifying cold air spread out, turning the entire seabed into a snowy kingdom, reminiscent of a snow country lost in flood. Into the white frost. The technique, carrying the power of extreme ice, enhanced by absolute zero, bore tremendous might. A snow-white long robe, transformed from the extreme ice source, enveloped Yunshi, with a void pearl in his left hand and heavenly crystal frostless in his right. Yunshi was now in his strongest complete form, like a god of ice and snow walking in the mortal realm, under the indiscriminate area attack of end of the white frost. Although the golden Jiao dragon was not directly frozen, it was severely injured, lying on the ground unable to move. Even the Jiao dragon's body could only barely maintain its form, and if not careful, it would revert to the image on the dragon column. Yunshi approached with his sword. The hexagonal snowflake mark on his forehead emitted a faint blue light, and a strand of divine soul power shot out from the mark. How strange! This Jiao dragon has no autonomous consciousness yet can still fight and avoid harm. After a moment, Yunshi retracted his divine soul and murmured, "Master, do not underestimate the bloodline inheritance of the beasts from the mountains and seas. Some high-ranking beings, like the phoenix, true dragon, and nine-tailed fox, possess an overwhelming amount of information in their bloodline inheritance. They have all kinds of divine abilities and techniques." Yunshi waved his hand to draw the inner core of the Jiao dragon into his hand. Without the support of the inner core, the Jiao dragon's figure instantly became ethereal, ultimately reverting to the images on the 12 dragon columns. If one looked closely, it was easy to notice that the 12 dragon columns had developed fine cracks. Yunshi did not rush to enter the palace. Just the outermost dragon columns were enough for him to exert all his strength against, not to mention the inside of the palace. He immediately sat cross-legged on the spot. Although no one dared to easily step into the ocean, the spiritual energy here was many times denser than on land. If one's cultivation level was sufficient to withstand the pressure of the deep sea for an extended period and could endure the deep sea silence, then practicing here would surely yield great results. Yunshi frantically absorbed the spiritual energy from the ocean to restore his own spiritual power. Xiaodian hovered beside him, providing protection. After a long time, Yunshi, now fully replenished to peak condition, said, "Master, let us go. We should enter." Yunshi carried Xiaodian towards the main entrance of the Bluestone Palace. Just as he was about to use his spiritual power to blast open the great door, he heard a creaking sound. The bluestone giant door actually opened from the inside out by itself. This bluestone palace completely isolated divine soul probing. Yunshi remarked in surprise. It is known that divine soul is a symbol of the transcendent realm. This palace built of blue stone could completely block the extension of divine soul inward, highlighting its uniqueness. It seemed that this was indeed the resting place of the Yinglong. The huge commotion just now had not produced any related sounds from the Yinglong. It must be as the Xie said. It was heavily injured and had fallen into a deep sleep, which was his opportunity. To be safe, Yunshi set up a breath-concealing array under his feet, completely hiding his figure and aura. Stepping into the Bluestone Palace, the Bluestone giant door slowly closed behind him. Chapter 57. The Beautiful Country's Sacred Mountain. Huaxia Shanjing City. Shanghai Court. Lu Yun rushed in holding a tablet. Presiding judges. The 3 presiding judges in the Shanghai court opened their eyes, asking, "What happened?" An anomaly has appeared in the Pacific Mariana Trench. Since Huaxia is far from the Mariana Trench, by the time the Shanghai court detected the massive energy fluctuations, the anomaly had already disappeared like a fleeting flower. However, such a powerful anomaly and spiritual energy fluctuation had not appeared in Blue Star for over a decade. Lin Xia, Shen Mofeng, and Zhang Yi exchanged worried glances. "Understood, you can leave now." After Lu Yun left, 3 distinctly different spiritual powers were released simultaneously, gradually forming a water mirror in midair. As the clouds and mist dissipated within the water mirror, the scenery revealed was that of the Mariana Trench's seabed. In the darkness, clusters of coral reefs were visible. The 3 continued to channel spiritual energy into the water mirror. The image in the water mirror slowly moved and finally froze at the location of Yunshi. The water curtain outside the Dragon Palace had been removed by Yunshi, and the situation inside was now fully visible. "Isn't that Yunshi?" Shen Mofeng exclaimed in surprise. The person he had just met not long ago was now appearing in the deep sea, which was puzzling. Even more puzzling was that the 3 were witnessing Yunshi collect the inner elixir of the dragon and then enter the Greenstone Palace through the water mirror. Fortunately, he is not a foreign awakened one. Seeing that the person in the mirror was Yunshi, Lin Xia immediately relaxed. Chen Mofeng also breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, but Yin Shihu has such strong fortune. First, he was favored by the Ice War God due to his extraordinary talent. And then he accidentally unraveled the schemes of Xiaoxiangzi and Lu Mo, gaining a large amount of elixirs and treasures to enhance his cultivation. Now, he seems to have found this dragon palace by some means. It seems this opportunity has found its destined person. Chen Mofeng clicked his tongue, feeling that goods are to be discarded for comparison, and people make one feel inferior. Back then, he was also considered a talented figure in Huaxia. How come he never had such opportunities? Zhang Yi, who had been silent, spoke up, but fortunately, he is not an awakened one from another country. Otherwise, it would be difficult for us to explain to the war gods. When the three of them had just taken office as presiding judges of the Shanghai court, they had the fortune to meet with the 5 war gods of Huaxia. At that time, the 5 war gods had reminded them to always pay attention to the movements of the Mariana Trench, saying that there was a great opportunity there, and if it were seized by the geniuses of other countries, it would be the greatest loss for Huaxia. Zhang Yi had also asked why this opportunity could not be directly transferred to Huaxia, which would greatly reduce the risk of being taken by the geniuses of other countries. In the end, he only received the answer that it was the decision of the master of the opportunity. For many years, the waters near the Mariana Trench had been peaceful and tranquil. The three had even once thought that this opportunity might not be discovered by the Huaxia talents until the end of their lifespans. Now, it was unexpectedly opened by someone who had just awakened a month ago. Zhang Yi thought for a moment and said to Chen Mofeng, Mofeng, we should not appear in the territory of another country. If we are discovered by those old-timers, it will surely cause trouble within the ice wall. You should personally find Luo Xian and wait quietly near the Mariana Trench. He has now broken through to the SS-level controller, and his extraordinary abilities and divine consciousness have greatly enhanced. No one in Blue Star can detect his whereabouts, and he is familiar with those 2 kids. It would be best for him to go and fetch them. All right, Chen Mofeng agreed, his body gradually turning into nothingness, and when he reappeared, he was already at Luo Xiuyuan's home. Who is it? A cold voice accompanied by countless golden spiritual powers surged in. Judge Chun, why have you suddenly come to my house? The next moment, all sounds disappeared, and Luo Xiuyuan came down from the 2nd floor. Of course, it's for a serious matter. Chen Mofeng took a breath. The overwhelming spiritual power had scared him quite a bit. He might not be able to defeat the S-level Yin Shihu. And now that Luo Xiuyuan had reached SS level, he certainly couldn't fight back at all. He was getting old. Chen Mofeng recounted the situation and Zhang Yi's instructions verbatim to Luo Xiuyuan before leaving. Luo Xiuyuan stroked his chin. Yin Shihu could precisely find this opportunity in such a vast Huaxia. Perhaps in his previous life, he was the legendary treasure-seeking mouse. Luo Xiuyuan didn't think too much about it and immediately flew towards the Pacific. Beautiful country, Sacred Mountain. This is the most strictly guarded military defense area in the entire beautiful country, which officially claims to store important strategic materials. However, in reality, the Sacred Mountain is the base of the Holy Church of the beautiful country. The Holy Church is full of masters, with a high priest and 6 archbishops comparable to the war gods of Huaxia within the Arctic ice wall. 3 SS-level controllers are also stationed in Blue Star. They are respectfully referred to as Holy Church envoys in the beautiful country's extraordinary realm. Envoy, a letter has arrived from the Philippines. In a magnificent church at the top of the Sacred Mountain, Zhang Yi received the communication device handed over by his subordinate. Mariana Trench? It is usually calm and peaceful there. How can anomalies suddenly occur? There must be something peculiar about this matter. Zhang Yi immediately made a decision. Shang-san, you must go to the Philippines right away and investigate the Mariana Trench together with their guardians. My intuition tells me there is something unusual about this. All right, brother. A rugged-looking middle-aged man with a distinctly beautiful country appearance standing beside Zhang Yi responded. Zhang Yi thought for a moment and still felt something was amiss. Take the sacred statue with you. Shang-san was taken aback. The sacred statue was something that the great figures within the ice wall had spent a great deal of effort to transport back to the beautiful country. It is a low-grade, postnatal spiritual treasure used to guard the beautiful country. It can be said to be the only postnatal spiritual treasure of its kind in Blue Star. Even the great eastern country Huaxia does not possess one. Isn't it too extravagant to bring the national treasure along? Just in case. Zhang Yi noticed Shang-san's hesitation and understood his concerns, so he waved his hand and said, "It's for safety." Yes. Shang-san turned and walked toward the center of the church, using spiritual power to extract a golden statue from the cross. The statue's face was unclear, but it gave a strong impulse to worship. 10,000 meters deep in the sea, Yun Chihu stepped into the palace while standing on the concealment array. Before he could react, the door had already closed, and the originally dark palace was illuminated by a genuine night pearl embedded in the dome. The interior of the palace was not filled with moss, as Yun Chihu had imagined. Instead, it was filled with luster everywhere. It looked nothing like a palace built of blue stone, but rather as if it were constructed from gemstones. In the center of the palace floated a silver-gray egg, about the size of a basketball. Below the egg was a gathering array, continuously drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and sending it upwards to the egg. Master, this is the Yinglong. Chapter 58. Divine beast Yinglong Xiaotian was so excited that he transformed into his physical form and flew towards the silver egg. Yinqi, he grabbed Xiaotian, wary of a trap. As the silver light shimmered on the egg, layers of mysterious runes emerged. The runes wrapped the silver egg like a golden hoop, forming a protective barrier. Is this a restriction? Yinqi, he said uncertainly. Strictly speaking, a restriction is a type of formation, but it is superior to an ordinary formation. Common formations only require the arrangement of listed materials and methods. However, restrictions must incorporate a trace of divine consciousness during their setup, controlled through that consciousness. Therefore, restrictions can only be set by strong individuals who understand formations and are above the realm of controllers. This has led to a situation where almost no one on Blue Star understands restrictions. Yinqi, he moved his fingertip with a flash of inspiration. Go! The blue spiritual power transformed into a ring that enveloped the outermost layer of the egg. Under the influence of the extreme ice spiritual power, the restrictions covering the egg were gradually dismantled layer by layer. Just as the last layer of restriction was undone, a silver light suddenly enveloped the entire palace. Endless clouds of mist emerged from nowhere. Xiaotian. Yinqi, he was momentarily confused about what was happening, but the sudden event left him with no time to think. He quickly set up a barrier around himself, only to be engulfed by the mist. Where is this? Yinqi, he looked around at the desolate and vast environment, unsure whether he was in reality or an illusion. A roar, reminiscent of a cow's bellow, echoed from the sky. Yinqi, he looked up to see the sky suddenly darkening, as if something was covering it. Then the mist receded. It was a wing. Following the wing, a dragon. It was Yinglong. Yinqi, he was greatly shocked by the creature soaring in the high sky. Ancient Chinese historical texts record that those with scales are called Jiaolong, those with wings are Yinglong, those with horns are Qiulong, and those without horns are Chulong. Yinglong is the oldest god of thunder and rain in China, overseeing the seasons and mountains. It is also a colossal deity in ancient mythology that embodies creation, and destruction. Hailed by ancient Chinese as the god of creation and god of Genesis. In the classic of mountains and seas, Yinglong is undoubtedly one of the most powerful divine beasts. The Yinglong before Yunqi, he did not exude any oppressive force, but made him feel exceptionally sacred, stirring an impulse to worship. Under the dragon body of Yinglong, which shrouded the entire sky, Yunqi, he appeared particularly small. Suddenly, Yinglong turned its body, its dragon eyes fixating directly on Yunqi, making him feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. Then, the massive dragon body began to gradually dissipate in the sky. In just a moment, it transformed into a pure, flawless energy light group, flying straight towards Yunqi. Before he could react, it entered his sea of consciousness, morphing into a stream of information. Accompanied by the terrifying influx of information, it nearly overwhelmed Yunqi's sea of consciousness. Fortunately, at that critical moment, the extreme ice essence sealed within his sea of consciousness emitted a faint glow. With a chilling yet gentle power, it gradually soothed the pain in Yunqi's sea of consciousness and began to digest the information stream. This is it. With Luo Shuyuan's current SS-level controller realm cultivation, he arrived at the sea area near the Mariana Trench in just over 10 minutes of full-speed flight. Considering that it was close to the Philippines, whose national strength was weak and lacked strong military power, even within the ice wall, continuously dependent on the beautiful country. Such an anomaly would undoubtedly alert the beautiful country. Perhaps at this moment, people from the beautiful country's holy mountain had already arrived. If he were to enter the sea above the Mariana Trench, he would definitely be discovered. It would be better to enter the sea in a nearby area and approach from the seabed. With thousands of meters of seawater as cover, he was confident he would not be detected. Break! Luo Shuyuan shot out a golden spiritual power from his palm, breaking open a passage in the sea surface, with the surrounding water retreating. Then he dove into the sea. Once his figure disappeared into the vast ocean, the sea returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Luo Shuyuan opened a path at the seabed using spiritual power. Along the way, he encountered many sea demons with cultivation, all of whom took a detour. He knew that once blood was shed in the sea, it would inevitably attract more sea demons, as they were extremely sensitive to blood. He didn't have the means to freeze like Yun Chi He, so it was better to take a detour. After all, his goal was not to hunt demons for their demon cores, but to safely retrieve Yun Chi He and bring him back to the country. This is the Mariana Trench. Luo Shuyuan looked at the sudden seabed fracture layer before him and sighed. He had once been an ordinary person and had never imagined he would one day arrive at such a place alone. Soon, Luo Shuyuan spotted his target. The Qingshi Palace was too conspicuous. Additionally, there was a shimmering water curtain outside the palace. Almost as soon as Luo Shuyuan arrived outside the water curtain, two unfamiliar auras approached from above. Luo Shuyuan's expression stiffened. He knew these must be awakeners from other countries. They were definitely enemies, not friends. Fortunately, his extraordinary ability was special, greatly amplifying his divine consciousness perception. Otherwise, in such a harsh environment in the deep sea, any awakener's consciousness would be greatly restricted, making it impossible for him to prepare in time. Xiaoba. Luo Shuyuan summoned the 8 Extremes mirror from his sea of consciousness. Xiaoba's figure materialized, and a golden light curtain shot out from the 8 Extremes mirror, directly enveloping the entire Qingshi Palace. Immediately afterward, Luo Shuyuan's spiritual power surged, working in tandem with a light curtain from the 8 Extremes mirror to conceal the Qingshi Palace before him. Meanwhile, the two unfamiliar auras had already reached the seabed not far away. The Chinese, the Saint 3, one of the only 2 S-level controllers from the beautiful country in the Philippines, was taken aback upon seeing Luo Shuyuan's figure. How could there be a Chinese person here? Are you a holy envoy from the holy mountain of the beautiful country? Luo Shuyuan automatically ignored the Filipino awakener beside him, who clearly looked like a little Kalami, and spoke to the burly Saint 3. The cultivation and realm elevation of awakeners are merely processes of developing oneself and enhancing oneself. Thus, having reached their level, they could easily understand any language, and there would be no situation of language barriers. Chinese person, since you know I'm a holy envoy from the holy mountain, obediently hand over the treasures you obtained here. Saint 3's temper was as explosive as his physique. The earlier anomaly even drew thunderstorms in the sky, indicating that a treasure had emerged. Now, seeing only Luo Shuyuan, he assumed the treasure was in Luo Shuyuan's hands. The national rule of the beautiful country. Any treasures must be labeled with the name of the beautiful country. Do you disagree? Then we will eliminate you. Luo Shuyuan knew the nature of the beautiful country all too well. His spiritual power instantly converged. I don't have any treasures as you claim, but encountering a holy envoy and taking you back would also count as a new treasure. Chapter 59. Luo Shuyuan versus Saint 3, contracting the Qiyun Dragonov. An arrogant little brat. Saint 3 sneered when he saw Luo Shuyuan actually think he could fight him and spoke such brazen words. He assumed Luo Shuyuan was just a young hothead who had recently awakened and learned a few theoretical courses at their Huaxia special department, thinking he was invincible and dared to challenge him. However, Saint 3 was not a fool. Anyone who could come to the depths of the sea and survive for a long time could not be an ordinary person. So, he signaled to the nearby S-Class from the Philippines to probe Luo Shuyuan's strength. Philippine S-Class? Huh? Me? Really? Although I'm just a nameless minion, I still have rights. Afraid of the might of the beautiful country, the Philippine S-Class had no choice but to brace himself and attack Luo Shuyuan. All their movements were sensed by Luo Shuyuan. Moreover, although the Philippines had always relied on the beautiful country for survival on Blue Star, they had no intention of being enemies with Huaxia. Thus, Luo Shuyuan waved his hand, and a golden light sphere instantly enveloped the Philippine S-Class and casually tossed him aside. Seeing Luo Shuyuan easily handle an S-Class master, Saint 3 immediately realized that this person must be a powerful being on par with him as an SS-Class master. Damn, when did Huaxia produce another SS-Class? Saint 3 cursed inwardly and no longer dared to be arrogant, retracting his earlier thoughts. He immediately gathered his spiritual power and attacked Luo Shuyuan. The mighty water spiritual power hid in the seawater, attacking Luo Xiuyuan from all directions. Water element. Luo Xiuyuan defended while looking at Saint 3 with a strange expression. This person was robust. How did he awaken such extraordinary water elemental abilities? Noticing Luo Xiuyuan's gaze, Saint 3's spell-casting action stalled, and his expression visibly darkened. Since he broke through to SS class and became the envoy of the beautiful country's holy mountain, no one had dared to look at him like that again. "You're seeking death," Saint 3 shouted loudly. The blue water spiritual power directly used the environmental advantage to absorb all the seawater within a radius of several meters around the two. Luo Xiuyuan's expression became serious. As the third envoy of the beautiful country's holy mountain, Saint 3 naturally had his merits. Not to mention his cultivation was at the SS class master level. Just his use of water spiritual power was superb. Additionally, fighting at a depth of 10,000 meters in the sea greatly enhanced Saint 3's abilities, while his perception was somewhat suppressed. In this context, Luo Xiuyuan thought he might have to use some tricks. Meanwhile, various spells derived from divine powers were being utilized. In the Qingstone Palace, Yin Qihu opened his eyes. The surrounding white mist had dissipated without him noticing. "Master, what happened? Why did you suddenly close your eyes?" Xiao Tianfei asked anxiously beside Yin Qihu. "Huh?" Yin Qihu was puzzled. Did only he see the scene just now? After asking, it turned out as he suspected that only he had witnessed the azure dragon and the desolate surroundings. Yin Qihu said nothing more. "Xiao Tian, help me guard. I want a contract with this Qiyun dragon egg," Yin Qihu instructed. "Huh? Oh." Xiao Tian was confused. How did the master determine that this egg was a Qiyun dragon egg? Just by closing and opening his eyes. Can Qiyun dragons even lay eggs? ISNT, it said that the beasts of the mountains and seas can only have one. How could it lay eggs? Xiao Tian's fanciful thoughts were beyond Yin Qihu's knowledge. After giving the order, he immediately began to inscribe the contract runes with spiritual power. If the Qiyun dragon's consciousness still existed, this contract would be easy to complete. Now, he could only rely on himself to inscribe it. Success. With the last stroke completed with spiritual power, the contract runes were finally finished. The complete runes rotated between Yin Qihu and the silver egg. Yin Qihu pricked his finger to draw blood, which fell onto the runes. At the same time, a wild aura emanated from the silver egg. The contract runes transformed into two beams of light that flew into Yin Qihu's body and the silver egg. Huff! Yin Qihu exhaled, looking at the silver egg ahead. The silver egg, now infused with the power of the contract, emitted an exceptionally dazzling light. "Master, what's going on?" Xiao Tian asked as he saw Yin Qihu stop and stare at the changes in the silver egg, seeing that there was no immediate danger and the Qiyun dragon would soon hatch. Yin Qihu explained to Xiao Tian what he had learned while digesting the information given by the Qiyun dragon. It turned out that beings like the beasts of the mountains and seas, born from heaven and earth, would transform back into an egg after falling. They would only need enough spiritual energy from heaven and earth to be reborn, but they would forget all past memories, passing down only their bloodline inheritance through the ages. The Qiyun dragon was one of the first to awaken among the beasts of the mountains and seas. Once it appeared in the world, it was a level divine beast with extraordinary power. However, it accidentally entered a chaotic star region in the Tian New Star system. With the Qiyun dragon's level cultivation, it should have been impossible for it to be harmed in such a small chaotic star region. However, that area was extremely strange, greatly restricting the Qiyun dragon's strength. And there were never-before-seen cosmic creatures wandering about. A moment's inattention could lead to disaster. Even the Qiyun dragon sustained severe injuries, although they were not fatal. The problem was that it encountered the four fiends during its return to Blue Star. The four fiends, known in legends as the four great ancient beasts, Tao Tai, Hun Dun, and Xiongqi. Even the injured Qiyun dragon could win one-on-one or even two-on-one. Unfortunately, it encountered all four at once. Fortunately, when the Qiyun dragon fled to outside Blue Star, it was discovered and rescued by several war gods from Huaxia. This led to the later events when the Qiyun dragon returned to Blue Star, and the war gods specifically instructed the three judges of the Mountain Sea Tribunal. Upon returning to Huaxia, the Qiyun dragon had lost too much origin during the battle with the four fiends and was unable to recover. It could only prepare its reincarnation method in advance. Thus, it built a Qingstone palace in the deepest part of Blue Star that humans had discovered, and caught the most powerful dragon in the Mariana Trench to make it a guardian. Not long after, the Qiyun dragon entered a state of reincarnation in this Qingstone palace, transforming back into an egg. to repay the war gods of Huaxia for their help. It promised that as long as an awakener came to this palace before it completed its reincarnation, it would contract with them. So that's how it is. Then, Master, how does the Qian dragon know whether the one who comes is from Huaxia or another country? Perhaps, from the perspective of such a high and mighty being as the Qian dragon, all nations are just human beings of Blue Star, which is why it didn't specify that only Huaxia awakeners were allowed, Yin Shihu thought. Just as the two were conversing, the silver egg was completely enveloped in blinding white light. When the light faded, a creature emerged. Its antlers resembled those of a deer, its head like a camel, its eyes like a rabbit, its neck like a snake, its belly like a shun, its scales like a fish, its claws like an eagle, its paws like a tiger, its ears like an ox, and it had 2 wings on its back. A pair of dragon eyes filled with indifference and pride. Chapter 60. The might of the sacred icon, the Yinglong seen by Yunqi he earlier in the white mist, was no different from the one before him. However, at this moment, the Yinglong was only the size of a palm. In the next second, the originally cold and noble Yinglong instantly transformed into an adorable, headless dragon. Roar. The newly born Yinglong's dragon roar was incredibly cute and baby-like. Following that, in the astonished eyes of Yunqi, he and the little Tianmu, the tiny Yinglong turned around and began to munch on the broken eggshell, crunching it down. As it ate the eggshell, its cultivation level skyrocketed, almost leveling up with a blink of an eye. By the time it finished eating all the eggshells, its cultivation had already soared to S-class. Gulps. Yunqi he swallowed hard, feeling somewhat dry in the mouth. Anyone who witnessed a newly born creature go from having no cultivation to reaching S-class in just half a minute would be astonished beyond belief. He merely swallowing hard to express his shock was already quite dignified. Damn it, Master, it's not human. Yunqi he glanced at the flabbergasted little Tian, who looked pale with shock. It was never human. It was the divine beast Yinglong from the mountains and seas. Now that he was full, the Yinglong finally noticed Yunqi, he, and little Tian, ignoring the information-odd little Tian and flying directly towards Yunqi, he with its wings spread open. While flying, it kept chanting, "Daddy, daddy, daddy." At this point, not just little Tian, but Yunqi he also gaped in astonishment. Is it becoming a dad without any pain? Boom. 2 completely different spiritual energies collided and exploded, the force strong enough to create a brief vacuum in the ocean. Luo Shiyuan stood still, holding the 8 extremes mirror without making a move. In contrast, Shang San staggered back several steps, the difference between the two immediately apparent. A top-grade spiritual artifact. The greed in Shang San's eyes was about to overflow. The blue star was not comparable to the ice wall in the Arctic. Neither the quantity of heavenly materials nor treasures could compare, let alone this top-grade spiritual artifact. Even within the ice wall, top-grade spiritual artifacts were considered rare. What he was using now was merely a low-grade spiritual artifact. Such a high-level spiritual artifact should belong to our sacred mountain. Saying this, Shang San prepared to forcibly seize the 8 extremes mirror using his spiritual power. Seeing this, Luo Xiaoyuan's expression darkened. To preserve the face of the beautiful country and the friendship with Huaxia, he had been holding back. Otherwise, Shang San would have already been dead. Yet now he mistakenly thought he could take it. This person must have turned his brain into pig brains from cultivation. Luo Xiaoyuan's spiritual power instantly condensed, transforming into a massive golden palm print that shot forward, leaving a vacuum in its wake. Shang San's attack couldn't even stop the palm print in the slightest. How could this be possible? Luo Xiaoyuan sneered. Kid, you probably know nothing about what is possible. He recalled that this seemed to be a line from a movie from the beautiful country, and using it here was truly classy. Luo Xiaoyuan paused. Such thoughts shouldn't appear in his mind. These were the kinds of narcissistic thoughts that someone like Yunqi he would have. Shaking his head and clearing his mind of the jumbled thoughts, he looked back at Shang San. Severely injured by the palm print, Shang San was already unstable in breath. He looked at Luo Xiaoyuan. Even if this person didn't obtain the treasures here, he would undoubtedly be one of the strongest prodigies in Huaxia. With his cultivation, he could only fully activate the sacred icon once. After all, the sacred icon was not his treasure. However, using this opportunity to exchange for the life of a Huaxia prodigy was a bargain. This is Luo Xiaoyuan saw Shang San take out a golden human figure. No matter how he probed with his consciousness, this object was as unfathomable as the ocean. He felt a vague sense of unease, and spiritual power quietly gathered at his fingertips. To have the fortune to die under the sacred icon, that is your blessing. Luo Xiaoyuan rolled his eyes. Do you want this blessing? Shang San was clearly well prepared, with almost all his spiritual power already condensed into a ball. As the spiritual power was injected into the sacred icon, it immediately burst forth with infinite golden light, even giving the sea a faint golden hue. If it weren't for the recent appearance of a storm at sea, and the surrounding sea area lacking any ships passing through, this would have become another headline following the storm. Under the golden light, the aura of the sacred icon, which belonged to a low-grade post-heaven spiritual treasure, was fully revealed. A post-heaven spiritual treasure. Luo Xiuyuan's expression froze. A post-heaven spiritual treasure activated by an SS-class, controller-level expert was extraordinarily powerful. It was not something their earlier skirmishes could compare to. With just a moment's inattention, the entire sea area could be evaporated. The beautiful country truly cared nothing for the life and death of the Philippines. Thinking this, he didn't stop his hand movements for the seal. Seal. A massive golden seal flew towards the sacred icon. This was a simple sealing formation that Yunqi he had taught him during leisure time, capable of quickly forming seals and releasing them. The drawback was that it couldn't be used on things of too high grade. Sure enough, the moment the seal touched the sacred icon, it shattered. The sacred icon at that moment fully manifested its original form. A figure purely woven from golden light appeared in the depths of the sea, 10,000 meters down. Luo Xiuyuan looked at the figure of a middle-aged man before him. Every cell in his body was screaming for him to leave this place immediately. This figure was undoubtedly a powerful being sealed within the human figure, at least at the SSS class transcendent level. Only a post-heaven spiritual treasure could contain the power of a transcendent level expert. Shang San roared, using the last bit of his spiritual power to send the golden figure charging towards Luo Xiuyuan. The 8 Extremes Mirror. The originally held 8 Extremes Mirror flew above Luo Xiuyuan's head. His spiritual power surged, and the sealing movements became much quicker. Topsan Triat Sofusel. This was a large spell derived from Luo Xiuyuan's understanding of the 1,000-thread soul guidance from his controller-level insight. Its power was extremely strong, even surpassing his own spell in terms of offense. Endless golden threads made of spiritual power spiraled and intertwined in the air, eventually forming a palm print. Go! Most of his spiritual power had been used for the spell, and Luo Xiuyuan's face turned somewhat pale. The 8 Extremes Mirror above his head continuously showered down golden light, restoring his energy. At the same time, it transmitted energy into the palm print, making it more solid and stronger. The 1,000 threads soul seal clashed against the towering golden figure. Instantly, a brilliant golden light erupted. Luo Xiuyuan, Shang San, and the forgotten S-class from the Philippines all instinctively covered their eyes. Not good. Luo Xiuyuan sensed that the golden figure still had a trace of residual power, and he thought to himself. At the same time, his right hand quickly mobilized spiritual power, slapping out to counter the residual power of the golden figure. Luo Xiuyuan was sent flying, a trace of blood staining the corner of his mouth, particularly eye-catching. Master, Little Ba also flew out from the 8 Extremes Mirror, continuously using its energy to restore Luo Xiuyuan's injuries. Shang San's face was now as ugly as if he had just eaten something distasteful. This Huaxia kid was actually able to block a strike from the sacred icon. Before Shang San could take action, a charming voice came through. Oh, I told you there were treasures here. So many people have come. Chapter 61. The Australian demigod cult. The enchanting voice directly attracted the attention of everyone present. In this situation, Shang San and Luo Xiuyuan were in a state of mutual destruction. The emergence of a third party was undoubtedly a bad omen. 2 young individuals, a man and a woman, appeared. The man had a shadowy appearance, his aura unsettling like that of a poisonous snake. The woman was extremely beautiful, yet her every move carried a strong aura of promiscuity. Luo Xiuyuan did not recognize them. He had never seen them before. It was the S-class from the Philippines, trapped in a cage nearby, who revealed their identities. They were the leaders of the demigod cult in Australia. The demigod cult's influence spanned across countries on Blue Star, and no nation had ever completely eradicated it. Even powerful nations like Huaxia and the beautiful country had never succeeded. The cult's belief centered around the so-called demigods. Thus, each country had different leaders and vice leaders managing various affairs. The man and woman before them were the leaders of the demigod cult in Australia, both SS-class masters. Fortunately, your extraordinary abilities allowed you to sense the anomalies here in time. Otherwise, we would have missed such a good show. The effeminate man spoke in a peculiar tone. The alluring woman gestured, and the S-Class from the Philippines was pulled toward her. Do you know us? The S-Class from the Philippines was already terrified. The demigod cult was a group that would stop at nothing, and the two before him were the leaders of the Australian branch. He could not hope to resist them. Lord Lacron, Lady Ruby, the S-Class from the Philippines uttered their names. How boring. I thought you didn't know, and we're just guessing. Turns out you do know. The woman known as Ruby showed some impatience. With a casual toss, the S-Class from the Philippines was thrown several meters away. He felt as if his internal organs were about to be expelled. Even if you two have regained a bit of your spiritual power now, so what? During the exchange between Ruby and the S-Class from the Philippines, Luo Xiao Yuan and Sheng San simultaneously began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to restore their reserves. This commotion naturally did not escape the notice of the SS-Class Lacron and Ruby. Since their arrival, Lacron, who had only spoken once, waved his hand, isolating the space where the 5 people were located. Not only was the seawater unable to invade, but even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was cut off. This was truly a vacuum zone. Luo Xiao Yuan's heart sank. Such an extraordinary ability related to spatial manipulation could only be achieved by an SS class. Seeing Lacron take action, Ruby flew in front of the two. Quickly tell me, who has the treasure? I don't believe this anomaly is just a result of your duel. Ruby crossed her arms, looking at the two with an indifferent expression. How about this? Whoever speaks first, I will let them go. Sheng San's final bottom line collapsed at this moment. Anyway, the one they were looking for was this Huaxia kid. Even if he killed him with the demigod cult's help, it would be understandable. The two were from different camps. He was already here when I and that S-Class from the Philippines arrived. Sheng San pointed at Luo Xiao Yuan as he spoke. Ruby glanced at the S-Class from the Philippines. Seeing him nod, she turned her gaze back to Luo Xiao Yuan. Hand over the treasure, and I might leave you with a complete corpse. Ruby said this very casually. After all, in her view, Luo Xiao Yuan and Sheng San had already exhausted all their means in their battle, and they were at the end of their rope. You'll be called Long Long. The naming Long is too conspicuous. Yin Shi, he said to the palm-sized Ding Long. At this size, no one will be able to recognize its true form. It could transform back when it was time to fight. Okay, Daddy, I'm hungry. Ing Long's childlike voice echoed in Yin Shi's mind. Yin Shi, he rubbed his forehead. Ever since Ing Long hatched, due to their contract, Ing Long regarded him as a caretaker and insisted on calling him Daddy. No matter how he tried to change it, it wouldn't stick. Yin Shi, he decided to just go along with it. He took out some pills for increasing spiritual power that he had exchanged from the little Divine Dragon Club's treasury. Long Long gobbled them down like candy, making Yin Shi, he shake his head in disbelief. Master, someone is fighting outside. At this moment, Xiao Tian suddenly spoke up. The Azure Stone Palace was personally built by Ing Long for his reincarnation. Although the material was just ordinary azure stone, Ing Long had imbued it with special energy, making it capable of blocking divine consciousness and even soul probing. Naturally, it also prevented the residual effects of the battle between Luo Xiao Yuan and Sheng San from leaking in. Now that Ing Long had emerged early from reincarnation due to their contract, most of the energy that Ing Long had endowed to the Azure Stone Palace before his reincarnation had been absorbed by Long Long, which meant it could no longer block the aura. Without needing Xiao Tian to say anything, Yin Shi, he immediately sensed the mixed aura of spiritual energy. It's Luo Xiao Yuan. Among the mixed spiritual energies, there was a particularly familiar one that he recognized immediately. After a moment of thought, Yin Shi, he understood why Luo Xiao Yuan was here. Unexpectedly, you little brat actually hid something that can instantly restore spiritual power. After a violent clash of spiritual energy, Luo Xiao Yuan rolled back several meters from the residual force, creating distance between him and Ruby. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he thought, the treasures of my Huaxia are not something you can imagine. While being tough verbally, Luo Xiao Yuan was secretly relieved that he had prepared a few pills that could instantly restore spiritual power. Otherwise, he would have been dead by now. Just as Luo Xiao Yuan was about to push himself up, a terrifying energy fluctuation emerged from the seabed. The surging energy instantly stirred up waves underwater. Not good. The S-Class from the Philippines reacted and shouted. Earlier, even when Ruby and Lacron attacked Luo Xiao Yuan, they had deliberately limited the range of spiritual energy diffusion. Otherwise, causing a huge commotion underwater would undoubtedly trigger a tsunami, and not just any ordinary tsunami. The first to suffer would be the Philippines, followed closely by the surrounding countries, which would also not be spared. Sheng San and Luo Xiao Yuan purely felt humanitarian concerns and believed they should not do something that would harm the innocent. Meanwhile, Ruby and Lacron thought that once a large-scale casualty and destruction of nations occurred on Blue Star, those within the Arctic ice wall would definitely not let it go easily. The demigod cult had not yet fully grown to the point where it could simultaneously contend with the powerful beings of the entire Blue Star. And now, an unknown energy was recklessly releasing its power at the seabed. The expressions of everyone present changed. Just as everyone was preparing to stabilize the sea area, they saw that the surrounding sea had miraculously frozen. The energy fluctuations that struck the frozen sea dissipated without a trace. Luo Xiao Yuan's face brightened. He knew that Yin Shi he had come out of seclusion. Chapter 62. The might of Long before Ruby and Lacron could react. They were abruptly knocked to the ground by a small figure. What is this? Ruby, holding her stomach, looked at the newcomer. It was a young man from Huaxia. His white hair fluttered in the underwater current, and his stunning appearance was simply a being that could unify the aesthetics of Blue Star. On his left shoulder sat a tiny creature resembling the young man, and on his right shoulder lay a winged being, the species of which was indiscernible. However, she knew that it was this winged little thing that had just knocked her over. What a small creature, daring to attack me. Ruby was irate. Saying this, she unleashed her spiritual energy directly towards Long. Before Yunkahua could speak, Long directly exhaled a breath of dragon energy, dispersing the spiritual energy effortlessly. Lacron's pupils constricted. What a powerful creature. Although it was merely Ruby's casual strike, it was certainly not something an ordinary being could easily withstand. If you had come out a bit later, I would have died here. Luo Xiaoyuan, with the support of Yunkahua, gritted his teeth and stood up. Sorry, it took a bit of time. Yunkahua said, flipping his hand to reveal a jade bottle, which contained the Baichao Dan, the best remedy for healing. Luo Xiaoyuan took it, feeling a bit strange about where this healing elixir had come from. Can you handle it? Don't worry. With Yunkahua's affirmative response, Luo Xiaoyuan walked towards him. After finding a flat area to sit in mid-air, he began to use the Baichao Dan to recover his injuries. Seeing this, Yunkahua turned his gaze towards Ruby, Lacron, and the Holy Trinity. Kid, who are you? And are you with him? Ruby pointed at Luo Xiaoyuan. Lacron frowned beside her. He knew that Ruby had taken a liking to this kid's appearance. Otherwise, this woman, who is usually decisive in killing, wouldn't give him a chance to speak. No matter who I am, I only know that the rest of your lives will need to be spent in the Mountain Sea prison. With a wave of his hand, a barrier enveloped Luo Xiaoyuan. Tianjing Shuangwu appeared in front of him, and the little dragon kicked off and flew back into his main body. Long also flew from Yunkahua's shoulder to the side. Ruby and Lacron's spiritual energy surged in their hands, and they reminded each other uneasily. Ruby knew that Lacron was warning her not to go easy on him just because of his looks, and she could only sigh slightly. Handsome, I give you a chance. But you're useless. A great battle was about to break out. Seal. With that word, endless cold air instantaneously transformed into a domain. Ruby's pink spiritual energy and Lacron's black spiritual energy shone together, forming a barrier that blocked the cold air outside. The Holy Trinity, who had been prepared to escape ever since Yunkahua's appearance, took this opportunity to use all the absorbed spiritual energy for their escape, disappearing into the sea in the blink of an eye. Yunkahua did not pay attention to the Holy Trinity. He could not act openly against them yet. Once he initiated a war with the beautiful country in Blue Star, it would inevitably affect everything. And the beautiful country's holy church within the Arctic ice wall would not let it go easily. Of course, all of this was because he was currently only at the S-level controller realm. If he could reach the SS-level controller realm, he could erase all traces of today's events without anyone noticing. So, he was still lacking in cultivation. With this thought in mind, Yunkahua focused on countering Ruby and Lacron's attacks. The two were indeed the leaders of the Australian demigod church, with Yunkahua about to reach the peak of the S-level realm. Holding the extreme ice origin treasure, Tianjing Shuangwu, he could be considered top-tier combat power within the controller realm. However, the powers exhibited by Ruby and Lacron seemed to stem from the same source, resulting in an effect greater than the sum of its parts. Furthermore, the surrounding sea had been frozen by the cold released by Yunkahua, so they did not need to worry about the aftermath of their battle causing a tsunami that would affect neighboring countries. One sword frost cold 14 prefectures. The sword light swept across, and Ruby and Lacron's expressions changed drastically. Immediately, two different spiritual energies, one pink and one black, erupted simultaneously. Their supernatural powers could actually be combined. Yunkahua's expression also changed, whether in books or reality. This was the first time he encountered such a situation, two individuals could unite their supernatural powers. It should be noted that supernatural powers are the techniques obtained by awakened individuals through comprehending their extraordinary abilities, the most suited to their own selves. To combine their supernatural powers with another's, they must possess extremely high talent, making it almost impossible. Yet, Ruby and Lakran did not seem like they had such talent to perform a combined ultimate skill. Casting aside the doubts in his mind, the dual supernatural powers unleashed by two SS-level controller realm experts were not something Yunkahua could withstand unscathed at this stage. At the very least, it would be an exchange of injuries. Of course, this was only Yunkahua's situation. Now, he was not fighting alone. Long, hearing his caretaker's call, the dragon-like creature that had been waiting on the side immediately howled twice, signaling its readiness. With a resounding dragon roar, Long revealed its true form as a celestial dragon, measuring 100 feet long, with wings sprouting from its back, presenting itself as an eastern dragon before Ruby and Lakran. What kind of creature is this? It looks nothing like a western dragon, but if it is an eastern dragon, why does it have wings? Ruby was utterly confused. This is the celestial dragon from Huaxia's legends. Lakran, clearly knowledgeable about Huaxia lore, recognized the celestial dragon's identity at a glance. Immediately, Longlong's S-level aura became apparent. Both of their faces showed a fervent expression. The legendary divine beast of Huaxia, and it's only S-level. If they could obtain it, wouldn't he that? Yunkahua saw the expressions of the two and knew what they were thinking. The greed on their faces was too evident. Long attack. At this moment, the combined supernatural powers of the two were fully formed. A massive ball of black mist, interspersed with pink flowing light, was created. Even Yunkahua could not help but feel the weight of the situation. If it weren't for being underwater, even Long might not be able to withstand this attack unscathed. Roar! Long raised its dragon head. As the dragon's roar sounded, the surrounding seawater surged towards their location, continuously solidifying until it formed a massive water ball. The water ball contained immense, celestial dragon demonic power. It shot out of Longlong's mouth, directly colliding with the combined supernatural powers. Boom! The two energies collided, resulting in a massive explosion. Even the surrounding ice layers shattered significantly. If Yunkahua hadn't quickly cast a spell to stabilize it, a tremendous tsunami would have already formed. Ruby and Lakran were bombarded by the water energy ball released by Long and were unable to steady their breath, drenched in water. Yunkahua's gaze sharpened, freeze. The seawater on Ruby and Lakran's bodies instantly crystallized into ice, freezing them in place. Long, at Yunkahua's call, transformed back into a palm-sized form and flew back to his shoulder. Dadi, em hungry. Chapter 63. Wealthy and generous Luo Shuyuan. The sound of Long directly stunned Luo Shuyuan, who had just recovered from his injuries, leaving him charred on the outside and tender on the inside. What is this? A small creature calling itself Yunchi Crane Grandpa? Goodness. Yunchi Crane, you're out there engaging in interspecies reproduction behind my back, huh? Just taking 1-6. Not showing it on his face. Luo Shuyuan stood up and looked at the Yunchi crane that was still scavenging the battlefield. What is this thing? Seeing Luo Shuyuan looking at Long with curiosity, Yunchi crane turned around to continue collecting scraps. This is the Yinglong. Oh, Yinglong. Luo Shuyuan was just about to join the scavenging team when he suddenly paused. No way. This is absolutely not right. Yinglong. Did he just react too calmly? This is an Yinglong. Luo Shuyuan directly grabbed Long, who was flying in the air, and examined it like a rare treasure, looking at it from left to right. Long felt a bit strange. Why was this human staring at him like this? Didn't he look like his dad at all, who never looked at him with such weird eyes and always fed him lots of snacks? Thinking of this, Long suddenly recalled that his dad hadn't fed him yet. So, Long gave Luo Shuyuan a disdainful look and broke free from his grip. Dad, hungry. Yunchi Crane finally turned around. He suspected that the Yinglong here didn't reincarnate due to damage to its essence, but rather died of starvation in this deep sea, unable to find what it wanted to eat. Master, you can give that dragon inner core to Long. Xiao Tian ran out from the sea of consciousness and said. Yunchi Crane was taken aback and took out the dragon inner core obtained from the 12 coiling dragon pillars from his storage ring. Luo Shuyuan hadn't reacted to what Xiao Tian and Yunchi Crane said when he saw Yunchi Crane flip his hand, revealing a golden bead about the size of an egg. Dragon inner core. Luo Shuyuan was taken aback. Wait, did you rob the dragon palace? With both the Yinglong and the dragon inner core? Hey, you really guessed right. Yunchi Crane said with a hint of surprise. Upon hearing Yunchi Crane's words, Luo Shuyuan immediately reacted, looking at the green stone palace that had appeared at some point. Is this the Dragon Palace? Yunchi Crane didn't answer, and Luo Xiuyuan didn't ask further. After all, they were still abroad, and, especially under the sea, it was a suitable place to talk. Collect. After obtaining the information left by the Yinglong before reincarnation, Yunchi Crane could naturally freely shrink the green stone palace into his storage treasure. According to the information left by the Yinglong, this green stone palace contained many rare materials. As long as a master craftsman could refine it again, it could definitely become a high-grade cave treasure. It would be perfect for everyday living or for sleeping anywhere. When Yunchi Crane first learned this news, he couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the Dragon Clan likes shiny things. Even their living caves are so luxurious. However, the only craftsman capable of refining this green stone palace must be within the Arctic ice wall. Fortunately, in 2 months, they would be able to cross the ice wall, and then he could ask a master craftsman from Huaxia for help. Void Pearl open. After scavenging the scene, Yunchi Crane summoned the Void Pearl. The silver-white spatial passage reappeared. After the two left, the ice layer that formed on the seabed quickly dissipated, returning to the surging dark waters. The ice layer on the S-Class from the Philippines also vanished, and the cage used by Luo Xiuyuan to seal it was gone without him realizing. Just as he regained his senses, he felt the terrifying underwater pressure and water continuously pouring into his mouth and nose. He hurriedly mobilized his spiritual power to protect himself, preventing the scene of a dignified S-Class master being choked to death. His memory was still stuck at the moment he was suddenly frozen. He had no idea why, but when he came to, there was nothing left here, not even the envoy from the beautiful country. After thinking it over, he decided to return to the Philippines first. Linhai City, the only 7-star hotel, top-floor suite. Yunchi Crane used the Void Pearl to open a passage. The two returned to Linhai City. This was because Yunchi Crane was still unfamiliar with using the Void Pearl. Otherwise, he could have gone anywhere on Blue Star he wanted. After returning, since Luo Xiuyuan needed rest after a series of battles, and he also needed to digest the various information left by the Yinglong, he was originally planning to go directly back to Yunchi Crane's home. However, when they had just returned to Linhai City, Yunchi Crane had already sold this suite. There was no choice. The two had to check into a hotel. Fortunately, Luo Xiuyuan was wealthy and generous. He directly booked the highest luxury suite in Linhai City. While Luo Xiuyuan was resting, Yunchi Crane was also busy refining the spiritual energy within him. Previously, within the white mist that materialized in the green stone palace, the Yinglong had turned all of its remaining consciousness into information streams to give to Yunchi Crane. This was because the Yinglong's remaining consciousness recognized Yunchi Crane as a Huaxia person. Otherwise, it would not have been so generous. After all, the Yinglong, while essentially a monster, still had a heart inclined toward Huaxia. At that time, Yunchi Crane had only partially digested the information, leaving behind a vast amount of natural spiritual energy. This natural spiritual energy was enough to push Yunchi Crane's cultivation to the SS-Class master level. However, it would take some time to digest it. After all, he had just broken through to the S-Class master level, and there was still a considerable distance to the SS-Class. Even if it was ready-made spiritual energy for a breakthrough, it would still take time to fully digest it. When Yunchi Crane finished his cultivation and opened his eyes, he saw Long Long and Xiao Tian happily playing by the window. Long Long. Oh, it seems like I heard the caretaker calling him. Long Long immediately abandoned Xiao Tian and flew to Yunchi Crane's side. Wow, this scared Yunchi Crane quite a bit. Has he been cultivating for several years? How did he sense that Long Long was already SS-Class? Uncertain, he looked again. Yunchi Crane rubbed his eyes and released a gentle spiritual power again. No doubt about it, it really is SS-Class. Master, you're awake. Xiao Tian followed closely and flew over. What happened to Long Long? How did he become SS-Class? He and Luo Xiuyuan were both in cultivation, and Xiao Bao also needed to recover from the underwater battle. So it had been Xiao Tian accompanying Long Long during this time. He must know something. Master, don't you remember? You gave that dragon inner core to Long Long. That dragon originally belonged to a lower-level being of the Dragon Clan, which was a great supplement for Long Long. Moreover, that dragon was an SSS-Class existence on the verge of transforming into a dragon in its lifetime. Although the dragon inner core had lost a lot of energy, what remained was still enough for Long Long to break through to SS-Class. So, Master, now your cultivation is the lowest. After hearing Xiao Yan's rapid-fire explanation, there was another sound of a door opening. Have you finished your cultivation? Chapter 64. The astonishing Ice War God and the stupefied Xintian War God, Yin Shihe, turned around and found that Luo Shuyuan had appeared at the door without him noticing. Xiao Ba flew out from behind him and quickly joined Xiao Tian and Long Long. Watching this scene, Yin Shihe felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Come on. It really looked like he was babysitting, yet he was still just a beautiful young man who had never been in love. The two entered the living room. Does this need to be reported? Yin Shihe was uncertain about Luo Shuyuan's intentions. Actually, I learned about your situation in the Mariana Trench from Chief Chun. I was originally cultivating at home, but suddenly had to work overtime. They must know about this. If they knew but didn't intervene beforehand. It must have been at the behest of a few elders inside the ice wall. Yin Shihe nodded in agreement. If that's the case, should we contact the war god directly? The spark in Yin Shihe's eyes flickered, clearly indicating he had no good ideas. Luo Shuyuan thought for a moment and felt that the matter concerning Yinglong was serious. It indeed needed to be reported to the various war gods to avoid any mistakes or misunderstandings later. With a wave of his hand, the 8 Extremes mirror appeared in front of them. As Luo Shuyuan infused it with his spiritual power, a light screen rose from the 8 Extremes mirror. Shuyuan, is there something urgent? A beautiful young woman appeared on the light screen. The voice just now was hers. You are that ice element awakener. Upon seeing Yin Shihe standing next to Luo Shuyuan, the woman was clearly taken aback. Teacher, this is Yin Shihe. Upon hearing Luo Shuyuan address the woman as teacher, Yin Shihe immediately understood. This must be the Xintian War God, one of the 5 war gods of China. He had thought the Xintian War God was a valiant man. But unexpectedly, she was a woman who did not fall behind men in prowess. I have met the Xintian War God, Yin Shihe said respectfully. The 5 war gods of China not only represented the highest combat power of the entire nation, but were also the faith of the awakened beings in China. If it weren't for China having 5 war god-level existences, it might have long since become a vassal of another country. How could it now develop freely on Blue Star and become the only major power in the East? There's no need for too many formalities. We will have plenty of opportunities to meet in the future, the Xintian War God said casually, then turned to Luo Shuyuan. Teacher, Shihe has formed a contract with Yinglong. Luo Shuyuan's words immediately changed the expression of the Xintian War God. Yinglong, wait a moment, she said, and the image on the light screen disappeared. In a little while, another light screen appeared on the 8 Extremes mirror. The figure of the Xintian War God reappeared, and another figure appeared on the new screen. It was the long-lost Ice War God. Xiaohe, I heard from Xintian that you formed a contract with Yinglong. The Ice War God was clearly trying to speak gently to Yin Shihe, which made the Xintian War God roll her eyes repeatedly. Yin Shihe and Luo Shuyuan pretended not to see these small gestures. Yes, Yin Shihe recounted how he learned about Yinglong from Xiangxiang and went to the Mariana Trench. Of course, he omitted the existence of the Boundary Void Pearl. He also mentioned Sky Crystal Frostless as a low-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, just as he had told Luo Shuyuan. After all, the origin of the treasure was significant. An innocent man suffers for the wealth he possesses. It was not that he did not trust the war gods. But if this information leaked, all the powerful beings within the Arctic ice wall might unite to trouble China. This was not what he wanted to see. Good, you truly have extraordinary luck. The Ice War God laughed heartily. This time, the Xintian War God also looked at Yin Shihe with admiration. Years ago, when we 5 discovered that Yinglong was severely injured and being hunted by the 4 great beasts of the mountains and seas, we intervened to save him. Yinglong promised to form a contract with any awakened being from China who finds his reincarnation place when he enters the cycle of reincarnation. At that time, we intended to let him reincarnate directly in the mountain and sea court, which would have made forming a contract easier. However, Yinglong, as the most powerful divine beast recorded in the classic of mountains and seas, was difficult to confront even when we joined forces. So we had to comply with his wishes, hoping for the best case that someone would discover him. We never expected you to find him. Yin Shihe then understood that it was not just anyone who could form a contract with Yinglong. It had to be an awakened being from China. It seemed that Yinglong favored China even more than he had imagined. If I'm not mistaken, you should be about to break through to the SS-level Master Realm, right? The Ice War God's sudden change of topic drew the gazes of the Xintian War God and Luo Shuyuan to Yin Shihe. Indeed, my spiritual power is immense. I should be able to break through to SS level in another 5 or 6 days. Such a fast cultivation speed. The Xintian War God's expression tightened. The enhancement of extreme elements on the cultivation speed of awakened beings was indeed this significant. Then she thought, Yinglong's reincarnation place must have left many opportunities for him. It was understandable that it could directly push Yun Chiha's cultivation from S level to SS level without side effects. Yes, I obtained some opportunities in Yinglong's reincarnation place. Yun Chiha's words confirmed what the Xiantian war god had thought. Very good. With SS level cultivation, we will definitely have a solid chance on the Red Moon night 2 months later, when you both arrive in the world behind the ice wall. We will teach you how to break through the Transcendent realm. This realm is vastly different from the previous one. It is not something you. Before the Xiantian war god could finish her sentence, she noticed the ice war god looking at her with a strange expression, while Luo Shuyuan, standing next to Yun Chiha, hesitantly raised his hand, like a student eager to answer a question. Shuyuan, what is wrong? The Xiantian war god looked at Luo Shuyuan. Although it wasn't a formal lecture, they had touched on some of the mysteries of the Transcendent realm. Luo Shuyuan had grown up under her watch and was her student, so he shouldn't have interrupted like this. He must have a reason for doing so. Teacher, actually Chiha has already condensed his divine soul. Crack. Luo Shuyuan retracted his head, as if he had heard someone's heart shatter. Shuyuan, say that again. The incredulous voice of the Xiantian war god came through. The ice war god, who already knew this news, appeared somewhat calmer. But even so, her face was still beaming with joy. Before Luo Shuyuan could speak, Yun Chiha took the initiative to say, Xiantian war god, I condensed my divine soul before I even broke through to S-level cultivation due to a fortuitous encounter. The Xiantian war god was utterly bewildered. No, what the heck is this? You condensed your divine soul before breaking through to S-level? Does that mean this freak condensed his divine soul right after awakening and breaking through to A-level master realm? He just stepped onto the path of extraordinary cultivation and received the key to the highest realm. Is this even possible? Chapter 65. Peace of mind. The ice god of war and the Xiantian god of war really wanted to return to Blue Star's Huaxia immediately. Not for any other reason, but to report to the authorities. This isn't right. Although they were not in Blue Star's Huaxia, news from Huaxia and all countries on Blue Star was regularly delivered to them by designated personnel. They remembered that Yin Chiha broke through to S-level half a month ago, before going to the 3 northeastern provinces. This meant that he had just captured Xiao Xiangzi at Mongshan when he coincidentally condensed his soul. What incredible luck! The ice god of war and the Xiantian god of war clicked their tongues. Since that's the case, just focus on your cultivation. There won't be any shackles hindering your progress before you break through to the Transcendent realm. If you need anything, you can directly exchange it with Luo Xiaozai's contribution points at the Little Dragon Club. After all, he has plenty. After saying this, they gave Yin Chiha and Luo Shuyuan no time to react. 2 light screens disappeared simultaneously. The 8 extremes mirror returned to Luo Shuyuan's sea of consciousness. Don't ask. Just know that the 2 elders want to go back to mend their Dao hearts, while also letting their comrades mend theirs. Peace of mind. We've also been cultivating here for 3 to 5 days. Let us return to Beijing, Yun Chi has said while condensing ice crystals with spiritual power, continuously transforming water and then solidifying it. If you want to break through to SS level here before leaving, that's fine too. Don't worry about the hotel fees. Luo Shuyuan thought Yun Chiha was concerned about the hotel being too expensive. No. I'm considering that I will be spending your contribution points later, and I feel bad about it. So I thought I'd save you some Huaxia coins, which would make it easier for me to spend your contribution points. Luo Shuyuan. What's the difference between my Huaxia coins and my contribution points? Aren't they all my money? Luo Shuyuan was almost laughing in frustration. There's a big difference. Yin Chiha waved a finger. Then he transformed his hand into a small bronze statue and tossed it to Luo Shuyuan. Luo Shuyuan caught it and took a closer look. Why was it a bronze statue that looked like a fat-headed fish? What was this for? He looked at Yin Chiha with a puzzled expression. Consider this as our trade. Luo Shuyuan looked at the bronze statue in his hand and then at Yin Chiha. He spread his hands. This person was playing with him. Yin Chiha, what is this? A good luck charm? Yin Chiha had a clueless expression as he looked at Luo Shuyuan. Don't underestimate this thing. It's a Kuanping. Kuanping? Luo Shuyuan had certainly heard of the legendary Kuanping. But how did this fat-headed fish-style bronze statue relate to Kuanping? This bronze statue was left behind by Yinglong before entering reincarnation. Upon hearing that it was related to Yinglong, Luo Shuyuan immediately perked up. Not only was it related to Yinglong, but it was also connected to the Yinglong before reincarnation. The 2 war gods had just clearly stated that the Yinglong before reincarnation was an absolute powerhouse in the realm. Even the 5 war gods joining forces wouldn't guarantee victory against it. How could anything related to such an existence be an ordinary object? Yin Shihe continued. This is one of the most trusted generals under Ing Long, transformed from Kunpeng during reincarnation. Long before Ing Long faced calamity, Kunpeng had already entered a state of reincarnation. So when Ing Long encountered trouble, Kunpeng was already showing signs of revival. However, it remained untransformed to guard the Qingshi Palace. Now that Ing Long has successfully reincarnated into Long Long, Kunpeng naturally doesn't need to expend energy to protect Long Long anymore. Now it just needs to form a contract with it to awaken. Yin Shihe pointed at the bronze statue in Luo Xiuyuan's hand. Luo Xiuyuan. Oh my god, it has become impressive. This is Kunpeng. Although Kunpeng couldn't compare to the powerful divine beasts like Phoenix and the Four Spirits, nor could it match the auspicious beasts like Baizhe, and certainly not to Ing Long, the so-called head of divine beasts. It still doesn't diminish the fact that Kunpeng is still labeled as a divine beast. Moreover, in ancient legends, Kunpeng was renowned for its enormous size. When transformed into Kun, it could easily swallow everything. When transformed into Peng, it could fly incredibly fast, soaring southward with the movement of the sea. Most importantly, Kunpeng was one of the few mountain sea exotic beasts with a relatively gentle temperament. Therefore, after forming a contract, the benefits received by the Awakener would also be mild, without causing harm due to excessive demonic power. Although the current Kunpeng was still in an incomplete reincarnation state, the benefits of the contract would be enough for Luo Xiuyuan to go quite far in the SS level controller realm. But I don't know the contract formation array. Luo Xiuyuan suddenly thought. The contract formation array was known only to mountain sea exotic beasts or a few array masters in the Arctic ice wall. And in today's Huaxia, where would they find an array master? He suddenly looked at Yin Shihe. Before Luo Xiuyuan could speak, a faint blue light flashed at Yin Shihe's fingertips. Immediately, a huge formation enveloped him. He could vaguely sense a faint connection beginning to form between him and the bronze statue in his hand. As the most prosperous financial center in Huaxia, Linhai City, while not comparable to Beijing in terms of political status, was a world-renowned city that never sleeps. Yin Shihe and Luo Xiuyuan quietly sat by the window of the penthouse suite, watching the bustling crowd below, while occasionally glancing at the four little ones flying back and forth inside and outside the window. Indeed, since the afternoon when Luo Xiuyuan successfully formed a contract with Kunpeng, the original trio of Long Long, Xiao Tian, and Xiao Ba had officially upgraded to a group of four. If it weren't for Yin Shihe feeling that the four little ones were too energetic and couldn't sit still, he probably would have to teach them how to play mahjong. This time, I really need to take a 2-day break. Yin Shihe deliberately emphasized his tone to express his grievances about repeatedly wanting to take a break but never succeeding. Seeing this, Luo Xiuyuan waved his hand. You can't blame me. It's not that I want to approve your leave. It's just your Conan physique. Conan physique? Yin Shihe's mind couldn't fully keep up with Luo Xiuyuan's rhythm in creating puns, but he was silently trying. Wherever you go, trouble follows. Originally wanting to refute, Yin Shihe thought about it and felt it somewhat fit his character. Not to mention, he couldn't even take a proper break with his schedule. Saying he had a Conan physique was not an exaggeration. But my intuition tells me that this matter isn't over yet. Luo Xiuyuan adjusted his expression and said, in fact, Yin Shihe also knew that once he stepped into the extraordinary world, with his talent, it would be completely impossible to remain unscathed, at least for now. The tree wants to be still, but the wind wants to stop. Chapter 66, The Sudden Visit of the Envoy from Beautiful Country, the Grand Hall of Beijing City, which is used for various state-level public meetings in Huaxia, is currently being prepared in full swing. The reason is simple. Beautiful Country has suddenly announced that an envoy will be visiting Huaxia. Although Huaxia has always maintained a facade of harmony while harboring discord with Beautiful Country, it is essential to put on a good show. Have you contacted the Shanghai court? In the conference room of the Grand Hall, several middle-aged men dressed in Zhongshan suits are anxiously awaiting a response from the Shanghai court. Given their status, they are more or less aware of the extraordinary world. Even the Special Investigation Department had to be approved by them before it could be officially established and operate. We've already contacted them. The Shanghai court said they are aware of the situation and will send someone to meet you at the airport tomorrow. That's good. The oldest among the men sighed in relief upon hearing this. The sudden visit from the envoy of Beautiful Country must contain ulterior motives. Moreover, there have been rumors about powerful, extraordinary beings in Beautiful Country. That is why he reached out to the Shanghai court. Okay, I understand. Judge Lin, I will definitely be there on time tomorrow. Yun Chihua quietly watched Luo Shuyuan talking on the phone while playing with a small kuanping as if it were a cat. He thought to himself, how can this kuanping, which has no fur, be treated like a cat? When Luo Shuyuan hung up the phone, Yun Chihua cast a puzzled glance at him. At his current level of cultivation, he could clearly hear Luo Shuyuan's conversation even from hundreds of meters away. However, in a situation without any crisis, he really had no interest in prying into others' privacy. In fact, if Luo Shuyuan hadn't mentioned Lin Xia's name during the conversation, he wouldn't have asked. Anything involving the Shanghai court is certainly a major matter. It's nothing. The envoy from beautiful country is coming tomorrow under the guise of diplomacy. But there's a high probability of deceit. Therefore, the high-level officials responsible for diplomacy requested the Shanghai court to send powerful individuals to meet them at the airport tomorrow. Normally, aren't there any awakened accompanying such diplomatic activities? Yun Chihua asked, puzzled. Logically speaking, if every such situation required prior reporting to the Shanghai court for support, then the power of the Shanghai court would be a bit too great. If the Shanghai court controlled absolute discourse power, ordinary people would be too easily used as tools. Luo Shuyuan naturally understood the implication of Yun Chihua's words. Of course not. Although these high-ranking individuals are ordinary people, they are not awakened or merely put forward by the Shanghai court to control discourse power. In the extraordinary world, awakened ones spend most of their time either cultivating or completing missions, and most of them only know how to fight, which is not suitable for such diplomacy. Yun Chihua nodded thoughtfully. This was indeed similar to what he was considering. In situations like this, there should at least be two S-rank controllers providing close protection. However, this time it was indeed too sudden, and they sensed some ulterior motive, which is why they sought out the Shanghai court. I see. Yun Chihua picked up on Luo Shuyuan's implication. Are you saying that this sudden visit from the envoy of beautiful country is related to the incident in the Mariana Trench? Just after the battle, Saint 3 returned home injured, and now they come to Huaxia under the pretext of diplomacy. I don't believe there are no hidden motives at all. After hearing Luo Shuyuan's words, Yun Chihua connected the cause and effect. It indeed makes sense. At that time, Saint 3 escaped amidst the chaos before Luo Shuyuan made his move. So after returning injured to beautiful country's holy mountain, he would definitely report everything that happened underwater immediately. This time, it is very likely that beautiful country's holy mountain is testing Huaxia's Special Investigation Department or the Shanghai court. Yun Chihua's eyes flickered as a strategy formed in his mind. Beijing International Airport. Security here is unprecedentedly tight today. This is because the envoy from beautiful country will be arriving on a private plane to meet important figures from Huaxia for several days of diplomatic activities. With less than half an hour left before the plane lands, while anxiously waiting, a stream of azure light quietly flew in from the distance. This is the first time Yun Chihua has witnessed such a grand scene up close, and he felt a bit excited. Before he became an awakened one, he was just an ordinary university student and could only see such figures on television news. Now he can actually talk face-to-face with them, which feels surreal. If his parents were still alive, they would probably exclaim that their ancestral grave was emitting green smoke. The kind-looking middle-aged man looked at the overly youthful-looking boy in front of him and did not doubt Yun Chihua's strength. After all, he had seen the power of extraordinary humans, and perhaps this boy had some secret to maintain his youthful appearance. Thank you for making the trip, extraordinary one. With Yun Chihua's arrival, although the middle-aged man did not know his level of cultivation, he felt a sense of reassurance. You are too polite. My name is Yun Chihua. You can just call me Xiaohe. Yun Chihua smiled and spoke like a friendly neighbor. Although it was his first time speaking with someone of such a high status, he did not feel as nervous as he had imagined, perhaps because his own strength provided him with a significant amount of confidence, allowing him to communicate without fear. Special Investigator. At this moment, two S-rank strongmen from the Special Investigation Department approached to provide protection. Upon seeing Yun Chihua, they immediately expressed their excitement. Now, Yun Chihua is renowned throughout the entire Huaxia Special Investigation Department and the Huaxia Demigod Church, one of Huaxia's twin stars. He broke through to the S-rank controller realm at the age of 20 and is hailed as the most likely genius to reach the transcendent realm before the age of 30. Hello. Thank you for your hard work. Yun Chihua saluted the two with a military gesture. Luo Shuyuan had already told him that individuals like them who join the Huaxia Special Investigation Department and reach the controller realm are considered part of the Huaxia military, albeit not in the ordinary sense. Thus, it is common for investigators above the S-rank controller realm within the Special Investigation Department to salute each other. It's no trouble at all. It's our duty. Do you have any instructions, Special Investigator Yin? Just follow your original plan and act as if I don't exist and that you don't know me. After saying this, Yun Chihua blended into the ordinary crowd nearby. His aura reined in so that he resembled an ordinary person without spiritual power, leaving the two S-rank individuals marveling. As Yun Chihua mingled into the crowd, although he suppressed his aura, he still released his spiritual power. The power of the spirit is a hallmark of the transcendent realm. And within this blue star, which has a maximum rank of SS, absolutely no one could detect it. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from the sky. They're here. Chapter 67. Vampire Valentine. A plane approached from afar and quickly landed on the airport runway. Yun Chiha tried to minimize his presence, silently observing the people disembarking from the plane. A portly old man, devoid of spiritual power and hair, must be the president of the beautiful country. A middle-aged woman who looked overworked, also without any spiritual power, should be the president's secretary. The third person, Yin Chiha focused his attention. His spiritual sense quietly surged towards the front of the crowd. Getting closer, Yin Chiha finally sensed the aura of the third individual. It was actually SS level. Moreover, it was completely different from the Holy Trinity aura that Luo Shiyuan had mentioned previously regarding the beautiful country's holy mountain. This person's aura was too dark and sinister. Additionally, their skin appeared very unhealthy, excessively pale. This made Yin Chiha think of the rumored vampire clan in the beautiful country. According to legend, the origin of vampires could be traced back over 1,000 years. At that time, vampires were said to be corpses that crawled out of their graves to feed on human blood. Gradually, they evolved into fantastical beings that needed to consume fresh blood to sustain their vital signs. If there really was someone in the beautiful country who had awakened the extraordinary abilities of a vampire, then this vampire would undoubtedly be different from the legends. Yin Chiha withdrew his spiritual sense. An SS-level suspected vampire presence couldn't be recklessly confronted in such a public setting. Valentine stepped out of the aircraft, glancing around. He did not see the person corresponding to the image provided by the Holy Mountain. Instead, there were so many people from Huaxia with such a rich and delicious aura. There were even two individuals who could barely be considered strong, with S-level auras. Valentine closed his eyes, greedily savoring the scent of blood in the air. This taste was far more pure than that of the foolish people from the beautiful country. Although this time, it was a collaboration between the vampire clan and the Holy Mountain, sneaking a little bite should be fine, right? Valentine thought, since he was also SS level. He was among the strongest in the vampire clan on Blue Star. Stealing a few people S blood in Huaxia shouldn't be a problem, right? Valentine had already imagined the wonderful scene of his cultivation skyrocketing after consuming the blood of Huaxia people. Fortunately, Elvira didn't come this time. Otherwise, that crazy woman would leave him no space to act. Yin Chiha followed the crowd to the Shangjing International Hotel, which was responsible for receiving the invoice. The diplomatic conference would officially take place the next day, so they needed to stay here for one night. Shangjing International Hotel has a long history, and diplomatic delegations from various countries have always lodged here. The senior diplomats from the beautiful country, along with their secretary and the suspected vampire, were arranged on the top floor. On the same floor were a middle-aged man from Huaxia, his secretary, and two S-level individuals. Yin Chiha, like ordinary people, stayed on the lower floors. Once in a room, Yin Chiha immediately used his spiritual power to conjure a ghostly blue spirit butterfly. Go! With the infusion of spiritual power, the spirit butterfly silently vanished into the night. Shangjing Villa, Luo Xiuyuan's home. After receiving the message from the spirit butterfly, Luo Xiuyuan immediately set off to the Shanghai Tribunal. It turned out that a suspected SS-level vampire presence had infiltrated the beautiful country's envoy. He didn't know whether this was truly a vampire or just an awakener with similar extraordinary abilities. If it was indeed a member of the vampire clan, they would be far more troublesome than an awakener with similar powers. He needed to find relevant historical documents at the Shanghai Tribunal to compare and make early plans. Beautiful country. Holy Mountain. How is it? Have your injuries healed? Saint 1 asked Saint 3, who still had a somewhat dim aura. Hearing this, Saint 3 pouted. He had basically recovered, but to return to his peak condition would still take some time. He never expected that Huaxia had quietly cultivated such a prodigy. When Saint 3 said this, the hatred was almost overflowing, showing how significant the impact of his battle with Luo Shiyuan was. Saint 1 waved his hand. All right, your immediate priority is to hurry and restore your cultivation. I have entrusted Valentine from the vampire clan to test the waters in Huaxia. The vampire clan, Saint 3 was shocked by Saint 1's operation. Even within the beautiful country, the vampire clan had always been a significant threat to the Holy Mountain. Saint 1 actually directly commissioned those madmen to investigate Huaxia. This was akin to looking for death in a latrine with a lantern. You don't need to worry. I've already instructed Valentine. There's news from Saint 2's side. They 1T act recklessly. Upon hearing this, Saint 3's spirits lifted. News from Saint 2. Shangjing International Hotel. Top floor presidential suite. The president of the beautiful country and his secretary stood by, trembling in fear, not daring to speak. The two could only see the fear in each other's eyes. In front of them, Valentine leisurely sipped red wine while toying with a bat. The president of the beautiful country felt like a mute eating bitter herbs. He had no way to express his suffering. He didn't understand what was happening this time. The Holy Mountain had personally sent word for him to come to Huaxia under the guise of diplomacy. And the extraordinary being accompanying him was not the usual protector, but rather a fair-skinned, handsome man. This man's aura was truly strange. Even an ordinary person like him, who had not awakened extraordinary powers, could feel it. Moreover, this man could summon and dismiss him at will. He was the president of the beautiful country. Yet here he was being treated with such disdain. However, he could only think this in his heart. Unlike Huaxia, the president and high-ranking officials of the beautiful country were all under the control of the Holy Mountain. With just one word from the Holy Mountain, he could immediately fall ill and abdicate. "My lord, I don't know what you need. I can have someone bring it to you," the president's secretary tentatively suggested. Her eyes darting, Valentine shot her a sidelong glance, remaining silent. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "You all stay right here." After saying this, Valentine vanished from the room. The president of the beautiful country and his secretary finally relaxed, drenched in sweat. What a nightmare. 2 floors below, Yin Shiha noticed Valentine disappearing from the hotel at the first moment. He was currently discussing with Luo Shuyuan about the purpose of the vampire clan's visit to Huaxia. Indeed, after Luo Shuyuan went to the Shanghai tribunal to sift through ancient texts, he confirmed with the characteristics provided by Yun Shiha that Valentine was the legendary vampire from the beautiful country, rather than an awakener with similar abilities. Upon sensing Valentine's disappearance from the hotel, Yun Shiha immediately called Luo Shuyuan to follow the aura left by Valentine. Chapter 68. 21A seconds to take down Valentine. Although Valentine had been extremely careful to cleanse his presence, unfortunately, he could not escape the keen senses of Yun Shiha and Luo Shuyuan. One possessed the power of the soul at the S level, while the other had awakened extraordinary perception abilities, significantly enhancing his spiritual awareness. To completely vanish without a trace under the watchful eyes of these two, one must be at the transcendent realm. Otherwise, it was impossible. The two followed the remnants of Valentine's aura westward until they reached a water street. Bars lined the area, and at night, it was particularly vibrant, filled with lights and crowds. However, as an SS-level vampire, Valentine moved at an incredible speed, and even Yin Chiha and his companion could barely keep up. Yin Chiha smacked his lips. Bars certainly fit the stereotype of where vampires would seek suitable prey, or rather, victims. Recently, Lan Song had just broken through to the sea-level awakened realm. The Special Investigation Division in the capital had specifically assigned him to this district to partner with another B-level awakened senior, responsible for supernatural events in the area. Coincidentally, his partner had taken leave for personal matters today. Given that this area was usually quite peaceful, no temporary partner was arranged, and he thought it was a good opportunity to take a break. Before becoming an awakened, he often visited bars for drinks, which was quite enjoyable. Unfortunately, after becoming an awakened, he and T indulged in such ordinary forms of entertainment for a long time. Lansong sat at the bar, swirling his drink. Suddenly, a faint smell of blood wafted in. This scent was extremely weak, if it weren't for his water element extraordinary ability, which allowed him to sense moisture in the air. He wouldn't have detected this mingling scent of blood. He put down his glass and quietly mobilized his spiritual energy. Although it was normal for minor scuffles to happen in bars, the presence of a bloody scent without any noise was unusual. Following the scent, Lansong headed straight to a small alley behind the bar. He had always disliked such alleys. Dark and damp, they were prone to various unexpected incidents. Yet, most bars had such alleys behind them. As he stepped into the alley, a scarlet spiritual force rushed toward him. Lansong was knocked back, spitting blood from a single encounter. Valentine was taken aback. The scent of this Huaxia awakened was several times more fragrant than that of an ordinary person. Valentine's eyes glowed red. He could vaguely see that his originally neat teeth had grown fangs. Lansong held his head. Although Valentine had restrained his power to the utmost, it was still beyond what a mere sea-level awakened could withstand. He felt as if his head was spinning. Sensing someone in front of him, he was startled. He didn't have time to mourn his head. If he stayed any longer, he feared his life might end here. The priority was to return to the Special Investigation Division. Once there, he would be safe. Before he could act, a golden light struck. Valentine's red glow flickered, and he suddenly appeared several meters away. At that moment, the red light in his eyes had faded, returning to the elegance of daylight. Why is the vampire clan helping the beautiful country's holy mountain? A voice filled with authority descended from above. Lansong looked up to see the director and Yin Taidiao. Oh my God, he was still alive. Huh, it's you. Valentine immediately recognized Luo Shuyuan as the person he was looking for. You really didn't die. You came to investigate intelligence. Luo Shuyuan's expression tightened. He and Yun Shihe had speculated upon receiving the news that the beautiful country suddenly wanted to engage in diplomacy with Huaxia. There must be an unusual reason behind it. At that time, Yun Shihe decided to replace him. After all, no one from the beautiful country had seen Yun Shihe. However, the Holy Three had seen him. If they were indeed here to investigate, not seeing him would lead to a sense of relaxation. It seemed that Valentine's purpose for coming to Huaxia had been fulfilled. He could hardly contain himself and was ready to feast on fresh human blood. And you, during the day, I thought you were just an ordinary human. But it turns out you are an S-level master. At this point, Valentine noticed Yun Shihe beside Luo Shuyuan. During the day at the airport, he had noticed this person, primarily due to his outstanding appearance. Even he, as a vampire, found it hard to compare to this Eastern man's looks. However, he had not realized then that this person possessed extraordinary abilities and was actually at the S-level master realm. It now appeared that this person was likely a prodigy of Huaxia. The Holy One had come to seek cooperation with their vampire clan, presenting two objectives. One was to investigate whether Luo Shuyuan was still alive, and the other was to take advantage of this opportunity to secretly assassinate some Huaxia prodigies. Luo Shuyuan was a figure that instilled great fear in the Holy Three. If all Huaxia prodigies were of such caliber, the Holy Mountain would likely face turbulent days ahead. The vampire clan possessed the blood sacrifice technique. Even if discovered by the Huaxia Mountain Sea Tribunal, they could escape at a minimal cost, making it ideal for such deeds. You two are together now, which saves me the trouble of looking for information. Since there is better blood food available, I naturally have to abandon Lansong. A mere sea-level awakened. The taste of a genius must be even better. Valentine licked his lips, exuding the sinister charm of a vampire. Yin Shihe wanted to retort, but held back. Don't you villains think at all? If the Holy Mountain's envoy can't defeat Luo Shuyuan, now adding myself to the mix, isn't that just sending you to your doom? Valentine was oblivious to Yin Shihe's thoughts. Layers of scarlet spiritual energy continuously eroded the surrounding space. The spiritual energy of the vampire clan carried strong illusions. Valentine intended to use this method to destabilize the mental state of Yin Shihe and Luo Shuyuan, and then secretly drain them. However, he clearly underestimated the two. Once the scarlet spiritual energy reached the front of the two, it could advance no further. A barely perceptible dark blue barrier was faintly visible before them. It was constructed by Yin Shihe using extreme ice spiritual energy. Given the small disparity in cultivation between him and Valentine, Valentine's spiritual energy quality could not break through his defense. However, it turned out that Valentine was the one who broke first. How is this possible? Yin Shihe had no intention of engaging in further conversation with him. Shuyuan. The two surged with spiritual energy in their hands, seizing the moment while Valentine was distracted. Two streams of differently colored spiritual energy struck Valentine, reducing him to a mist of blood in an instant. Yin Shihe. Are we here just make a scene? 2-1, eh? And he went down in seconds? Compared to Yin Shihe's somewhat clueless expression, Luo Shuyuan clearly recognized from the ancient texts of the Mountain Sea Tribunal that this was the vampire clan's inherited divine ability, blood sacrifice. Chapter 69, Blood Sacrifice of Divine Ability. Luo Shuyuan noticed Yin Shihe's confusion and explained, the power of divine abilities is something you've surely witnessed during this time. Not to mention the divine ability you comprehended from the extreme ice element. Even my own divine ability has countless marvelous uses. Moreover, Awakeners can only gain one divine ability each when they break through the Controller Realm and the Transcender Realm. Yin Shihe was taken aback by this information. Wait, does that mean every Awakener can only gain one divine ability per major breakthrough? What about his eternal frozen heart lamp and absolute zero. Are those considered passive abilities? Passive abilities count as divine abilities, right? Why, you ask? Could it be that you awakened more than one divine ability? Luo Xiaoyuan's expression became serious. Since records began, no one has ever obtained two divine abilities within the same major realm. No, I just think the power of divine abilities is immense. I've been waiting to break through the transcender realm to find ways to acquire more. Yun Shiha replied, suppressing his shock and maintaining a calm demeanor. Luo Xiaoyuan sighed in relief. When someone is a genius, people will be jealous. When someone is a super genius, people will look up to them. When someone's genius exceeds the realm of understanding, people will go mad. He didn't want Yun Shiha to constantly stand out, as that could hinder his growth. Fortunately, that didn't happen. After all, Yun Shiha had only been using that one style of divine ability all this time. He was probably just asking out of curiosity. Yun Shiha mused, is it possible that my other divine abilities are all passive? That would be acceptable. However, speaking of the vampire clan, they rely on bloodline inheritance, which is quite similar to the inheritance methods of awakeners' families. Thus, they possess a divine ability inherited through their bloodline, the blood sacrifice. According to ancient texts, this divine ability is rather sinister, using all the blood in one's body as a medium for casting spells, allowing for escape, instant power enhancement, increased combat effectiveness, and so on. The vampire clan sustains their life activities by consuming the blood of the living, which means that when they use this divine ability, they only need to sacrifice a minimal amount of blood to gain substantial returns. It could be said to be the most suitable divine ability for the vampire clan. After listening to Luo Xiaoyuan's elaborate explanation, Yun Shiha gained some understanding of the blood sacrifice divine ability. However, throughout the discourse, he couldn't shake the feeling that this blood sacrifice divine ability was practically flawless for the vampire clan. Upon hearing Yun Shiha's question, Luo Xiaoyuan extended his hand. Yun Shiha was puzzled. Then, Luo Xiaoyuan's palm shimmered with spiritual light, and a force directly drew the blood mist that was still lingering in the air towards him, ultimately gathering into a drop of blood in his palm. Yun Shiha raised an eyebrow, as he seemed to grasp the greatest flaw of the blood sacrifice divine ability. Luo Xiaoyuan's next words confirmed his suspicion. After a vampire uses the blood sacrifice divine ability, the blood mist left behind can no longer be absorbed back into their body. It can only be left on the battlefield. If a powerful being with cursing techniques or soul-capturing skills gets hold of the still lingering blood mist, it could lead to trouble. After saying this, Luo Xiaoyuan prepared to leave, but Yun Shiha grabbed him. Brother, there are still injured people here. Yun Shiha pointed to a blind spot in the corner. It turned out that the blood scent that Lan Song had detected was from Valentine attacking ordinary people. Fortunately, Lan Song discovered it in time and followed the scent here. Otherwise, that person would likely have been left as nothing but an empty shell. Yun Shiha took out jade ointment and applied it to the wound on the injured person's neck. Then he and Luo Xiaoyuan flew off into the distance. After the two left, the originally unconscious injured person quickly recovered. He opened his eyes, confused about why he had fallen here. His neck felt itchy, and he was a bit hungry. A faint red glow flickered in his eyes. Beautiful country. Elvira Castle. This is the residence of the upper-class noble Elvira in beautiful country. Many admirers of Elvira frequently come and go. In the highest tower of the castle, a mass of blood mist reformed and gradually transformed into Valentine's figure. While socializing in the castle, Elvira paused, raising her glass. "Excuse me, I must take my leave," she said to the gentleman before her, then walked away, disappearing around the corner. When she reappeared, she was already beside Valentine in the tower. "Valentine, did you use blood sacrifice?" Elvira's expression revealed no hint of urgency, only a slight curiosity. "I was careless. This Huaxia is indeed as powerful and mysterious as rumored. They have geniuses far surpassing those of beautiful country." "Genius?" Elvira's eyes lit up at this word. Valentine glanced at her and said, "You might not necessarily be able to defeat them. If I hadn't performed the blood sacrifice quickly, I might have died there." Elvira did not respond, unsure if she had absorbed his words. Valentine shook his head, thinking that this crazy woman loves to hunt geniuses and was likely already plotting something. However, if she sought her own demise, he couldn't be blamed. What worried him more was another matter. Among the two Huaxia geniuses chasing me, one has fought against the Holy Three, and the Holy Three were injured by him. Most importantly, I have a vague feeling that his awakened, extraordinary ability should be something akin to enhancing the limit of divine consciousness. He might be able to glean some information from my blood mist. Upon hearing this, Elvira immediately turned and glared at Valentine. What did you say? Originally, it was already difficult for their vampire clan to extract many benefits from the holy mountain of beautiful country. If the news of Skull Island were to reach Huaxia, they would surely send people secretly over. If they intended to meddle, then their vampire clan would have even less to gain. Valentine, you incompetent fool. In the end, Elvira chose not to say anything more. Her cultivation had already reached the peak of SS level, enough to rival the Holy One of the Holy Mountain. The urgent task now was to advance further. If she could condense her divine soul, it would be like having 1 foot in the threshold of SSS level. At that point, breaking through to SSS level would just require steady effort. While this step was challenging, if the Skull Island mission went smoothly, it would be a done deal. After giving Valentine a fierce glare, Elvira lost interest in returning to the castle for socializing. Come here, bring those people in the castle to my room. I want to enjoy them tonight, and let them become my stepping stones to break through. After saying this, Elvira transformed into a streak of red light and vanished from spot. Valentine gazed in the direction Elvira had disappeared for a long time. Chapter 75 Colored Flower, Beijing International Hotel. Yun Shihe quietly watched Luo Shiyuan perform, arms crossed. Since the two returned, Luo Shiyuan had been using secret techniques, hoping to extract useful information from the blood that contained Valentine's recent memories. At a certain moment, Luo Shiyuan suddenly opened his eyes wide, and he got it. Immediately, golden spiritual energy wrapped around the crimson blood and gradually pulled out a thin white thread from it. Under the influence of Luo Shiyuan's golden spiritual energy, the white thread continuously changed, eventually transforming into scenes from Valentine's memories. The spiritual energy of this person is so strange. Yin Shihe frowned and said, looking at the handsome middle-aged man in the images. This is Sheng Yi. His extraordinary ability is said to modify event probabilities, but no one has ever survived after engaging with him. I don't know if this rumor is true, Luo Shiyuan pondered. Hearing this, Yin Shihe seemed to be deep in thought. An ability that can modify event probabilities, which even comes with some precognitive capabilities, would have some peculiar effects. In 2 days, I will break through to the SS level controller realm. I have a feeling that by then, my extreme ice power, with the enhancement of absolute zero, will even be able to influence time and space. This influence is not like the small-scale freezing of everything in space that he could only achieve when using the divine ability, End of White Frost. Instead, it could freeze time and space wherever he wishes. This involves the manipulation of the rules of time and space. Shaking his head to dispel his thoughts, Yin Shihe continued to observe Valentine's memories. I said, how could the vampire clan collaborate with the beautiful country's sacred mountain? Luo Shiyuan exclaimed angrily. The vampire clan indeed only acts when there's profit. The urgent matter now is to report this to the Shanghai court. They will certainly have a decision on how to proceed. Yin Shihe contemplated. The beautiful country's sacred mountain and the vampire clan have a grand scheme. Although he already had some strategies in mind, the 3 judges of the Shanghai court are the real decision-makers. Of course, Luo Shiyuan is also a significant decision-maker with considerable power. No time to lose. Let us go. The two transformed into streams of light and flew towards Beijing. The Shanghai court, with its architectural complex, appeared even more solemn and majestic at night. Yin Shihe and Luo Shiyuan flew directly to the front of the Shanghai court. The characters on the plaque quietly emitted a golden light. Yin Shihe felt as if something was spying on him. It was fleeting. He almost thought it was an illusion. Don't worry. This is your first time visiting the Shanghai court at night. The Shanghai court will automatically activate a sort of facial recognition capability at night. Non-tribe members will have ill intentions. Any being with even a trace of bad thoughts will be immediately captured by the spirit of the Shanghai court. While Luo Shiyuan spoke, the doors of the Shanghai court had already opened for them. What urgent matter brings you two here so late? Zhang Yi descended from the sky. His spiritual energy fluctuations still somewhat unstable, clearly having just finished cultivating. He only paused his training upon sensing the spiritual energy of Yin Shihe and Luo Shiyuan. Judge Zhang, the beautiful country has formed a collaboration with the vampire clan to explore Skull Island. Upon hearing Luo Shiyuan's account, Zhang Yi frowned and fell into deep thought. A few awakeners from the beautiful country had accidentally gotten lost in a sea storm months ago. In the storm, they discovered an island. The island was littered with various remains of monsters, as well as many rare spiritual herbs. Therefore, they named it Skull Island. The Awakeners immediately began to explore the island. Given the nature of the beautiful country's people, they would certainly use whatever they found for themselves, without even planning to report this place to the Sacred Mountain. They only thought about consuming more spiritual herbs to reach new heights and become rulers of the beautiful country. However, there was a type of giant bat demon on the island. These bat demons were numerous, with levels ranging from D to S rank. Some of the leading bat demons were even at SS rank. Such beings are not something that those with low cultivation levels in the awakening stage could contend with. Ultimately, only one person managed to escape by betraying his teammates. After escaping, he immediately reported to the Sacred Mountain. It was only when faced with life and death that he remembered there were strong individuals in his own country. However, these bat demons not only had strong combat power, but also possessed highly toxic abilities. This B-rank awakener was merely scratched by a C-rank bat demon and ended up dying from heart failure. Initially, the Sacred Mountain had no intention of intervening. As long as the beautiful country remained under their control, they didn't need to concern themselves with such trivial matters. Moreover, this uninhabited island floating in the boundless ocean, filled with powerful monsters, would not guarantee success even if the Sacred Mountain sent all its forces. It simply wasn't worth it for a few rare spiritual herbs. After all, these herbs, which are considered rare on Blue Star, are not particularly scarce within the Arctic ice wall. However, the B-rank awakener brought back a piece of news that forced the three saints of the Sacred Mountain to reassess the value of Skull Island. Because Skull Island has the five-colored flower. The five-colored flower, a type of heavenly treasure that is also considered extinct within the Arctic ice wall. There are also rumored to be the seven-colored flower and the nine-colored flower. It is said that consuming the five-colored flower allows a controller at the peak of SS rank to break through to SSS rank without any side effects. Though Yin-Shiha merely fainted after a battle and then condensed his divine soul, many talented controllers have been stuck at this threshold. The combination of consciousness and soul to condense the divine soul itself is an act against the heavens. A person's soul is a basic requirement for entering reincarnation after death. Combining consciousness and soul means that henceforth the divine soul replaces the role of the soul, because the power of consciousness still exists. The divine soul is immortal and cannot truly die. As long as the conditions are sufficient, it can be revived at any time. Therefore, even within the Arctic ice wall, many talented controllers have fallen at the moment of condensing their divine souls. Not to mention the resource-scarce Blue Star. As for the seven-colored flower, it is said to be a treasure that can assist SSS-level transcenders in breaking through to even higher levels of cultivation. Even ancient texts contain very few records about it. As for the nine-colored flower, it is truly a legendary being. In all records, there is only one phrase to describe it: the accompanying divine object of the nine-colored deer. Coming back to his senses, Zhang Yi made a decision. He, along with Lin Xia and Chun Mofeng, must defend the Shanghai court. They cannot neglect their own country's people like the beautiful country's Sacred Mountain. This matter still needs to be entrusted to Yin Shihe and Luo Xiuyuan. After delegating this task to the two, Zhang Yi added, "This time, there will be a familiar face accompanying you." Chapter 71. Concealment masks. The two exchange glances. Acquaintances? I just contacted her. You guys go back and prepare. She'll be coming to Shangjing City tomorrow. Since the Holy Mountain and the Vampire Clan have decided to depart in 3 days, you should head to the beautiful country in advance and follow behind them. Although they will definitely be on guard, with these 3 spiritual artifacts, no one will be able to detect you. At that time, let them act as pawns. Zhang Yi took out 3 masks from his storage ring and handed them to Yin Shihe. These 3 masks were granted to us by the Shantian war god when we took office, and their sole purpose is to completely conceal one's form and aura. Prepared for situations like this, Yin Shihe looked at the 3 masks of fox, wolf, and bird in his hands, feeling that these 3 spiritual artifacts were a bit hot to the touch. He wondered who made them. They were a bit ugly. After exiting the Shanghai court, Yin Shihe handed the wolf and bird masks to Luo Xiuyuan. Among the 3, he only favored the fox mask. Wearing the mask instantly added a layer of mystery to Yin Shihe's aura, especially at night, complemented by his white hair. It was obvious he was no ordinary person. More importantly, even though Yin Shihe was standing right in front of Luo Xiuyuan, he couldn't detect any of Yin Shihe's aura at all. It was as if he were merely a projection. Luo Xiuyuan pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding to take the wolf mask and putting away the bird mask. Sorry, third friend, but the wolf mask is slightly better looking than the bird mask. After distributing the treasures, Luo Xiuyuan directly returned home to Shangjing City. Yuan Shihe also planned to return to the Linhai City Special Investigation Department to bring Zheng Xiaowen and Meng Xianyang to Shangjing City. It was also a good opportunity to find out who Sang Sang had formed a contract with. However, in his eagerness to handle the Yinglong matter, he didn't stay to watch the entire process. Later, when he returned to Linhai City, he stayed in the hotel with Luo Xuan to cultivate, taking the chance to check it out. You two are progressing quickly. Hu Shen looked at Zheng Xiaowen and Meng Xianyang with a face full of admiration. At the same time, he felt even more anger towards Luo Xuyuan. If Luo Xuyuan hadn't taken Yuan Shihe away while he was on a mission, how could he have lost such a genius as Yuan Shihe? If Yuan Shihe hadn't gone to the Shangjing City Special Investigation Department, but had stayed in their Linhai City Special Investigation Department, then undoubtedly, Zheng Xiaowen and Meng Xianyang would have also become part of their Linhai City Special Investigation Department. Thinking of this, Hu Shun let out a bitter laugh again. What kind of situation is this? 3 people studying at Linhai University, with 2 of them being locals, yet all 3 were taken to the Shangjing Special Investigation Department. Who could be more wrong than him? Next time he goes on a mission, he absolutely won't let anyone from Shangjing City temporarily take over his position. Zheng Xiaowen and Meng Xianyang watched as the renowned director of the Linhai City Special Investigation Department, a dignified SS-level controller, went through a range of expressions in just half a minute, finally settling on a smile. He then directly walked past them towards the entrance of the Special Investigation Department. Yun Special Investigator, what a rare visitor. Come, have a seat. Zheng Xiaowen and Meng Xianyang exchanged glances, surprised that an SS-level powerhouse could also change expressions so quickly. Director Hu, you're too polite, just call me Little Crane. Upon hearing Hu Shun's voice, Yuan Shihe immediately put on his signature professional smile. Great. Another person who can change expressions quickly. Little Crane, Xiaowen, Xianyang. Yuan Shihe nodded at the two. He could sense that the spiritual energy within them was particularly abundant and active. They must have been diligent during this time. At this rate, if they continue cultivating like this, Zheng Xiaowen and Meng Xianyang would likely break through to the sea-level awakened state within a year and surely reach the controller level within 10 years. This would already qualify them as geniuses in Huaxia. After confirming their situation, Yuan Shihe turned back to Hu Shun. Director Hu, I'm bringing them back to Shangjing this time. We have a task to do, and it's not right to keep them at the Linhai Special Investigation Department. Yuan Shihe smiled at Hu Shun. Of course, the investigators of the Shangjing Special Investigation Department must report to the Shangjing Special Investigation Department. Hu Shun spoke, nearly losing his composure. At this moment, Yuan Shihe suddenly remembered something. Oh right, I wonder who Sang Sang chose. Sang Sang has formed a contract with Li Hao. Speaking of which, I initially thought it would be one of your 2 friends. Yuan Shihe was also somewhat surprised. Although he didn't think Zheng Xiaowen and Meng Xianyang had a 100% chance of forming a contract with Sang Sang, at least among the 4, they had a 50% probability. In the end, Sang Sang chose Li Hao. However, it was not a big deal. As long as the contract was successful, it wasn't a waste of time. Speaking of this matter, we owe you a favor from the Linhai Special Investigation Department. Hu Shun sighed. A mountain and sea exotic beast willing to voluntarily form a contract has immeasurable value. Now that Li Hao and Sang Sang have formed a contract, it is likely that in the future, they will add another SS-level controller to their Linhai Special Investigation Department. We're all colleagues. Saying this is too formal. Yuan Shihe waved his hand and said. After greeting Hu Shun, he took Zheng Xiaowen and Meng Xianyang and flew towards the Shangjing City Special Investigation Department. Yo-yo, these 2 are my friends. They have both awakened extraordinary abilities and are now D-level awakened ones. They have already completed some tasks in the Linhai Special Investigation Department. Please help them record this. As soon as Yuan Shihe arrived at the Shangjing Special Investigation Department, he saw Wang Yuyu busy at the front desk. Yun Special Investigator. I'll take care of it right away. Although Wang Yuyu was one of the first to meet Yuan Shihe as his reputation grew, she couldn't help but become a fan of his. Xiaowen, Xianyang, focus on your training. Here are some low-grade elixirs to assist your cultivation. Feel free to use them without holding back. Yuan Shihe took out 2 low-grade storage rings and handed them to the 2. We will. You take care of your safety. The 2 exchanged glances and accepted the rings. They were no longer the clueless novices they were when they first awakened. During this time, whether it was the theoretical knowledge Meng Xianyang learned at the Harbin Special Investigation Department or the experiences they gained from tasks at the Linhai Special Investigation Department, they had been informed of the survival rules of the extraordinary world. That is, strength is paramount. They were currently only D-level awakened ones, while Yin Shiha had already reached the SS-level controller realm. The blessings they offered were the greatest help they could give to Yin Shiha. Rest assured, Yin Shiha turned and flew towards home. He needed to seize the time to break through to the SS-level controller realm. This would mean standing at the peak of the blue star in terms of realms. Although he could already contend against SS-level beings at the S-level, he still couldn't easily kill them. If he had already been an SS-level controller at that time, then even if Valentine used blood sacrifice divine power, it would have been impossible for him to escape from Huaxia. Chapter 72. Breaking through to SS-level controller, Yin Shiha returned directly to his room. His eagerness to quickly break through to the SS-level controller, causing the spiritual energy within him to boil over. It was still the middle of the night. Perhaps it was due to his clear thoughts, or maybe he sensed the urgency of his master wanting to break through. He didn't even have time to set up a barrier. The terrifying extreme ice spiritual energy erupted like a tidal wave. Luo Shuyuan, who was practicing in a villa next door, opened his eyes wide. This is not good. He flew out of the house and rose into the air. Within just a few seconds, he could see a dark blue vortex had appeared around Yin Shiha's house, creating a spectacular scene. However, under the night sky, it was a bit too spectacular. In such a short time, Luo Shuyuan noticed several people in nearby villas taking videos with their phones. Fortunately, this villa area was a wealthy district in Shangjing City, so there weren't many who could afford to live there, and most people typically rotated their residences. Therefore, not too many people noticed the anomaly. Luo Shuyuan quickly set up a barrier to envelop Yin Shiha's house. The people recording videos had just opened their phones, realizing they hadn't been recording for long when the anomaly disappeared. They were just about to go out to investigate when they all fainted on the spot. Just moments ago, to prevent the phenomenon of Yin Shiha's cultivation from spreading, Luo Shuyuan directly took action, using his spiritual energy and divine sense to erase the relevant memories of those who witnessed the anomaly. As for the videos, in those few seconds, nothing could be discerned. After confirming there were no oversights, Luo Shuyuan turned his attention to the master who triggered the anomaly. He had only sensed Yin Shiha's spiritual energy suddenly erupting, which even caused a violent reaction from the surrounding heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. This situation could either mean he had gone into a frenzy or that it was a phenomenon brought on by a breakthrough. If it was Yin Shiha, then it was easy to explain. He was about to break through to the SS-level controller realm. Goodness, Luo Shuyuan thought to himself. Yin Shiha had only awakened for less than 2 months, and he was already preparing to break through to the SS-level controller. At this rate, wouldn't he be invincible at his age? Luo Shuyuan clicked his tongue in amazement and sat cross-legged in the void to protect Yin Shiha. Yin Shiha felt all his spiritual energy boiling. The extreme ice spiritual energy continuously washed through his body's meridians, even connecting with the worldly spiritual energy outside. The combination of the two continuously pushed his cultivation forward, quickly bringing him to the critical point between the S-level and SS-level controller realms. Although Yin Shiha had already achieved a state where he faced no bottlenecks before the transcendent realm, breaking through the barrier between major realms still required effort. The extreme ice spiritual energy circulated throughout his body, attracting the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy to rush towards Yin Shiha's pores. A spiritual energy storm gradually formed around Yin Shiha as the center. In the eye of the storm, Yin Shiha felt an unprecedented abundance of spiritual energy. He absorbed the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy to strengthen himself until, at a certain moment, he heard a cracking sound emanating from within his body. This was followed by an even grander spiritual energy storm phenomenon. To break through to SS level, Yin Shiha urgently needed a large amount of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy to replenish his empty meridians. Given the scarcity of spiritual energy on Blue Star, it was far from enough to support a powerful SS-level controller who absorbed it like a whale. Yin Shiha flipped his hand, and a pill bottle he had prepared appeared before him. A flash of spiritual light passed, and several pills flew out of the jade bottle, all swallowed by Yin Shiha. The pills, made from various spiritual herbs, instantly transformed into pure spiritual energy upon entering Yin Shiha's body. Time quietly passed during the cultivation. The sun began to rise. It is said that at the moment the sun rises, there will be a brief period when purple energy comes from the east. If one is fortunate enough to witness this phenomenon and use it as a medium for cultivation, there will be significant improvement. Of course, Both Yunshiha's extreme ice power and extreme ice path body were entirely opposite to the purple energy produced at sunrise. Thus, all he could feel every morning was a brief moment of freshness. Perhaps this was also a direct manifestation of the purple energy coming from the east. Opening his eyes, the ice and snow runes flickered. He looked at the purple glow surrounding the rising sun and saw it, but could not utilize it. It was like having a treasure in hand with a key at the side, but the contents inside could not be accessed. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, he raised his hand to break the barrier outside the villa with a wave of spiritual energy and flew into the air. Luo Xuan was still sitting cross-legged in the void, seemingly unfazed, and had even brought out tea from his home. The crowd passing below didn't notice him at all, clearly concealed by his spiritual energy. Sensing Yin Chiha's aura, he poured a cup of tea in midair and handed it to him. "What kind of tea is this?" Yin Chiha asked, sniffing. He knew nothing about tea and didn't particularly like it. He preferred plain water. "This is green tea that can help stabilize your Dao heart." Luo Xiuyuan glanced at Yin Chiha. "Green tea? I didn't know it could help stabilize one's Dao heart." Yin Chiha took a sip and frowned. "This is just ordinary tea, right? How can it stabilize the Dao heart?" Luo Xuan waved his hand, clearly unwilling to elaborate further. "The third person we are waiting for has arrived. Just in time. You've also broken through to the SS level controller. Let us go meet them." With a wave of his hand, he put everything away and flew towards the special department, with Yin Chiha closely following. "Beautiful country. Holy Mountain," Elvira said. "There is no negotiation on this matter. The 5-color flower must belong to our Holy Mountain." Saint 3 stood next to Saint 1, looking indignant. Opposite them were Elvira and Valentine. As the most powerful female vampire in the vampire clan, Elvira was strong enough to compete with Saint 1. "Saint 3, you must understand that the bat demons on Skull Island still rely on our clan. Just relying on your holy mountain, you can't even get to the island, let alone the 5-color flower. Who says we can't get there? Then why is Saint 2 still wandering around the outskirts of Skull Island?" Elvira's lips curled into a playful smile. Saint 1 waved his hand, stopping Saint 3 from continuing. "We can give you the 5-color flower, but for other resources, our holy mountain needs to take an extra 10 on top of the original 70. Elvira calculated in her heart. As long as she could obtain the 5-color flower to successfully break through to SSS level, giving up some inconsequential resources was not a big deal. After all, their vampire clan was a major clan. Even within the Arctic ice wall, they were not insignificant figures. Their clan's ancestors, Lord Dracula and Lord Cain, were beings on the same level as the strongest humans. That is why she dared to bargain so recklessly with the Holy Mountain. Chapter 73 Goodbye. Su Jiamei Senior Sheng Yi is really understanding. Since that's the case, let's stick to the original plan and set off tonight. Before leaving, Elvira threw a glance at Sheng San. Valentine stayed silent beside Elvira. Firstly, his cultivation level is indeed not as high as Elvira's, and his bloodline is not as pure and noble as hers. The vampire clan has always ranked based on bloodline. Secondly, his injuries have not fully healed. He came to the Sacred Mountain today mainly to prevent Elvira from getting into trouble. But looking at the current situation, who could possibly cause this crazy woman any trouble? After the two ghosts flew away, Sheng San finally turned to look at Sheng Yi, clearly wanting to ask a lot of questions. However, Sheng Yi didn't give him the chance. "Old 3, how many years has it been? And you're still so hot-tempered. Let them take a little temporary advantage. Once we get to Skull Island, dealing with 2 vampires with the combined strength of the 3 of US brothers will be a piece of cake. What we need to do now is to get the teleportation array set up quickly in case anything unusual happens. And we can't return to the Sacred Mountain in time." After saying that, Sheng Yi walked toward the back of the sacred church, where a temporary teleportation array was being hastily constructed. Although many elites were left at the Sacred Mountain, he, along with Sheng Er and Sheng San, were not present. If they were discovered by foreign powers, or if the demigod church attacked the Sacred Mountain, they could use this one-way temporary teleportation array to return immediately. Unfortunately, such a one-time teleportation array requires a huge amount of resources. If it weren't for the need to ensure a worry-free journey to Skull Island, even a large force like the Sacred Church would find it difficult to construct one in Blue Star. Therefore, this trip to Skull Island was critical for Sheng Yi. The Special Investigation Office in the capital was bustling today. Not only had the elusive Huaxia twin stars finally shown up, but even Su Jiamei, the renowned head of the Harbin Special Investigation Office from the northern provinces, had rarely come to the capital. This allowed many investigators at the capital's Special Investigation Office to witness 3 of Huaxia's top talents at once. However, at this moment, the atmosphere among the 3 respected talents was particularly strange. Is your body structure different from ours? Su Jiamei circled around Yun Chiha several times, marveling. She had awakened her extraordinary abilities much earlier than both Yun Chiha and Luo Shuyuan. Back then, she had just entered high school, and, after finishing high school, she joined the Harbin's Special Investigation Office. After more than 10 years of cultivation, she had only just barely broken through to the SS-level controller realm in her early 30s. This was only thanks to some pills and spiritual rewards she received after resolving the 5 family immortals issues. In contrast, this humanoid monster in front of her had broken through to SS level in just 2 months. Is this really the speed of cultivation that humans can achieve? Yin Chiha was also examining Su Jiamei. Last time in the northern provinces, Su Jiamei was still at the S-level controller realm with no signs of a breakthrough. Now, after just a few days, she had already broken through to SS level, and her spiritual energy was stable, without any hint of being superficial. Finally, recalling what Luo Shuyuan had just said about Su Jiamei breaking through with the help of pills, Yin Chia couldn't help but ask, "You didn't exploit your brother's task contribution points to break through, did you?" He remembered that the kid who just started college was still his fan. Su Jiamei was taken aback. She didn't expect Yin Chiha to think that way. Is it because he has a different thought process from normal people that he can cultivate so quickly? What are you talking about? Su Xiami Fazawen. It's because the spirit I wore God took me as a disciple. And I could break through in such a short time thanks to the resources provided by my teacher and senior brother. Yin Chiha was startled. The spirit I wore God, like the ice god of war, is one of Huaxia's 5 great war gods, and the value of their disciples goes without saying. Yin Chiha didn't ask why the spirit I wore God suddenly took Su Jiamei as a disciple. First, it was impolite, and second, it was someone else's secret. Even gossip should have its limits. Luo Shen was watching the 2 of them sizing each other up with his arms crossed. After finishing a cup of coffee, he decided to end this farce. Are you planning to continue staring at each other here? Or are we going to do the tasks we need to do? Mentioning the task finally brought the 2 back to their senses. The news just sent back by our undercover agents of the Sacred Mountain indicates that they have decided to take action tonight. The defenses at the Sacred Mountain are extremely tight, arguably the most stringent in the past decade. The 3 judges from the Mountain Sea Court have indicated that this mission will be entrusted to the 3 of us. Sister May, you should have received the news too. Luo Shuyuan took out the remaining bird-shaped mask and handed it to Su Jiamei. What is this? Su Jiamei took the mask with a hint of disdain. It was clear that wearing this bird-shaped mask would look ugly. This is one of the 3 breath-concealing masks given by the judge, all of which are low-grade spiritual artifacts that can perfectly hide our shapes and auras. Why doesn't this spiritual artifact have a spirit? Yin Chiha thought of Luo Shuyuan Xiaoba. They're all spiritual artifacts, so why is there one without a spirit? Can this still be called a spiritual artifact? Little brother Chiha, you're still young. Su Jiamei smiled. The rapid cultivation of geniuses also has a significant drawback. Their understanding of theoretical knowledge in various aspects is relatively weak. Not all spiritual artifacts have the chance to give birth to artifact spirits. The birth of artifact spirits requires the right timing and conditions. In fact, some postnatal spiritual treasures don't have artifact spirits at all, and such weapons are often much weaker in terms of power. Luo Shuyuan immediately followed up on Su Jiamei's words. Let us set off now. Relying on this breath-concealing mask will allow us to sneak into the beautiful country undetected. When they set off, we'll follow, as the vampire clan will definitely meet with the people from the Sacred Mountain. We must be cautious. Wait a minute. Yin Chiha seemed to think of something and stretched out his left hand. The extreme ice spiritual energy gathered in his palm, constantly rotating and intertwining. Eventually, it transformed into 3 formations the size of a fingernail. The 3 formations flew to the sides of the 3 people's ears and hovered there. This formation allows us to communicate no matter how far apart we are, as long as we are in the same region. This was something he had come up with on the spot. He had fully studied the details of formations, and now his understanding and comprehension of formations are undoubtedly top-notch in Blue Star and even within the Arctic ice wall. Creating such small auxiliary formations is a piece of cake for him. Your formation skills are really impressive. It seems the ice god of war is genuinely nurturing you as a disciple, even inviting a master of formations from within the ice wall to teach you. Su Jiamei exclaimed in surprise. The 5 great war gods of Huaxia each excel in different fields, but none are proficient in formations. Therefore, Su Jiamei naturally assumed that it was the ice god of war who specifically invited a master of formations from within the Arctic ice wall to teach Yin Shihe. Most awakened individuals would consider it a good talent to cultivate well and improve their abilities. How could anyone compare to Yin Shihe, who delves into formations and comprehends them deeply? Such talent is indeed enviable. After ensuring everything was ready, they each put on their masks and transformed into streams of light, flying toward the border of Huaxia. Chapter 74. The 100 Illusions, Butterflies, Annihilation. Yin Shihua's spiritual power shot out, without causing a ripple in the space. It silently turned the enormous octopus appearing on the surface of the sea into ice powder in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the octopus that had become an ice sculpture was reduced to dust, dissipating in the air. This move by Yin Shihua not only shocked Su Jiamei, but also left Luo Shuyuan dumbfounded. He could sense that the A-grade octopus sea monster before him had even its soul reduced to powder, meaning it could never reincarnate and was completely obliterated. Previously, Yin Shihua's extreme ice spiritual power did not have such an effect. Not to mention Yin Shihua, even his teacher, the war god Xiantian, could not completely erase the existence of a living being solely with spiritual power. The causality involved in such an act was immense, far beyond what an ordinary awakened one could bear. Yin Shihua, however, was quite pleased as he waved his hand. This was a technique he had gained some insights into after breaking through to SS level. For beings whose cultivation was far below his, he could now use extreme ice spiritual power combined with the passive supernatural ability, Absolute Zero, to directly freeze their time and space, and then erase them from time itself. From that point onward, there would be no trace of that being's existence, regardless of where one looked. If Yin Shihua's cultivation were even higher, reaching the level transcendent realm, he could even freeze that being at all time points from the past to the present and future, erasing it from all time nodes. This was the power of time and space involved in the extreme ice rules. Yin Shihua had not intended to experiment on monsters. However, when the three flew to this sea area, they happened to encounter this octopus monster, which either surfaced for fresh air or for some other reason. It fortuitously spotted the three of them and then decided to attack. Yin Shihua had been worried about not having anyone to test his skills on, and although this octopus monster could not be considered human, it was still A-grade and likely one of the few major monsters in this sea area. Yet it couldn't withstand even a breath under Yin Shihua's hand, vanishing without a trace in such a manner. After the small episode, the three continued eastward across the entire Pacific Ocean and finally caught a distant glimpse of the coastline of the beautiful country. After exchanging glances, they each concealed their forms with spiritual power, using the breath-concealing masks, moving like air without leaving a trace. Yin Shihua looked at the pink spiritual power covering Su Jiamei's body. He wondered what extraordinary ability she had awakened, as her spiritual power color was unusually dyed pink. Let's go. With Luo Shuyuan's command, the three of them flew unobstructed towards the direction of the sacred mountain. This was the headquarters of the sacred religion in Blue Star. Yin Shihua looked at the terrain before him, which barely qualified as a mountain, feeling somewhat speechless. He had expected this sacred mountain to be at least 1,000 meters high, even if it couldn't compare to the 5 sacred mountains or Tian Shan of China. But was this it? The beautiful country really knew how to promote itself. We'll lie in wait here. The sacred mountain is currently heavily guarded. And even with our cultivation and the breath-concealing masks, we can't guarantee we can infiltrate undetected. It's better to wait here for an opportunity. They will definitely leave and enter from here if they make any moves. Yin Shihua and Su Jiamei nodded. To be fair, Luo Shuyuan was indeed worthy of being the director of the Special Investigation Division for such a long time, mastering the overall situation and strategizing. As night fell, 2 subtle lights appeared above the sacred mountain, flickering before disappearing into the night sky. They were moving. The 3 of them, who had been waiting at the foot of the sacred mountain, immediately sensed that the sacred envoys had set off. But why were there only 2? Was there another SS-level controller, sacred envoy left behind at the sacred mountain? There was no time to think further. The 3 of them immediately activated their spiritual power to follow. Following Sheng Yi and Sheng San, to their surprise, they found themselves heading back, crossing the Pacific Ocean again, ultimately entering the Indian Ocean. In the distance, they could see a vast area of mist and even a storm at sea. This phenomenon was quite similar to the one Yin Shihua had encountered when battling the dragon in the Mariana Trench. Sheng Yi and Sheng San stopped hundreds of meters away from the mist, waiting quietly. The 3 of them landed 1,000 miles behind them. Before long, 2 crimson streaks of light flew in together. It was Elvira and Valentine. "You two are a bit slow," Shang San said, glancing sideways at them. He truly despised vampires, who fed on humans, not knowing how many people had perished at their hands in the beautiful country. "Lord Third, Sacred Envoy, our vampire clan doesn't have the powerful formations for protection like you do at the Sacred Mountain, so we naturally have to take more care in our arrangements." Elvira spoke with a charming tone. Shang San snorted coldly and fell silent. "Let's make haste. The road ahead is extremely dangerous, and we will need your assistance." Shang Yi said. Elvira and Valentine nodded. Valentine unleashed crimson spiritual power, and the small black bat that had been perched on his shoulder flew up. When the crimson energy fully merged into the bat's body, its eyes glinted with ferocity, and its size rapidly expanded until it became the size of a small passenger plane. The enlarged bat hovered in the air, and after Elvira, Valentine, Shang Yi, and Shang San stood on its back, it flapped its wings and flew into the mist. Seeing this, Yun Qihua and the others rushed into the mist. However, within just a few breaths, they retreated. The mist completely blocked their spiritual senses, and once inside, it felt like ants on a hot pan, reckless and directionless. Luo Xiuyuan frowned. The moment they entered the mist, he felt that all 5 senses had been dulled to a critical point. His spiritual sense could not even leave his body. In such a situation, there was absolutely no possibility of crossing through the mist. No wonder the sacred envoys and the vampire clan had to use bats as mounts. Bats navigate using echolocation, so they naturally don't rely on spiritual senses or sight. Luo Xiuyuan silently looked at Yun Qihua, who shook his head. In this mist, even a higher-level spiritual soul power could not be used on a large scale. At most, it could reach a range of several dozen meters from the body. But such a small range of probing was insufficient to support them in crossing the mist to reach the real Skeleton Island. No wonder no one had discovered this place over the years. Even beings with their level of cultivation would get lost inside, let alone others. Luo Xiuyuan shook his head slightly. "I'll give it a try," Su Jiamei said after some contemplation. Then, a pink spiritual light flickered in her hand. A pink spherical object flew out from her forehead. When the sphere dispersed, a gigantic, beautiful butterfly appeared before everyone. Chapter 75, Skull Island is that. The 100 Illusion Butterfly? Yin Shiha said hesitantly. In the Shanhai Jing, this creature is described as follows. In the distant South Sea, there lives a butterfly known as the 100 Illusion Butterfly. It resides within mirages, with wings as wide as sails, adorned in brilliant colors, as if it were the perfect fusion of the sea and sky. Coupled with the embellishment of the sun, moon, and stars, it forms a dynamic mural. Whenever the sun rises, the sea sparkles with golden light, and the 100 Illusion Butterfly spreads its wings to soar through the skies, stirring the sea breezes. Legend has it that the appearance of this butterfly may signify an impending storm at sea or the manifestation of a maritime illusion. This creature from the Shanhai Jing is exceptionally skilled in illusion techniques. But how could a creature from the South Sea be obtained by Su Jiamei from the northern 3 provinces? "This is my contracted beast, the 100 Illusion Butterfly. You can call her by one. I encountered her by chance in the Bohai Sea near the northern 3 provinces," Su Jiamei introduced generously. Butterflies do not rely solely on their eyes to discern direction. They use a combination of various factors. With Baihuan here, I believe we can pass through this mist and storm. Su Jiamei was the first to mount the back of the 100 Illusion Butterfly. Yin Shiha and Luo Xiuyuan followed closely behind. In truth, if it weren't for his own Yinglong currently absorbing the dragon demon core in the spiritual space, Luo Xiuyuan's Kunpeng was still completing the final phase of reincarnation. They wouldn't have to struggle so much with how to cross the storm and mist. Once the 3 of them stabilized, the 100 Illusion Butterfly let out a loud butterfly cry, flapped its wings, and flew into the mist with the 3 of them aboard. Yin Shiha maintained his spiritual power within a 50-meter radius outside the 100 Illusion Butterfly. This way, he could conserve some of his spiritual power while remaining vigilant against any approaching dangers. At a certain moment, Yin Shiha's spiritual power shot out from his hand, flying straight ahead. By the time Luo Xiuyuan and Su Jiamei reacted, this blast of spiritual power had already pierced through a giant bird crackling with lightning. There were so many S-rank demons hidden within this mist. Su Jiamei frowned and said, throughout their flight, Yin Shiha had already dealt with no fewer than 10 large demons that approached them. Aside from 3 A-rank demons, the remaining 7 were all S-rank. It's known that the entire Philippines has only 2 S-rank masters. And this was just a small corner of the storm mist. Yet so many S-rank demons had already appeared. It was hard to imagine what consequences would arise if this group of demons broke through the mist. Wait, Yin Shiha suddenly spoke up. Su Jiamei quickly signaled for the 100 illusion butterfly to stop. Although staying here was extremely dangerous, Yin Shiha must have his reasons for doing so. Yin Shiha then formed a seal, which instantly transformed into a formation plate that enveloped the entire 100 illusion butterfly. After doing all this, he finally looked ahead and said, "I think we have arrived." Luo Xiuyuan and Su Jiamei followed Yin Shiha's gaze. They saw the mist ahead, automatically retreating to the sides. The scenery behind the storm and mist was slowly revealing itself to them. How could one describe the enchanting beauty of this island? The island was not large. From their 3 perspectives, they could see the entire island. However, it was lush and green, and even from a high altitude, they could see the creatures flying above it. Below, near the island, Sheng Yi, Shang San, Elvira, and Valentine stood side by side, and there was an unfamiliar man standing in front of them. Su Jiamei silently stored the 100 illusion butterfly in her spiritual consciousness. If it hadn't been for Yin Shiha's timely action to conceal the aura of the 100 illusion butterfly, with its mere B-rank cultivation, it would have surely been discovered immediately. At that time, they would also have been found out. After all, they had only completely retracted their auras, not rendered themselves completely invisible. The spiritual power covering their bodies could only obscure the eyes of ordinary people and common awakened beings. But all those present were top experts at the SS rank master level. Once any aura was leaked, they would inevitably be discovered. "How's it going? Is anyone following us?" Sheng Yi and the others had clearly just arrived not long ago. Valentine retracted his bat and said, "Rest assured, Holy Envoy, ordinary people can't enter this mist and storm. Here, both spiritual consciousness and senses are suppressed. If we didn't have bats that navigate using ultrasound, we would be helpless." Hearing this, Sheng Yi felt slightly relieved. He was worried that Huaxiao would learn of this information and come to share in the spoils. There are already too many monks and not enough porridge. Second, what's the situation? Any movements? Sheng Yi then looked at the extra man, who was the second holy envoy stationed at the holy mountain by the beautiful country. He was the first to discover this place. There's nothing else. Everything is just as I reported earlier. It turned out that several years ago, by chance, Sheng Yi discovered this storm mist area located in the Indian Ocean. At that time, he had intended to explore it further, but the mist, which suppressed spiritual consciousness and senses, deterred him. He ultimately decided to slowly delve deeper. To ensure safety, he specifically sent the second holy envoy to guard this area long-term. After several years, Sheng Yi finally succeeded in reaching the center of the mist and discovered this isolated island. Due to its geographical location and environment, it was extremely similar to a movie in the ordinary world of the beautiful country, so it was named Skull Island. As Sheng Yi continued to delve deeper, he discovered that this island was home to many rare spiritual herbs not found on Blue Star. At the same time, he also unearthed the hidden dangers on this island: bat demons. This Skull Island was inhabited by all kinds of demons. These demons lacked any intelligence and retained the most primitive instincts of animals. The largest group among them was the bat demons. This group of bat demons was numerous and included several SS rank large demons. Moreover, the island was filled with giant bushes, making it impossible to fly at high altitudes, which made them easy targets for concentrated attacks. This was also one of the important reasons they invited the vampire clan. The vampire clan had coexisted with bats for generations and could almost be said to symbolize each other. After all, both relied on consuming blood for survival. With members of the vampire clan present, they could handle some emergencies caused by the bat demons to some extent. On Skull Island, it was impossible to fly at high altitudes. Once one flew above 100 meters, they would be pulled down by the immense geomagnetic force. "Everyone, be careful." Sheng Yi's words were clearly directed at Elvira and Valentine, as Sheng Yi and Sheng San must have already known this information. Of course, this was also inadvertently said for Yin Shiha to hear. After breaking through the storm and mist, their spiritual consciousness and senses were no longer suppressed. However, if Luo Xiuyuan and Su Jiamei released their spiritual consciousness to eavesdrop on their conversation, there was a risk of being discovered. Yin Shiha's consciousness, however, did not carry this possibility unless the opposing side had a transcendent-level powerhouse who could detect it through a complete soul. Chapter 76. Spiritual Medicine Everywhere. After Yunqi relayed the information he had gathered to Luo Xiuyuan and Su Jiamei, the distant Sheng Yi and the others also entered the island in a flash. "We must be cautious. Everything on this island is unknown. If we happen to get separated, we can still rely on the formation provided by Qi to contact each other. Luo Shuyuan mused. The three of them nodded to each other and landed on the island behind Sheng, Yi, and the others. As soon as they set foot on Skull Island, the differences from the outside world became immediately apparent. The spiritual energy here is so dense. Su Jiame exclaimed. It should be noted that the remaining spiritual energy in Blue Star is still from a century ago, flowing out from the spatial rift in the Arctic ice wall. Otherwise, the current concentration of spiritual energy in Blue Star would be even lower, barely enough to support an SS-level practitioner for long-term cultivation. Yet on such a planet, there exists this solitary island in the sea, with a concentration of spiritual energy that nearly reaches the point of transformation into mist. This certainly did not happen suddenly a century ago. Perhaps this solitary island has been drifting in the Indian Ocean for many years, waiting for the explosion of spiritual energy in the world to manifest before everyone. I can no longer sense their whereabouts. Yunki had kept his eyes closed since arriving on the island, continuously expanding his spiritual consciousness, but he still could not find Sheng Yi and the others. Although the island no longer suppressed everyone's five senses and spiritual consciousness, it completely blocked all fluctuations of spiritual power, making it impossible to track them. No witties. In places like this, the most precious resources are usually found in the central area. We just need to head in that direction, and we will encounter them eventually, Luo Shuyuan replied nonchalantly. After all, only a few people had come to the island. As long as they moved in one direction, they would definitely meet up. Then let's go. Yunki urged the two to hurry. Sheng Yi and the others were aware of the location of the five-color flower, so they must know its exact position. If Sheng Yi and his group used this time to refine the five-color flower and successfully break through to the SS-level transcendent realm with its power, the situation would be very unfavorable for them. The gap between the SSS-level transcendent realm and the SS-level controller realm is even greater than that between the SS-level controller and the A-level controller. Unless they reveal too many of their trump cards, the three of them could only fight to a standstill against a powerful opponent in the transcendent realm. The problem is that the rarity of the five-color flower is self-evident. It would be unacceptable for Yunki to see it wasted by that group of brutes. Luo Shuyuan and Su Jiame clearly understood this as well and did not hesitate. The three of them immediately headed toward the central area of Skull Island. Xing'er had also mentioned that high-altitude flying is prohibited on the island. If they flew above 100 meters, the powerful geomagnetic force would directly pull them down, inevitably causing injuries. The towering trees on the island exude a vast aura, making low-altitude flying timid and unsafe. It is better to walk on the ground. Be careful, Luo Shuyuan exclaimed. As he spoke, his spiritual power transformed into a long spear that shot out. Su Jiame had not yet reacted when the golden spiritual power spear had already pierced through a green venomous snake on a tree above her head. Its corpse hung on the tree, emitting a faint green glow, clearly indicating it was a highly toxic creature. Su Jiame's expression changed. The snake was only at the A-level realm, yet she had not sensed it at all. This Skull Island is truly strange. The stormy mist outside the island suppresses people's five senses and spiritual consciousness, while the island does not suppress them, but completely blocks all fluctuations of spiritual power. It is even more frightening than suppressing the five senses and consciousness, making it impossible to detect when an attack would land. Be careful. Although we can use our spiritual consciousness here, everyone's fluctuations of spiritual power and demonic power are isolated, as if in their own spaces. It's truly bizarre. Yunki examined the situation carefully. Xiaodian, do you know what is going on? Yunki asked in his mind. Master, this may be a rule bestowed by heaven and earth when this island was born. With your cultivation level, you cannot change it with external forces. However, perhaps you can use the principle of thermal imaging to release a trace of extreme ice spiritual power to create an image. Yunki's eyes lit up. Indeed, thermal imaging relies on the distribution of heat within a living being to display its form. If he uses this method to infer the direction of heat within the biological entities contacted by the extreme ice spiritual power, he could constantly grasp the dynamics around him. With that thought, he acted. A stream of dark blue spiritual power spread outward from Yunki's center, without the previous terrifying coldness, resembling an inconsequential dark blue gas. Yunki closed his eyes to sense the surroundings. Effective. He saw many demons around, most of whom showed no intention of attacking them, except for, with a wave of his hand, Yunki shot out an ice spike, piercing a wolf demon hidden in the bushes not far behind the three. I can now remain vigilant of my surroundings at all times. You don't need to worry, Yunqi told Luo Shuyuan and Su Jiamei. The two nodded. They unconditionally trusted Yunqi. After half an hour of advancing, they suddenly noticed a small gap in the previously continuous thicket. This is so many spiritual medicines. Su Jiamei exclaimed in shock at the sight before her. In the gap of the thicket, all kinds of colorful spiritual medicines grew wildly. Some even emitted a glow, clearly indicating that their growth period was not short. Yunqi was also somewhat surprised. Although he had learned some information about Skull Island from a drop of blood from Valentine, it was far less shocking than seeing it with his own eyes. So many heavenly materials and earthly treasures. If they could all be taken back to Huaxia, it would surely lead to rapid growth in the extraordinary realm of Huaxia. Suddenly, Yunqi and Luo Shuyuan's expressions changed. They simultaneously halted Su Jiamei, who was about to approach. Don't go. Yunqi, initially too shocked to notice, realized after calming down that he could not sense the extreme ice spiritual power in this area of spiritual medicines. Luo Xin, getting closer, also found that his perception abilities could not sense the spiritual medicines in front of them. The fact that neither of them could perceive it only indicated that the spiritual medicines in front of them did not actually exist. They might exist, but at least not here. Just at the moment Su Jiamei stopped, a sound resembling a baby's cry came from an unknown source. The spiritual medicine area before the three slowly disappeared, revealing the originally empty ground. An elegantly beautiful figure emerged from where the spiritual medicines had been. It turned out to be a pure white fox demon. This is an SS-level fox demon skilled in illusion and charm. Everyone be careful, Su Jiamei, being the closest to the fox demon, immediately warned. Yunqi looked at the fox demon standing in front of the three. When he first heard the cry, he thought it might be the nine-tailed fox described in the classic of mountains and seas, but he did not expect it to be just an ordinary fox demon. Chapter 77. Central area, let me have a word with it. How dare it use illusions to deceive me? Su Jiamei was clearly infuriated by the earlier deception. Seeing the culprit right in front of her, she couldn't wait to seek justice. A surge of pink spiritual power drifted towards Yun Shihai. Yun Shihai gently touched it with his finger and surprisingly sensed an illusionary meaning emanating from it. A flicker of realization crossed his eyes. It seemed Su Jiamei had some thoughts of countering illusion with illusion, but it was unclear whose illusion was superior. Yun Shihai and Luo Shuyuan stood by and observed the battle between the human and the fox demon. However, this newly advanced SS-level fox demon, who was not adept at fighting, naturally could not match Su Jiamei. Su Jiamei's pink spiritual power continuously condensed into one pink butterfly after another, which flew towards the fox demon in succession. The fox demon's demon power could not simultaneously defend against so many attacks. With a long howl, the fox demon unleashed its demon power, shattering all the surrounding pink butterflies. Its massive fox tail began to swell, ultimately growing to the size of a towering tree, sweeping towards Su Jiamei with immense force. Transform into a butterfly, Su Jiamei shouted angrily. She was enveloped by pink spiritual power, forming a cocoon. After breaking free from the cocoon, she transformed into a gigantic butterfly, entirely pink and translucent. Yun Shihai could even see the veins throughout its body. As the pink butterfly appeared, endless pink mist surged towards the fox demon. The fox demon's tail swiped through the mist, but could not dispel it, only helplessly watching as the pink mist entered its body. Moments later, when Su Jiamei returned to her human form, the fox demon had already lost all signs of life. Yun Shihai sensed carefully and found it strange that the fox demon's body showed no signs of damage. However, from the surface, it appeared as if it had been killed by external forces. This is my extraordinary ability. It allows people to enter an illusionary world and unknowingly perish within, Su Jiamei said, standing next to Yun Shihai and Luo Shuyuan. No wonder you could contract with 100 illusion butterfly of the South Sea, Yun Shihai realized. The 100 illusion butterfly was indeed a master of illusions. Since Su Jiamei had awakened an extraordinary ability related to illusions, it made sense that she could attract a mythical beast like the 100 illusion butterfly. Just as Luo Shuyuan was about to remind the two to hurry on their journey, a massive beam of light shot up from the center of the island. The beam was a deep red, and a faint scent of blood could be detected. It was the vampire clan. Yun Shihai and Luo Shuyuan exchanged glances, and the three hurried towards the location of the beam. There were 5 members of the vampire clan, Saint 1, Saint 2, and Saint 3, Elvira, and Valentine. After arriving on the island, they headed straight for the center of Skull Island. Saint Two had been hiding here for a long time and had visited Skull Island multiple times, allowing their group of 5 to quickly find the best route to the center of Skull Island. However, upon their arrival, they discovered not only bat demons, but also a type of snake demon they had never seen before. It looked very much like a bamboo viper, but was significantly larger, and its toxicity was unprecedented. If Yin Shihai and the others were present, they would recognize that this snake demon was the same kind they had slain upon arriving on the island. Saint 1 and Saint 2 faced the snake demons, while the bat demons were left to Elvira and Valentine of the vampire clan. The reason for inviting these two was to deal with the bat demons, as the vampire clan had a long-standing connection with such creatures. With their presence, handling the bat demons would be a cinch. Their task was to eliminate the snake demons. Saint 1's gaze passed over the various demons and focused on a pool of water behind them. In the center of the lake was an island about the size of half a football field, on which many spiritual herbs could be clearly seen. These were real. Surrounding the numerous spiritual herbs was a 5-petaled flower. Each petal was a different color, but upon closer inspection, it was evident that the 5th petal was not fully mature, as its color was much duller than the other 4. Saint 1 steadied himself. The 5-colored flower was about to mature. Although there were no bizarre buildings or strange creatures on Skull Island, it was teeming with demons, all of which were barbaric beasts lacking intelligence. Caution was of utmost importance. Once Elvira and Valentine dealt with the bat demons, they would find an opportunity to eliminate the snake demons to avoid any potential complications. Saint 1 held a long knife that emitted a sacred aura. The knife radiated the essence of a spiritual weapon. With Saint 1 at the peak realm of an SS-level controller, it was unstoppable. Wherever the knife struck, nothing survived. In contrast, the battlefield in the sky had reached the central area where the restrictions on flight had disappeared. Thus, the battle between the 2 vampires and the bat demons continued high in the sky, partially hidden by the clouds. Valentine used blood limit, Elvira said while repelling 2 SS-level bat demons beside her without looking back. Blood limit was a technique passed down through the vampire clan's bloodline. To some extent, it was even more important than their supernatural abilities because it allowed them to maintain their connection with the Bat Clan. This link enabled them to command bats, communicate with them, and even cultivate the connected bats into demons. It could be said to be one of the most crucial means for the vampire clan. Elvira and Valentine released crimson spiritual power from their bodies. The 2 streams of spiritual power continuously intertwined, eventually forming a beam of light that shot into the sky. Fortunately, this was Skull Island, where the outside world was shrouded in storms and fog, preventing any phenomena here from being detected externally. Otherwise, such a strong anomaly in the Indian Ocean would have caused quite a stir. As the crimson beam took shape, several lower-level bat demons were immediately attracted and plunged into the beam. They were completely disintegrated and transformed into pure demon power that flowed into the mouths of the bats linked to Elvira and Valentine, becoming their nourishment. On the ground battlefield, the 3 of them exchanged wary glances. The vampire clan truly lived up to its reputation as a renowned clan on Blue Star, with even powerful beings existing within the Arctic ice wall. Indeed, the strong remained strong. With such advanced inherited techniques, it was hard not to be powerful. The bat demons linked to the 2 in the beautiful country also grew stronger under the nourishment of demon power. Although they had not yet reached the breakthrough stage, their strength had significantly increased compared to when they first arrived. At that moment, Yin Shihai and the others finally arrived at the surroundings of the battlefield. Chapter 78. Toad Demon King Yin Shihai and the others arrived at the edge of the central area, cutting through obstacles as if they were slicing through vegetables. Even before getting close, they could hear the sounds of fighting coming from within the central area. The 3 paused in surprise. Unlike other places, the central area didn't seem to have any restrictions. It was just like the outside world, without any limitations. This meant that if they were to launch a surprise attack, they might expose themselves. Let's observe the situation first, Yin Shihai suggested. Su Jiamei, seeing this, released a strand of spiritual energy that transformed into a spiritual butterfly, silently flying towards the battlefield. Immediately afterward, a water mirror formed from spiritual energy appeared in front of the 3. After a few breaths, the mirror displayed the current situation in the central area. Oh, that woman. Yin Shihai's attention was immediately drawn to Elvira in the aerial battlefield. It wasn't just because she was wearing an eye-catching black dress or her outstanding beauty. It was because behind her, at some unknown point, a massive scarlet figure had appeared. Although the face of the figure was unclear, just looking at it was enough to intimidate anyone. Next, Yin Chiha shifted his gaze to the ground battlefield. Shengyi, Sheng San, and the previously unknown Sheng heir were engaged in a fierce battle with countless green snake demons. Yin Chiha glanced at them and turned away. How can there be so many snake demons in this world? To him, this place was even more terrifying than hell. Su Jiamei looked at Luo Xiuyuan in confusion. She hadn't known Yin Chiha for long and couldn't understand why he suddenly changed his demeanor. Luo Xiuyuan shook his head and said nothing more. Turning back to look at the water mirror, suddenly his eyes caught sight of something remarkable. 5-color flower. Luo Xiuyuan's voice forced Yin Chiha to look at the water mirror again. But this time, he didn't even glance at the battling figures. Instead, he directly looked at the corner Luo Xiuyuan was indicating. The 5-color flower on the central island, even though it hadn't fully matured, still radiated brilliance. At this moment, Su Jiamei also saw the scene in the water mirror, along with many spiritual herbs. It seemed that the previous fox had indeed come across so many spiritual herbs here, which is why it used them as an illusion. After pondering, Luo Xiuyuan spoke up. We have concealment masks. If we can quietly obtain the 5-color flower, that would be perfect. What if we can't do it quietly? Su Jiamei asked. Yin Chiha smiled beside her and continued Luo Xiuyuan's words. Then we leave no survivors. Either no one knows this was done by us, or we kill everyone who does. It was the first time Su Jiamei had heard Yin Chiha speak such murderous words. However, despite her shock, she still agreed with Yin Chiha's approach. He was calm, composed, and experienced, never dragging things out. Those who were overly benevolent and naive were simply unfit to be awakeners, or rather, they couldn't be considered qualified awakeners. This was a bizarre world. Half of it slept under the sun, while the other half woke in darkness. Indecision would not solve problems. It would only lead to the end of one's life and future. As the three discussed, the battle in the central area was nearing its end. The bat demons in the aerial battlefield were almost wiped out. Most of them had been turned into food for the bats by the blood limit techniques unleashed by Elvira and Valentine. The green snake demons on the ground battlefield had also retreated. At a glance, Sheng Yi and the others had achieved a great victory. All that was left was to go to the central island and reap the fruits of their victory. Su Jiamei was just about to move when Yin Chiha grabbed her. Wait, something's off. Although Yin Chiha directed this at Su Jiamei, his eyes were on Luo Xiuyuan. Given the urgency of the situation, they had no time to explain to Su Jiamei the information they had learned from Valentine's blood. Fortunately, it wasn't too late to discuss it now. The information they had received from Valentine previously indicated that there were quite a few SSS-level demons among the bat demons on Skull Island. Yet now there was only one. Is Valentine and this vampire woman truly unprepared? How did they not notice this anomaly? Yin Chiha frowned. Since their arrival, there had only been this one SSS-level bat demon in the aerial battlefield. Yet Valentine had received information that there were several SSS-level existences. Moreover, wasn't it said that these bat demons were highly toxic? Up to now, they had only discovered that the green snake demons fighting Sheng Yi and the others were all poisonous. They had yet to encounter any poison from the bat demons. Something must have gone awry. Sheng Yi and the others must have been fully prepared. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so relaxed. However, in the next moment, Valentine and the others demonstrated through their actions to Yin Chiha that they had simply forgotten about the situation, thinking they had achieved a complete victory. The 5 of them simultaneously flew toward the central island. This left the 3 of them, who were hiding in the shadows, dumbfounded. Were the awakeners from the beautiful country really this brave? According to tradition, such a place with rare treasures would definitely be heavily guarded. Moreover, there were so many oddities ahead. This group of burly individuals from the beautiful country truly hadn't noticed anything wrong. In that instant, Yin Chiha even began to doubt himself, wondering if he was overthinking it. Perhaps this place was simply guarded by so few things. Before he could delve deeper into the likelihood of this conclusion, an unexpected event occurred. The scene in the water mirror suddenly changed. When Sheng Yi and the others stepped into the lake's vicinity, the water around the central island suddenly boiled. A whip-like force shot towards Sheng San. Not good. Sheng San thought to himself. The power contained in this whip would surely injure him, given his current unprepared state. His thoughts flashed like lightning, and he could only manage to unleash a strand of spiritual energy to negate most of the force. In the end, he was still sent flying. Using inertia, he managed to reduce some of the impact, barely escaping injury. The 5 people hovering in the air were startled by this sudden change and hurriedly returned to the shore one by one. None of them mentioned their previous simultaneous flight toward the central island. They needed to clarify what was attacking them before proceeding. Internal strife at this moment would surely hinder their upcoming actions. The 3 from Shung Mountain and the 2 from a vampire clan were all calculating how they would kill each other once they reached the central island. At that moment, the mastermind behind the whip slowly emerged from the bottom of the lake. It turned out to be a toad covered in green bubbles. The whip that had just attacked Shung San was clearly its tongue. This was undoubtedly a toad demon king with a cultivation level of SSS. Chapter 79 Elegance never goes out of style. The toad demon king not only emanated toxic gas from its entire body, but also brought with it an indescribable foul odor that almost made Su Jiamei faint from the stench. Yun Qiheng raised an eyebrow, and an invisible water curtain immediately enveloped the 3 of them. This water curtain blocked out the chaotic smells from the outside world, leaving only fresh air mixed with the fragrance of grass and trees. Su Jiamei gave Yun Qiheng a thumbs up. Elegant, truly elegant. This extraordinary ability was applied to daily life with great skill. Although this use did not demonstrate any combat capability, it significantly enhanced personal charm. After this brief interlude, the 3 looked back at the water curtain. At this moment, Shung Yi and the others were facing the Toad Demon King directly and could feel the oppressive aura emanating from the Demon King. Cultivating as a demon is extremely difficult because demons are ranked according to their bloodlines. Therefore, the higher the bloodline level of a demon, the faster its cultivation speed. Conversely, demons with lower bloodline levels find it hard to stand out, as the strength of their bloodline determines their limits. Only in rare cases can they break free from the shackles of their bloodline ranks. This is also why the monsters in the Shanhai Jing that appear in Huaxia are referred to as Shanhai exotic beasts or divine beasts rather than demons. The Shanhai exotic beasts are beings that have developed intelligence. Although they may not necessarily speak human language, their bloodline ranks are extremely high. Even the most inconspicuous exotic beasts among them possess bloodlines much stronger than ordinary demons, let alone those given the title of divine beasts. Ordinary demons reach the A-level realm, which is equivalent to a human reaching the controller realm, can be called great demons. The title of Demon King, however, can only be assumed by those who reach the SSS level transcendent realm. The biggest difference between great demons and demon kings is that not all great demons have the opportunity to develop intelligence. For example, the former Lu Mo and Hu San Taiyi, who as great demons, were able to develop intelligence and had the chance to transform into human forms purely because they were protected by the former dynasty. On the other hand, a demon king is bound to awaken intelligence during the heavenly tribulation when ascending from great demon to demon king. The Toad Demon King before Shung Yi and the others is such an existence. Womans, you dare to step into my territory. The Toad Demon King spoke in human language, each word resonating with the heavens and earth like thunder. This Toad Demon King has a profound cultivation. Luo Xiuyuan frowned. From its performance, it was far from an ordinary newly emerged SSS level Demon King. Such a being, even if the people present attacked together, would likely not be able to defeat it with 100% certainty. In fact, the greater possibility would be that surviving would be considered fortunate. Although the Toad Demon King was powerful, it likely relied on the spiritual herbs on this island to achieve its strength, and it couldn't have been long ago. Luo Xiuyuan and Su Jiamei looked in the direction pointed out by Yun Qiheng. In the center of the island, beside the 5-colored flower surrounded by spiritual herbs, there was clearly a vacant spot. Faintly, they could see flickering spiritual light in the vacancy. This obviously indicated that there was originally another spiritual herb here, at least on the same level as the 5-colored flower. Combining this with the information previously gleaned from Valentine's blood, it was evident that this toad had devoured this spiritual herb, thus rising to become an SS-level Toad Demon King. Judging by the toxic fog surrounding it, it was clear that the several SSS-level Bat Demon leaders and the suddenly emerging Green Snake Demon also came from its hands. As Yin Qiheng had guessed, while the Toad Demon King spoke, several SSS-level Bat Demons flew to its side, evidently showing their respect for it. Toad Demon King, Shengya exclaimed. There was no sign of this Demon King during our previous reconnaissance, and I have never seen any other spiritual herbs of the same level beside the 5-colored flower before. Toad Demon King, we mean no offense. We will take our leave. Although Shung Yi was quite reluctant, he knew very well that facing such an existence with just the 5 of them was absolutely hopeless. It would be better to retreat now and find more powerful experts from the country to share the spoils. Although they would end up with less, it was still better than having nothing and perishing here. Sheng immediately signaled Sheng Air and Sheng San to prepare for withdrawal. As for Elvira and Valentine beside them, he could only wish them success. Meanwhile, Sheng Yi quietly mobilized his spiritual power, trying to communicate with the one-way teleportation array left in the holy mountain of the beautiful country. Unfortunately, the layers of storms and mist surrounding Skull Island made it difficult to open the array with spiritual power for the time being. But now, he could only give it a try. Humans, do you think it's possible to escape in front of this king? There's a saying among you humans, releasing a tiger back to the mountain. This king will not give you the chance to return for reinforcements. As soon as the Toad Demon King's voice fell, several SSS-level bat demons immediately flew towards the five. A battle was about to break out. Yin Shiheng and the other three also did not plan to stay here any longer. If they remained, they would inevitably be affected by the aftermath of the battle. At that time, exposure would be troublesome. So, under the cover of Yin Shiheng's water curtain and the breath-concealing mask, the three quietly retreated to the edge of the central area, finding a relatively quiet spot. With a wave of Yin Shiheng's hand, an ice crystal bench large enough for three to sit on appeared out of thin air. Let's sit down and rest for a bit, discussing our next actions. Yin Shiheng said, simultaneously summoning Xiao Tian as well, hoping to gain some useful advice. Master, as soon as Xiao Tian appeared, its originally playful face immediately turned serious upon seeing Su Jiamei. With an outsider present, it had to maintain the demeanor befitting a supreme treasure spirit of the ultimate ice source. Daddy, surprisingly, beside Xiao Tian, Long Long also flew out from the spiritual space. You've completely digested the dragon's inner core so soon. Yin Shiheng gained a new understanding of Long Long's abilities. Previously, it reached the SSS level relying on the dragon's inner core, but at that time, it hadn't fully digested the energy within. Later, it had fallen asleep in the spiritual space, digesting the energy while sleeping. Yin Shiheng originally thought it would take at least a month or two to wake up, but in just a few days, it had completely digested the energy from the dragon's inner core and made significant progress in the SSS level. Wow, Comrade Xiaohe, you actually have a contracted Shan, high exotic beast. What is this? Su Jiamei said as she reached out to touch Long Long unexpectedly. Long Long flew directly to the top of Yin Shiheng's head and lay down, thinking, this human doesn't even feed me and still wants to touch me? Dream on. Yes, this is my contracted partner. As for what its true form is, you will know in the future if there is a chance. Yin Shiheng said with a mysterious smile. Although Su Jiamei had previously had contact with him and was a disciple of the spirit I War God, it was better for fewer people to know about the Ying Long. Whether for himself or Su Jiamei, if there was a fate, they would surely encounter it later. Chapter 80. Huaxia's talents are divided into 3 categories. Long Long is awake too. Just as Long Long landed on the head of Yunkahua, Luo Shuyuan seemed to sense something and said. Immediately after, Luo Shuyuan released a blue water ball. The water ball floated slowly into the air and shattered, revealing the creature inside. It was a very comical and cute fish with a disproportionately large head that accounted for nearly 2/3 of its body, but it looked very adorable. This was the Kuanpeng that Luo Shuyuan had contracted. Kuanpeng usually appeared in its Kuan form during battles or while traveling. It could use its innate abilities to create a vast ocean, from which it could transform into its Peng form. Wait, Luo Shuyuan, how did you also get a contracted beast? Su Jiamei was completely shocked. Are all the beasts from the Shanghai now being contracted like this? She had just contracted the 100 illusion butterfly and was looking forward to showing off when she learned she would be going on a mission with Yunkahua and Luo Shuyuan. Now, these two were secretly paired up, having both contracted Shanghai beasts. What was going on? Was she just overthinking it? However, teasing aside, Su Jiamei was genuinely happy for both of them. They were not in a competitive relationship. At most, it was just a friendly rivalry among geniuses. Besides, she believed she wasn't even close to the level of Yunkahua and Luo Shuyuan. Now, everyone in the Huaxia Special Investigation Department knew that Huaxia's talents were divided into 3 categories. One category was Yunkahua, another was Luo Shuyuan, and the last was other talents. It was truly a situation of 3-way division. Seeing that both Yunkahua and Luo Shuyuan had released their contracted beasts, Su Jiamei decided to let her 100 illusion butterfly out to get some air. Who would have thought that her A-class 100 illusion butterfly, upon seeing Long Long and the big head of Luo Shuyuan, would start trembling? It was quite puzzling. What was going on? 100 illusion. Su Jiamei thought something was wrong with her 100 illusion butterfly. Long Long Big Head, quickly retract your pressure. At Yunkahua's command, the two divine beasts finally retracted their divine pressure. Otherwise, under such pressure, a low-level creature like the 100 Illusion Butterfly, with inferior bloodline quality compared to the two Shanghai beasts, would collapse in no time. This phenomenon also made Su Jiamei even more curious about the identities of the two beasts. It was not surprising that Su Jiamei couldn't recognize them. The current cute appearances of the two beasts were far too different from the awe-inspiring divine beasts described in the Shanghai Jing. If it weren't for Yunkahua having seen Long Long's original form in the Qingshi Palace earlier, he wouldn't believe that this adorable pet above his head was the legendary divine beast Yinglong from the Shanghai Jing. "What's up, Xiao Tian? Do you have any way to get the 5-color flower?" Yunkahua looked at the aloof Xiao Tian. "Master, right now, the ones fighting with Sheng Yi and the others are just the big bat demon and the big green snake demon. The toad demon king isn't even making a move. Even if you have the concealment mask, it would be hard to hide from it." Xiao Tian shook his head and said, "The toad demon king, being an SSS-level demon king, it means far beyond those of an SS-level demon. Moreover, since the toad demon king wasn't even making a move, it was impossible to steal the 5-color flower right under its nose. I can go." At this moment, Su Jiamei seemed to have thought of something. As soon as she spoke, she attracted everyone's attention. She gently stroked the 100 Illusion Butterfly. "If you want to quietly take the 5-color flower without being discovered, I can give it a try, but I need your help." Yunkahua gestured for Su Jiamei to continue. "My divine ability is called Butterfly Transformation, which you have also witnessed during the battle with the Fox Demon. This ability can greatly enhance my illusion limits, allowing me to instantly defeat that SS-level Fox Demon. Sheng Yi and the others are currently battling those big demons. If we can lure the Toad Demon King out of the central area and into this forest where our presence is concealed, I can definitely obtain the 5-color flower without anyone knowing." Luo Xiuyuan seemed to understand. "You mean we lured the Toad Demon King out, and then you transform into a butterfly to approach the island in the lake?" "Exactly. Although you can take the 5-color flower once it disappears, the big demons on the battlefield will definitely notice. Don't worry, I can create an illusion to confuse them." Upon hearing Su Jiamei's words, both Yunkahua and Luo Xiuyuan fell silent, contemplating the feasibility of this plan. Although the 5-color flower was indeed very rare, it was definitely not worth it to risk the safety of their partner for it. Ultimately, it was Yunkahua who clapped his hands and made the decision. "Let's do it according to Meijia's method, but I need to set up a restriction for you." Yunkahua nodded at Su Jiamei. After receiving her permission, he mobilized the spiritual power within him and drew a formation using the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At this moment, the spiritual energy transformed into a drawing tool in Yunkahua's hands. A formation quickly formed above Su Jiamei's head. "Go!" With a low chant from Yunkahua, a strand of soul power was stripped away and placed into the formation. Instantly, the formation was elevated under the influence of Yunkahua's soul power, ultimately transforming into a dark blue pearl. "This restriction contains my soul power. If triggered by external force, it will unleash a full force attack from me. Below SSS level, no one can withstand it. Even if you encounter an SSS level, it can buy you a little time. Regardless of success or failure, we will communicate through the communication formation." Yunkahua placed the pearl form from the formation on the necklace in front of Su Jiamei's chest and instructed her. "Okay." After the three confirmed everything, they immediately prepared to act. Long Long, Big Head, and the 100 Illusion Butterfly remained on standby in place. Once Yunkahua and Luo Xiuyuan lured the Toad Demon King over, they would act together. "Be careful," Luo Xiuyuan reminded. Then, Yunkahua and Luo Xiuyuan both flew toward the central area, directly facing the SSS-level Demon King. And they were going to confront it with their SS-level controller powers head-on. Not to mention Yunkahua, even Luo Xiuyuan felt a bit apprehensive. There were no SSS-level Transcendent Realm experts in Blue Star. The SS-level controller realm was already the ceiling. Only Lu Mo, who unexpectedly obtained the body of the Water Snake Demon, had been an SSS-level Demon King in life. The Jiao Dragon guarding the cycle of the Yinglong was also an SSS-level Demon King. But both of these had been dead for many years, and their realms had already fallen to the level of SS-level demons. Therefore, this time, they were genuinely encountering an SSS-level Demon King. Soon, Yunkahua and Luo Xiuyuan returned to the edge of the central area. From a distance, they could still see the ongoing battle, with various spells flying everywhere. This time, Yunkahua and Luo Xiuyuan did not conceal their figures. Therefore, as soon as they arrived, they were discovered by the Toad Demon King. Unexpectedly, you human vermin are so numerous. Chapter 81. Yunki, the leader of the demigod sect of Huaxia, the voice of the Toad Demon King boomed like thunder. The various great demons, still engaged in battle, trembled under the might of his presence. Sheng Yi and the others felt a shiver in their hearts, not just from the Toad Demon King's power, but also from their own carelessness. Since the Awakeners from the beautiful country discovered this place a few years ago, Sheng Yi had been stationed here, and no one had ever intruded. Even ordinary Awakeners could not pass through the natural storm barrier outside Skeleton Island. Now the Toad Demon King claimed that there were still others present. They must have entered with them, and it was very likely that they were from Huaxia. After all, only Huaxia had the capability and means to follow them here without a trace. When Yunki and Luo Shuyuan revealed themselves, Sheng Yi displayed an expression of I knew it. Although the faces of the two could not be seen, and their auras could not be detected, just by their clothing and demeanor, it was clear they were from Huaxia. Toad Demon King, we mean no offense. We just wish to borrow your 5-color flower for a moment. Yunki stepped slightly forward and said, standing in front of Luo Shuyuan. During the Mariana Trench incident, Luo Shuyuan had already clashed with Shang San. Once he spoke, he would undoubtedly be recognized. If they relied only on their clothing, with their concealed auras, they would definitely not be identified. You two? A mere SS class, yet you dare to have ill intentions towards this king's 5-colored flower? The Toad Demon King exhaled a plume of green poisonous gas from its nostrils. Upon contact with the ground, the gas instantly corroded several spirit herbs, causing the pupils of everyone present to constrict. Such potent poison from the toad, this level of toxicity is simply unheard of. Yunki calmly gathered moisture in the air with his spiritual power, erecting a barrier in front of the two. We are the leaders of the demigod sect of Huaxia. You, a mere demon king, should not ruin your future. The demigod sect. The Toad Demon King's voice rose slightly. It was originally just an ordinary toad. If it hadn't fortuitously absorbed the power of moonlight, it would never have had the opportunity to cultivate and come from the continent to the deep sea. It had even unknowingly passed through the storms and mists surrounding this solitary island at sea. It had somehow made its way to Lake Heart Island and swallowed a spirit herb beside the 5-colored flower, immediately ascending to the realm of the SS-level Demon King. Therefore, it had heard quite a bit about the reputation of the demigod sect. The demigod sect was a powerful force, and their style of action was extremely arrogant. It was impossible to predict what they would do next. Furthermore, the demigod sect and Blue Star operated independently within each country. Unlike these countries that could be easily dealt with, a simple threat with hostages would suffice. But the demigod sect was different. If you threaten them, they might even get more excited, like the so-called SM in humans' mouths. While the Toad Demon King fell silent, Sheng Yi and Sheng San exchanged glances. Sheng Yi, how could they be from the demigod sect? Sheng San, I don't know, brother. Sheng Yi, logically speaking, Valentine must have been detected by Huaxia's Special Operations Department after returning, unless they lack experts who can extract memories from Valentine's blood. Sheng San, that can't be. Isn't there a genius named Luo Shuyuan in Huaxia's Special Operations Department? Isn't he an expert in this area? Sheng Yi, isn't Luo Shuyuan the target we sent Valentine to investigate in Huaxia? Valentine returned to Elvira Castle for treatment, yet he didn't say a word about finding anyone. Sheng San, oh? Sheng Yi, I'm not sure. Let's observe a bit longer. It's too foolish to just believe what others say about themselves. Yunki naturally noticed the exchange of glances between Sheng Yi and Sheng San and understood what they were discussing. Looking back at the Toad Demon King, it still maintained a silent attitude. Valentine and the unfamiliar vampire woman took the opportunity to recover their strength. At least they have some brains. Only the oblivious Sheng Yi remained in a state of combat readiness. Yunki smiled. It seemed he had to bring out something to disguise himself. Soul Banner. With Yunki's loud shout, a mass of black mist emerged from the void, expanding continuously. Finally, the black mist dissipated, revealing a pitch-black banner in Yunki's left hand. Luo Shuyuan stood behind Yunki, watching him perform, feeling a bit envious. If he hadn't already encountered Shang San, he would have wanted to show off as well. It looked quite enjoyable. Soul Banner. Everyone present, including the Toad Demon King, changed their expressions. The Soul Banner was a notoriously evil artifact within the demigod sect of Huaxia. It was said to be made from the skin of women, extraordinarily wicked. Although it was merely an artifact when first created, as it absorbed more souls, it would continuously rise in rank. The soul banner held by this self-proclaimed leader of the demigod sect had evidently already reached the pinnacle within the artifact category. If it absorbed one or two more souls, it would likely advance to the spiritual artifact level immediately. To allow the soul banner to absorb so many souls to reach such a degree near the spiritual artifact level, the current leader of the demigod sect of Huaxia was indeed audacious. It was well known that Huaxia was a colossal entity that even their beautiful country dared not provoke lightly. Sheng Yi thought to himself, while simultaneously believing Yunqi's claim of being the leader of the demigod sect. The soul banner. Such an item could only be possessed by the upper echelons of the demigod sect, and they were all merely at the artifact level. To reach the artifact level through soul absorption, one would need several thousand or even tens of thousands of souls. Otherwise, it would require trading quality for quantity. It could be said that this person obtained the soul banner by slaying a high-ranking member of the demigod sect. But if the soul banner did not absorb souls to raise its rank, it was too useless for a powerful user. Therefore, within the Special Operations Department of Huaxia, all soul banners obtained by slaying members of the demigod sect were destroyed. Only Yunqi's soul banner was an exception. Originally, he also intended to destroy it according to the previous rules of the Special Operations Department. After all, the soul banner did not provide him with much of a boost. However, it was a coincidence that before he could destroy it, he went to the northern 3 provinces. That trip was significant. The elder of the Liu family, Liu Mo, sacrificed the entire Liu family for his own cultivation, resulting in him conveniently absorbing the souls of those Liu family members into the soul banner. Because the souls sacrificed by the formation had no chance of reincarnation, it was better to contribute to his soul banner career than to let their souls drift around and ultimately dissipate. To know that reaching the artifact level for the soul banner greatly enhanced its power. It was purely a profoundly evil offensive artifact. Many S-level great demons were among the Liu family members. After absorbing them, it directly elevated the soul banner he obtained from the demigod sect's deputy leader, Bai Ma, to the pinnacle of artifact level. Now it was truly time for it to see the light of day again. Chapter 82. Each with their own agenda, the Toad Demon King clearly recognized the soul summoning banner. After a long silence, it spoke again. Considering you are from the demigod church, this king is unwilling to be your enemy, so leave quickly. If possible, the Toad Demon King does not wish to provoke the people of the demigod church. Otherwise, he would attract a swarm of lice. After all, he is currently just an SSS-level demon king, far from the level celestial demon. If he were to reach the level celestial demon now, everything would turn into food for him, restoring the glory of the Toad clan. We came here specifically for the rainbow flower. How could we leave empty-handed? How about this? Let's have a match. Whoever wins will take the rainbow flower. Yun Shihe quickly saw that the Toad Demon King was wary of the demigod church. After all, the demigod church's methods were indeed somewhat bizarre and unpredictable. Since that was the case, it was better to seize the opportunity. Otherwise, there would be no such chance again. What demon king could be easily deceived? Otherwise, the two of them would return without an explanation, and next time, it might not just be the Blue Star Demigod Church that came. The Toad Demon King gasped. What did it mean that it wouldn't just be the Blue Star Demigod Church? Could it be that the Demigod Church within the Arctic ice wall could disregard treaties with various countries and return to the Blue Star at any time? That was indeed possible. The Demigod Church never followed the rules. This group of lunatics was never compliant. When the Demigod Church from within the Arctic ice wall descended upon the Blue Star, would this king not have to bow low? This simply wouldn't do. Where would the dignity of a demon king go? If it were like this, then it had no choice but to accept the challenge. Very well. This king's fists are already hardened. Time flowed as the Toad Demon King contemplated its strategy. It looked at the overwhelming number of more than a dozen large bat demons and a large green snake demon. Even if these 5 humans that appeared first were strong, they would be enough to delay until it returned. As long as it was there, the rainbow flower would surely belong to it. The battle in the central area had just seemed to be paused, but now it resumed as if someone pressed play. Yun Shihe faced the Toad Demon King with the soul summoning banner in hand. Luo Shuyuan was beside him, using spiritual power to support Yun Shihe. They were still in the central area. Once he fully utilized his spiritual power, he would surely be recognized by the Holy Three. At that time, all of Yun Shihe's previous efforts would be in vain. Although the Toad Demon King found it strange that one of the 2 demigod church members was just hanging around. It thought that this one must not be good at fighting, hence playing a support role. Moreover, this was also beneficial for it. The sooner this battle was resolved, the sooner it could guard the maturation of the rainbow flower. Once it swallowed the rainbow flower, its cultivation would advance significantly, equivalent to decades of hard work. Thinking this way, its attacks became increasingly ruthless. The terrifying poison gas around it was almost turning into liquid, with each drop containing enough toxicity to kill an ordinary SSS-level controller. Soul Summoning Banner. Go! Yin Shiha shouted coldly. Just moments ago, the Toad Demon King had held back in its attacks. Now, the offensive was growing more intense. If it did not reveal its trump card, it would be hard to withstand. Seeing that the Toad Demon King was becoming more aggressive, Yin Shiha knew the time was right. He immediately tossed the Soul Summoning Banner into the air. The banner instantly radiated a fierce light. Endless black mist was released from the Soul Summoning Banner, and the black mist emitted by the now top-tier treasure even made many SSS-level experts present feel a sense of dread, as if the Grim Reaper had descended. The Toad Demon King, positioned right in the path of the Soul Summoning Banner's attack, gathered its demon power to form a deep green energy sphere. The energy sphere directly clashed with the black mist, crushing it effortlessly. Transform. Seeing this, Yin Shiha manipulated the hand seal. The nearly dissipated black mist surged once more, this time transforming into chains that shot toward the Toad Demon King. At the same time, dozens of soul bodies flew out from the Soul Summoning Banner. All of the members of the Lu family who had fallen in the battle. Gah! The Toad Demon King opened its massive mouth, releasing demon power that carried overwhelming toxins. However, these soul bodies had no physical form and were completely unaffected by the poison. The Toad Demon King was also surprised that these seemingly peculiar souls were actually immune to its toxins. It must have been that its poison wasn't strong enough. The soul bodies broke through the poison's barrier and flew directly around the Toad Demon King to launch mental attacks. As the exchanges continued, the murderous intent in the Toad Demon King's eyes grew stronger. At a certain moment, Luo Shuyuan saw that the opportunity had arrived. He quietly released a brilliant stream of golden spiritual power from his hand. The golden spiritual power shot directly into the Toad Demon King's mind, causing its eyes to instantly turn a fierce red. Using spiritual power as a medium, Luo Xian relied on his awakened extraordinary ability to directly provoke the Toad Demon King's demon power to riot. At this moment, the Toad Demon King could no longer stop the battle at will. Originally, Luo Xian's SSS-level cultivation would not have been able to incite the riot of an SSS-level Demon King's demon power. However, it should be noted that Yin Shiha was battling the Toad Demon King with the Soul Summoning Banner, intending to distract the Toad Demon King with the soul bodies. The consciousness of demons was inherently more resolute than that of awakened beings, but it couldn't withstand Yin Shiha's relentless mental assaults with the soul bodies. And the demon body's strength was particularly formidable, while its mental aspect was relatively weaker. Yin Shiha's use of the Soul Summoning Banner for mental attacks just provided Luo Shuyuan with a window of opportunity. Luo Shuyuan exchanged a glance with Yin Shiha, who understood and immediately led the Toad Demon King toward the outer area of the central zone. By the time Sheng Yi and the others realized what was happening, Yin Shiha had already lured the Toad Demon King to the area where the Dragon 3 beasts were located. Sheng Yi and the others were immediately overjoyed. The SSS-level Toad Demon King was no longer here. Did this not mean that their opportunity had come? They only needed to deal with a group of SSS-level large demons in front of them, and they could walk away with the rainbow flower. Sheng Yi quickly communicated telepathically with Sheng Er and Sheng San. Elders 2 and 3, hurry up and deal with the large green snake demon. Once that's done, lead all the large bat demons to Elvira and Valentine, and the rainbow flower will be ours. Sheng Er and Sheng San clearly had the same thought. Of course, they weren't the only ones thinking this way. In the sky battle, Elvira had repelled 2 large bat demons and was turning to fly toward Valentine. Wait a moment. Let us use our link bats to hold them off for a while. We'll go get the rainbow flower from the Heart Lake first. Valentine was taken aback. You mean sacrifice them and then escape with a blood sacrificial technique? Valentine hesitated when saying this. It wasn't that he was reluctant to sacrifice the linked bats, as they were creatures that existed in tandem with him. It would be their honor to die for him. He was merely contemplating the feasibility of this method. The blood sacrificial technique was indeed powerful and could allow them to escape instantly. However, facing an SSS-level Demon King, one could not say it was absolute. While the 5 in the central area had their own schemes, in an unnoticed corner, a pale pink butterfly was flying toward Heart Lake Island. The entire process did not create a ripple, as if everything were merely an illusion. Chapter 83. Longlong's confidence. Valentine, being a vampire and having reached the SS level realm, was naturally not an indecisive person. After repelling the attacking bat demon once again, Valentine immediately nodded to Elvira, after confirming with a glance. The two swiftly moved to higher skies. Bind Spirit, release. Two scarlet beams shot towards the bats connected to them. Instantly, the two bats were enveloped in a surge of red light. Under the illumination of the red glow, both bats experienced a simultaneous increase in size and aura, as if the seals that had bound them were being lifted. The two bats, now reaching SS level strength, charged directly towards the group of SS level bat demons without any fear. Taking advantage of the bat battle, Elvira and Valentine flew towards the center island of the lake without looking back. How dare you? You have such audacity. You are outrageous. As expected of the envoys from the holy mountain of the beautiful country, the tone of these three was nearly identical when reprimanding Elvira and Valentine. Elvira didn't even give them a glance. Valentine cast a playful look at the three, calling them fools. The trio of saints immediately erupted with fury, directly slicing a nearby azure snake demon in half. Just as they were about to pursue, an anomaly suddenly occurred on the center island. The last petal of the five-colored flower, which had previously seemed somewhat underdeveloped, quietly matured. The maturity of this last petal also signified the complete ripeness of the five-colored flower. If they were to pick the five-colored flower and consume it right now, they could harness its power to refine their souls and step into the SSS level transcendent realm. However, a problem arose. Among the 5 people present, divided into 2 factions, everyone wanted it. In such a situation, naturally, whoever got there first would take it. But before the 2 sides could reach the center island, a brilliant 5-colored light shot out from the 5-colored flower. Following, that was the inevitable anomaly that accompanied the maturation of a rare, spiritual herb. A mouth-watering fragrance lingered in the noses of the crowd. Just this anomaly had already caused those trapped at the SS level for countless years to feel a loosening of their realms. However, the next second, the anomaly and the fragrance completely vanished, as if they had suddenly dissipated. Looking back at the center island, the 5-colored flower still stood at the very center, with its 5 petals each displaying their own color. Aside from the disappearance of the anomaly and fragrance, everything remained as it was. Freeze! Saint One suddenly acted. Spiritual power transformed into a rune and directly struck Elvira and Valentine's bodies. The 2 vampires instantly became immobile, with only their eyes able to move. Second and third, quickly gather all the spiritual herbs from the center island. Saint One continued to channel his spiritual power, attempting to immobilize the 2 SS-level realm controllers for an extended period, one of whom was still stepping into the transcendent realm. This was extremely difficult for Saint One. Upon hearing Saint One's words, Elvira immediately understood that this person intended to take all the spiritual herbs for himself. What was the purpose of their vampire clan's actions this time? Was it to serve as scouts for the holy mountain of the beautiful country? There is a limit to what one can tolerate. Elvira gritted her teeth and immediately poured all her spiritual power into breaking Saint One's immobilization spell. At the same time, a drop of crimson blood flew out from her forehead, accompanied by overwhelming blood energy. Xiao Yuan, Yin Shihua led the Toad Demon King to the predetermined location and signaled to Luo Xiao Yuan. Luo Xiao Yuan nodded to Yin Shihua. The 8 Extremes mirror instantly flew out from his sea of consciousness, hovering above his head. Go! Yin Shihua threw out the soul summoning banner. The banner stood in the void before the 2, continuously releasing black mist and spiritual entities to launch mental attacks on the Toad Demon King. Simultaneously, an ice crystal flew out from the hexagonal snowflake mark on Yin Shihua's forehead. It flew to his right hand and transformed into an ice snow longsword. It was the long-lost supreme treasure of extreme ice, Sky Crystal Frostless. Roar! Long, Deity, and Baihuan also revealed their original forms. However, Long and Deity were clearly still suppressing their sizes. Otherwise, their true forms would likely occupy the entire sea in an instant. Long, having restored his true form as a Ying Long, exuded the aura of a divine beast. His golden eyes looked at the Toad Demon King with disdain and ruthlessness. Daido's true form as a Kuanpeng was now displayed in its Peng form, resembling a god of wind. In contrast, Baihuan appeared rather ordinary beside the 2 divine beasts. However, the pink mist overflowing from her wings made her look stunning. Baihuan felt a bit restrained. Oh my goodness. Who would have thought that those two silly little pets were actually the Yinglong and Kuanpeng, such divine beasts of the mountains and seas? She had never accumulated enough fortune in 8 lifetimes to compare with these two big shots. Where's her master? Being next to them felt so oppressive. Seeing the 3 beasts, the Toad Demon King's rationality somewhat returned. Although it couldn't recognize what kind of demons they were, their bloodlines were undoubtedly far superior to its own, even though it was now a noble demon king. Half-divine teachings, brat. What do you intend to do? Upon witnessing such a scene, the Toad Demon King understood that these two were not there for simple reasons. They were likely trying to lure it away from its lair. Immediately, the Toad Demon King tried to leave. However, a barrier suddenly lit up around it. It was an array. The Toad Demon King stared fixedly at Yin Qihua. It could sense that the spiritual power within the array was identical to that of this masked foxboy before it. Good. This king underestimated your human cunning. The Toad Demon King was clearly furious about being played for a fool. Dark green demonic energy surged out, instantly transforming half of the space within the array into a toxic gas-filled area. Yin Qihua remained unfazed. His body had long been purified into an extreme ice body by the source of extreme ice. As a Yinglong, Long naturally feared not the little demon king's poison. Deity, being a Kuanpeng, while not immune to all poisons like Long, was also not susceptible to the poison of ordinary demons. Thus, the only two present who would be affected by the toxic gas were Luo Xiaoyuan and Baihuan Dai. However, with Yin Qihua present, such concerns naturally did not exist. With a wave of Yin Qihua's hand, penetrating cold air instantly froze all of the green toxic gas, turning it to powder as he waved. The Toad Demon King's large eyes narrowed, appearing exceptionally terrifying. What kind of technique is this that can freeze this king's poison? Yin Qihua grinned. Toad Demon King, you know nothing of conceptual level abilities. Xiaoyuan go. 2 beams of spiritual power, 1 gold and 1 blue, shot towards the Toad Demon King simultaneously. Long, Deity, and Baihuan continued to cooperate with the soul-summoning banner to harass the Toad Demon King. Although Long had already reached the SS level, Deity and Baihuan were S and A level, respectively. Naturally, they cannot be ignored. Thus, Long had to just assist on the side. In his eyes, this ugly toad was absolutely no match for his master and that fat-headed fish's master. Long's confidence. Chapter 84. No, this girl is really brave. Luo Xiaoyuan stood with the 8 extremes mirror atop his head, his whole body radiating golden light, resembling a god from the heavens. Yin Qihua stood behind Luo Xiaoyuan, wielding the heavenly crystal frostless and continuously unleashing sword energy. As a supreme treasure of the extreme ice source, the heavenly crystal frostless, in the hands of someone like Yin Qihua, who possessed the power and source of extreme ice, boasted a power comparable to that of a transcendent-level expert, using a postnatal spiritual treasure at full strength. Yin Qihua's cultivation had now reached the SS-level master realm. Even within the Arctic ice wall, he was considered a master. Coupled with his possession of the extreme ice elemental source, he was like the god of finality walking among humans, leaving a trail of snow in his wake. One sword frost cold across 14 continents. Taking advantage of the moment Luo Xiaoyuan soared into the air, Yin Qihua executed a spell from beneath Luo Xiaoyuan in midair. The terrifying sword energy directly struck the mouth of the Toad Demon King, which was being used as a weapon. Instantly, the mouth, which was over 10 meters long, was frozen midair. The Toad Demon King realized too late. Its mouth could not be retracted. Moreover, the boundless chill, even felt by its SS-level Demon King body, was spreading along its mouth to its demon body. Even with its current Demon King level, it struggled to withstand it. Goo! The Toad Demon King's mouth oozed with venom, barely managing to melt away some of the ice. What a chilling spiritual power. Although the Toad Demon King was a demon, its thinking was quite similar to that of a human. It understood the situation. Seeing that it couldn't deal with these 2 demigod kids for the time being, it planned to retreat. There was nothing that could compare to its 5-colored flower. At that moment, a pillar of 5-colored light shot up from the central area. The Toad Demon King immediately felt that something was wrong. The 5-colored flower was maturing, and the group of big demons in the central area would definitely not be able to stop those 5 rampaging bipedal beasts. However, before the Toad Demon King could return to the central area, the 5-colored light pillar had already disappeared. It's over. The Toad Demon King truly felt it was finished this time. The 5-colored flower was an extraordinary spiritual herb. The phenomenon of it fully maturing could not possibly disappear so quickly and suddenly. This situation could only mean that someone had picked the five-colored flower. Goo goo. The toad demon king howled to the sky, but could only emit a series of guttural sounds. Yin Chihua's lips twitched. This toad demon king looked quite foolish. The toad demon king was preparing to exert force to repel Yin Chihua and the others, but saw that the two had already retreated, flying toward the outside of Skull Island. The toad demon king had no time to ponder the reasons and immediately returned to the central area. Elvira, your vampire clan is simply outrageous. Due to the sudden disappearance of the five-colored flower phenomenon, Elvira and Valentine were momentarily taken aback. It was during this moment of distraction that they were seized by the Saint One and his companions, who rushed over. Saint One, this medicine can be consumed indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken carelessly. Are you in such a hurry to label our vampire clan with such a big hat, thinking that we lack strong backing? Elvira held a drop of crimson blood in her left hand, within which golden light could be seen swirling, quite extraordinary. In contrast, Saint One stood with a golden statue in front of him, which was a treasured statue of the holy mountain brought back from the Mariana Trench by the Holy Three. Classified as a lower-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, Saint One's expression was very unsightly, and even Saint Two and Saint Three, who were standing behind him to fend off the assault of the green serpent demon, looked displeased. Their church and the vampire clan were both within the borders of the beautiful country, and naturally, they had a certain understanding of each other's foundations. The statue of the Holy Mountain was a treasure that cost a great deal to be transported back from the Arctic ice wall to the Blue Star by the higher-ups of the beautiful country church. It was meant to serve as a foundation to guard the beautiful country of the Blue Star, preventing their ancestral lands from falling. The reason it was only a lower-grade, postnatal spiritual treasure was entirely due to the fragility of the Blue Star's space, which could not withstand too much powerful force. A treasure capable of manifesting the energy intensity of an SSS-level transcendent was already the limit. The drop of blood that Elvira held aloft was the clan treasure of their Blue Star vampire clan, a drop of pure blood from the vampire ancestor Cain. It was said that the vampire clan had two ancestors, Dracula and Cain. Their names still widely exist in various scriptures, ancient texts, and fictional novels in ordinary society. It cannot be denied that in different stories, they were equally powerful. In the extraordinary world, the vampire ancestors were beings of the same level as the high priests and archbishops of the beautiful country church. Their drop of blood could be said to fill mountains and seas without exaggeration. Holding such a powerful weapon, Saint One was momentarily hesitant to act. Elvira, we had an agreement. Since the five-colored flower is said to belong to your vampire clan, then my holy mountain will not go back on its word. What do you mean by this now? Since they could not forcefully confront one another, Saint One intended to calm the situation first and maintain a facade of peace. Even though he had the statue in hand, activating it with the combined power of the three brothers would only result in a stalemate against Elvira, who held Cain's blood. In this precarious situation on Skull Island, with two demigod cultivators present, a mutually destructive outcome would clearly be the most foolish choice. Saint One, don't think I don't know what your holy mountain is planning. Anyway, my vampire clan is not afraid of your church. Fortunately, since the mask has been torn off, why continue with the pretense? Today, I will make it clear. My vampire clan wants everything on Lakeheart Island. You can return to the Holy Mountain, and from now on, we will not interfere with each other. Otherwise, Valentine stood beside Elvira. Hearing this self-proclaimed domineering statement from Elvira, he really wanted to rush up and cover her mouth. What on earth was this crazy woman thinking? This girl was really brave. Their vampire clan did have the backing of two ancestral figures, but the beautiful country church had a high priest and 6 archbishops, a total of 7 supreme beings. Even if the ancestors Dracula and Cain were unmatched in combat, they should not recklessly create enemies. Cain, upon seeing Elvira's pure blood talent, seemed to disregard everything else. It was hard to say whether to commend the ancestor for cherishing talent or to criticize for being foolish. If a conflict truly arose with the church that could not be reversed, the vampire clan within the Arctic ice wall would likely have a much less peaceful life. But unfortunately, his cultivation was not comparable to Elvira's. Moreover, when this woman went crazy, no amount of persuasion would be effective. He could only pray that she would quickly finish her madness and take the 5-colored flower away. Otherwise, if they truly ended up in a fierce battle, both sides would suffer, and the demigod church members might take advantage. At that moment, accompanied by a series of guttural sounds, a powerful imposing presence came from the central area. Everyone's expressions changed. The Toad Demon King had returned. Chapter 85. This damn, yet charming sense of relaxation, even Saint One, who held the holy statue, and Elvira, who bore the blood of Cain, felt this way. The Toad Demon King was indeed a legitimate and genuine SSS-level Demon King, breaking the barrier between SS and SSS levels. Even if they had the trump card sent back to Blue Star by the strongest within the Arctic ice wall, they still needed to be extremely cautious. The Toad Demon King hurried back to the central area and immediately saw the multicolored flower on the island in the lake. Looking around, he noticed the bat demons engaged in a battle with two unusual bats and the green snake demons exchanging blows with two middle-aged men. The Toad Demon King was furious. After all, they were all SS-level demons. Yet they allowed someone to steal the multicolored flower right before their eyes, while casting an illusion to confuse them. Foolish! The Toad Demon King shouted angrily. His demonic power radiated outward from him, and as it touched the multicolored flower on the island, the flower disintegrated into ashes before everyone's eyes. Everyone's expression changed. At that moment, it was clear to everyone that the multicolored flower had long been swapped out, which explained why the phenomenon of the flower's maturity lasted such a short time. It was likely that it had already been picked by someone. Immediately after, Saint One and Elvira saw the Toad Demon King turn his furious gaze towards them. You have such audacity to steal something on my territory. The Toad Demon King was seething with rage. His words even stirred the spiritual energy of the land and sky on this isolated island, forming a thunderstorm above everyone. Demon King, please hear me out. Seeing the Toad Demon King's demonic power gathering in his mouth, Saint One quickly spoke, preparing to activate the holy statue at a moment's notice. Outside Skull Island, above the sea between the Mist Storm and Skull Island, Yin Shihu and Luo Shuyuan had been waiting there for some time. After this brief interaction, Bai Huan had obviously become a follower of Long Long and Dado, resembling a complete sycophant. Soon, a pink streak of light shot out from Skull Island and revealed its form in front of Yin Shihu and Luo Shuyuan. It was Su Jiame. Upon seeing her master arrive, Bai Huan immediately flew into her sea of consciousness. It was still more comfortable staying in a place without divine beasts. Su Jiame nodded at the two, having succeeded. Great, let us leave quickly. Delays could lead to changes. Yin Shihu immediately said. Okay, Luo Shuyuan echoed. The three of them mobilized their spiritual energy, preparing to charge through the Mist Storm area. Suddenly, dark clouds began to gather at the center of Skull Island, and the thunderclouds above the center directly interacted with the Mist Storm area in front of the three. This made the entire Mist Storm area seem alive, with lightning darting around like thunder serpents. This is the demonic energy of the Toad Demon King, Luo Shuyuan remarked, sensing the aura within the thunderclouds of Skull Island Center. It seems that the spirit medicine the Toad Demon King mistakenly consumed when ascending to Demon King status is not an ordinary medicine. It must be the core of Skull Island itself, which is why the Toad Demon King can directly manipulate the mist and storm guarding Skull Island with his demonic power. As Yin Chihu spoke, he closed his eyes. A strand of bluish spiritual energy flew out from the snowflake mark on his forehead and returned after a moment. When he opened his eyes, the ice and snow runes flickered. Indeed, we were careless. Skull Island itself is a massive formation, Yin Chihu said softly. Upon hearing this, Luo Shuyuan suddenly had clarity about many phenomena on Skull Island that he couldn't understand. Only Su Jiame still wore a puzzled expression. Seeing that they couldn't leave this place for the time being, Yin Shihu simply drew a barrier to envelop the three, preventing them from being affected by the storm. This Skull Island is itself a gigantic formation, which is why we were completely concealed while on the island and unable to fly at high altitudes. All restrictions vanish in the central area, because that is where the formation's eye is located, the same place where the spirit medicine was swallowed by the Toad Demon King. That is why the Toad Demon King can emanate thunderous sounds with his words. At first, I found it strange that there were so many restrictions on this isolated island, and they seemed completely random. Now it appears that it is all due to the formation. Su Jiame finally understood. I initially didn't notice it, which is indeed a bit unbelievable. Such a massive formation, I wonder when it was set here. Dad, this formation wasn't set up by anyone long. It was perched on top of Yin Chihu's head, flapped its wings, and said, Huh, it wasn't set up by anyone? Yin Chihu was also surprised. What does it mean that the formation wasn't man-made? Could formations naturally form like the other beasts of the mountains and seas? That's right, Dad. Long flew up, burped, and continued leisurely while resting on Yin Chihu's head. Some places can naturally nurture extremely high-level heavenly materials and treasures due to various innate or acquired reasons. Such places are called cave heavens or blessed lands. Often, protective formations set by the laws of heaven and earth exist in cave heavens and blessed lands. The higher the level of heavenly materials and treasures contained in a cave heaven or blessed land, the more advanced the protective formations are, to the point where some can even cause level transcendence to fall here. Yin Shihu was hearing such secrets for the first time. Although he had thoroughly understood the details of formations, this ancient book only contained methods for constructing various formations and some abilities for analogy. It did not explain these secrets. Yin Shihu knew that this must have come from Long Long's inherited memories. Is there any way to leave in such a situation? Long Long sensed the power of the storm and said, "It's useless, master. The power of the heavenly formation here is enough to instantly kill a being at the SSS level transcendence. You cannot safely pass through now. To leave, you can only wait for the storm to calm down." After receiving this accurate answer, the three had no choice but to rest in place. Luo Shuyuan pondered the possibility of fishing here without the Air Force, while Su Jiamei thought about how to enhance Bai Huan's cultivation so that she could become as powerful as Dado and Long Long. Only Yin Shihu felt a bit different. He found it somewhat boring. It was clearly not suitable for cultivating here, as he neither liked fishing nor worried about Long Long's cultivation. Fortunately, Yin Shihu's storage ring was always equipped with a tablet. On the tablet, he had cached many classic films and variety shows. Without hesitation, Yin Shihu took out sunflower seeds, peanuts, cola, and watermelon grapes and began watching movies in the void, much to Luo Shuyuan's helplessness and Su Jiamei's astonishment. Thanks to Yin Shihu's relaxed demeanor, Luo Shuyuan and Su Jiamei also joined in, as if they weren't trapped on Skull Island at all, and as if the theft of the multicolored flower had nothing to do with them. Chapter 86. The Third Archbishop and Cain Center Area of Skull Island. The Toad Demon King did not stop attacking because of a single word from Sheng Yi. The SSS-level demon power instantly condensed in its mouth, transforming into a gigantic green energy ball. The moment the energy ball took shape, it surged towards the crowd. No one dared to confront the wrathful strike of a demon king. "Yeah, son." Sheng Yi placed the sacred statue in front of him and called out to Sheng Air and Sheng San. Spiritual energy was mobilized in an instant. Sheng Yi poured his spiritual power into the sacred statue without holding back. Sheng Air and Sheng San followed suit. Seeing this, Elvira and Valentine hurriedly awakened the power hidden in the blood of their ancestor Cain using their crimson spiritual energy, accompanying the attack from the Toad Demon King. The thunderclouds above the center area of Skull Island roared with thunder, seemingly intent on striking down everyone. The immense power was felt even by Yunqi, he and his companions, who were watching a movie inside the barrier. It should be noted that this barrier was not an ordinary one, nor was it the kind mentioned in Wang Wei's poetry. The barrier set up by Yunqi, he at his current cultivation level, was unbreakable on Blue Star. Yet now, it was silently permeated by the heavenly power invoked by the Toad Demon King. This indicates that the battle might take some time. Luo Shen looked at the three distinctly colored powers above the center area of Skull Island, which were almost about to materialize. The green was the demon power of the Toad Demon King. The gold and yellow was the spiritual power of the three saints from the Holy Mountain. The crimson was the spiritual power of the Vampire Clan. The Holy Mountain possessed a low-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, the sacred statue, which he had encountered during his previous battle with Shang San. If the power of the three saints from the Holy Mountain was combined to activate the sacred statue, they could indeed match the Toad Demon King in strength. But what was the Vampire Clan relying on as their trump card? Looking at the density of their spiritual power, it was on par with the combined might of the three saints from the Holy Mountain. "Stop looking, there's nothing to see," Yunqi, he said, pulling the entranced Luo Shuyuan to sit down. "I found another movie. Let's watch this one. It just happens to be a movie set at sea. Very fitting for the situation." With the full activation of Sheng Yi, Sheng Air, and Sheng San, the sacred statue burst forth with golden light, rising directly into the air, transforming into a gigantic golden silhouette. The golden silhouette raised a hand lightly and blocked the Toad Demon King's attack right in front. Elvira and Valentine also used their spiritual power, mediated by the blood of their ancestor Cain, to summon the image of a long-haired handsome man. The image merely glanced at the attack launched by the Toad Demon King, and the energy ball wrapped in green toxic gas immediately exploded in midair. Ancestor Elvira and Valentine performed a noble gesture of the Vampire Clan towards the long-haired handsome man. The long-haired man responded indifferently, then looked at the golden silhouette. Third Archbishop of the Holy Church, long time no see. The golden silhouette replied without turning its head. Cain, have you vampires had enough of staying on Blue Star? Just as the golden silhouette, which was the projection of the third Archbishop within the Arctic ice wall, descended, Shang-Yi had already reported the entire situation in detail. This was why the third Archbishop would question them at this moment. You're joking. Our vampire clan has never intended to join the struggles of various nations. We just want a place to settle, the long-haired man said with a smile. Let's hope it stays that way. The third Archbishop snorted coldly. Although the vampire clan was not populous, every member was an elite. Inside the Arctic ice wall, they firmly occupied the second tier of power thanks to the two ancestors, Dracula and Cain, second only to the Holy Church of the Beautiful Country and the military of Huaxia. Moreover, Dracula and Cain were too ancient, with experiences and ages far exceeding theirs. No one knew how many hidden means they possessed. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, no one wanted to confront these two ancestors of the vampire clan. A mere little demon king dares to attack my holy church. The third Archbishop felt aggrieved by Cain. You think I can't deal with a demon king without a background? Immediately, the third Archbishop extended his left hand and grasped through the void. Instantly, a golden handprint appeared around the Toad Demon King, continuously shrinking, intending to crush the Toad Demon King. Goo goo. It said that humans are cunning, hiding such a strong presence. This kind of aura must be on par with a top-tier celestial demon. The Toad Demon King quickly mobilized its demon power. Deep green demon energy enveloped its body, and sensing the Toad Demon King's fury, the thunderclouds in the sky crackled with lightning. With the support of the Toad Demon King's demon power and the thunderclouds, the golden hand finally shattered. The third Archbishop's eyes narrowed. Could it really draw upon the power of heaven and earth? Is this place part of a grand formation? The third Archbishop, a figure of immense cultivation, instantly recognized the extraordinary nature of Skull Island and the Toad Demon King. Why bother with all this? Just soul search directly, Cain said with a wicked smile, slowly extending his right hand. A streak of crimson spiritual energy shot towards the Toad Demon King. Goo goo. Although Cain's strike did not leak any power, the Toad Demon King sensed an extremely dangerous aura from it. Crack! A gigantic lightning bolt descended from the thunderclouds, striking the spiritual energy released by Cain. The Toad Demon King spat out a mouthful of essence blood. The demon power mixed with the essence blood directly enhanced the lightning, clashing against Cain's spiritual energy. A blinding light plunged the entire center area into temporary oblivion. When everyone opened their eyes again, the Toad Demon King had already vanished without a trace. Along with it, all the spiritual herbs on the Heart Island also disappeared. Shang-Yi and the others' faces instantly turned grim. They had thought that with the projection of the third Archbishop present, the spiritual herbs on the Heart Island would surely belong to the Holy Mountain. But then Elvira and Valentine surprisingly had the means to summon the projection of the vampire ancestor Cain as well. That would be half and half, right? But after a fierce operation, the Toad Demon King simply ran away, taking everything with it. What did their efforts amount to, with each of them severely injured? Were they just lucky? Shang-Yi felt a surge of anger at this thought. However, with two supreme beings present, he dared not act recklessly. At that moment, it seemed Cain sensed something. The projection instantly vanished from everyone's sight. Immediately after, the projection of the third Archbishop also disappeared from the scene, leaving 5 SS-level beings staring at each other in confusion. Above the sea outside Skull Island, the projections of Cain and the third Archbishop appeared. A faint red light shone in Cain's hand, and strands of aura were collected into the crimson glow. Did I sense it wrong? Cain murmured, looking at the unchanged red light in his hand. Chapter 87 Now, it is our home ground. The third cardinal standing beside Cain heard this, and a golden light flickered at his fingertips. After a long while, the third cardinal dispersed his spiritual power. This place indeed felt strange, as nothing was sensed. Immediately, the two flew back in the direction they came from. The projection had a limited duration, and they still had questions to ask, so they couldn't waste time here. After they left, for quite a while, a crack suddenly opened in the void. A ball of eerie blue light flew out from the crack. Yun Shihua and Luo Shiyuan, watching the direction of Skull Island from within the barrier, felt a wave of fear. When a projection of the third cardinal and the vampire progenitor Cain descended upon this world, the entire mist and storm erupted instantly. Yun Shihua and Luo Shiyuan, with their extraordinary perception abilities, immediately sensed the impending crisis. Yin Shihua did not expect that the holy mountain envoy of this beautiful country and the vampire clan could summon a projection of an level transcendent being. Although level and SSS level are both ranks within the transcendent realm, the gap between them is as vast as the sky and the earth, and perhaps even greater. If Yin Shihua hadn't reacted quickly and taken out the Void Pearl to use its power to send the barrier they were in into the void crack, they would have been detected by the third cardinal and Cain in an instant. By then, they would truly be in a hopeless situation. Indeed, there are treasures in Huaxia that can summon the projection of a war god, but none of the three had brought them. Such national treasures are kept in the Mountain Sea Tribunal, guarded by the three presiding judges, and are only used in times of great crisis. Who would have thought that this beautiful country's holy mountain and the vampire clan would bring such treasures out? Had they known, they should have instructed the Special Investigation Department of Huaxia to directly attack the holy mountain and the hiding place of the vampire clan. With their respective SSS-level controllers leaving with treasures, it would have been a sure thing. What a miscalculation. The three thought it was a pity. Such a good opportunity might not come again. Progenitor, where did you just go? Seeing Cain return, Elvira mustered her courage to ask. At this moment, she had regained her composure and realized how greatly mistaken she had been in facing the words of the Holy One earlier. Therefore, she spoke cautiously. Cain glanced at the guilty-looking Elvira and then at the respectfully standing Valentine, and calmly asked, "Aside from you, has anyone else been here?" "Yes, progenitor, there's been." Valentine immediately stepped forward and said, "Before we summoned your projection, 2 leaders from the Huaxia Demigod Church appeared here. However, they only fought with the Toad Demon King for a while before leaving." The third cardinal and Cain exchanged glances. Demigod Church, within the Arctic ice wall. Although there may be friction among various national forces, there is a high degree of unity regarding the issue of the Demigod Church. That is a consensus against them. The Demigod Church is a group of madmen who worship beings that call themselves demigods. They commit atrocities within the Arctic ice wall, and any living being may become their experimental subject or lackey. Such human scum of the Demigod Church, when we meet again, there is no need to consider our shared humanity. We can just kill them directly. The third cardinal said this. "All right, my projection's spiritual power is limited, so you must protect the beautiful country of Blue Star and the Holy Mountain Well." "Yes, Cardinal." The Holy One, Holy Two, and Holy Three replied respectfully. The Cardinal is an level transcendent being, worthy of being followed for a lifetime. How could they dare to disobey his orders? Moreover, this was the very purpose of their existence as envoys of the Holy Mountain. You two also need to guard the Blue Star Vampire Clan well. As Cain spoke, he suddenly changed the subject. "Elvira, you must learn to think twice before acting next time. For now, I will leave the leadership of the Blue Star Vampire Clan to Valentine. On the night of the Red Moon in 2 months, you two will come to the Arctic ice wall, and at that time, I will purify your bloodline." Hearing what Cain said, Elvira and Valentine were overjoyed. To receive the opportunity for bloodline purification from the vampire progenitor is a dream among all vampires. After giving all the instructions, the projections of the third cardinal and Cain gradually turned into bubbles and dissipated into the air. The Holy One then looked at Valentine. "This time, our holy mountain remembers this. You vampire clan better not pull any tricks, or we'll settle the score for this." After saying that, the Holy One flew away with Holy Two and Holy Three. In this trip to Skull Island, they gained nothing and instead ended up injured. If they didn't hurry back to the Holy Mountain to recuperate, it would affect their future cultivation, which would be counterproductive. Clearly, Elvira and Valentine thought the same. Moreover, the two of them would head to the Arctic ice wall in 2 months. At this time, they could not afford to be injured. If they were careless and fell, they would become the subject of lamentation among the Huaxia people. Due to the consecutive disappearances of the Toad Demon King, the third cardinal, and the vampire progenitor Cain, the mist and storm area outside Skull Island had calmed down just as it was when they arrived. Each used their methods to break through the void and leave. After everyone had left, Yin Shihua waved his hand to disperse the barrier. "Now it is our home ground." Yin Shihua smiled brightly at Luo Shuyuan and Su Jiamei. Now, there were no threats left on Skull Island. The people from the Holy Mountain and the Vampire Clan had all left. The Toad Demon King was heavily injured by the third cardinal and the vampire progenitor Cain, and was now missing. The SS level bat demons and green snake demons in the central area had all been cleared out when the third cardinal appeared. Now, this was truly the world of Yin Shihua and the others. Meijia, you and Shuyuan are responsible for searching the outer areas for any spiritual herbs. What about you? Su Jiamei asked. "I'm going to find the Toad Demon King." Yin Shihua had no intention of letting go of so many spiritual herbs on that central island. Although they had already obtained the five-colored flower, the many spiritual herbs on the central island could still help Huaxia cultivate a few more S-level controllers. Besides, the Toad Demon King was heavily injured now, making it the perfect opportunity. Although the Toad Demon King was merely a being guarding its own spiritual herbs and had done nothing wrong, it was still a victim of this unwarranted calamity. It only goes to show that the innocent can suffer for their wealth. Had the Toad Demon King not been injured, Yin Shihua would not have had any designs on that batch of spiritual herbs. After all, it was still not of their kind, and their actions would inevitably be ruthless. With the Void Pearl, he wanted to find a heavily injured SSS-level Demon King within the Skull Island Sea area. It was a matter of grasping the opportunity. Chapter 88. The Season of Harvest. The three people with clear division of labor immediately began to act. Yunki held the dragon on his head, holding the Void Pearl. He continuously searched for places with spatial fluctuations across the entire Skeleton Island. His spiritual power was limited in a place like Skeleton Island. Without the ability to probe with spiritual power, Yunki's perception was far inferior to Luaxio's. However, he had the Void Pearl. The Toad Demon King was now heavily injured. Wherever it was, the spiritual energy must be flowing rapidly. Once there was an anomaly in the flow of spiritual energy, it would inevitably cause fluctuations in the surrounding space. Although the Void Pearl was merely a flawed treasure of spatial origin, it was still more powerful than a skeletal camel. Moreover, how could this treasure of spatial origin be compared to a camel? The Void Pearl, in Yunki's left hand, emitted a soft glow. After all, he did not awaken any space-related abilities. The power of the Void Pearl could not be fully unleashed at will. However, finding a resting place for an injured Demon King was more than enough. Found it. Yunki opened his eyes. A guiding light beam extended from the Void Pearl, shooting into the bottom of the lake beneath the Hard Island. This Toad Demon King was quite clever, knowing that the most dangerous place was the safest place. Moreover, Hard Island was originally the eye of the formation of the entire Skeleton Island, possessing a natural barrier to hide its aura. Hiding here, even the third major bishop and the vampire ancestor would find it difficult to discover for a while. Knowing the hiding place of the Toad Demon King, Yunki stored the Void Pearl into his sea of consciousness. His sea of consciousness was now filled with many things: 2 origin treasures and a dragon. With a command from Yunki, the lake water flowed backward. It was a complete violation of Newton's laws. Of course, Newton's laws only applied to the world of ordinary people. With every step Yunki took, snowflake-like ice crystals formed to support his movement. Step by step, he walked to the bottom of the lake. The entire lake's surface returned to calm. The Toad Demon King was hiding at the bottom of the lake beneath Hard Island. It had been resting here since it accidentally entered Skeleton Island many years ago. It was precisely because it hid here that it was not discovered, allowing it to swallow the spiritual medicine that existed as the eye of the formation of Skeleton Island and become the Demon King that dominated Skeleton Island. Unexpectedly, having already become a Demon King, it still had to hide, although there was no longer any pressure from the celestial demon level outside. It had just fought with that golden and red-clad person and was ultimately injured. Fortunately, it was clever enough to take away the spiritual medicines from Hard Island, allowing it to quickly recover from its injuries. It was just a pity that the 5-color flower was taken away. Otherwise, with the 5-color flower, it could have made even greater progress. Just as the Toad Demon King was preparing to recover from its injuries with the spiritual medicines, the entire lake suddenly changed. After a moment, it returned to normal. Immediately after, a white-haired man wearing a fox mask stepped onto the water. With every step he took, ice crystals blossomed like flowers. "It's you." The Toad Demon King recognized at a glance that it was the kid who had previously claimed to be the leader of the demigod sect. The Toad Demon King immediately prepared to mobilize its demonic power to fight. However, before it could make a move, Yunki extended his hand and unleashed terrifying cold air, freezing the entire lake. Although the Toad Demon King could still move, it was surrounded by ice walls, severely limiting its movement space. "Toad Demon King, I have no intention of killing you, but I need to make a deal with you." Yunki did not rush to attack, but instead spoke in a pleasant tone. However, just by looking at the swirling spiritual power in his hand, it was clear that this pleasant demeanor was absolutely based on the premise of obedient compliance. "What do you want to trade with me?" The Toad Demon King, genuinely confused, replied. "The 5-color flower is not with me." It really could not think of anything it had worth trading at the moment. The only bargaining chip, the 5-color flower, was not with it. And as the guardian of the 5-color flower, It did not even know where it was now. No, no, no. What I want to trade is not the five-color flower. But you. The Toad Demon King was startled, wondering what it meant to trade itself. You should be able to transform, right? Although Yunki was asking, his tone was very certain. Demonic beings that reached the equivalent of human master level, it had a certain probability of mastering the ability to transform into human form. Of course, the vast majority of demons needed to reach level S to master this ability. And as an SSS level Demon King, the Toad Demon King was an existence comparable to human SSS level transcendent powers. Transforming was naturally a skill it had already mastered. So what? I don't like your human form. The Toad Demon King said this, but still, after a flash of green light, it transformed into a middle-aged man dressed in a green robe. It did not look ugly, just very ordinary in appearance. Speak, what do you want to trade with me? Upon hearing this, Yunki knew that the negotiation was promising. If there was no possibility, the Toad Demon King would have rejected him outright without transforming into human form to inquire. I hope you can accompany me back to Huaxia and protect Huaxia. The Toad Demon King was almost laughing in anger. Did this kid know what he was saying? Protect Huaxia. Wait. The Toad Demon King suddenly looked at Yunki. Protect Huaxia? You are not from the Huaxia demigod sect. It said angrily. If this person was really deceiving it, then perhaps the five-color flower was also in his hands. Otherwise, why would he go to such great lengths to lure it in a battle? Moreover, the five-color flower disappeared just as he left the central area. It had felt that this was a strategy to draw the tiger away from the mountain. Now, it seemed that its guess was indeed correct. That's right. I am indeed not from the Huaxia demigod sect, Yunki said, taking off the golden earring from his ear. I am a special investigator from the Special Investigation Office of Huaxia. The earring transformed into a stream of light and flew to the Toad Demon King. I hope you can come back to Huaxia with me, as the Guardian Demon King, to protect Huaxia. If you agree, I can give you all the spiritual medicines from Hard Island as a reward. You should know that in your current state, you are not a match for me and the Dragon. Hearing his father calling him, Dragon flew up from Yunki's head. As silver light flickered, Dragon restored its true form as it ing-long at the bottom of the lake. The terrifying dragon roar carried an overwhelming bloodline pressure toward the Toad Demon King. How could the Toad Demon King, in its currently injured state, withstand such immense pressure? It nearly could not maintain its human form. Yunki waved his hand, signaling Dragon to retract its bloodline pressure. In fact, Yunki originally did not intend to do this. It was only after witnessing the extraordinary power of the third major bishop and the vampire ancestor that he felt Huaxia would be solid as a rock if it often had an SSS-level guardian. Right now, there was a ready-made SSS-level Demon King in front of him, and moreover, it was a Demon King that had never hunted humans. Though its demon form was a bit ugly, it could always walk in human form. There are always more ways than difficulties. Chapter 89. The twin stars with intelligent barriers. While Yunqi, he was waiting for the Toad Demon King to respond. The Toad Demon King was also brainstorming. Originally just an ordinary toad, he accidentally stepped onto the path of cultivation. After much struggle and training, he relied on the opportunities from Skeleton Island to become a Demon King. Now, that Skeleton Island had been discovered by humans from the outside world. He had seen the power of human experts. If he continued to stay on Skeleton Island, there were no more five-color flowers left for him to enhance his cultivation. If more humans came to this place and brought out that terrifying treasure, he feared he would be unable to withstand it. After stepping onto the path of cultivation, he also learned about the various countries of Blue Star, naturally knowing what kind of country Huaxia was. If he could become a guardian demon of Huaxia, it seemed quite good. After all, the Toad Demon King had no ambitions. He just wanted to live peacefully and improve his cultivation to live longer. It was quite simple. However, as the core of the formation on Skeleton Island, he could not easily leave. After hearing the Toad Demon King's words, Yunqi he began to ponder. Indeed, as the core of the formation, he could not easily leave the range of the formation. Even if he forced his way out, the formation would collapse, unless he could find a new core to replace it. Yunqi's eyes lit up. Wasn't this a solution? However, to replace a core, it had to meet the characteristics of the formation. As a formation formed by the natural laws of heaven and earth, using the natural plants of the world as the core was the most suitable. Skeleton Island was not lacking in towering giant trees, but he still needed to search for the specifics. However, now that there was a solution, the next steps would be easier. Toad Demon King, since you want to be the guardian demon of Huaxia, I certainly cannot let you roam freely. How about this? I will take a strand of your divine soul, and in return, Huaxia can provide you with cultivation resources. This way, it will be a safeguard for both sides, Yunqi said after some thought. The method of forming a contract could only be used between the extraordinary beasts of the mountains and seas and could not be used on ordinary demons. Thus, Yunchi thought of this approach. He did not have the means to control demons, but he had the soul summoning banner. The power of the divine soul was formed by the combination of the soul and consciousness. It would be easy to separate a strand of the Toad Demon King's divine soul using the soul summoning banner's power. As long as he held a strand of the Toad Demon King's divine soul power, even if it rebelled, he could instantly counterattack its main body. Lightly, the Toad Demon King nodded as he was prepared. Since he had to appear in Huaxia as a demon, it was inevitable that the other party would have some means of restraint. After receiving the Toad Demon King's consent, Yunchi summoned the soul summoning banner. Once the banner appeared, under Yunchi's spiritual power, a black chain flew out, directly shooting into the Toad Demon King's mind. In a moment, it pulled out an almost transparent gray object that was hard to see clearly. The Toad Demon King felt as if he had lost something, and his entire being experienced a brief discomfort. Yunchi collected a strand of the Toad Demon King's soul, preparing to take it back to the Mountain and Sea Tribunal to present it to Chief Judge Zhang Yi. He and Luo Shuyuan would soon head to the Arctic Ice Wall. Such an important item concerning a demon king naturally needed to be handed over to the chief judge of the Mountain and Sea Tribunal. Let us go. Let us find a giant tree that can be used as a replacement core. At Yunchi's gesture, Long Long transformed back into a cute form and flew to the top of Yunchi's head. Since the last time it had perched there, Long Long had already regarded it as its nest. When Yunchi and the Toad Demon King flew out from the surface of the lake, Luo, Shuyuan, and Su Jiamei had already swept through all of Skeleton Island. The harvest could only be described as meager. The vast majority of spiritual herbs grew on the island and the lake. When they saw Yunchi flying out from the bottom of the lake, they were shocked. Could it be that the Toad Demon King was at the bottom of the lake? But soon after, they saw a figure flying out behind Yunchi. Although the two had never seen the humanoid form of the Toad Demon King, they could sense the slightly weakened demonic aura that was identical to that of the Toad Demon King. Chia, could this person be a golden light flashed in Luo Shuyuan's eyes? His cultivation was slightly stronger than Su Jiamei's, and with his extraordinary perception ability greatly enhancing his spiritual awareness, he could better sense the faint sense of incompleteness emanating from the very ordinary-looking middle-aged man before him. This was a sense of spiritual loss. Combined with the aura that was similar to that of the Toad Demon King, Luo Xian began to understand Yunchi's intentions. Yunchi's next words confirmed his speculation. This is the Toad Demon King. However, I have reached a consensus with him. The Toad Demon King will guard Huaxia as the guardian demon, and Huaxia will provide him with certain cultivation resources. Upon hearing Yunchi's words, Luo Shuyuan's reaction was within expectations. Su Jiamei's calm acceptance was, however, surprising to Yunchi. After all, he always felt that Su Jiamei was a bit careless. Perhaps this was just the nature of girls from the 3 northeastern provinces. By the way, the spiritual herbs on the island in the lake, I have decided to treat them as the cultivation resources provided by Huaxia to the Demon King. Yunchi thought for a moment and felt that calling him the Toad Demon King all the time was a bit impolite. After all, toads were quite ordinary in appearance. Constantly referring to someone as the Toad Demon King felt somewhat intentional. Although the Toad Demon King himself did not care about this. After all, there was no second Demon King on Blue Star. It was better to simply refer to him as the Demon King. Luo Shuyuan and Su Jiamei had no objections. After all, the remaining spiritual herbs on the island and the lake were not considered rare spiritual herbs, and their value could not compare to the 5-color flowers. Using them to exchange for an SSS-level Demon King was undoubtedly a profitable deal. Shall we head back to Huaxia now? After digesting the huge news brought by Yunchi, Su Jiamei asked, No, the Demon King cannot leave the range of Skeleton Island yet. We need to find something to replace the core of Skeleton Island. Only then can the Demon King leave the area of Skeleton Island. Luo Shuyuan pondered. Are you saying we should find an ancient tree to replace it? After a moment of thought, Luo Shuyuan understood Yunchi's idea. This was indeed the best solution at the moment. Since the formation here was laid down by the laws of heaven and earth, then plants nurtured by heaven and earth were the most suitable as the core. Otherwise, if the core and formation could not match, the entire formation would collapse in an instant. If Skeleton Island sank to the bottom of the sea, it would bring great disaster to Blue Star. I've noticed you are getting smarter and smarter, Yunchi teased. Wait, what are you two talking about? I don't quite understand. Su Jiamei said, feeling a bit helpless as she listened to Yunqi He and Luo Shuyuan exchange words. She often struggled to fit in with them due to not being clever enough. Chapter 90. Crisis in Sichuan Province. Yun Qihua looked confused, realizing she didn't understand the conversation between him and Luo Shuyuan. However, this couldn't be blamed on her. The formation technique, like alchemy and artifact crafting, places a greater emphasis on innate talent. Without this natural endowment, no matter how long one studies formations, it would be difficult to grasp their subtleties. This is why, in all of China, only Yun Qihua has comprehended the details of formation techniques. However, as Yun Qihua's cultivation level increased and his horizons broadened, he gradually felt that the detailed understanding of formations might not be its true name. There must be some secret hidden within it. For now, Yun Qihua first translated it into plain, understandable language for Su Jiamei. After understanding, the three of them set off to search throughout the entire Skeleton Island. Meanwhile, the Toad Demon King remained on the central island to absorb spiritual medicine and recover from injuries. Although Skeleton Island is vast and filled with various towering ancient trees, finding an ancient tree that could serve as the eye of the formation required careful searching. As the core of the island's formation, it must possess enough spirituality, which means it must contain spiritual energy. This directly eliminated many trees that had large sizes but lacked inner qualities. Moreover, it shouldn't have excessive spiritual energy, meaning it couldn't be an ancient tree close to becoming a demon. Those that could naturally cultivate into demons in such a heavenly and earthly formation must have received some favor from the heavens and earth. If used as the eye of the formation, it would diminish its spirituality, which might even backfire and cause the entire formation to collapse. Therefore, under various conditions, it took Yun Qihua and the others over an hour to finally find an ancient banyan tree over 20 meters tall, located neither too close nor too far from the center of Skeleton Island. This banyan tree's trunk was so large that even the three of them together couldn't wrap their arms around it, and a faint green glow circulated throughout its body, revealing its extraordinary nature. This is it. It couldn't be more suitable. As soon as Luo Shuyuan and Su Jiamei found the banyan tree, they notified Yun Qihua, who was searching elsewhere. Good, Luo Shuyuan nodded. Finding a suitable one is enough. Then, Luo Shuyuan used his spiritual power to directly transfer the banyan tree, along with the surrounding soil, to the central area. What followed was no longer something he and Su Jiamei could intervene in. It was time for Yun Qihua to perform. After receiving Yun Qihua's affirmative response that he didn't need help, Luo Shuyuan pulled Su Jiamei aside to sit down. Imitating Yun Qihua, he took out various snacks to eat. Su Jiamei couldn't help but notice his relaxed demeanor. How come, after just a short 2 months with Xiaohe, you become so much less serious and composed? Su Jiamei remembered how steady Luo Shuyuan had been when she first met him. Just a glance at him gave a sense of reassurance. Now, after only completing a few tasks with Yun Qihua, he had become so laid back. While it's true that being overly tense is not good, Luo Shuyuan's change was intriguing. Did Yun Qihua really have such a big impact on those around him? I'm still the same me. I just feel that there are many things I can learn from this genius's way of doing things, Luo Shuyuan said, looking at Yun Qihua, who was busy. Working with someone more talented than oneself means there will likely be clashes of different ideas and styles of action. This can lead to continuous changes and self-improvement. This is the positive influence that geniuses bring to those around them. In the past, it was Luo Shuyuan who influenced those around him, making the Special Investigation Bureau of Shangjing known for its strict discipline. Now, it was merely his turn to be influenced by another genius. Upon hearing this, Su Jiamei fell silent, as Luo Shuyuan was indeed right. With Yun Qihua's level of talent, it was hard not to influence those around him. She was also a disciple of the spiritual I War God. Although she was slightly older, she was genuinely of the same generation as Yun Qihua and Luo Shuyuan. In the future, when they enter the Arctic ice wall, there would likely be many more intersections among the three of them. While the two were talking, Yun Qihua had already successfully drawn a barrier in midair. The purpose of this barrier was to briefly obscure the formation's perception of the Toad Demon Kings during the transfer of the eye of the formation. Otherwise, if the transfer was carried out so brazenly, the formation's perception might not completely detach from the Toad Demon King's body before being suppressed. At that point, trying to proceed with the transfer would become exceedingly difficult. The Special Investigation Bureau of Sichuan Province gathered many S-level experts. There were the Bureau's director and special investigation officers, as well as S-level experts who had rushed in from other regions. Aside from the directors of various regional special investigation bureaus and two S-level experts who must remain at each bureau, it could be said that nearly all S-level experts in China without active missions were present here, 169 in total, almost two-thirds of all S-level experts in China. This time, we misjudged the situation, causing injuries to those involved. The Special Investigation Bureau of Sichuan Province will compensate with contribution points. The speaker was a dignified-looking man. The director of the Special Investigation Bureau of Sichuan Province, Gao Wenyu. Although his name sounded delicate, he was a genuine S-level peak expert. Director Gao, you're being too modest. The urgent matter is how to deal with these two flood dragons, said an elderly man whose aura seemed somewhat diminished, cupping his hands. It turned out that recently, Director Gao Wenyu had released a mission on the Little Dragon Club app, summoning all S-level experts in China without active missions to Sichuan Province. An SS-level flood dragon had appeared in the prefecture-level city of Yin City, intending to transform into a dragon, triggering catastrophic floods and thunderstorms, causing great suffering for the people of Yin City. Initially, they planned to report directly to the Sea and Mountain Court, requesting the judges to intervene. However, coincidentally, the three judges were all deep in meditation, completely unaware of the external situation. Director Gao Wenyu thought that by gathering numerous S-level experts, they would surely be able to withstand the SS-level flood dragon. After all, they belonged to the same realm of controllers. The final outcome indeed matched Gao Wenyu's expectations. The combined efforts of 169 S-level experts successfully blocked the rampaging flood dragon in the Min River. However, just when everyone was about to seal the flood dragon in one swift motion, another flood dragon appeared out of nowhere, injuring more than half of the group. As a result, the S-level experts had no choice but to retreat to the Special Investigation Bureau of Sichuan Province. Seeing the escalating danger in Yin City, they could only temporarily evacuate the entire population under the pretext of a natural disaster. However, this was ultimately not a long-term solution. If these two flood dragons successfully transformed into dragons, they would likely bring even more terrifying disasters to the entire Sichuan province. Why don't we directly contact Special Investigator Yun and Director Luo from Shanjing City? Someone suggested. Gao Wenyu sighed. I've already tried to contact both of them, but fell on deaf ears. For a moment, the scene fell into silence.